and then I'll call the others, and hopefully they'll respond. And so I can bring in Heather Holman among them if you wish. Is that
Yeah,
is,
I always want her.
okay? Okay, great. So let's try the Brendan, and we're gonna try Aristides, and we'll try Heather Holman, though she's a bit of a wild card. And here we are. I mean, in terms of a potential appearance.
I
Yeah.
know.
And of course, I pressed Jennifer Hawkins by accident, but it might not even be the right account. And she has two accounts. One of them got completely shut down. It just says unavailable for Jennifer Hawkins. And we're streaming. Okay, and I want everyone to know that. Our friend Peter registers on the online broadcasting software. And we'll see who joins us. Let's cross-reference with the studio. And T Tank Barry says, loud and clear, brother. Bless you. Goddess bless you, dear brother T Tank Barry. You are the man. He's here and he lets us know. Okay. All right. And let's see who else may have joined us. Aristides, I believe. So, and Brendan Zogit. Heather Holman still ringing. Let's do a test. Both Aristides and Brendan Zogit, just say hi. Let's see if you both register on the online broadcasting software. We know that Peter does.
All right. Brendan might be mute, so I'll go first. Do I register?
You do. You do.
Right.
And how about you, dear Brendan?
Yes, greetings. I'm here.
Oh, excellent. I'll be okay. So what's going to happen is my son will pick me up at 10 a.m. in the morning, Pacific Daylight Time. But he'll probably come a little earlier, as a matter of fact, because we don't have a Meals on Wheels delivery. There's no need for him to wait until they make their delivery. I should be able to speak to you privately if you're still around. Are you up between 9 and 10 a.m. in the morning, Pacific Daylight Time, or 8 and 10? What are your hours?
Yes, indeed. I'll be up at that time, and then
Okay.
I can keep you posted on my updates. Yes.
Excellent, because I'll call you then on Skype. I'll call you on Skype. Yeah.
Out of California, 110 degrees right now Fahrenheit. So
yes.
We're getting cooked.
Yes.
Degrees is hot.
Now.
It's 110 where you are, Aristides?
No, it's Brendan.
No. It's Brendan Zogit. He's talking about California. Brendan, can you tell us? Your quality of sound is horrible. Are you on earbuds or speaker? Huh?
His sound is usually bad.
Yeah. It can get better. So, dear Brendan, if you could get into the earbuds, that would help immensely. Oh.
This will probably make it even worse.
Yeah, no, it's excellent. Excellent. It's like heaven compared to the other.
Better?
Yes. So, share with us again how we're roasting alive. Let everybody know how bad it is here in California.
Yeah, like even in the Bay Area, you guys are getting like 99 degrees. So
yeah,
and that's on the coast. So a little bit inland, we're getting roasted at, I'll use Fahrenheit 110 right now. My car says 112. So if you want to feel the eternal hellfire that all of Douglas's enemies are in for, then you can get a tester with our weather.
Oh shit! No, your sound is excellent. It is excellent. It was a little glitchy there just for a second because you were probably passing through a bad cell, but then it became crystal clear. We heard everything, and no, I appreciate you sharing that. Before I want everybody to know I don't need to take a break these opening hours. So we've got this will be the first time in a while because I wasn't coming back from anywhere, so I was able to get set up in time, and so I'm not taking any break this opening hour. We can get right into it. Is there anything you want to share with us before we get into the regular, shall we say, routine of the opening hours, dear Brendan? Anything else that comes to your mind in a public sense that you're willing to share? Including a situational update, whatever status report you feel you feel secure sharing.
Yeah, my situation is improving. I mean, other than the obvious financial, everyone's dealing with that because of our,
Yes.
our lovely overlords or whatever you want to call them.
Yes.
You know, yeah. So other than that, I mean, everything is smooth, running smoothly, firing on all cylinders. I wanted to bring up last time, but I got so. Yeah, I won't bring up what happened last time, but yeah, so I got a little jaded last time we were on air.
Oh
But
my God.
basically, what I wanted to bring up was there's this singer, the Syrian/Egyptian singer called Esmahan.
Yes.
She's very famous in like the 40s and the 50s,
Okay.
and she actually, because at the time Syria was ruled by Vichy Nazis.
Yes.
You know, it was essentially a satellite of Germany.
Yes.
So she went to, I'll give the backstory another time, but basically she went to assist the Germans,
Yes.
and then the Brits forced her back to Egypt, where her parents arranged for her assassination.
Oh, that's
So
awful.
that's what you get for working for the Allies, or basically she tried to warn everyone and say, look, you guys shouldn't fight the Nazis, let them run, everything
Yes.
will run smoother if you just leave them here.
Yes.
And instead they sold her out to the Brits and the Americans, and she died within a couple of years. So
Of course.
yeah,
Oh,
it's a
that's
huge story that's never going to be revealed by anybody.
Well, certainly the
So
time will
it would
come.
be
Things
cool to talk about.
Yes, things go in cycles, and there will be a time when she's given her due, and she'll be known as a
Yes.
martyr and a heroine instead of the communists and terrorists that they constantly promote.
Yeah.
So
And
thank
they
you.
always use the same trip.
Yeah.
They always use the same trip, like, she was whatever they say, it was a suicide or something. Basically, they say, they try and say she offed herself. Essentially, I'll explain it later when I bring up the article. But
Thank
they
you.
use the same trip every time, right?
Thank you. Thank you. And
To
I
cover their crimes, right?
Of course, I appreciate that profoundly. Another thing to reflect that, another, shall we say, operational tactic is all of the Nazis that were hanged. They always say that they said sorry, or that Germany is guilty and all this shit. And none of them ever said that. All of them said that I like Eichmann. They claimed that he they never talk about him, but he the first time when he was hanged in Israel, he said I can face death with equanimity, knowing that I slaughtered 6 million Jews before me, and that was what he said. None of these people ever expressed guilt or sorrow for what they did, but the Allies always tried to make it sound like they did. And like Hans Frank, the man who administered Poland, they say that he said, Germany will, 1,000 years shall pass and Germany shall not be relieved of its guilt. And he never said that. He said something along the lines of, I wish I could have killed more of you, or something along those lines. Germany is absolved. It's a terror. So, all of this is like, just, what this reminds me of? Based on your jadedness, I just want to go over this with you briefly before we turn over to Aristides and then to Peter. But this is important. So, a young lady looked me up on ChatGPT. And she said, I want to know everything. And she had, you're allowed 6 questions before they make you pay for it. Otherwise, you have to subscribe. and so you're allowed 6 questions. And because she had 2 different servers with 2 different IP addresses, she got to ask 12 fucking questions. And so all of them were about me. And in terms of, when she asked about, for whatever reason, Nemo Albano and some other individuals, they only identified them as, these are co-conspirators of Douglas Dietrich. Everybody else who's known is only identified. Peter Moon was identified not at all. When she asked us, Peter Moon.
Is this an AI thing?
This is ChatGPT. It's AI, yes. And it's AI doing...
it's an AI chatbot.
Thank you. And so they said, she asked, what about Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon? And they said, nothing, no information is available. But here's what they said. They said, Douglas Dietrich claims to be the son of a high-ranking Wehrmacht officer who served in World War II. That's a really strange way of avoiding saying that I'm the son of Adolf Hitler.
Because it's censored, it has to curtail the censoring. So if you ask the right questions, it'll formulate something like that. On its own.
Because she asked specifically, who is Douglas Dietrich the son of? And it said he claims to be the son of a high-ranking Wehrmacht officer who served in World War II.
Right.
And then they said, has he published any books? Douglas Dietrich has published, and then they gave a title, Dirty Little Secrets of World War II, with a different subtitle, How the War Got Started, or something like that, which is...
Dang, it gave you a better title. There you go. We're cooking with fire. You'll get every old guy buying that.
Oh my God. It was so bizarre. And then she asked about...
It sounds like it took your whole, thematic, and just threw it into a title.
Something like that. But then of course it said Douglas Dietrich makes controversial claims that have no substantiation. There are no sources to back anything he says. And literally, this is what it said. When of course, obviously, I drown people in references and sources consistently. But basically, it said Douglas Dietrich is, just basically, do not listen to him. It's recommended not to listen to it. This is literally everything that
the AI is just trolling you. It's basically just trolling you.
Yes, that's it. Definitely. The whole thing. But the interesting thing was, knew nothing about my mother or my legal father, knew nothing about my military service at all. When asked about my military service, all it said was that information is not available. That's what it said. Just
curious, did they use your full name, like Triple D?
I didn't ask her that because she was busy relating, about these different people. Because she kept asking about, she was interested in my reference to other people, like people she's heard on the show, like Peter Moon or Nemo Albano. And like she said, with everyone else except Peter, they said that, they're known only as a co-conspirator of Douglas Dietrich. With Peter Moon, they just said there's no known connection. No connection is known between the two. So that's, in other words, and certainly they don't want to promote any of the books, so none of that has been brought up. So they probably count the books as Peter Moon's books. So the ChatGPT, this is what it has available, is a complete whitewash. It's outrageous, just outrageous.
I think you're missing the fundamental issue here. Is that AI is, you're saying it without saying it. AI is heavily, purposely manipulated with intent.
Yes.
And who is the intentful manipulator? Who are these censors?
Thank you. Because she was coming at me with, well, it's supposed to be operating on everything it can find on the net. That it's supposed to be scanning and dredging and trawling, not trolling, but trawling.
Well, that's the problem. You're the most censored person on Earth, essentially.
But this is censorship on top of the censorship, because you can go on the net and certainly find out who Peter Moon is.
Yes, that's right. So that's not only that, but I've always said I'm the son of Hitler. I've never said, once I came out with it, I've never said, oh, I was, this officer's son or something like that, really, or something. And besides that, what would be the point?
And the people you've mentioned, like Sepp Dietrich and stuff, they weren't Wehrmacht.
Thank you. They're SS, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
so
both Otto Dietrich and Sepp Dietrich were SS. And so when it came to
they just want to remove all your street cred, basically.
Thank you. By the way, for those of you who do not understand what Brendan is referencing, Wehrmacht meant conventional military, SS meant the vanguard, the elite. So it doesn't, ChatGPT isn't even giving me credit for relation to an SS officer. They say it's relation to a Wehrmacht officer, just conventional German military, which is even further, even more bizarre. And but that, as Peter says, that's obviously censorship, because there's no way on the internet that could have been dredged up. Not only that, but the title for the book, this other book, which I will go into at some other point in time to provide some further context on where it may have come up with that. But just the fact that it brings that up and no other book is very bizarre, because that's a book no one has ever spoken of, and that's so there you go, and that's bizarre. I mean, I can give you this much right now. For those of you who remember what I said about James Dunnigan, he was the guy who worked with Rand, MIT, and he was the man that I presented my presentation to about the future that I predicted, in which I said Germany would reunite and the Soviet Union would collapse. And that's when I was ushered out of the room, and they said, look, your presentation is beyond credible. We think that what you say is inevitable, but we can't tell the Department of Defense this. We're paid to tell them what they want to hear, and they would never want to hear that. And because their concept was, if Germany reunited, NATO would be basically a moot point. It would be obviated.
Redundant.
Yeah, it would be redundant. And so, and if the Soviet Union collapsed, there would be no need for American NATO and control of Europe. So James F. Dunnigan, later on privately, for money, I was paid by him, did consult me to write the book Dirty Little Secrets of World War II. But ChatGPT does not credit him. It credits me. So that's interesting. So somebody out there...
It basically proves that so that machine learning software is pulling, they say it's pulling from the civilian internet, but it's not pulling from the civilian
It's from the military internet.
It's trained, it's trained on what they put into it.
Thank you.
So there's a big secret out there, like, I mean, it's not a secret anymore, but it's come to light that whatever they're training it on is not what they say they're training it on, and it's obvious. You know,
it's DARPA. It's DARPA.
It's DARPANet.
Yeah, DARPANet. So ChatGPT is DARPANet in a civilian, out of uniform. It's DARPANet out of uniform. And so
basically, it should be renamed to what is it? PsyOp bot.
Yeah, thank you.
No, I'm being facetious, but it's like that's its intent. It's like everything you put into it is just cyber soup. Like it just melts you. The kids call it like brain rot. It's like a brain rot machine, basically.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. Oh my God. So I'm so glad to be able to share that with you. I will call you during Roundtable, of course. Stay on as long as you want, of course, during opening hours. I have called Heather Holman. Hopefully she can jump on whenever she wishes. And she's always welcome. And Aristides, of course. Anything else, Brendan?
I found out.
Yeah.
You already felt the vibe.
Yeah.
It's on a side note, the original Hellsing manga was a hentai, by the way. I'm sure you have it somewhere in your volume.
Oh my fucking God! No, I had no idea. I had no idea.
Really?
That
I'll
makes
send it to you.
Please,
it's great.
Please.
It's great.
That's why am I not surprised? Oh my fucking God!
So the author was an H author, a hentai author, and then is called Legends of a Vampire Hunter. And it was basically just based off of what you were sending them.
Oh my fucking God! As like, all of it
even
was.
The art's like a copy. Like you should like call this guy and be like, dude, you ripped off my entire catalog.
That's so true, so true. I mean, like, I take it
when
as
I show it to you, you'll get it. Like the way the chick is drawn is like something similar to what you showed me before.
Thank you.
Your early illustrations. Yeah.
Thank you. So Brendan's seen. I've shown him pornography that I've illustrated, and this makes sense. What Brendan is referencing is a anime, what I call as a portmanteau, a combination of words, what I call a mangamane, but a combination of first manga and then anime that was produced by an author whose name I honestly bleach from my mind, not because I hate him.
Kunta Hirano.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kunta Hirano.
Kunta Hirano. Yeah, I have never even bothered to remember that man's name, even though I'm painfully familiar with his work. I don't resent him. Honestly, plagiarism is the highest form of flattery, and that was really all my fault because I was sharing so much with the Japanese. So
I mean, I think he admired you in a sense because he made you like the basically an invincible vampire.
Oh, the badass, the most badass.
He immortalized
your
distilled you into this immortal. That thing.
He
one of the most beloved characters. Yeah,
yes,
in anime. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. He took me and he immortalized my mystique by distilling the essence of my, my entire narrative. And So, but Hellsing is what it's called, spelled with HELLSING, is the original anime series whose original illustrated art was quite primitive and black and white. And of course, it's like maybe he started when he was 12 or something. But it's the same way when I started. Obviously our art starts very haltingly and we progress. But then it became this vampire thematic comic book is how Americans would comprehend it. And then the animated feature is how Americans would comprehend it. In Japan, you just think of it as the storyboard that prequels the animation. But apparently he started off with hentai, which is pornography. So apparently this guy started off illustrating pornography just as I did. It's almost as if he modeled his career arc on myself. And thank God we got this on record that Brendan said his name, because you can bet I'm going to forget it within the next 10 seconds. I've forgotten it already. So I'll just play it later and I'll write it down so I can remember it. I can always look it up. I mean, it's not like the guy's not famous. He's famous in Japan. But all of this is based on my days with Teleport USA, when I was making certain to smuggle all of the stolen federal contraband, the bits and pieces from the Roswell incident. Thank you for that. Hirano Kuta. Yes, Hirano Kota. Yeah, and thank you. Appreciate that. That's our man Brendan for us. And so all of this makes sense. And Teleport USA had all kinds of artists and illustrators interview me who were anxious to hear what I had to say. And that's when you had this whole revolution of popular culture in Japan, and everything really changed. It went noir, meaning dark or black. It went black, noir. Everything in Japan went kind of very noir at that point, very black, very dark theme. A Dietrichonic revolution, whereas before they had a much more conventional.
Yeah, similar timeline with. Oh, sorry to interrupt.
No, please.
Ghost in the Shell.
Yes.
Like Ghost in the Shell. These all came around the same, like 1992 to like 1999, and then they became anime in the early 2000s.
Thank you.
After they got popular in text form, then yeah.
Yes. And by the way, stay online for just a second longer, because I want to help me remember the name of Ghost in the Shell, the Jewish actress who portrayed the Japanese.
Scarlett Johansson.
Thank you.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, of course. Who's just infamous for.
She also, I believe, she also did Lucy as well.
Yes. This is what I was telling our man Peter Moon just the other day when I was talking to him privately about security issues. This is what we spoke about specifically, and I had to tell him about 3 movies that you need to watch as a triple feature. And so these would all be Scarlett Johansson, who has become the face of AI. And of course, it goes without saying, she's Jewish. Or at least heavily involved with the Jewish community, or married somebody Jewish, or something like that. Probably half Jewish, or the product of a Jewish parent on one side or the other. If it's matrilineal, of course, she would be considered Jewish. But the point about her is that started, from my memory chronologically, with the movie Her, which has this psychotic guy, Joaquin Phoenix, playing this really withdrawn, pseudo-intellectual character who, at the moment you see him, now I've grown up in San Francisco, maybe it's just my gaydar is always on, and maybe I'm projecting what I see all over in front of me onto him, but he looks gay as hell. He looks like a flamer. The moment you look at Joaquin Phoenix portraying the character in Her, that's the name of the film, the first thing you think is, this guy is queer as a $3 bill. And I think that's what they're trying to convey, because the idea is that he's physically revolted by women's bodies, because gays hate women's bodies. The idea of a vagina and vaginal discharge and everything else literally makes them physically ill. So they literally respond to women as if they're like vermin most of the time. It's very difficult to describe, because I know there's a lot of fag hags out there and a lot of hag fags who enjoy each other's company because they know that they're no threat to each other and are never going to be putting the moves on each other. That being said, if you were to get a gay guy too close to a woman, generally, they get very nauseous or revolted. They only like the mindset, getting into a woman's mind. And that's what the whole movie Her is about. This gay guy, that's how I perceive him, and that's how he presents himself to me. Joaquin Phoenix is portraying that role masterfully, probably because it's natural. But at any rate, he is unable to fall in love with any woman, and basically unable to find a guy because he's such a dork. So he winds up falling in love with an AI, and the AI is someone he can never physically have sex with, so it's the perfect relationship. So this is this relationship that they are showing throughout the movie She, but the voice is Scarlett Johansson. Or Her, I think. It's Her, or is it She? It's one or the other. I think it's Her. Is the title of the film. And so She was the novel by H. Rider Haggard that then got made into a cinematic feature, but that was back from the old days in the 30s and shit. But when it came to the other movie Scarlett Johansson was in, it was then either Lucy or Ghost in the Shell. They came out very close to each other. And Lucy was ultimately financed by the Communist Chinese, and it's an anti-Taiwanese propaganda film. It's like they didn't dare to say that there's a artificial intellect that rules Taiwan, so they spent the entire film shitting all over the Taiwanese. The Taiwanese are all evil. They're all made to look as just evil as possible. There's no good Taiwanese in the film. It's just Lucy is this white woman who gets abducted by Taiwanese, which is preposterous, of course, because Taiwan is the most advanced economy on earth. There's no need for human trafficking. They don't have that level of economy because it was never necessary for them. So when it comes to that, it's already a offensive premise, but then they show everyone in Taiwan as a piece of shit trying to destroy this poor white woman. And that she's finally rescued, of course, by the white Americans, represented by, of course, the black man who once played God, who I can't stand to look at just simply because he's the universal black man who we're all supposed to look at as the respectable black man, the black man who represents respectability and shit. So he's just this scientist who winds up talking to Scarlett Johansson as she evolves beyond human. Since the Communist Chinese couldn't attack the Dietrich art collector, didn't dare to admit that she exists, they instead made all the Taiwanese look like shit, and that a artificial intellect, however, was in Taiwan, and you have to be where the Taiwanese have it. So, and you have to rescue it from the Taiwanese. So they're trying to use that as kind of like rescue the Dietrich Artelek from the evil Taiwanese, is what the Communist Chinese are saying in that film, Lucy. That's what the film Lucy is about. Without that context, you're not going to get the film. Then after that was Ghost in the Shell, which was a Japanese manga and anime, as Brendan Zoget, heavily influenced by my experience with the Dietrich Artelek, which I shared with everyone at Teleport USA. And several people who, I was hoping I would somehow transition into Japanese culture and economy, but all they did was take all my ideas and produce them. So I don't know them shit. But at any rate, the whole thing is that with Ghost in the Shell, instead of using a Japanese character, they use Scarlett Johansson. And the argument was she's white, the whites will relate to her. And obviously that was the case, because whenever anybody brought up the fact, hey, she's not Japanese, then all the white guys would get violent on the net. So what? So what? And that's, of course, they didn't want a Japanese woman because they couldn't relate to him, because to them, an Asian woman is just a whore or a gook or something to fuck, like a porcelain doll. It's like a play toy or a sex doll, like a blow-up doll or one of the plastic dolls that you fuck and then dispense with, but you don't want a relationship with it. So all the white guys can appreciate Scarlett Johansson because she's the master race they all worship. She's a fucking Jew. And therefore she's inaccessible to them because she's a kike, but she looks white, so they can dream about her. And that's the whole... I mean, it's offensive in every respect. So that's like a triple feature. And if you watch all that, you then get an idea of why Scarlett Johansson was approached for her voice. And basically, what happened was you had this female social media profiles, which receive on average more than 3 times the views compared to those of males. That was according to an analysis of more than 40,000 profiles conducted by Cyabra. And Cyabra is an Israeli tech firm. that specializes in bot detection. And so female profiles that claim to be younger get the most views. So Cyabra was consulted by a major corporation in the United States, and this corporation asked, well, what should we do about the face for our open AI? And this was the CEO, Sam Altman. And they said, oh, make it a baby girl. Make it a baby girl in diapers, and you'll get endless, infinite hits. And he said, I can't do that. This is the United States. It's not Israel. I can't get away with that. And then they said, well, take the Jewish woman, Scarlett Johansson. So Sam Altman approached Scarlett Johansson and said, I'd like to use your voice. And she told him to go fuck himself. And so he used her voice anyway. And then she sued him. And they had to shut that AI down. But Cyabra then got hired by China and Russia. And now every baby girl fembot sitting in a crib, sucking on a pacifier, telling you how great Russia and China is, you know where it comes from. The fucking kikes. Cyabra, the Israeli tech firm, the mercenary company for the Sino-Slavic synaxis. So, you see, I give names, but ChatGPT says Douglas Dietrich never provides a single source for anything he says. Fuck you, ChatGPT, and fuck you, Israel, and fuck you, Russia, and fuck you, China, and fuck you, Scarlett Johansson. There you go. With that, Brendan, anything to say about that before I turn it over to Aristides? If he's still available, we'll find out. I don't know if he has any observations on that.
No, everything seems legit.
Yeah, thank you.
That was.
Yeah, thank you.
The first thing that the internet pulls up is she identifies as Jewish.
Thank you. Thank you.
But she was born into she was born into them. But that's just so silly that they even have to put that. Like, why would they word it like that?
Thank you. Why do we even need to? Thank you. Thank you. Why do we even need to know that? That's like the first thing you always say.
You need to identify as an ethnicity because you're already there. Like it's.
Thank you.
Strange. A very strange wording.
Thank you. Thank you.
But nowadays they have. Speaking of AI, is when you do a Google search, it just gives you this AI soup at the top of it. So. It's going to be harder to trust what you look up.
Thank you.
So just a heads up for everybody.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly, Brendan.
Have a good transmission. I'll speak with you later. Yes.
Look forward to it. You're the best. Thank you so much. That's Brendan Zogit. Thank you. And now we turn towards Aristides. Do us a favor, Aristides, and do your usual routine. I owe you quite a bit, of course. Aristides is the man who got me my vitamin C. Before I forget, a shout out to the lovely Holly Kaditis Kiefer, who sent 100 United States dollars. Before I forget, and certainly always owe her. And to that wonderful Brooke Hagberg. Hopefully I'll dedicate the next show to her. I'll see if I can find the energy to invest into writing a poem. I'm going to be very busy in the opening week of this month, so not quite sure I'll have the energy or intellectual capacity free to do that, but I'll definitely send her the finalized, I'll call it the ultimate revision of the latest essay before I start on the next one on Germany. And I'll send them, I'll just put Brooke Hagberg on my mailing list. I'll use her email that she uses with PayPal, unless she tells me otherwise. And she may not even check that email. Certain people have certain emails that they never review, but hopefully she'll listen to this program and understand that I'll use her PayPal email to send her the essays that I spam Brendan Zogit and Aristides and Peter Moon with, and others. So I'll get that to her, the latest, which has been ultimately revised, so I finally feel satisfied with it. Most of the time, when I send you this spam wave of the same essay and it keeps revising and expanding it, it's after I send it is when I look at it in the email that I've sent and I see all these things that I could add on or that I feel are missing or that could be corrected or amended, and I get back to work on it. So I finally feel proud of what I finished, and I'll be sending that out soon enough. And with that, I'm going to turn things over after a quick check into the chat box here. So I'm looking at T-Tank Barry. Says, good evening from SF. Can hear you. El Nemo says, we can hear you in Australia. And Sheila Gavin came in for just a moment. Greetings, Douglas and all Team D. We love you, Sheila. Mwah! Love you. She says, thinking positive thoughts and prayers for your health and safety. Thank you. Oh, man, I need it. Man, with what I've been through, I'll tell you about that later. Whenever I coughed from that motherfucker upstairs, it, like, just kept hitting. It was the gift that kept on giving. T-Tank Barry says, wildfire season in full effect here on the West Coast. Thank you. And he says, everyone sounds clear, 100%. So let's take a look at, I'm just going to check the channel of this BRN 2579, who's asking me if I know anything about a connection between Michael Aquino and Forrest J. Ackerman. It's funny, nobody these days would even know who Forrest J. Ackerman is. Forrest J. Ackerman is like, if Peter Moon knows him, I'd be surprised. Or knows.
Honorary agent of L. Ron Hubbard.
Was he? What? Say that again?
He was the literary agent of L. Ron Hubbard. I used to write many a letter to him.
You're kidding.
Hubbard would always address him as Dear 4-E, like the numeral 4-E, Forest, 4E.
That's amazing.
And he was he had a domicile or a garage or something he was the memorabilia hound.
Yes.
And Aquino I just learned from the tape that Heather sent me, or the video, that he used to hang out there with Forrest Ackerman. So they had a relationship, because Forrest Ackerman indulged in all things that were weird.
Thank you.
I want to hear what you have to say about him.
I'll come up with something in a minute that I remember specifically, but I just deleted Brown 2579 because they're Trappist Nicholson. Of course, Trappist Nicholson would know about the relationship between Michael Aquino and Forrest J. Ackerman because he's an Aquino cultist. He's old enough where he's a product of their programs from back when Aquino was alive, and it shows. But of course, he's just here eternally. He just keeps cropping up because he's a cockroach, and he's like a multi-body cockroach, a termite colony. For those of you who don't know, termites are the social evolution of cockroaches. They are actually cockroaches, but they're social cockroaches. So he's like a termite colony. You kill one, and the others just keep coming back. So there you go with that. But it's not to say that his question was not useless. It was, it provoked something out of Peter that is commendable and certainly educational. And let me see if I can find that science fiction movie with Forrest J. Ackerson. Sci-fi, post-apocalyptic film. Forrest J. Ackerson.
Ackerman.
Yeah, Ackerman. Well, believe me, I think I know how to spell his name. Ackerman. Maybe two N's.
Right.
Yeah, and the only reason I know is because he used to produce Famous Monsters of Filmland, which was a magazine that was every kid in the library would go to. At any rate, let me tell you something. There is a movie called The Aftermath that was released in 1982. It is not rated. And this is about an hour and 36 minutes long. And it's got Forrest J. Ackerman in it. And Forrest J. Ackerman has this young, blonde Montauk boy that he's got living with him, has either a grandson, I believe, but it stars this guy who's supposed to be an astronaut, comes back to Earth after it suffers Holocaust, and he's traipsing along, and basically Forrest J. Ackerman, it's unbelievable. The film is, it's unwatchable to see this. Forrest J. Ackerman gives this boy to this astronaut guy. And the film shows the astronaut guy cuddling up with the boy and pumping him full of alcohol and suggests a sexual relationship. So this is basically a pro-pedophile film that then full circle connects to Aquino and Forrest J. Ackerman and the whole crowd, this whole incestuous network, and puts them in a perspective. It's almost required viewing just so you can educate yourself as to how they think. It's like Forrest J. Ackerman basically says, I'm dying. You came just in time. I'm done with the boy. Now you can have him. It's ooh, ooh.
What's the name of the film again?
The Aftermath. Not rated. 1982 is when it was released. Ooh. And so it is just anyhow. So Forrest J. Ackerman was somebody that yes, and all his shit was stolen. All his shit got stolen by what was the who's the other guy who we always think of that got all fucked up? The old man who was always talking about how he had trusted these young guys to run his website and then they stole his name and copyrighted it and shit. Well, Jordan Maxwell. Jordan Maxwell, Forrest J. Ackerman. Yeah, so a bunch of young men, because he's obviously a pedo, bunch of young men said, hey, Forrest, let's help you run your garage and your estate. And then they ran off with all his shit. Yeah. Poor son of a bitch. So there you go. Thank you for that, everybody. Brendan Zoget joined in to provide the name of Jordan Maxwell. Yes, thank you, because, I try to bleach him from my head because if you think about him, you just get depressed. But other than that, and Jordan Maxwell, he was along those lines. If anybody says, that's defamation, Douglas, or, oh, how dare you besmirch that man's character, Douglas? How dare you impugn his integrity? Come on. The guy kept hooking up with young dudes who said, I'll run your website. He gives them everything, all his info, and it's like, come on. It's like, you saw how I got fucked up with my website? It was with a chick. Yeah, something you do with somebody you are intimate with. I was physically intimate with the chick who made my website. I have an excuse. So when it comes to Jordan Maxwell, I'm thinking it's along those lines. So there you go with that. And now we're going to turn it over to Aristides, and I want to thank Sheila Gavin for her wonderful support. She says that's horrible. She says ChatGPT censorship and whitewashing is despicable. I feel outraged for this happening to you. Your work in legacy, Douglas. Thank you so much, Sheila Gavin. You're the best. And we've got about 100 viewers now. We'll turn it over to Aristides, and he'll segue it to Peter Moon, and I'll be right here. I'm staying here throughout the thing.
Good. And real quick, to backtrack, you mentioned the book. What was it called? Dirty Little Secrets of World War II?
Correct.
Yes. And was it Dunnigan?
That's correct. That's the
right,
dude.
I just want to make sure I was pulling up the right thing.
That's the book I wrote. It would be like if Peter Moon had just published our books under his name only. Consider it at that level. And that's what James F. Dunnigan did with my services for Dirty Little Secrets of World War II. Yet somebody at DARPA thought it'd be funny to fuck over James F. Dunnigan and say Douglas Dietrich wrote it. So we can't blame ChatGPT too much. They're finally giving me credit for something. Granted, Dunnigan paid me at a time when I needed the money and lived in abject poverty, but as far as I'm concerned, of course, a person can never be paid enough for services like that. And, obviously he wasn't giving me any royalties once the book was published. So, yeah, I'll take the credit. And I deserve it. So with that, we're going to, turn it over to our man Aristides.
All right. Very good. check that book out. I think
Thank
they can find it. All right, so to give you the usual spiel here, we need your upvotes, as many as we can, as soon as you join. So click the thumbs up icon right away. Make sure you're subscribed with the subscribe button, and turn on the notification bell to get notified of the program and potential restarts where applicable. You can also provide extra upvotes through your YouTube account, which I believe you need to upvote it all. And you can go into your channel settings or your profile settings and under a switch account for me, I don't know what it is for everybody, but switch account, and you can create sub channels to your profile, which probably have many purposes, but for us, just please use them to provide upvotes and just talk to us from your one or main profile, so we don't think you're some sort of malicious rando. So
Thank you.
yeah,
Wonderful.
and that's about it. Let's so you made rent, right?
Yes. Yes. Thank you for asking.
We would have heard if all right, so let's get started out right for this month. I'll put the PayPal link in there for anyone, and please donate whatever you can if you appreciate the program.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Very appreciated. And then, of course, well, dear Peter, feel free to. I take it you're finished with the usual.
Yes.
Dear Aristides.
Yes, I think so.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aristides, and thank you to those who have contributed to Douglas. The first thing I want to say is that was such great information and so expository what you and Brandon were going at. However, I want to just remind you that it's like you guys are so familiar with it, it gets processed so rapidly fast, it's going to go over the heads of the audience.
True.
So it's important as you can. This is just a point of suggestion, is to continually recontextualize and recontextualize. Because there's so much things. Now, I was able to know what you were talking about because I'm so familiarized.
Yes.
But even then, I would have preferred to have heard it more slow.
Thank you.
Or recontextualized, because it's like meditating. Like if like sometimes if I'm teaching somebody qigong or something, this used to irritate the hell out of me, and she'd never get allowed with it in class. But my friend Marianne she'd want to write things down. I said, no, you can't write things down. You got to watch it and you got to do it.
Thank you.
We can slow it down, but you have to do it. You can't write these things down. And so what I'm saying is there is a certain contemplation when you're doing something slow and you're getting the essence or you're grasping it. So with your stuff, it's so charged with so much impactful meaning.
Thank you.
And the artificial, like I did a double back, when you mentioned, what was it the other day, that weirdo connection with Trump and
Kushner, Jared Kushner. Yes.
Yeah. But I don't want to digress onto Trump right now.
Understood.
There's stuff coming up on him, but it's there, but it's hard to really pull out of the wormhole. Yes. Biden is much easier in terms of what's available, and Trump's indiscretions are a little more vague. But I'm not going to digress onto that right now, which that's a very charged subject in itself, only going to get more interesting in terms of spectator sport. But with regards to what's coming up with this artificial intelligence, having you and I in the crosshairs of spinning information. Now, basically what you have is an AI or program. I guess you'd call it a highly flexible program.
Expert system is the
And
term.
I don't like that expert system. It is that, but there's something more than expert system because it's being adulterated. So you have AI that is just, okay, the word L. Ron Hubbard used, aberrate.
Yes.
You'll never hear the word aberrated in psychology because they'll say, oh, that's what L. Ron Hubbard was talking about. And I've watched detailed expositions of psychological, physiological dissertations on health and healing and emotions, which Hubbard stuff addressed directly. And they put a more scientific bent on it, but you don't want to say aberrated, so they have a word called dysfunction.
Ah.
Same thing.
Yeah.
But so here now, Hubbard's original thesis, which he had a book called Dianetics, the Original Thesis, and perhaps more so his book, The Evolution of a Science, which Dianetics, the Evolution of a Science, which appeared in Amazing Stories, I think, or one of John W. Campbell's magazines.
That's right.
And that talked about the whole theory of Dianetics was based upon a computer, and he describes computers in its early days, which is quite, I guess, impressive from, it being at the onset before, this is, the early days of computing in the late 40s. He was very much gemmed in on it. But he says that, he's saying, let's take an adding machine. He says, if you hold down the 7 key and do your calculations, you're always going to have a wrong answer if the 7 is being inappropriately held down. So he says, he called it a held down 7. And he says, the human mind has held down 7s, where there are things that are embedded, dysfunctional components of the mind that will always give you a wrong answer. Always give you a wrong answer. So he called it a held down 7 initially, and then later he went into the concept of what he called an impediment, and then he changed it to engram, which really kind of has a biological connotation to it. The trace memory on a cell, which he took from science and redefined it. And I don't know if I love to see it, but I often see these people saying, he ripped off the word engram. It's like, well.
Did he?
It's a fucking word. It's a word. And he acknowledged it. And he adapted it and used it, Mm-hmm. It's not like he ripped it off. It's like, it's just like us using the word
expert system or AI, yeah. Yes.
And maybe specifying evoke
Yes.
a little more contextually than, but whatever. It's just, because people get outraged over him. He's a trigger. He triggers them. And I saw this one woman who was just really, she has her own YouTube channel, and she's got a very level head in many ways.
Mm-hmm.
And then, talking, she understands all the distinction of all the different generations of Scientologists. And if she were to see me, she would be able to categorize me to a certain extent. There would be a certain extent to which she couldn't go into because I'm out of the realm of her experience by reason of my association with Hubbard. But when she mentioned L. Ron Hubbard, I just saw her face contort, and I saw a demon enter.
Wow.
I saw it. People. How do you see it? You see her face language or twist language.
Yeah.
I'm not like I say. I'm not the type of person who will be like super sensitive or miss psychic or just pick up on stuff. But when I pick stuff up, I pick it up, and I know what I see.
Yeah.
So anyway, and that was one of the greatest gifts I got of doing that Scientology level that they like to make so much fun of, is I could see spirits. I could see them, and I could like crack a whip to them. Now that doesn't mean I could put together a temple like Solomon. I'm saying my powers were humble. In other words, I couldn't, crack a whip and direct the stock market and do that. I wasn't. That would have taken a lot. But in basic certain things, I could see and direct myself, which was self-empowering. As I say, I wasn't empowered to the point where I could build a fortune and snap my fingers. And what I would say about that, some people are very good with just money will, what do you call it, flow to them. I'm trying.
Yeah.
And we all have different financial karma. And, but often when you get into it, like say Donald Trump, and what he deserves admiration for in terms of his business is being able to slug it out with the demons and have all these, have all this, sitting on top of his pyramid of assets. Now, I'm not saying that everything he did was right, but to even be able to there and slug it out and lose all these lawsuits and keep going, is my friend Marianne, who knew him to a certain degree, said she really admired him because he was a brawler.
Okay.
He was a brawler, and he's out there fighting it, Whereas like people like Joe Biden and General Milley, they kind of hide behind the curtains and behind the protection of the deep state or whatever. They're not independent. But anyway, Trump has his, I guess what you'd call skeletons. But
his skeletons are pretty much out in the open and made to dance, but yeah.
yeah, he says, look at those skeletons. He's kind of like Johnny Depp in that regard in Pirates of the Caribbean, He's like, Johnny Depp is like a complete scoundrel in that movie, but he keeps on going. I mean, he becomes a lovable character in his own right.
Yes.
Because of his, what do you call him? A rogue.
Yes.
But anyway, I don't want to digress onto Trump. But I was talking about Hubbard, and I digressed from Hubbard with the idea of a held down 7 in a computer. And you'll even see this concept of an engram in a Star Trek episode where they said you put human engrams into the computer on the Starship Enterprise.
Wow.
It's a black computer scientist who did it. He was the computer genius, and he was accused and discovered to have put human engrams into the computer. So it was malfunctioning. Now, so what I'm saying is, if you have AI at this level or expert systems, you have a Landro, Landro, like from Star Trek. Landro, you know, and Kirk is able to, outsmart Landro, and what's give him some, what is the square root of pi? I can't answer that question. And he melts down. I don't remember how he had it melt down, but these expert systems that are pretending to be or trying to emulate AI and give you answers are affected. They have quote unquote human engrams in them, held down sevens. And the question is, who's holding down the sevens? Oh, this is delightful. It's delightful, as I've talked about in the past, how, when my name or when I would write something, the newspapers would all change, the tune, like specifically, they changed the date of Camp Hero closing from 1979 to 1980, 82 or 3.
Wow.
They changed the date, because I was printing the truth.
Yes.
Now, that was not a big point, but they were sure as hell paying attention to me. Somebody was. They changed their tune.
Yeah.
And I was getting, I guess, what you'd call a reluctant acknowledgement. But to now, the newspapers are not now no longer the medium of choice or preference anymore. It's the internet. So, it's the same censorship that was there.
Mm-hmm. Do you need to get that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
The same censorship entity or egregore that was doing the newspapers is and would have prevented me from doing a TV commercial back in the days of, the 90s, when, as I said, if I would have put a 30-second commercial, let alone a 1-minute commercial, at the 11 o'clock slot of when they would show Cheers,
right,
which was the most highly rated show. People go into bed, they turn on Cheers.
Yeah.
Then it turned to Seinfeld. But that was even before Seinfeld. Well, Seinfeld, I guess, was around then. But
no, it was after. They were one after the other. There might have been a time when they were on together, but it was a brief time. Go on.
But the point of it is that would have gotten interest, right? And I'm talking about Channel 11 in New York City. It's local. Time travel, Philadelphia experiment. Right? Call 800. Blah 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 blah. Whatever it is. and it's so arresting, so interesting that people are going to call that number and they're going to spend the, $16.95 plus $2.50 shipping or whatever it was at the time.
Right.
It was $20. So it was like boom, 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 boom. That would have just boomed. And it's New York City. It's not just, Duluth. Now, and I was also, Preston and I were also prohibited from doing major media stations. There were a few exceptions. I think we did one station in San Francisco maybe once. But we would not get a major radio show in New York City or Philadelphia, Chicago. I think Preston went on for like a 5-minute, if that, interview with the famous baseball pitcher Denny McLain, who had his own radio show in Detroit. He interviewed. I didn't go for that one because I'm not going to go for 5 minutes. Say, Denny, yeah, I saw you pitch. You were real good.
I mean, like, what's the fucking point? Jesus Christ.
Well, it was. We, you could at that time you could put your, and this is what I did. I take out an ad in a magazine that went to all radio stations, available for interview. You know, you take out an ad, Philadelphia Experiment. Montauk Project, and so people that have radio stations, they need guests, so they call you.
Yeah.
And you get, okay, good. And so Preston and I would do these shows. He was the main talker, and I would come in and spell him because he'd get tired, and then I'd come in and corroborate what I knew of it, which was a good tag team. We got real good. We got our stuff down.
Wow.
Sometimes do 2 in a day or 3 in a day. I go down to his house, and we go down into his green room, Space-Time Labs, his acoustic room, and he'd have it all set up with microphones. It was really, a professional setup because he knows everything about audio, and we could just sit there and talk.
Wow.
We didn't. I think we did have microphones, but it was a lot of fun. That really helped boom the business. But that was our main talk. But we weren't getting major places. I think we did get something on Philadelphia because it was the Philadelphia Experiment, and then we had a major TV show for August 12th, the anniversary of the Philadelphia Experiment, and they were advertising it until they found out what it was.
Interesting.
They go, Philadelphia, we're Philadelphia Experiment. Wow, this is neat. And then when they found out that it really was, they cut it. They stopped it.
Wow.
I was going to have Duncan and Preston and go down there. They're going to be on TV. And then we had Cairo TV in Seattle. Now, Seattle's a big city. And the way that started is I was at the sports, what do they call it, the Staples Center, 1994. I was sitting there having lunch at the book fair. And this is a trip, the second time I saw Cameron after the book fair. And I was just sitting there having lunch, and there were like a table from Cairo TV, some well-dressed people. And they were talking about something, and I said, well, if you're interested in this, you might like this. And I gave them a copy of the book, and they're really interested. So when I got back, we arranged to have Preston and Duncan, who were in the Northwest at the time. They were, I think I had called them, the Cairo people. There had been some communication back and forth, and they were doing an event for some people that had been affiliated with Jay-Z Knight, I think. And so, because they had spoken at a Ramtha event, and this was, and a lot of people had split off from Ramtha or whatever, and they were well known about in the Northwest. And I arranged this interview. So they were running the ads, Preston Nichols and Al Bielek was there too. I know 3 of them. And I was back in New York, and I arranged this. And my brother lives in Seattle area. So his wife was watching the TV, and they were running the ads. And then it just got cut off.
Ooh.
And then they said, because their bosses told them no. And it was found out that Cairo TV was owned by the Mormon Church.
Ooh.
So it's like, I mean, this is part of my career experience.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, if they say it's a badge of honor,
mm-hmm.
then again, and it doesn't help you. And I'm very even keeled about it. I'm used to it. So
yes.
It's not, and I have a thick skin. So it's like, okay, but this is, as that guy in the Godfather movie says, "This is the business we have chose."
Yes.
This is the business we have chose. So now we're moving into modern times, and of course the whole thing with David Anderson is all about censorship.
Yes.
All about censorship. And the Radu Sidamar story is all about censorship. You know, whoever he is, whatever he is, these books go through a censorship process, and it's a good thing they do. I can tell you that. But it would be better if there could be more. But in any case, who are these powers that rule the world? And even today, we're right now having Mercury oppose Pluto.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when hidden stuff comes out. This will be with us for, a few more days. Heavy stuff comes out. One of the Pluto Mercury things that came out today, and we're not going to digress onto this, is the vultures swirling around Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the rhetoric is becoming not only strong from, it's not so much strong from the right, it's coming out from the left. And then with this press secretary is saying, no, he's going to stay with it. No way he's going to stop. And meanwhile, the right is just sitting there delight, like saying, ha ha ha, look at this. Trump doesn't have to do anything. Just watch him self-destruct. The Republicans are more concerned about who's going to replace Biden on the ticket.
Mm-hmm.
So they've all but, he's all been cut off. But this is Pluto and Mercury because the communication is happening. It's getting very, very serious. So for this to come up right now, when we're seeing what Brendan came up with this censorship, we're both independent of each other, are both on their censorship list.
Yes.
And that's why when I go to Romania, it's now when I go to Romania, it's a lot of new people. They don't even know who I am.
You're kidding.
Some of them do because they've been there a long time. I'm familiar. I have friends,
Mm-hmm.
But so my friend Joan was saying, well, let's hear Peter talk. Let's have Peter talk. All these people. I said, if it comes up organically, but I'm not here to push myself on people. I'm just happy to sit there and teach Qigong. I was getting some real miracles last year, and the healing was just fantastic. So I said, I'm happy to do that. I don't need to hear myself talk anymore. I wouldn't even be doing this, except that this is work. We're doing work while we do this.
Yes, that's right.
And part of that work is helping you.
Thank you.
And thank you to everybody in the audience who helps Douglas and is pushing us forward, because
Thank you.
You guys are participating in something that most of the world can't even access, and so it's
right.
It's blessing. It's a blessing. You're blessing us, but you're not just blessing us. You're blessing the morphogenic grid here.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm going to get to that in a bit. But this censorship thing is just so, okay, it's like, you can't go. Now, I spoke to, I call her a customer,
Mm-hmm.
lives locally, wanted some books, wanted to know if we were still in business. And she's quite a live wire, older person. And she's saying, she listens to Coast to Coast.
Ooh.
Coast to Coast. And I bit my tongue until finally she started pressing me, and I told her, and then she totally accepted. I want to learn more. Oh, Whitley Strieber's not good. Oh, I want to hear. Tell me more.
Uh-huh.
she wants to know. And she lives very close to Yonda, so when I get together with Yonda out there, I'll probably try and get the two of them together. And instead of, like, Yonda picks up on Tesla, this woman picks up on Einstein. She sees Einstein all over the place.
Okay.
And she, she doesn't live far from where Einstein used to live out here for a while in Shelter Island. He lived out here. But then she said, "Oh, this is where I had to tell her the truth." She says, "Oh, but on Coast to Coast, George Norrie, they had a special breaking news. They had this special announcement that this woman was going to come forth and talk about how Einstein, this was like not ever hidden before, that Einstein was actually brought out to Roswell to investigate the crash." Now,
God.
This is the absurdity of Coast to Coast.
Thank you.
I think Einstein might have had tea with the aliens, sat down. Had a guy from MI6 there set out the tea table, English style. had a British high tea, which is a full meal with the aliens. Einstein was there, yeah. I think Oppenheimer showed up too. High tea with the aliens. But this is the absurdity, and it's like, what was it? The Eclampus Vitus, my favorite secret society from the Gold Country, that I dedicated a whole volume of my Montauk Pulse to. They said, their motto is something credo absurdum, like nothing is too absurd. I mean, in other words, absurd joke. So this is like high-level clamperism to just be making these absurd claims. And it's absurd. And I'm going to move into the absurdity with regards to the thing we've been so concerned with on this program, the Jewish religion. I'm going to go into some deep commentary here, but just the censorship is the issue. And so anyway, I appreciate, I try to make a live audience response when we can. And one of my dear friends, I can say our dear friends, because they've contributed a lot to your cause in the past, had written to me, and he wanted me to send it to you, but I didn't, because you're going to have time to read it. But he was concerned he got cut out of the chat room for trying to bring up some of these issues. And I said, now, I don't know if you cut him out or Aristides did, and it was probably, from my perspective, with good cause. Because you don't bring up these issues in a chat room.
What was it? Jesus Christ.
I don't know what he said in the chat room. But basically, this person is very well schooled in the theology of Christianity and Judaism. He knew all about Tech-Let Blue from his past persona when he was a fundamentalist Christian, which he is not now.
Right.
Very nice guy, very intelligent.
But by the way, I do want people to know that I get complaints all the time where I'm accused of cutting people off in the chat, and the only people that I've ever done that to are people like Trampus Nicholson, who are there on false pretense. And I just go back to their channel, see their channel's totally empty, and anybody with a totally empty channel can't be trusted, because why would you go onto YouTube and put nothing on your channel? But such being said, I want people to know that there's two phenomena here, parallel phenomena. One is people will they'll put entries, they'll enter commentary into the chat, and somehow YouTube does not allow it. Sometimes this has to do with links. So when they try to put links in and you're not a moderator, YouTube will delete your comment because they only allow moderators to enter links. So that's not me. The other thing that will happen is sometimes YouTube will just just delete your comments based on language and key phrases. Like if somebody says something about pedophilia in such a fashion that it seems to be like you're trying to spam, then YouTube might delete it. I have no idea why in the long run YouTube does what it does. But then there's times that I see comments later on that show up after the show that I never saw during the show. Now, granted, my attention is multitasking, my attention is divided, but usually I catch commentary that's entered into the chat. I can't catch all of it, of course, but I'm always surprised. Every once in a while, the show will upload and it'll be published. I'll see commentary in there I never saw during this show. So it's almost like YouTube put it through a review, considered it, and then allowed its publication or its entry. So people try and understand, I am not responsible for many of the deletions people think I'm responsible for. And oftentimes, it's not like I even see your comment. Some phenomenon here, both Peter Moon and Heather Holman are moderators. But they tried to enter some links in the other day, I understand, that YouTube just kept deleting. So just understand, even if you're a moderator, YouTube can do whatever it wants. And the other day, Peter started speaking of something and got knocked off bandwidth. It was like just the episode before last, I think.
All right, we don't need to belabor this. I mean,
okay. Hopefully they take the point, though. I just don't want them to be holding a grudge or a resentment over something, that's totally, that I'm not responsible for. I hope you understand, Peter.
Well, I didn't know. I don't know if Aristides is a moderator. I don't do any moderating on that thing.
Well, Aristides is a moderator, yes, but he doesn't. Aristides, he deletes almost nobody. I mean, you'd have to be like.
Maybe he deleted it because it sounded like trouble, but I never saw what it was. But the point of it is, this is the first thing I want to say about that. And what he has to say is very deep.
Uh-huh.
It's very deep, and I'm going to treat him with respect, even though it's not a viewpoint that I am in alignment with.
Uh-huh.
But I'm going to give some context here. But the first thing is that writing on any chat board and trying to get, and I told him this, any deep, meaningful thing is like, say, if you know that movie, that one with Klaatu and Michael.
The day the earth stood still. Yes.
The day the earth stood still. I think one of the best scenes in there is when the professor, he goes on the blackboards and he writes all these physics equations to explain to the professor, his superior knowledge of physics, which convinces the professor. Well, that's done in a blackboard in a classroom. But it's kind of like going in to have a substantial, like Tesla or Einstein or somebody like this, going in and writing their equations and having a dialogue in an outhouse wall. That's what a chat room is. And I'm not citing, so some chat rooms are more hygienic than others. But this is not where you have an intelligible conversation. You have, Einstein writing E equals MC squared, and right behind, underneath it is, call Opie for a good time. And then underneath you have Tesla writing 369. The secret is all in 369. But or below that you have George Maxwell, I need some help with my website. Please call me. You know? And this is what it gets reduced to in a chat room. And the Montauk Project posting board, which is long since demised, was infamous for its rancor. It's just was horrible, and it was as humorous as hell too. But it, as Joe Matheny said, it was famous on the internet. I mean, he knew the internet better than anybody. It was infamous for its rancor, and I finally had to have it shut down. But that's another story.
Okay.
Because it got into the hands of the OTO.
Of course.
But took them a long time. But Doug, I haven't even told Douglas about certain things because it's not productive, but it's funny as hell. and it all comes down to, outhouse vibes. Anyway, so this is why you don't want to, have deep discussions about existential things in an outhouse. But that's so symbolic of where it goes. Because it's Pluto. Scatology is Pluto. And it's also the 11th degree of the OTO, which is, rear end sex. But so anyway, now what he was questioning with not only his theological experience or orientation, but with his own personal, I guess what you might call spiritual experience. And that he says that we have it wrong with the Edomites.
Oh my.
Now, but this goes so much hand in hand with what I talked earlier about this rabbi who, said there's a good side to Esau, who's the father of the Edomites. He says they're not the bad guys. He says the Jews are the bad guys and the Edomites are the good guys. And then it all goes back to DNA bloodline viewpoints backed by historical and manuscript intelligence. Now, and I told him, because I'm not even going to go in, he kind of wants private what he said, and it's not going to make a lot of sense to anybody even if I were to read it, which I don't think he wants done. But basically, he's talking about Hebrews possessing 12-strand DNA. Now, I have a big issue with 12-strand DNA. And it was originally Stuart Swerdlow who so astutely pointed out, he says, DNA is a physical thing. It has 2 strands. And that's what it goes into the physical universe. Now, there's a lot of spirituality that will talk about multiple strand DNA. But then it's no longer DNA. And they allude to a state where you transcend the human body. So you're multi-stranded. Well, if you look up Bruce Lipton and 12-strand DNA, you will find nothing. Mm-hmm. Because Bruce Lipton talks about epigenetics. He's a geneticist. Mm-hmm. He's one of the most progressive geneticists in the world. And he's very popular with New Age people because he talks about the quantum field and about how to change your DNA through your own decision-making process. So he's very popular, but he's also a scientist. And he doesn't talk about this stuff because he would lose his credibility as a scientist. If he does talk about it, let me know, because I want to hear what he has to say about it. Because he deserves respect as as a geneticist.
Well, he's already threatening enough to the establishment where they attack him all the time.
Yeah, but my point is, he doesn't talk about 12-strand DNA.
No.
Because it's not science. Now, that doesn't mean there's not a room for expression. Now, I'm going to tell, there's two aspects I'm going to go into tonight. And first, I'm going to tell a personal story, because that will give people, you know, and this is, people want to write. They always tell you in books on writing, tell your personal story, because people want to hear your personal story. It makes it real. They can relate to it. Okay, I looked into, not so much from the 12-strand viewpoint, but from, what do they call it? The 24th gene pair, which they call the 24th chromosome incorrectly, euphemistically. But I looked into that, and it's very similar to the 12-strand DNA. It's just, it comes from spiritual websites, ascension websites. It's not right to call them holier than thou websites, but perhaps it is, because they're, you know, talking about all this lofty stuff. And much from what I could tell is that these were sourcing from, not so much the 12-strand, but yeah, but all of this multiple DNA stuff. Now, the 24th gene pair is a real phenomenon, but so much of it was sourcing from this channel called Cryon. It was very popular, and people swear by Cryon. Lee Carroll was the guy who channeled Cryon. And I had, when it was very popular, the Sedona Journal of Emergence would promote it heavily. I think they might have even published his book. I knew the lady from there. I used to take ads in her paper. She used to buy, or she used to put the ads. I remember she used to buy books from us. And the Lee Carroll, but I mean, this stuff, there was so much New Age stuff going on out there that I never had a very high regard for any of this stuff. Preston would have his own take on these things, usually from a spiritual viewpoint. And anyway, he had his own discernment. But there was this lady who called me. She was a very dear soul. She was from San Francisco. It's possible you ran into her one time or another. People never really believed her. Her name was Azara. She was Italian. I suppose you could say she was Italian. She was from the island of Syracuse, which you know is Syracuse, the island off of Italy, or off of which was made famous by Pythagoras. That was the school where Pythagoras taught. So there is, to this day, there's a legacy of Pythagoras. You think of Pythagoras as Greek, but he was from Syracuse, which was the island where he taught. That island also makes an appearance in the Godfather movie when they're going to take Michael to Syracuse to protect him, so you know they don't assassinate him after they tried to kill him and failed, and they killed his wife. But so Azara was interested in doing, you know, she'd seen the book and she was interested in doing a video. She was a videographer. But she's a very unusual woman. I met her one time. Her brother lived in New Jersey, and she was, I think she sent me one of the videos she did. But see, she was not, I guess, what you call modern tech. She was an old style videographer.
Right.
And her stuff was very much, I think she sent me, she did some Christian stuff or something. Not that she was a typical Christian, because she wasn't. But it was on the lines of that type of, metaphysical thing. And she wanted to do something with Montauk. But her videography to me, and I don't consider myself a videographer, quite the opposite, but I have my own eye for things, and it was just, I never would have sent the video she sent me if I was trying to impress anybody. In terms of the quality of the video done, it wasn't bad. It was, but it wasn't professional enough for me. Plus, she would have had to raise money for it. It would have been too, I guess, what you'd call grassroots for my taste.
Yeah.
This was not something I wanted to do. Although, I did indulge her. We had very many, I guess, what you'd call high-level metaphysical discussions. She was really into 888. She was, I guess, what you'd call asexual. She was, just could not believe how I could traffic with all this 666 stuff that I did in the book.
Right.
It just set her cattails on fire. When I did meet her, like, she wore all white, and she reminded me of the Flying Nun or something, except she wasn't.
You'll have to explain the Flying Nun to our younger listeners, but go on. Yes.
Well, the Flying Nun was an absurd TV show with
It was one of my favorites growing up. I even had the coloring book, but go on.
I think it was Sally Field.
Somebody.
Yeah, and she had, who was also played Gidget or something, but Sally Field, she was like, I guess, so pure and holy that she had these long, she wore a nun's habit, but the long hat would catch wind and she could fly. So she had, because she was so pure she could fly. And it was, of course, an absurd. This was in the days of superheroes. Batman made superheroes very popular. And so they had a flying nun superhero. It was completely absurd. I can remember seeing the show. I don't remember watching the show because it was so stupid. But in any case, this woman, it had a very pure energy. I want to, it seemed like she was wearing nun's clothes almost. I want to remember, but she was an attractive woman, petite, very nice, very beautiful soul, very beautiful soul. I wish I knew what happened to her. But she says nobody ever believes my name is Azara because they think, oh, you just made up that name. It was her name.
Wow.
And also a funny story is, so I went to her brother's house, and her brother was gay. He had a lover. They lived in the house. It was like a big house. It was like a new house, like a McMansion or something. And it was immaculate. Like, they cleaned everything, and she was staying there, we stayed. I got to meet them, and hello, blah, blah, blah. And they were going down to New Jersey. And so, I visited her with a couple hours. I don't even remember what we discussed. But, and then, I went home, and she called me later, and she says, after you left, they came back. They got, a couple hours out of town. They said, my God, what did we do? We left her with that man. We left her with that man. And they came all the way back to make sure she was all right. Like, what was I going to do with her? And she thought it was absurd. Like, these two gay guys that are, like, just worried that, I was going to ravage his sister. Like, what? And that, but if I was, they'd already left, you see? Like, they went there out of guilt. What absurd. They could have just gone to the phone and called her,
Of course.
or perhaps they felt they might catch us in the act. But she was, she was. That's not what we were there for. And but this is the story. So that was a very. I really liked her.
Mm-hmm.
And she did good with numbers. She was very gifted.
Mm-hmm.
We appreciated each other's gifts. But in any case, this is the story she told me. And she lived in San Francisco at the time. I don't think she's still there. But she said that, well, this is another aspect about her. I once met with this guy who had real psychic abilities, which I'm not going to go into. He wanted to meet me.
Mm-hmm.
And he could heal people. And his phone, he lived in Manhattan, his phone was ringing off the hook.
Gene Egidio?
What?
Gene Egidio? I was just wondering if I knew him.
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember his name at the time.
Okay.
But, no, he paid this guy paid somebody $50,000 to write his book.
Jesus.
Didn't sell at all.
Jesus.
If he hired me, I could have gotten his book to sell.
Uh-huh.
But he didn't need clients. He didn't ask me, but want to hire a professional. Take your money and F you. Write a crummy book, and here's my $50,000. That's all the guy cares about.
Yeah, of course.
Any writer who knew anything about anything knows that the book's not going to make any money.
Yes.
And won't have the courtesy to tell him you're spending your money on shit.
Right.
But he was in big demand. His phone would ring off the hook. I gave her the number, and when she called, she got right through. And he had a long talk with her. She had and he wanted to keep the dialogue with her. He really appreciated her. But in any case, this is the story, why I'm relating to it, vis-a-vis what I said about Cryon and Lee Carroll. She told me that she was when she was in San Francisco, that Lee Carroll came and he just approached her. He came to her house. He came, and it's and he was now Lee Carroll has a big following, okay? As a channeler, writes Cryon. He's a famous guy. If you've never heard of him, he's a famous guy. She says, this guy came and he was so creepy. He was big. He's huge, big. He's a big man.
Mm-hmm.
And he sits there and he says, I have messages. And she's like, what are you doing here? She didn't want anything to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
Was trying to offer his psychic gifts to her. And she's rejecting him.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't inappropriate sexually or anything like that. He's just he's like, it's like, sort of like, I'm trying to think of an albatross coming and landing on your front yard. Do you want the albatross? I have messages for you. And she felt that he was trying to impress her. And she's going well, she's not impressionable. Why would he want to impress her? It's not like she's going to do anything for him. Nor did he need her to do anything from it. She said it was just creepy. And she wanted nothing to do with him. And that's where I resonated with Lee Carroll. I said, that makes perfect sense to me. I'd feel the same way, exactly. And yet he's the guy channeling this information that is very popular in New Age, the zeitgeist of New Ageness. I didn't really think much about this story. It wasn't worth publishing or anything like that. But many years later, when I met my friend Alan, who really literally saved my life when I went through an episode in 2017. He's a kinesiologist, very good, and a chiropractor. And he's had his own special experiences. And when he was in chiropractic college, Lee Carroll came to his college, or where his dorm was, I think, or wherever he was staying. And I think they were having a party. And now, just so you know, chiropractic school is in Iowa. It's out in the middle of nowhere. And Lee Carroll flew out there and tells Alan, he says, Cryon told me, blah, 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 blah. And Alan can tell the whole story. I don't remember the story. But Cryon went out of his way, like he's flying from cross country, and somehow this Cryon told him to go to this, you know, I think it's Davenport, Iowa, wherever it is, and take a plane there, probably a prop plane, I don't know. See my friend Alan, and then he went back on. He says, Chiron told me to tell you, blah, 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 blah. Now, it's not like Alan was anybody of any notoriety that he would have known. But this is what this guy, he was channeling something. He was channeling an entity. And what I would say, what I've read about the 23rd gene pair, when they don't call it that, they call it chromosome usually, and it might apply to the 12-strand DNA, these are entities that are trying to communicate something. And it doesn't quite dovetail with what you would call scientific mindset. It comes close. It aspires, and all of this aspires to an ascension, what they call an ascension process of human beings. And I explained to my friend that I've often heard that Indigo children, and he's the one that started this whole Indigo stuff, or at least publicized it. But Indigos are real, and they have, you know, advanced abilities and intuition. It's a different generation than, say, my generation, the baby boom generation, which, you know, grew up rebelling against the established traditions of, you know, Christianity and the, you know, strict regulations of the way fixed society became a lot more free and open. So the Indigo children are often, what do you call it, frustrated as hell, because they come into this world and it doesn't make any sense. And my friend, who's passed on now, Madeline Suozo, she was a very dear friend of mine, and she was just completely bewildered by this world. She was a gifted healer. She healed me many times, even in my dreams. She's come after she died. Very beautiful woman too. And she just says, I don't understand this world. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Because it just was so nuts. And I don't disagree with any of these assessments. The difference with myself is that I'm ruled by Saturn, which is very down to earth. So I don't necessarily like the way the markets work, the law and order works, the justice system works. I don't like all these rules. I didn't like teaching my daughter to be responsible for her taxes. I didn't like doing that. And it seemed to irritate her because, she hired an accountant for like $1,000 a year to do her taxes. And when she moved to California, I would just get incessant tax notices. You didn't file this. You didn't do that. You did that. Blah, 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 blah. I would have to either fax these to her, not fax them, but copy them, and it became cumbersome. And I finally told her, she got pissed off, like, as if I was being hard on her, because I don't want to be, I don't want to sit there faxing all these tax notices to her. And I told her repeatedly, I said, you can't have these people do your taxes for you. All they do is mess you up.
It's true.
It's just they just like mess you up, and they'd always apologize and send corrective notices.
It's true.
It's like,
yes.
And I explained to her, I said, look, they are not going to make any money off of a client who pays them $1,000 a year. I said, you have to learn how to do your own taxes, which is basically a Schedule C. And I kind of coaxed her through it the first 2 times. Maybe I checked. Now she does it on her own. She does it on her own. So she got the hang of it, but she had to learn how to do her taxes, which is something I've always done. But it's not fun. And then you have to tell people, well, you have to pay that tax, you have to do that tax, and people are sometimes fouled up by this stuff. I don't like the way this world runs either. It's just that I pay attention to it and try to follow the rules, at least to the point where I won't run afoul of them. Because one of the worst things, if you have a sudden surge of cash because you sold a lot of books or whatever, well, it's very easy to forget that you're going to have to pay for the replacement of your inventory. You're going to have to pay higher royalties to the authors. You're going to have to pay, other things you didn't think about. So, if you got an extra, if you got an inflow of, let's just say, for example, $50,000, how much of that is really $50,000?
Yes.
It's more like 30 or maybe 20. And in some cases, in some businesses, it's as little as 10. So, it's like the bottom line. What I'm getting at here, all these mechanisms, these machinations of the physical plane are ruled by autonomy. Autonomy is, of course, the name for the Persian god or creator, the demiurge is known as he's not Satan. He's often confused with Satan, but he's the mechanic of the universe. He's in charge of all mechanical conditions. And that's what he operates to. And it's like, you can't violate this. If you don't put oil in your car, it's going to go out on you. And if you're lucky, you can get an angel to intervene and, it won't happen. Or the oil will suddenly appear like it did in Hanukkah story.
Yeah.
Modern story with a Jewish guy riding across for Hanukkah, and he's got, like 8 ounces of oil he puts in his car, and it runs all the way to Los Angeles. But in any case, that's what Audiman is. And the Indigo children are frustrated because they come down and they have higher truths and they don't fit in. And it's just, most of these Indigo children are adults now. Now, with regards to Indigo children, I always recognize them. And because I recognize beings. And one of the most touching things that ever happened to me in my life was when this Chinese doctor I used to go to, she was Magdalena. She was a great gift in my life. And she says, she did a healing on me. She says, I want you to go see Bonnie. Bonnie will help you. You're going to go to her events. She has a witch festival. She's a witch. And then Magdalena shows me her palm. She goes, and look at me. She had pentagrams on her palms She goes, I am a witch.
Ew.
She said it with
Yes.
laughter. She wasn't like part of a coven or anything. She was a medical doctor and an acupuncturist whose gift was acupressure. And, you know, when my daughter had adult psoriasis, or what do you call it, preteens, teenage psoriasis, whatever it is, this is a recurrence of chickenpox, which chickenpox, she had a very light case of chickenpox. So it came on strong when she was a teenager. And it was like, God, this is horrible. And, you know, we took her to the doctor, and the doctor says to my ex-wife, she says, you can have special treatments to get rid of this, UV treatments. And my ex-wife looked at her, she says, isn't that just the sun? He got kind of sheepish. I took her to Magda, and Magda worked her lymphatics and cured her through the lymph. Now, I could also now I've since learned another technique to work the lymphatics, you know, which you clear things through your lymph. So she did a very good job. She was a very dear soul. But she sent me to Bonnie, who was a witch who did witch festivals. So, you know, I went to the witch festivals and sold books there. You know, got to meet some of the local pagans. They're on a very different frequency from, I guess, what I would call some of the more hardcore pagans that I've met at the Starwood Festival in Western New York. Used to be held in Western New York. Most of those people were from Ohio. And they were a lot more interesting than the Long Island pagans. But anyway, Bonnie was a witch in the Gardnerian tradition, and you know, we became friends sort of. And she says, when you go to see Bonnie, you have to tell her that her daughter is an indigo. This was Osei. So I went and I sat in the living room with Bonnie and her daughter. Bonnie had a husband who was a pretty nice guy. He was not a witch, but he was, I guess, witch friendly. And
Witch friendly. I like that.
now I just remember the girl's name, Sarah. And she spelled her name, Sarah, without an H. I said, that's the right way to spell it. She goes, I know, Sarah. Sarah was a cute little girl. She's sweet. And when Bonnie, maybe it was the second time I met Bonnie, but Sarah was not in the room or present when I told Bonnie. I said, your child is an indigo child. She goes, what's that? I was surprised. I had to explain it to her.
Wow.
She said, you know, she's special. She's got special abilities, because I even saw that she was giving her daughter a hard time. And this daughter, I mean, she's just sweet as hell. And I mean, she didn't quite. She was not in sync with the daughter as much as I would have thought or hoped. But whatever. So then, but I didn't see Sarah that day. So then I was at this Beltane celebration, wars, and I had a table with my books out, and Sarah comes up. No, wasn't that time. This was another time. It was the first thing I went to. And no, the first event I went, this was indoors. And I'm sitting there at my table. This was a much more witchy atmosphere. And this little girl comes up to me. She goes, thank you. And I go, thank you For what? She goes, she just looks at me like, I'm Bonnie's daughter. And then I got, she said, oh, thank you for, sticking up for her, telling her. And then I went to Bonnie after the festival, and I said, I just, I want to say how sweet it was that Sarah came up and thanked me for what I said to you. She really appreciated that. She says, I didn't say anything to Sarah. Sarah, she didn't say a word to Sarah about what I said to Sarah. Sarah knew it. Sarah knew it. That was a true telepathic resonance. And then the outdoor festival, Sarah comes up to my table and she looks at the book Encounter in the Pleiades, and she says, how much is that book? And I said, what, you want to buy it for somebody? She goes, no, I want it for myself. Really? I said, oh, you can have it. It doesn't cost you anything. It's, really? Well, yeah, here it is. I signed it for. She says, thank you. And then, again, after the festival, I go over to, say goodbye to Bonnie or whatever, and Sarah's there, and I said something about the book. She says, oh, I read it. And she says to Sarah, she says, don't say that. You couldn't have read that book already. She says, I did.
Wow.
I did. Like,
reminds me of my mother. Yeah.
It was very sweet.
Yeah.
And I mean, later in life, I had some communication with Sarah on Facebook. I don't remember her last name, but she got married. She got involved with drugs when she was a bigger teenager. She got married, had a kid, and we had some friendly dialogue. But I would really, it was very strange. And then I know Bonnie moved out of town. I don't know if Sarah did. But it was really tough. I mean, this was like really Indigo phenomenon. What can I say? She was just this is communication through nonverbal means. And then one time I was at it's like, makes it sound like I go to all these festivals. I don't. This is YouTube. This is like period of many years. I was at this. This is at the conference. Bill Burns didn't show up. He didn't have the courtesy to call in. They finally called and found out he had laryngitis.
Jesus.
But the organizer's daughter. I was sitting outside of the auditorium, and I think my books weren't. This is where I met that guy who thought he was BJM. Oh God, what a sad case.
Hey, I forgot the BJM meant.
Well, he said, that was where his initials. He goes, I'm BJM. Like, what's BJM?
Uh-huh.
He reminded me of George Costanza from Seinfeld. Yeah. It's like, I'm saying I'm JFK, Did you see, BJM? And he points to the book. Because the company Preston worked for in the Montauk Project, I referred to as BJM.
Okay.
But it was really AIL, and I just did what Arthur C. Clarke did.
Okay. Got it.
IBM,
Right.
he did HAL for IBM, the HAL computer, which is the letters right next to IBM. And, because he said heuristic algorithmic computer for IBM. And I just took the letters next to AIL and put BJM because Preston did not want AIL identified as the company he worked for.
Yes.
So this guy says, I'm BJM, that's me. And I said, no, BJM is just made up initials I made up. But because his initials were BJM, he thought he was
Got it. God, what
was
an
the
idiot.
center point of attention.
What in God? How pathetic.
It was, but and he identified with it. He told me he knew the beast, and he went out there and told him to shut the project down, and he was going to come out to Montauk. He wanted me to take him out to Montauk, and his story sounded, like it might have had some legs to it. I didn't really know the whole story yet. And he wanted, so we arranged a date to come out. And he said, the first thing he wanted to do was sign something that I wouldn't take his story or, video him or anything like this.
Oh, man.
And that was the value of it. And so that kind of disinterested me. And then he says, okay, and I'll need money for gas.
Oh, of course. Wow.
No, I said, don't worry. I'm going to drive. We're going to take my car. He says, no, I need money to get from Staten Island to your house. Now, to me, it's like, to me, that's absurd.
Of course.
And it's absurd because it's something I would never ask for. And if he's that poor, I really don't want to be dealing with him.
Of course not.
So, I told him, I have something else coming up on that date. Sorry, I can't make it.
Good for you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like, this was like, I was just hoping Salmon Shake wouldn't remind me of when he was coming into New York. So I wouldn't feel obligated to meet him. I was going to meet him in Pennsylvania, but he didn't have a car. I was going to meet him, and but I said, when somebody doesn't have a car, it's not a good sign.
Yes.
I mean, it's not a judgmental thing. It's like they're not able to participate in that.
Let's put it this way. I have an excuse. Just for people who don't know, I am not allowed to drive, or rather I've sworn not to.
You're a special case, and you don't need a San Francisco.
Yeah, San Francisco is so congested that I can live here without a car. But also...
I'm not categorizing you.
Yeah, understood. But I see exactly what you're saying about Salman Sheikh, because Salman Sheikh actually has money. Salman Sheikh can afford a car, and he can afford car insurance. So there's nothing stopping. He's basically an incompetent adult. I learned to drive, but I swore to a judge I would never drive again because of my post-traumatic stress disorder, which was complex enough where he was worried that my road rage would endanger other people's lives. So he allowed me to keep my arsenal of firearms if I promised never to drive again, because statistically, cars kill far more people than guns, which is hard to believe, but quite true. And far more people. Yeah.
My gun instructor would not drive.
Yeah. But in Salman Sheikh's case, no, it's a sign of danger. It's a red flag. It's a red flag because
for him it was a red flag.
Yeah.
But in any case, it wasn't his biggest red flag. But in any case, and then he would have one of his friends that would write to me and say, he's into shamanism, and he's trying to impress me that the guy was like into Native American Indians, and that I would be interested in him because he's interested in Native Americans and pharaohs and all this. It's like, it's just like people that, like what's his name? Max Spears.
Right.
Me trying to get me interested in him because he was interested in Crowley or something.
Yes.
Okay,
It's like you said, he knew a lot about Crowley, but then who doesn't, right? It's like you said. It's like, what does that mean? Yeah.
But it didn't create a camaraderie or an interest.
Thank you.
It's more like, okay, you know how to make nuclear weapons.
Well, it's kind of like that guy from that Chinese guy with the Mickey Mouse ears on attached to his Darth Vader helmet who said, you know, he kept that was the icon this fucker had on Facebook, and he kept trying to contact me and Peter Moon saying, Douglas Dietrich, I used to work at Presidio, or my dad used to work at Presidio, that kind of shit. Like, so fucking what, you know? It's like, and and there was nothing out of that. Yeah, go on.
But to get back, that was an example of an Indigo experience. And then, but anyway, at this this festival I was at, or this UFO conference, I was sitting outside. I think I had a table, and there was, or maybe I was just outside, and there was a girl who was like at the front. She was, I guess, the ticket taker. She had a table. She was a young, I guess, probably an older teenager. She might have been in her 20s, but she looked so young. And she was the organizer's daughter, and who I knew. And I looked at her, and there was a sort of a look in her, and she looked at me, and she looked very awkward, sort of like a retarded person. But she wasn't retarded per se. There was an awkwardness there. And I looked at her and I said, I just looked at her. She kind of looked at me with this awkwardation. And I said, are you Indigo? And she shakes her head no. I go, Crystal? And she nods. Crystal was the new breed. They're different than Indigos. She knew she was a Crystal.
Wow.
She was young. And I said, okay, what's this all about? You know, but I didn't take that any further. But, you know, people do have their spiritual orientations. And one cannot judge or condemn them because they have these insights into reality, but they don't necessarily fit, or they can't find the fit or the expression. So what I explained to my friend, I said, well, you know, with the editing process, there's two things you have to do. One is because I look at it as an editor. If you want to explain to me 12 strands, you're going to have to go back to square one, because this is what I have to sell to a public if I'm good. But if I want to understand it, I'm no different than the public. And any editor is going to tell you that. There are certain people who can read anything and not really care if it's intelligent or not. That reaches the bottom line. They just read anything. And I can't do that. I have to understand what I'm reading. And that's basically what the audience wants. They want to be able to understand what the hell you're saying. So you have to go back to square one and explain it so a scientist would understand you, or a high school student would understand you. They may not agree with you, but they might understand. They could understand what you're saying, and that's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, because what you're doing with that is you're dealing with consensus reality, and you're bridging consensus reality so that somebody can understand. Otherwise, it puts the person on in an ivory tower or on an island, which many of these people are. They're in an island.
Right.
Now, the second point I want to address is with the Esau, Jacob, the twins. Now, twins are problematic or noteworthy. They stand out big. Now, St. Augustine virulently attacked astrology because he took two twins that were born at the same time and he sought to show how different their lives were. The first thing you would say I would say, it's that St. Augustine didn't understand astrology.
Yeah.
He was attacking thousands of years of knowledge-based experience
Yes.
and experience based on knowledge. But first off, twins aren't born at the same time. There's seconds of difference. There's who came first and who came second. Also, within the essence of twins, which is first off, they're born, whether or not they're born, sometimes they're born 10 minutes apart, sometimes a minute. It's usually quite a few minutes. It's going to change the stars a little bit. But any twin, the horoscope of twins, I'd want to see what's under the sign of Gemini, because Gemini, could mean everything. And inherent in twins are opposites. Twins are identical, but identical twins tend to have very similar personalities. But there's also the potential for opposites. And I know my friend Alan has a twin, not an identical one, and they have had experiences of great polarity between them.
Mm-hmm.
His big issue in his life was his twin. And they also had great camaraderie at the same time. But so anytime you're dealing with twins, you're dealing with all of the above. And twins are the essence of dichotomy. It's my whole white bat thesis. The yin and the yang, the dark is in the white is in the dark. And perhaps that Jewish guy who was extolling Esau said there was good in Esau and there was bad in Jacob. We can certainly see the bad in Jacob. The good in Esau is not so easy to see, but it would be there. It would be in anybody. But that's the whole issue of twins. Now, I'm going to take it more basic. And the first basic I'm going to take it to is Abraham. Abraham is the father of the Abrahamic religions. The Abrahamic religions are Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, because they all claim descendancy for Abraham.
Yes.
And when I studied the goddess, which is concomitant with paganism, because pagan is not a valid religion in the zeitgeist of our time. It's not. It's like pagans are canceled without even commenting that they're canceled. They're not. You can be LGBTQ plus, but you see no due adherence to paganism. It's not culturally acceptable in the United States to be a pagan. And one of the first indications of you see this is the concealment of breasts. Pagans do not have a female breast. Pagans do not care about this. And it tells you that we have a very Abrahamic culture, to the degree that you don't see women comfortable about being naked or half naked. And this is, it's like people are all viscerally tied up in that issue. It's like, it's a big issue to see your neighbors naked. It's big deal. It's a big deal. Where in a pagan culture, they don't care. So we're living under Abrahamic spells, Abrahamic grimoire. I don't think the Ten Commandments say anything about that. Um, and this is considered a degradation of the woman. Yet, if a woman has to appear before the chief rabbi, she's to appear naked. Now, I don't know if they do this in modern times. They have her appear naked because this is the way she came into the world.
Yes.
And this is something that most people aren't aware of. But to Abrahamic, like when I met Marjorie Cameron and I was more or less initiated into pagan culture, it kind of began before her. But as I say, I met her. She's one of the first people I gave the Montauk Project to. Mm-hmm. I mean, you know, not the first, but one of the first, you know, because the book came out in May. And I gave it to her by the end of May. You know, just boom, she came with the book. And of course, the Abrahamic, so you know, and if you study the encyclopedia of the goddess, I think her name's Barbara O'Neill, this book goes into just, you know, how hornswoggled we've all been by the Abrahamic religions. It goes to the great laborious scholastic detail. And people are still programmed into this Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Mm-hmm. Abraham. Abba is the father. Mm-hmm. And you can't separate the word Abraham from Brahmin. The Brahmin. Brahmin meaning from the Brahmin class of Asia. And you can find all sorts of similar words that, and I have a whole book that talks about how Abrahamic Judaism evolved from Hinduism, or aspects of India where you have the Jewish center of learning called a yeshiva. It's like Shiva from India. Brahma is like Brahman. And there are many such examples. I've even seen Jewish people who are outraged exposing it. They say, you know, our religion isn't what we've been taught. Now, that's the Abrahamic religion. Now, in the days of Abraham, you had Isaac. Abraham had Isaac and Ishmael. Isaac was the one who was going to sacrifice. Supposedly, right there on what we now know as the Temple Mount. It all takes place in this. That was also where Adam was. And sometimes they'll make an association with these characters in the Holy Sepulchre where Christ was crucified. They'll associate, but these same sites are embedded into the history of these characters. It's not really brought out in the forefront, but it's there if you look for it. Mm-hmm. Now, so we have Abraham, Isaac. Isaac gives birth. He doesn't give birth. His sons are Jacob and Esau. Now, Jacob, of course, gives birth to Joseph, who becomes the deputy pharaoh of Egypt. He's the dream, wears the dream coat. And down the road, Moses is born. It's only when Moses comes on the scene. The name Moses basically means Messiah or deliverer. And he's also in the pharaohship. You know, he's and he takes the religion and runs to the desert. But it's through Moses that the commandments are given and the law is given, the Torah. Now, as Douglas, you gave me that thing that your son wrote up. It was this. There's two distinctions here. One is the high priest,
Yes.
the Levite,
Thank
which
you.
Aaron's brother was the, original priest that crafted the Ark of the Covenant and the Holy of Holies, the tabernacle in the wilderness.
Yes.
He was the craftsman who also crafted the golden calf.
Yes.
And then there are the rabbis who are basically the students. And the rabbis are very different from the high priests. And there is the implication that the high priests are kind of dormant, that they don't exist anymore.
Right.
Now, whether they align with Esau or there gets very much into complications of politics and to a lesser degree theology when you get down to the Herodian times.
Mm-hmm.
It very confused. But the thing is, in the days of Moses, and I looked at this before I went on tonight, because I had brought up that the Torah was not written until Marcus Aurelius with his bedroom buddy, who he helped into bed. And it just leaves one to wonder. But in any case, Romans were not too shy about homosexuality.
That's for sure, yes.
Tiberius was notorious for his pedophilia.
Yes, this is what happens when you have a rampant patriarchy. Yes.
Yeah. As were the Greeks.
Yes. Oh, yeah. These are warrior cultures, and they spend too much time in the fucking field. That's the problem. Nothing else but men for company, and look what happens. There's a downside to militarism.
But in any case, it was not supposed to be written down, and then it gets written down. Now, going back, I started trying to disambiguate this, and it gets very confusing. They're saying, well, there was the original law, there was some of the Torah that was written down, some of it wasn't, and the stuff that wasn't written was written, but the stuff that you shouldn't have read was written in. Now, I tried to be patient. I didn't have time to really stick to it, but it's confusing as hell. And all of this has been disputed throughout the history of Judaism. You have some people say, well, this is that, blah, 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 blah. So it's like, it's all subject to criticism and interpretation. And so if one grabs onto the tails of Judaism and says, Esau good, Jacob bad, or vice versa, Jacob good, Esau bad, one is dealing with a very unwieldy theological basis. And if I were to tackle this, which I'm not going to do, I have better things to do. I'm going to go into the argument zone. And I could, and with my skills, I could make a very logical case for either. And I could make a logical case. I could make both logical cases and say, well, this is why Esau is good, and this is why. And then I'd have to contextualize it. But where the real thing comes in, whether or not any of this is true, valid, or relevant, there was an Edomite cult that H.P. Lovecraft exposed, courtesy of his wife Sonia.
Yes.
Courtesy of her tradition, that were exposing all sorts of horrible chicanery that is gripping this world to this very day.
Thank you.
So whether Esau is good, we're dealing with the bad part of him and the evil parts and the parts that have identified throughout history. And according to quote unquote history, killed the Christ.
Yes.
So this is I think it's the grip on society. It's the vice grips. This is what I'm concerned about. And if there are more subtle vice grips, so be it. But these are things that have to be unleashed.
Yes.
And the other thing I would say in the challenge of communicating something, there in the tree of life, and the tree of life applies to life, whether you believe in the Hebrew glyph or not, is Malkuth. It's the world of the earth. And the world of the earth, and then there's the world of the spirit. And the world of the spirit connects to the earth. And that's part of the tree. When you can't connect to the earth, you're disconnected.
Yes.
Now, maybe that's good and maybe that's bad, but if you're living on the earth, you're connected to the earth. There is also the elevator, which takes you to the higher realms, the supernals, and that's Doth, D-A apostrophe A-T, or D-A apostrophe A-T-H, depending on how you spell it. Doth, that takes you up and it takes you down. It's like, okay, that's how you go from the higher realms to the lower realms. And that's an elevator process. And as Dennis Marshall, who's been a contributor to Douglas,
Yes.
he once said one of the most profound things he ever said to me, or anybody else has ever said to me. I don't think I've ever told him this, but he says that the game is to be able to kind of exit this universe and come back into it.
Yes.
Like exit it and come back. So it's a very neat thing, but my only corollary to that is, you left. Why would you want to come back? Now, okay. Why would you want to come back? So be it. So, as they say, our friend gave us a very, this is something that he lives and feels.
Mm-hmm.
In his own world, he knows it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's fine that he says this. It's just not something that I can process. And I would also say, because the stuff that I write or work or dialogue with or without you,
Mm-hmm.
it really takes people into some deep places.
Mm-hmm.
So I will find myself deep into somebody's existential world without me necessarily. They might recognize me, but I don't recognize them. And then when I get to know them, they might share their existential world. But it doesn't mean I can relate to it, because they'd have to do the same thing that I do with them, is write a very clear, cogent book that I could understand.
Yes.
Want to read.
Yes.
And then there was this woman. She was a Japanese artist. She was, I wouldn't say she was older, but she was older, and she wrote to me and told me how she had this special place for me. She had this tiny little apartment, and she wanted me to come stay with her. And it didn't seem like a sexual thing, but she valued me and cherished me, and she had her little Peter Moon corner for me, I guess. Rather absurd, of course. Um, but I obviously had a profound effect on this individual,
Mm-hmm.
and it was nice, but I thought that her adulation or regard for me was very kind of misplaced, quite awkward.
Mm-hmm.
But the bottom line was I got her to, see parts of herself or whatnot that were very profound to her.
Mm-hmm.
And she identified that with me, and it was that sometimes happens. And as one of my Moorish friends in DC says, I really like you reading your books, but he says, the problem is, I read your book and I'm not thinking about anything else for 8 days. That's not what I think of. I'm just trying to, write stuff, and it creates a change in consciousness. And the biggest challenge in changing consciousness is the book I wrote with you.
Yes, thank you.
And when you get this absolute horseshit of George Norrie telling people that they just had this big breakthrough with, finding out that Einstein was taken to see the crash at Roswell.
Well, he's always been nothing but a fucking shill.
Well, first off, they didn't take him there.
Yeah, of course not.
Second off, what's he going to do? Read the hieroglyphs and say, squared. This absurdity, the absurdity. And we live in a world where there seems to be a needed mandate to beat the shit out of somebody like that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
And I've said this before, and this is not something that one should engage in. But so many situations. And you see it in politics. But this isn't well, it is politics of sort, but where people are just saying absolute crap, and people are listening to it. The Sean David Morton case is just a very sad example. And people are listening to horse shit, saying, what's wrong with that? Now, I think if I reduce this to something like sports, you could say, how could somebody be a Dallas Cowboy fan? Or how could somebody be a Yankees fan? Or how could somebody be a Met fan? And it's like, it becomes real personal to people based on emotion of what team they identify with.
Yes.
And we're talking about sports.
Yes.
And I think one of the things that motivates people to like a team is that they either live near the team, the
Right.
home team,
Right.
or the team wins.
Mm. A lot. Yes.
Yeah, or wins. Yeah. So it's it's an emotion, and some people take it to absurd points.
Yes.
Where we had reports of several years ago, some San Francisco Giant fans at Dodger Stadium,
Yes.
got beat up by Dodger fans. They were at Dodger Stadium. I think it was in the parking lot, and it was horrible.
Oh, sorry.
And it just overdid it. Now, probably they were drunk, and there was a lawsuit involved, probably some arrests. But that's all on sports.
Yes.
When it gets into politics, and this is what I noticed with politics, people in politics are consensus thinkers.
Mm-hmm.
They don't think as individuals. They think, like, all of a sudden, with Biden falling out of favor, all of a sudden, it's okay for everybody to say, well, Biden's senile. They don't say senile. But he was clearly senile for the last 3 years. there were repeated videos of him acting like a jerk. I shouldn't say jerk. I'd say acting feeble, enfeebled, or elder. And he was losing it. And it got to the point.
But by the way, the correct medical term would be demented. That's actually the term that's used medically for people.
Yeah, there are signs of dementia. I will say this: when he was elected, one of my best friends in Romania, who's a world-class psychiatrist, he said, he looks. I think he wrote to me on Skype. He goes, senile, senility. It's like, what you got there, senility? I mean, he's a psychiatrist, for God's sakes. He diagnosed it immediately. My attitude is, so what? We had George W. Bush.
Yeah, who was retarded.
Yeah, I mean, and Obama, for all of his ills, he at least had intelligence.
Yes.
And so did Bill Clinton.
Yes.
It's very Machiavellian.
Animal level cunning. With Bill Clinton, I'd call it criminal level cunning. Yes.
He was good. He was good at what he did. And yeah. So, but you see, the thing is, it's this consensus thinking, status quo thinking. And I remember when we were going to high school, my friend Doug and I remember with Doug more than anybody, but we just didn't like status quo thinkers. Now, many of these status quo thinkers, some of them were our teachers. They were cliche. They would just say what's, cliche, or take positions that were cliche. And this is basically what people are. They man is a herd animal, and they will think alike, and they will act alike, and just go along with the herd. And this is to me, as a young person, I thought this was very dangerous.
Yeah.
Now, why did I think it was dangerous? It just seems so stupid to me, and that people weren't thinking for themselves. And where I first ran into this is with people's obedience to Christianity and believing in it. That's without, in other words, you're just being told a line of stuff. None of these people had any sort of existential or theological examination of their own beliefs. It's like, what you're told, what you're told, what you're told. And my best friends in that particular town, neither one of them were religious. We stayed friends, into our old age. And the same with Doug. He was not religious at all.
Right.
So it's like people, they're not independent thinkers. And it's like, and then when you see the politics, they're all like thinking in lockstep. They just think in lockstep. And it's just absurd. And this is very dangerous. It can get you in a lot of trouble. Get you in a lot of trouble. And I saw it worse in Scientology, where these people they started to adopt politically correct thinking, and they began to violate the basic principles and technical aspects which made Scientology good or work. And then when they violated those, they end up imprisoned.
Ooh.
In prison, in the infamous hole that David Miscavige built. And these guys took some of these guys took beatings.
Ooh.
You come down, you know, you gotta. I don't want to have Tom Cruise have to come down here and beat this guy up or whatever. They beat each other up.
Ooh.
And these are people that I knew. I wouldn't say I was close with any of them, and some of them I didn't care for. At time, you know, and I didn't care for them because of what they evolved into,
Right.
making choices. Like I think a lot of people said, "Oh, you know, we'll go with Miscavige. He's on the right side of the power,
Mm-hmm.
the power." So they aligned with him. You know what he did? He empowered. He gave them good salaries. He gave them. He was friendly with them. They called him by his first name.
Ooh.
He's a nice guy. He ingratiated. And then one day, he turned. They now had to call him sir.
Ooh.
You know, like they're calling him. Like, what did you call Aquino?
I called him a lot of things. What what in particular comes to mind with you?
When you addressed him?
It's well, interestingly enough, it was, of course, when I first started working with Aquino, I called him sir. It was just the opposite. It was then later on, as we got more familiar and casual and all the rest of that, then it was just Michael at times. There was, definitely, that was a long time towards the end, though. It was more like sir, and then later on was Mr. Aquino, and then finally it was just Michael. Yeah, it never got to Mike. Yes.
Well, it's like, but it's like if like one day he turned on you after you're familiar with Michael and says, "You call me sir, you call me Colonel."
That would be, that would not be pleasant. Yes.
No, and you know, and then all of a sudden it was like a military camp.
Right.
And it was, I mean, I wasn't there. I knew, I mean, you know, I knew David Miscavige from the day he came down into the organization.
Right.
Yeah,
just so people know about the Aquino situation, the reason that what Peter says, of course, is something that's, you can imagine that, but understand I was not under his chain of command because I was a civilian. So he actually technically could not do that. But anyhow, continue with what you were saying.
I understand that, and you didn't have to call him anything.
Yeah. Yes.
Address him respectfully.
Right. Yes.
But
like you said, you knew Miscavige from when he. I mean, so which one of you was in the church longer?
You know what? He probably, well, it's hard to say. Probably me. But, probably me. But he was in St. Hill for a while when he was pretty young. So I don't know. I mean, but it's like I was in the Sea Org longer than he was.
Right.
You know, I was in there in 1972. And he came, I think, in 1976 down to Clearwater. He wasn't on the ship. And in 1976, he came down, I think he was 16. He left high school in Philadelphia. But I think before that, he had been at St. Hill Manor in East Grinstead, UK, with his father. But, you know, but I mean, I knew him when he was just starting out. And then as he became more powerful, I could see where he was going. And whatever. People, what I'm saying is people are status quo. They go with the status quo. And this was sad because the only way, and Hubbard would even say it, he says, you don't want to go with what he called the group bank, meaning the group reactive mind. And it's like status quo thinking, herd mentality, like the whole vaccination thing is all driven on a herd mentality. It's not people who take the vaccine are generally doing it because they're told. It's not because they've examined it. You might be an exception.
Thank you.
But as well as I do, they're not examining anything. They're doing it because they're told to do it, and it's based on fear. And of course, because people aren't used to questioning authorities and they trust authorities. Now, we live in a time when people would seemingly don't trust authority. And what I find so absurd is the generation I grew up in, we didn't trust authority at all. And then you see the same people that you grew up with, not necessarily the same ones I grew up with, who grew up in that same time period, getting so upset with Trump because he was, questioning the integrity of our institutions, like the FBI and the CIA. Mm-hmm. Of course, have no integrity.
True enough. Yes, no arguments.
I mean, that's like, it's like, and I mean, in other words, Trump is an absurd character who triggers people just because of his personality and his brashness. But as far as questioning institutions, and he is a classic example of somebody who was not a consensus thinker. And he would consensus probably if it came to our book.
Maybe.
And he might avoid it. He might actually secretly respect it, but he would avoid it for political reasons.
Yes.
As I could see anybody doing that, because it's like, thank you for your service. Like and subscribe. These words are, yeah. So, consensus thinking is, you have to be socially intelligent, which means you have to understand, comprehend, and regard social customs. Not because you're not going to offend anybody. That shouldn't be an issue. It's just so that it does not affect you adversely. Offending somebody should not be an issue unless it's going to affect you or your cause negatively. That's when it's important. Inflicting hurt emotions on somebody is kind of irrelevant. It's not a good thing to do if it's going to affect you, if it's purposeless. And when I say affective of emotion, it's like you're sitting there at a diner and you point at some lady and say, "You shouldn't eat that jelly donut." Now it may or may not be your place to say that, but it's going to hurt her emotions. But you might be doing her a favor. This is not a good forum for consensus thinkers. And with that, I think I've run my course for tonight.
You did great.
I intend to play football in the morning.
Okay.
I've recovered from whatever I was suffering from.
Wonderful.
The other night. I was not in a good place,
right.
And that's all is well. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to playing football. Actually, playing on the morning of the 4th.
Mm-hmm. Great.
I think we're going to have a barbecue later.
Wonderful. Excellent.
It's one of my friend's houses, which I don't always go to these things, but it'll be an event. Yes. It'll be fun to do. It's, as they say, I much enjoy hanging out with 20-somethings than 70-somethings.
Yeah.
It's so different. It's such a gift.
Yes.
It's such a gift. And they don't, they don't talk to me any different.
Wonderful. And that's because you're not self-conscious and you're not under, as L. Ron Hubbard would say, you're not under the spell of age where you think yourself old and therefore you age. Of course, then you have people who are oblivious to what's happening to them or in denial, like Joe Biden, and we're all in trouble. That's, by the way, I want to give a shout out while you're here to these lovely ladies in the chat, Victoria Lauren Hobbs and Vicki Johnson. And definitely send them both kisses, and I'll have to kiss them in the chat as well. While I get down to that, I do want to remind people, of course, that, Peter, you did great, and we love you for it, and you have yourself a blessed slumber and the sweetest of dreams, okay?
All right, so I want to remind people to donate to Douglas. We have a new month, July.
Thank you.
And independent. Help make Douglas independent.
Yes, I like it.
Yeah, Independence Day. And if enough of you contribute, he'll even dress up like Uncle Sam for next for a photo. So with that, I'll at douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button. You can go to skybooks.usa.com. If you want, join the Time Travel Education Center.com. All right, with that, I'll say good night, and I will see you on Sunday.
That's right. We look forward to it. Thank you so much, and you have a blessed night.
Right.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Peter.
Bye for now. So let me greet Victoria Lauren Hobbs and Vicki Johnson in order of appearance. With that, we will go back to work with calling everybody else, all our usual suspects. And here we are. Let me get this through here. And okay, and then press that one other button that I do. Here we go. Press the enter button. Okay. Oh, I was multitasking there. And now let's get back to the phone, the Skype calls. Okay, now we press the add button. And here we are. Troy showed up last time, so in the list, I mean. So he should have showed up this time. We're going to try Heather again, says she's active. We'll try Jennifer Hawkins, of course, though she's probably closed down both of her accounts. Poor dear. Or been locked out of them. Might not even be her choice. I'm sorry, what were you going to say?
No, let's hope not.
Yes, let's hope not. Yes, of course, everybody.
She'll be back at some point.
I hope so. Yes, everybody maintain Jennifer Hawkins in your thoughts and prayers. And right now, of course, we'll hit who everybody else who's easy to hit, along with Jennifer Hawkins, in the hopes that she'll respond. Most of the time, however, it just says unavailable. Forgive me, I'm going to be yawning. Oh my God! And there goes Amanda Ukes. Yes, I shouldn't talk while I do that. And here we are. I usually tend to send these people's names out loud while I hit them. Okay. There's Troy. Okay. And hit that button. And what else? Is there someone else that I may have forgotten? I think that's pretty much it. All these people are here in the chats. And I remember now the name of the other young lady somebody was trying to recall. It was Esther. She called herself Esther. That wasn't her real name, though. You know. And she always showed up drunk. Poor dear. Yeah, she insisted.
Well, maybe not the first time, but like every time after.
Yeah, that's right. You excellent recall. Excellent. Yes, total recall. Yeah. Troy Bellamy unavailable. Let's see who answers here that I can stretch and refresh myself. Oh, what a night. Oh my God. And we'll see what direction I go in. Oh my. Kisses to the lovely young lady who joined us. Yes. Oh, and Brendan Zogan, has he joined us as well? Hey, she left. Fuck. What the fuck? Hey, Brendan is. I don't even know if he's showing up. Jesus Christ.
I don't know.
It's like.
Somebody.
What's with these people? Gosh. It's like, okay. We got Amy? Have we got Amy? Amanda? Any of you? Jesus Christ, don't do this to us.
Is anybody out there?
Yeah. Oh my God. Come on. What am I always reminded of? Night of the Comet. I'm always reminded of Night of the Comet. It's, yeah. They're like the only people left on Earth. And, oh my God. And, or at least they think they are. Then they find some others. It looks like we're in the same fucking position. It's just Aristides and me. We're holding out the.
Somebody will join.
Yes, come on, you guys. The water's fine. The hot tub is great.
Down. I wish I had. I think I was trying to say this the other time, and I might have got cut off. I wish I had a little soundboard and had one of those like old, like 80s like video game or not video. I'm sorry, game show. You know, dun, 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 you know, come on down.
Yes. You need to set up something like that. There's got to be something you can buy, something cheap you can buy that would be, along those lines, and then you can do that. You can actually do that, make some sound effects for us, which I've never thought of.
I'm sure I could find any sound effects, but maybe we shouldn't go there. Be too much like,
True.
some of these stupid
Yes.
shit. Like, this isn't Howard Stern.
It's true. It was that one idiot who you never knew at all, much to your fortune. There was this one idiot, Pavel Edward, and this loser, Pavel Edward or Edward, depending on how you pronounce his name. He wanted to be a DJ and you took advantage of my platform to try and be a DJ, and just kept getting my show knocked off air because, of course, he kept using copyrighted music. Is no matter what you use, they're going to claim it's copyrighted and they'll knock it off anyway. And so it's aside from that, it was beyond that. He just kept trying to upload the shows as late as possible because he wanted to add music to them or something and pretend he was creative. And it was just, what a piece of shit. And then I was forced to learn to produce on my own. He really was, and yet he claimed he was spending all the show looking at the stupid, looking into the channels, numbers and all this crap, which was completely insane because, I do the same thing and it requires no attention. I mean, it requires some level of minimum attention, but you can multitask while doing it, but he was making it sound like he had to focus on it, like it was something
A full-time job.
Yeah, like he was watching radar for incoming ballistic missiles and shit. But if he took his eyes away, one could get through. So
Right.
okay.
I don't know if you want to speak on it now, but yeah, the guy I talked to, he's like, basically what you want to do should be built in OBS, so it might just be a matter of figuring out how to click and switch and like when you're saying, I wish I could show this to the YouTube audience, you're putting,
got it.
You should have that capability.
So right. So what we'll do is we'll talk about it sometime soon.
Yeah.
Obviously, the opening week of any month is bad because I'm running all over the place just trying to figure out what to do. Yeah, but
I don't mean right now, but just to bring it up. The only thing he cautioned is, like, first of all, is like, this guy kind of shows like anonymous or something, because like basically the only drawback could be as you're like switching or whatever, something pops up on the screen, besides what you wanted. I knew you were gonna laugh right away.
Yes, that's right. Yes,
it's one thing when it's just us.
Yeah. It's just so everybody knows.
It only happened one time. I only saw one naughty picture ever.
Just so everybody knows, what our man Aristides is referencing is the fact that on my computer, and it's not online. It's I'm not getting it from online. It's from these files that are just practically infinite of all this porn I've collected over years, and a sizable amount of it. By no means all of it is in a.
You got it.
Yeah,
you're like Dickie Leaks.
Yeah.
You got like 43,000. Oh, I saw something about. I don't know if it's true. A guy was like, what was it? WikiLeaks. They had all this stuff up that they took down right when Assange got out. Let me try to. Yeah, I don't know if it was stuff. What was it? Let me. God, I got so many things saved here. But basically, it could have been part of a deal. Oh wait, all 20,000. I don't know if it's true. Just somebody posted on Twitter. All 20,000 leaked DNC emails have just been removed from WikiLeaks. This is part of a deal with Biden's DOJ. Now everything makes sense, right? I don't know if that's true, but I could see it happening. Just oops, they're all deleted. Yeah,
it makes sense. Certainly makes sense.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it's logical enough where it could be true. I don't know if it is, but
there's something to it. Like, there's
definitely.
Something to it. The fact that there was something to it we don't quite know yet.
Yeah.
So it's time. Just like after all the fighting and scraping, just like, all right, you can go.
Yeah. Thank you. That had to be it. Or a big part of it.
Maybe there's more than that, or maybe that's not true. But I'm saying there's something.
Oh yeah, I'm certain it's far more than that. Right? But I don't want to go too far because it's let's just put it this way. I don't want to give him.
I didn't mean to talk about it, but I just made a joke about Dickie leaks.
No, I get it. I get. Oh, believe me, it's not off. It's not. Because
they said 40. Yeah, you're like 40,000 like porn images or whatever.
That's right. I mean, Assange is not forbidden to talk about. It's just everybody knows my position on him. It's like I couldn't understand why Peter didn't want to talk about Donald Trump. I would have preferred he had talked about Donald Trump and the direction he went in. But at any rate, so Brendan, we hear you in the background. Are you driving? Make certain to try and put your earbuds in if possible.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
How's the sound?
Well, it sounds awful. Can you get
the not great one?
Yeah, can you get your earbuds in and then maybe that'll help them answer?
Does this sound better?
Infinitely.
Yes.
So by all means, tell us what it was that you got jaded about. What were you jaded about?
Oh, it was just like Brooks, like sandpaper personality, I guess. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know how to put it.
Go in as far as you want. Come on. We find it funny as hell. Come on. Tell us.
Oh, it's just when she kept changing what I was saying into like her own words, and it was just frustrating. And it's like sometimes like a joke, but this time it was like borderline malicious, and I was like getting pissed off.
Okay. Was it that bad? I mean, she maybe think it was intentional.
I just wasn't in the mood at that moment.
Okay.
It was just like doing it, but usually I can handle her humor, but that time I was like not having it. So.
Oh shit! So tell us.
I don't want to lower the women count in this situation. So
Thank you. Well, but at any rate, just keep going with. I want you to. Is it possible for you to hold a conversation with Aristides and drive safely while I refresh myself?
Yeah, I can. I'm gonna go for a bit of an evening walk. So.
Yeah. As long as you can stay on, even if your sound quality is not great.
Yeah, just bear with.
Okay, you don't have what?
I don't have any headphones, so you'll just have to bear with me as much as possible.
Okay. So what I mean is that you don't have headphones when you go for a walk, but you have them in the car. What's going on with that?
I left them at my house. Unfortunately. I had to go check on my grandparents, so it was like I just didn't bring anything with me.
Okay. So. Oh, so in terms of the where we're at, I will refresh myself as soon as our man Brendan feels he's secure enough to hold a conversation with our man Aristides. By that I mean secure in terms of technology and his ability to talk. Does that mean how long before we get to that point?
I said with these California drivers, there's like zero security, so I'd have to park.
Yeah. No, it's true. I don't want to endanger him. Yeah.
Give me a few minutes. I'm gonna stop by for a drink because of this
Okay.
100-degree weather.
Understood. Understood. I'll stay here. I'll stay here. And in the meantime, Aristides and I will we'll talk. And I'm going to be multitasking. So Aristides, do me a favor and bring up some of the like what have you been experiencing lately?
Not a whole lot. Mostly the usual. I will, of course, I have things saved to talk about. So let me see what's kind of pertinent at the moment. That WikiLeaks thing was one. Okay.
I'm getting some funny messages, just so everybody knows I'm not cackling because I've gone off the deep end. I'm cackling because I'm receiving funny Skype messages.
Okay. Well, funny, and then there's, I don't know, things that I say, screenshots of tweets or whatnot. Supposed Israeli torture camps, like where Israelis were torturing Palestinians. Something came out about that.
Fuck, you can. That's just all of Palestine is an Israeli torture camp.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but I assume they imply in there like full custody. Something I don't know the details. Let me see.
Heather Holman is entering messages in chat. Why don't you jump on the call, Heather? Yeah, I guess I have to lure her. Yeah. I need the Brendan. I need the lyrics again. Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Rama Rama. How's it? It's like only 3 words, right?
Yeah. Something like that. We get that. We'll have Heather help us. What else? Did we ever bring up the so they the Orthodox Jews have to sign up for the draft now?
Oh, cool! Oh my God, yeah, they're beating each other up over there in Israel over that.
They're fucking, yeah, right. You know about that, right?
So tell us about it. Tell us about what.
Well, supposedly they like went to their Supreme Court and they like struck it down. So the exemption that the religious Orthodox Jews had from serving in their military, right?
Right.
So now that's gone, apparently, and they're all up in arms about it. You know, honestly, if you had to pick, it's probably the secular ones that you would want fighting. I mean, have you see these guys? They're spending a lot of hours in books, and they ain't exactly like working out or getting very, street smart.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
if you were smart, don't send them.
Yeah, thank you.
They're just gonna nerd out.
So what you need to do is use them to man the garrisons. They man the supply headquarters, the quartermaster's units.
True.
Yes.
No, there's a job. There's a job for everyone. That is true. It's not just people who go and fight.
No. But you wouldn't want them in the foxhole next to you.
No. Mm-mm. No. Running the logistics depot. Or something.
I'm telling these ladies to jump on call. They're both appearing in chat just to taunt me. So here we are. Yes, it be in Heather Holman. It is that time again, so jump on call. I too find resistance in the situation. What the fuck is that, Heather? She says, surgery today, not me. I'm tending to recovery mission. Okay, our prayers. Everybody maintain Heather Holman in thought and prayer. She has been under surgery. We have no idea what for. We can only guess. So it's like, wow. So she's tending. Obviously, she can see. So we know it's not her eyes.
Right.
So, yes.
All right. I hope she stays well and can tell us about it.
Yes.
Get the chance.
Oh my fucking God. All right. And, well, hopefully our man, Brendan stays well. And, let me try and look at something. I'm going to check my, how do I do this?
Just listen through, finish listening through the last one today. I always finish just in time sometimes, like in the nick of time sometimes. But.
Oh, all right. Cool. So tell us your impression. It was a weird one. The last one was a weird one. Go on.
Yeah. Can you? Well, let me see. I got to reference my notes here. Hold on. Yeah. Shuffle some papers here.
Right. And I'm just looking at what was sent my way. Oh yes, Christian Timoney. We want to thank Christian Timoney for $30.27. Excellent man. I don't believe I gave him the thanks for that because that was in the middle of everything going to hell in a handbasket. I might have thanked him, but I'll thank him again. And so thank you, Christian Timoney. And let's take a look. I guess this is the account from which I've transferred. Heather Holman says, I'll join soon, or somebody says that. Oh, okay, great. She says, okay. Hey, don't stress yourself out. Don't stress yourself. I mean, you are welcome to, but do not stress yourself. I will tell her that. You are welcome to. But do not stress yourself. Stress thyself. Okay. Okay, and here we go. And let me give her the nice heart exclamation. And so what was your impression of the latest, do you feel that Brooke was giving Brendan hell?
I feel like she's been in a give everybody hell, like, kind of mood. Really. So, I don't think it was just Brendan.
I think she's been really sedate.
Yeah, that elicited her to comment somehow. Wait.
She's commenting. You tell me what she says, because I'm trying to find out what the fuck is in my PayPal card. Okay.
Okay, you do that. Heather, I'll join soon. Brooke says okay. 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 Who's this? Just now. Yeah, there you are.
I wonder. I can't transfer from one PayPal card to the other.
Well, maybe she.
What?
Maybe that was a reply to 2 minutes ago. Okay, maybe it wasn't. Okay, sorry. Maybe the notification came a few minutes late. Disregard.
What I could do is try and go on screen share and Heather joined us. Heather, but she's like what is anyhow? So Brooke is typing so yeah. Can you see the cursor, Aristides? Can you see the cursor?
I'd have to switch back to that screen. Hold on.
Yeah. There we are.
Yes. Yeah. Everything's coming up.
Yeah. Okay. So here was an entry. Can you read that? Don't read it out loud.
No, because it's small and on the phone, and I'm scared to try to switch on to the computer, which sucks. But it gives me. Okay. Trust me, I need to be on the phone. That way, I can leave the room. I can't be stationary in one room the whole time.
Yes, that's right. So
I wish I could. We'll have to try. Can we try sometime, just a test, whether I can join from the computer also with the same account, Good
idea. Good idea. We'll do that, of course, one time when we're on a private call. We'll do a private Skype call.
Yeah, keep the one on mute, obviously, but be able to see your screens on the big screen.
Right.
Still walk around the phone and talk. Right.
Right. And I want you to, of course, thank your friend who came up with that suggestion about our way to show the audience what we're looking.
Well, really, it even wasn't about porn. It was just you could. It might show your desktop for a second where he's he's not want his name out there, because some people do kind of anonymous, under another name, sort of, podcast. I'm like, no, I don't think that's the issue at all.
Oh yeah, that's right. Go on.
They sure know your name.
Someone else has joined us. A lovely young lady has joined us. The delightful Southern Belle.
The ladies have showed up.
Yes, Brooke Gibson. And Heather Holman is with us as well. And, yes.
I'm only here for 2 seconds. Am I echoing?
I need to share a screen with you so you can tell me how to transfer money to you from the other card. The other card has money, my production card, but the private card that I've transferred money to you before does not have, it doesn't have money in it now. So I've never...
No, it's okay. It's fine. I actually have $40. I have money on a card that I've had for over 2 weeks. I don't know if you've ever had this, I had a money pack card. It's actually not even mine. It's for a drug addict person. We know who that is, right? I don't know how money pack. I don't know how these people do this stuff, but this card is every time I go to use it, I'm like, it's not usable. It's here's $40, but it's you have to register it, and it's prepaid. So it's a prepaid card. So then $40. So then, and plus whoever paid it paid an extra $5 to give it to you, right? So and then you say, it says, we want you to go online and register it first. And then you register it with your name and your birth date and social. And it's like, I'm sorry, we cannot verify your identity. If you bought this card, please contact us for a refund. It will be issued in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And I'm like, I don't understand this whole money pack thing. Apparently it's something that people use for like Cash App to not track purchases. So there's some like legalities there where I don't know, it's weird. And it's obviously like, 'cause I asked this doofus before he went to jail, I was like, what the fuck did you tell somebody to get this card for? Like, you realize there's all kinds of prepaid, like vanilla, like if you wanted a prepaid card. He's like, well, I heard it's good for Cash App. And I'm like, you know who uses Cash App? Drug dealers and drug addicts. Yes. And that's why there's a problem. So I'm just letting you know.
I was reluctant to add Cash App because I had, like Venmo seemed more like respectable, and I was like, Cash App. I'm like, that's like ghetto.
Yeah, if somebody says, if there's no way that someone would say, do you have Cash App? That's just a like kind of like you just know, right. Like you can think, hey, you're cool, you do drugs, or you can think you're a piece of shit. But just know that person is at some point paid for drugs.
You're paying them on Cash App. It's probably not for a legitimate business.
It's like any drug dealer that takes quote unquote Cash App is like so dumb. Why not just use cash? It's less traceable.
Right. You're just so lazy. Right,
That is bizarre.
Electronic.
Yeah.
Well, the reason is because, like, you got to think, if you're a drug dealer and you're low level enough that you're not getting like kilos and like you're dealing in like hundreds, like thousands of dollars here, right? Uh-huh. So you're talking about 20s and hundreds at this point. You're dealing with people that are using drugs to the point that sometimes they're calling in like a friend, or they're like, hey, I'll sell you my fucking dresser, tomorrow. Can you forward me $40? On like, I don't know, Venmo. Wow. or on Apple Pay or Google Pay. The thing is, all those are traceable. Cash App was like the non-traceable version apparently. I don't even know.
Okay.
Yeah, so Cash App was kind of like the way that they were able to use it, and like you could transfer money off one card to Cash App, where it technically is something that's not as traceable. So that's why they're doing it. Like for people that can't get the cash, or maybe they have something on credit. Brendan, just to answer your question, like from what I understand, but I just think it's a stupid piece of shit, because I'm like, if you're low level enough, they're like, I'm like telling them, like, this is $40. If you need $40 worth of drugs, just like, I don't give a shit. Like, I let them trace it. It's like $40. Like,
cash is king.
Well, all I can say is that I feel that I can safely take advantage of this moment to
Yeah, because I just came on to get Brendan. First of all, Aristides, you haven't seen me ever give hell yet. I don't even think I've ever given hell. Like, Aristides needs to go back, to last
year.
I don't know.
Oh God, last year. Oh my God. You were on like 10 times the amount of Adderall or more, just orders of magnitude more Adderall, and it was...
And alcohol.
Yes, and alcohol.
Yeah, it really has been
sometimes there was a whole bottle of wine, or 2 bottles of wine some nights finished.
Yes.
There were
oh God, were you guys, Brendan, were you here?
That was the nip slip times.
That was the what?
Wait, repeat that, Brendan?
I said those were the good old days, the nip slip times.
Nip slip.
Now you're all
I know what he's talking about. Yeah.
Okay.
Right
now I remember. Yes, that's right. I get it. Yes.
But I was pretty nice that night. Yeah, there's the good old days. But some of it, I was thinking more like the bad days when like either Douglas and I mean, I don't know, Aristides, I don't know if you were listening, like Douglas and I got in several fights. Douglas cut me off the show twice, I believe.
How long ago?
When was that? Like, those were probably the first, like, I don't know, it's been like a year and a half, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think I've been listening. I started listening right around the time you started coming regularly.
Yeah, I started, like, I think in, like, I don't know, September, October of, not
22.
last year, but the year before. Yeah.
Yep, 22, yeah.
So,
exactly, yeah, right. I was just starting to listen regularly, and you were, like, new on the scene.
Well, then you've heard all of me. You've heard crazy.
Yes, I've heard all of you. so blessed.
So then I would go back to my nephew. You are. You know.
We're all so blessed.
Yeah, well, Brendan asked you, Aristides, how did you find out about me?
Because just, I guess, in emails from Peter, like he would have been already somebody I would.
Oh,
like,
that's right. That's right. Okay.
What the fuck?
No,
Wait a
no,
minute.
no, no,
Why do you have emails from Peter?
I'll explain to Brooke, and then you follow up, Aristides. Remember,
Yeah.
Brooke, I told you that as a material science engineer, Aristides was interested in engineering claims, and that's why he went to visit Dr. David Lewis Anderson. And then when he went,
this is all coming so full circle because so since you told me that and you know what happened privately between me and you and like that stuff, right?
Yeah.
How that was full, which we could mention, but just somehow I would just say that I didn't even know David Lewis Anderson's name until Douglas told it to me this week privately, and it came in just kind of because of like a situation like that. It's kind of just like I don't know, like a dream type thing. Weird.
Yeah, I mean, Peter's talked about him a lot, but you probably have like a mental block on anything Peter says. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think Peter said that basically he had bad
let's
we talk about him often. It's just that, like Peter's there, so you're probably like,
let's.
Well, no, I'm not. I don't know anything. Yeah, so I definitely mental block all that. But what I'm saying is that's why I wouldn't know. But apparently, Dr. David Lewis Anderson is apparently trying to get through to me somehow so hard that he came through in Peter's dream.
Hey, my life is hard enough. My life is hard enough. All right, you look. Let's try to keep. Please, honey. Whoa, hey, honey. Okay. So going back to David Lewis Anderson, yes, the fascinating case of Dr. David Lewis Anderson. Yes.
Well, yeah, it kind of came along with Peter at a point, and I went to an event of Peter's, not strictly because it was David Lewis Anderson.
Actually, Brooke, let me relay the funny story first. This is the Douglas Dietrich spin. The Douglas Dietrich spin is basically Aristides as a researcher in material science engineering heard about this time travel device, and he was assigned to go follow up on this, Ari. And then he went over there, and what happened was he met Dr. David Lewis Anderson, and that's when Peter Moon suddenly showed up and said, "Hey, buddy!" And he started slapping and glad-handing Ari and saying, "Let me put you on my mailing list." And Ari saying, "What? Who are you?" "Yeah, I don't know you, sir." And then Peter just, finagled his email out of him, and he's been getting emails from Peter ever since. Then finally he looked at one of them and said,
Peter slap you on the ass when you're
"Hey, honey, hey, come on. My life is hard enough."
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I have a private story about
that.
I'm tuning out. I missed everything you said. What did you? Because I'm afraid. I'm afraid of what you said. I'm so afraid of it.
I agree. Your life is hard enough. Just like I'm sure when Aristides was there were hard things around him as well. So go ahead.
Shit.
There always are. I deal with a lot of hard things. That's right.
Yes. Material science, after all, honey. That's right.
Yeah.
Bobby. So you got the phone number. Give it hard things. Got the phone number. Now let's keep going with the story.
Okay, that was a Douglas Dietrich spin story, but there is one element I don't want Aristides to forget, and that is the horrible, horrible demonstration that the doc gave. The doc says, "Here's evidence of time travel," and then he plays the flower blooms.
I never called it horrible. It was very basic. It was just a little video.
Then the flowers shrunk again because they played the film backwards. And no, Ari didn't call it horrible. I did. Yeah. I did. I said, "You mean?"
I mean, no. It's totally possible it could have been contrived. Like my point was, I don't.
You think? Oh, you think?
No. Well, I don't understand why he would come to this. Like, trust me, like the attendees at all this on that night when he did that, it was just a few of these weird, like, Montauk area.
Yeah, just a couple of weirdos, right? Just a couple.
Yeah, Peter's, like, these experiencers / psychic ladies / they thought they had some psychic connection to Montauk, a few of those people, and a few other kind of like
usual clientele.
A few
oh, you motherfucker! That went right up my nose, you son of a bitch.
But yeah, if that was David Anderson's big like effort on an in-person like propaganda session, the effort was completely misplaced. Like,
so you didn't think so? I was gonna.
you know what I mean? Like he could be doing way bigger things than to trick, 10 like old ladies from Montauk and like.
He's
And
just
like
trying to buy
three
solar
other
panels.
people, me and 3 other people besides that, to trick him.
What did you say, Brendan? What did you say, Brendan?
I said it's because he's just trying to buy solar panels. He doesn't give a fuck about time travel.
I mean,
I don't get the solar panel part, just to like get the energy, or like what? Or are you talking about like doofus?
Because he's an evanescer? Because he's what? Just because or just simply because it's such a banal thing to do? What do you mean by that, Brendan?
Just the more energy, the better. I don't think he was concerned about traveling.
Right. No. Good point. Good point.
But like,
based
you
on
feel like
reading,
the best thing you can ask for is time travel.
Before I take a refresh,
is this like the evanescer?
Yeah, that's the evanescer angle. I think is being referenced here. But before I refresh myself, I have to tell you all this so I don't forget it. The funniest thing. What? I'm sorry.
Don't retcon the evanescer thing. That's the best thing. That was one of the best bits.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, yes, I appreciate that. Based on my legal father's experience, but we can get into that again.
Oh,
but
by the way, and I tried to look up the evanescer the way you spelled it. Like that is not. It's not even Googleable.
I'm not surprised.
No,
Really
when you said spelled like evanescence, but like with it was just everything, even though with taking out the evanescence, like. Yeah. It did not.
It's almost unheard of. It doesn't.
They don't really publish any of these entities online. Like you can't find.
That'd be funny if you could.
Yeah.
But like evanescer, you would think that would be like, you can find things on certain entities. Like usually, if it's something, there's so many conspiracies.
Well, here's the difference. Here's the difference. Say for instance, like when I was talking to this one young lady who was a diehard vampire fan. I mean, she loved vampires so much so that she knew about me before I came out as a public informant. And this chick, though there were some mitigating circumstances, I could go into that because it's all morbidly entertaining. But the point is, this chick didn't know about the Comte de Saint-Germain. And there's all this rumor that he's a vampire. And then I told her about this guy she never heard of, a historical figure. Not making fun of her. I mean, a lot of people don't know about this guy because he's been so mythified, and the New Age basically co-opted him and basically almost like copyrighted the fucker. But at any rate, he's supposed to be like the guy you see on Mount Shasta, or what's the place in California? I think it's Mount Shasta. It's kind of like the Mount Fuji of California, Oregon. But
yeah, Mount Shasta. It is Mount Shasta.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And what happens is that, of course, he never had anything to do with Mount Shasta historically. He was European, but I mean, like Middle Ages European. But the point is that when she looked him up, the first thing she saw was Comte de Saint-Germain, vampire. Because that's how mythified this poor son of a bitch has been. He doesn't even register as a human being anymore. He registers as a vampire, which I have no idea if he ever was, but I highly doubt it. But at any rate, the point was that when you look up something like jinn or a historically mythical creature, you will find them. But remember, the evanescers are a product of a singular experiment during wartime that is part of Project Rainbow, which almost no one knows about. And if you look up Project Rainbow, you'll find almost nothing. You'll probably find a bunch of gay activity bullshit, but you're not going to find anything about the military project of full spectrum dominance.
There's a little bit of Project. No, there's some Project Rainbow because you and I were discussing it the other day.
Right. Yeah.
What's to bring it full circle? What I find funny, just to like bring it all together, is if you think about this, the way he found you is through Peter Moon, right? Yeah. Like the way. Okay, so Aristides is saying he found Peter Moon through this time travel guy, right?
That's right.
And the
which by the way, which she told me when we had our private conversation was, she said the background story behind it all is that Peter Moon and Joe Tai were homeless in a tent together and in the tent city, and Peter Moon said, "Man, I'm so sick of listening to this retarded Chinese motherfucker," and then Joe Tai said, "Hey, there's this guy who knows about time travel," amongst all of his ramblings and ravings, and Peter says, "Yeah," and he says, "Maybe I could go back in time." time, so I'm not in this tent city with Joe Tai anymore. And then he went to visit this guy.
I'm like, Joe Tai, you know how Joe Tai says stupid shit and it's just random? Like, he was behind, I don't know if y'all remember the story, like, he knew the homeless guy that was a billionaire.
That's right.
The tent,
That's right.
On the train tracks.
Yes.
And so I'm like, that probably, like, it would have been like, but it would have been like, instead he's halfway remembering, like, because it's another time, it's a time warp, right? So it was Peter Moon was back then, it was his bunk partner here, and they were just homeless sharing something because Peter Moon's life didn't go well. His parents lived through the car crash, and, and he didn't end up doing much. And then suddenly, like, he's sitting there with Joe Tai miserable. And the whole reason for this was, like, I said, well, I would. No, I'm going to say what I said. But anyway, I just went to Joe Tai. It was my punishment if I had to punish anybody. And he's in a tent with Joe Tai, and he's sitting there and he's miserable, and then he's like, and Joe Tai's going on every morning or when they're around the fire about his shit and blah. Did you ever fuck this Jewish fat lady? Because But then one day he's like, I know this guy does time travel, and then Peter's just so like distraught and just giving up on his life completely, and like he knows he's worthless, and then it's like, what did you say about time travel? Like he's totally at the point of giving into anything, and he's like, I know this guy, and you can time travel somebody, and then so he just is just fucked up enough to believe it, right? It's like Joe Tai, and he went to find him, and then now what has happened?
He went back in time and killed his
on
parents.
A different time warp.
He went back in time and killed his parents and got the house. Yes.
And then now he's publishing your books, and that's why he's on to this time traveler guy. And it seems like and like I said, because he's you're like, is he good or bad? And it's like he doesn't give a shit about being good or bad, because he's like, I'm bringing up these negative things, or like he brings up some of the people we don't like,
Oh my God, Heather Holman left, and she says, that's so wrong to say that about somebody who lost their parents in a car accident. Heather,
well, Heather doesn't know the story. It's like what I did and cried for him, and he told me, why the fuck is she crying? It's like,
by the way, this is true. By the way, we can say this publicly because this did happen. Brooke actually cried when she read about this in the book, Heather, and when Brooke, when Brooke was talking to Peter on the phone about it, and was said, he said, why are you crying?
He said Brooke was crying, but I think you told him, but
yeah. And then basically Peter said to her, why are you crying? And so Heather, I want you to understand, Heather, Peter doesn't process this the same way that other people would. So Heather, please don't be like that. I wouldn't say this if shall we say there wasn't a lot of context. You don't have all the context. Let's just put it that way.
No, Heather, I agree. Like that's why I cried when I read it.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I cried. Like I was really distraught when I read this part of the book where his parents had died, and then I think it was just kind of like, it wasn't like he was just like, and we're kind of exaggerating that point of, that he did that obviously, but it was just when he's like, well, why was she crying? Like, well,
yes, he did ask Brooke that. He did.
Instead of like,
he did ask.
More of a,
right. He said, "Why are you crying?" Basically, what he said, quite bluntly, was, "Why are you crying? I got the house." Is basically what he said along that, or the shall we say the inheritance? I got the inheritance, or the house, or pretty much both. And
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Like I think it was. I don't know that he said that directly to me, but in regards, I think it was just the general said, and maybe misunderstood him. So definitely don't want to take that away if he was misinterpreted in some way from me or from Douglas. But it was just.
But the other thing I will say. The other thing I will say is that Peter speaks of his parents dying often, and there's never any genuflection of sadness that comes through. You should be able to interpret that just by the way he speaks of it. You notice I never speak of the death of my parents in any particular detail, and when I do, I usually couch it because I'm emotionally dealing with it. But Peter will come out and say it. Oh, my parents died in this car wreck on the Olive. What is it, Brendan? Aristides, help me out here. Olive something.
Olive orchards.
Yeah, Olive. Yeah, and he'll relay it.
Olive Street.
Yeah, he'll relay it without any tonal affect. Go on, Aristides, help me out here. Yeah.
No, he has a synchronicity about olives.
Yeah. And he'll bring it up only in the context of that synchronicity.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not, and in the book, I will say, looking back, I will say this, and just to like I looked at it and I cried because I'm like, I'm picturing my parents like die, like when he gets the news he's on like the ship or whatever, like he's he's working at a restaurant, I do believe. I don't know. He comes off this dock place or whatever. I can't remember. But anyway, he comes off and they tell him where he's at work, but there was not, from what I remember, much even emotion there. Now maybe because I stopped, and I'm sure there was some later. I don't know. But I'm not saying that he doesn't have emotion, because everyone does and everyone processes.
Oh yeah, he definitely has emotions. Yeah, he definitely has emotions. Go on, yes.
Yeah, so he's got the emotions, and it's been a long time, so that's not fair to judge. But we just kind of, we have running jokes here because of certain things that have been said. So that was just kind of Heather. It wasn't like making fun of that.
Yes.
We were really just going back to the fact that if like he went back and because he was in Scientology and all that, and the part of that running joke, Heather, so you understand, is because in Scientology, he didn't do this, I'm pretty sure, but in Scientology, obviously the head of Scientology did try to have their parents killed.
That's correct. That was Miscavige. Miscavige tried to have his own father killed, but beyond that, Heather, let me tell you something else, and that's the fact that Peter Moon on this program on record said more than once that my parents were telling me to get out of the Church of Scientology, and I told them, you better stop talking about the church. You better stop talking about the Church of Scientology, or something's going to happen. Something's going to happen to you if you don't stop talking about the Church of Scientology and trying to get me out of it. And then he just relates, then they died. That's so...
Right, I think that's, all that kind of played, yes.
That's so understand that,
Heather. You're like, well, maybe, who knows, maybe Scientology took...
There's a lot of... Let's just put it this way, Heather. The lack of tonal affect that he has shows me that he certainly... He wasn't really bothered by their deaths. I can say that with certitude, because he's related the story several times without any emotional affect, and so that's why we run with it, but it's not
intent. If he was bothered, he hasn't processed it correctly even to this day. Maybe if he was bothered, he's still not processed it correctly.
Right, but
in some way,
But there's
one.
No,
he's processed. If there's one thing he's learned in Scientology, it's how to process. It's like their whole religion.
Oh God, it's true. Yeah, he's.
So the reason he doesn't seem bothered is that he just so supremely processed it.
There we are.
Well, what does that mean in Scientology? Like, what do you mean by that? Like, exactly.
Who the fuck knows, man?
But Heather, do understand this. The way he expressed it on the show, when he said, something's going to happen to you, and then he relates, and then it did happen to them. He says that so matter-of-factly, as if point A leads to point B. It strikes me, Heather, he is not emotionally attached to this incident.
And what's also striking is that, I believe that synchronicities are real, and so obviously he knows that enough to care about synchronicities. Like, there are... I do believe we all get those, and the more you can tune into them, you will get them. Now, whether they're coming from a good aspect or a bad, depends on what you call good or bad, I guess it doesn't even matter, but synchronicities are there. So now if he believes in synchronicities, let's think about this. But yet he will then say, I told them this, and then later they died.
Yes.
Does that, to me, because someone
he definitely speaks of it. He definitely speaks of it as if they brought it on themselves. He presents it that way. That's a fact. That's on record. So Heather, please understand, if it doesn't bother him, I come from a very dark place. I come from a place where I see people die all the time. So if it doesn't bother him, why the fuck should it bother me? That's the point, Heather. That's where I come from. And I'm not speaking for everybody else. I'm just speaking for myself. It sure as hell doesn't bother him. He came to terms with it the moment it happened. I mean, that's the way
it doesn't bother me because I know that those two people that passed, I know, if nothing else, they're like, well, at least Peter Moon met Brooke and she shed some tears for us.
Yes, there we are. Yes.
Maybe if he didn't, I don't know if he did or not, but I know I did share some tears for them, so I don't feel guilty then making a joke about Joe Ty and just, it was a completely hypothetical
but she did not say that in her private joke. I drew that out, and I put that in there. So Heather, don't go spreading anything to Peter that is misquoted, please. My life's hard enough as it is. We don't need further difficulties, and you should feel welcome to jump back on, but I respect you if you don't, simply because I know that you're rehabilitating. She has undergone surgery. We know it's not for the eyes because she could see because she's interacting on the computer.
And poor Heather, it's not for her eyes, and unfortunately for Heather, it's not for her ears either because she's having to hear all this. She'd be like, she'd be in a peaceful state tonight and just be like, I don't even know why I'm so peaceful, but it feels like a night that I would be in upheaval. But shit. Nothing's going on. I can't hear any problems.
But by the way, I do want to welcome Nemo aboard. So Nemo, welcome aboard.
Hi, what's up?
Oh, good to have you with us.
Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, well, kind of. I mean, I am. Heather was not, but yeah, Brendan, there is something else I'd like you to share. Brendan, you know a lot about cars. The kind of car his parents were in, it's very cinematic how they died. They understand this, Heather. There's a cinematic aspect to his parents' death that is extraordinarily rare. Even in today's cars, which are built to crumple, they don't even have bumpers anymore. They're just built to...
they're horrible. Just to tell you, I hit a ficus with a brand new car at 4 miles an hour, and it's totaled.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you. It's just basically the frame fell off the wheels, basically. Well, but when it comes to the old cars, these had engines that had the power enough to push a tank, and in a sense, they were tanks, and they had real bumpers. And even today, when you have accidents, it's rare for 2 people to die. So for people, go on.
It was a 1950 Chevrolet, is what he relates. So I've been in those cars my entire childhood.
Yeah,
and like, you're not just like, even in like a high-speed crash, it's not just gonna explode.
Yeah,
I mean,
thank you.
Like the people inside might die, but it's not gonna be this like, explosion or some kind of event. Because back then it was like one and done. Yeah. The cars were extremely thick steel. They used to call them like lead sleds because the body panels were filled in with lead. We're talking like multi-ton vehicles. Yeah. Nothing compared to what we have now.
Yeah.
I mean, when gas was like
it's nothing. Like the cars now, like literally, and I don't exaggerate. Like I literally hit a small ficus tree, like something you plant in your house, like those trees you can put in a pot. Like it was basically about that size in the ground, and like hit it at 5 miles an hour. So it amazes me how these cars look still. And then you look at actual cars back then that were, I would say, what would you say, Brendan? Like even like 80s, you were still making cars like that. But like I would assume back then they were even heavier, right?
In the 80s, people had full frame vehicles,
But Brendan, also explain exactly, these cars. In other words, it's very strange that both his parents died. It is bizarre. It's almost as it's. I'm not going to go.
For it to explode, it would have to have like wires rigged into the fuel tank, like a Molotov cocktail or something. Yeah. Like there's no normal situation that would cause that. And I've been around. Like I said, I've been around them.
Yes.
I've taken apart, seen them from the frame all the way back up to fully built. So
name the make and model.
I can't remember. Wasn't an explosion? Is that what happened? I can't remember in the book.
He said there was like fire involved. Like it was pretty, like Douglas said, cinematic sounding.
Yeah, from the way he described it, unless I misinterpreted or misheard him or miscommunicated, sounded like there was fire involved and they both died pretty much almost instantly, like you would expect. There was no lingering from what we understood. Like, you know how people will linger because the one thing that those cars had that was a negative was they were built so solidly that if the frame did get compromised, then part of it could puncture your chest and pierce your heart. I mean, things like that could happen in a very serious accident where the car itself becomes the instrument of your death. But if that doesn't happen, then the question is, because they were on, unless that car's going over a cliff, it's never going to turn over.
That's what I was going to say, unless they went over a cliff because you're in California, like maybe...
Not from what he described, this Olive's place that he was describing did not sound like that. It sounded almost like... I'd have to look up the cartography of the area, of course, but if they had gone over a cliff, he would have said that, right? He's never described that. It sounded almost like they were just going along and then somehow... because there doesn't seem to be any other cars involved. So it's almost like they were just going along and then, then it happened. It's all very odd. It's a very odd cinematic death. So it lends.
I was trying to pull the book up just to see what I read, but I don't know.
Yeah, maybe Aristides might be able to pull the book up because he's good at that. But
which book?
It's the sign. What book was it, Brooke? Which book?
Oh, I don't know. It was like one of his first ones. Like,
was it The Sign and the Seal?
Like,
I think it's the one, The Sign and the Seal. I think it was The Sign and the Seal. Might start off with
Peter's books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peter. It's a
Yeah. I don't think I have it.
Okay.
Like a PDF of
Okay.
Synchronicity and Seven Seal. I have some of his.
Okay. Yeah.
I
But
think that's one I have not been able to find. I have the physical book though.
yeah. And okay, if you can you find that or?
Yeah. Why? What do you want to look for in it?
It's his parents' death. Yeah.
All right, I can scan.
I don't think we should dwell on it because
Yeah, good point.
What are we gonna do? Look in the index.
Good point. Yeah. So Heather, whatever you do, don't go misinterpreting or trying to. Yeah, just let it go. But definitely. Yeah.
Did you see the hentai?
Yes, I saw it. Yes. Oh my God, that guy.
Wait, Brendan, did you copy me on that? Hey, buddy, did you copy me on that?
Yeah, Ari wants some of that too. Ari wants that hentai too.
I'll forward you the link. I mean,
yeah, forward me whatever you sent him. I wanted to see it just for academic purposes.
Yeah. Well, let's just put it this way.
Thanks.
Doug is more he's more suited for those kind of situations.
Yeah,
but I mean,
all right. Well, you could send me the visuals so I understand.
It's a bit. How do I put it? It's just a bit like.
Don't worry about it. Just
gay.
I think Ari can handle it. Can handle it. Believe.
We're good.
Yeah.
I want in on this now. Can you forward it to me? What are we talking about?
No, Brooke, she'd freak out. She's like,
oh, I doubt it. But what I'll do is one of these days I'll definitely send Aristides. Probably, the only person who's ever. I'm sorry.
Just that very scene.
Yeah.
That whole pre-manga that he drew.
Yeah.
Explains why in Hellsing Ultimate they put the Ceres Victoria scene that no one can figure out why it's in there.
Thank you.
They're always like, why is it such a traumatic scene? And it's like, because the artist that was his original point for that scene.
Yes, his original point was basically a snuff film. Yes, that is correct. Yeah. So, and then the man actually, go on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go on. Jeez, hope they didn't get him.
I was gonna say, in the original one, like the pre-Hellsing thing that I sent you, the underground one.
Yes.
Call it.
Yes.
In that one, you basically come to save the day.
Okay. Interesting. I get it. Yeah.
Like, that version of Alucard is like literally you, basically.
Yes. Thank you. Go on.
Like, it's uncanny.
Yes. Thank you. The uncanniness is haunting, and it's also just in its own way overwhelming. It's overwhelming just how this artist, like, he patterned his arc of his career on mine, and he also patterned all of his stories on my life experience, and then simply ratcheted up the shall we say powered up the characters so that it's at a higher level of anime mystique. But the original anime, he goes straight sadistic pornography, which then gets integrated as a plot point into the more conventional anime, which then it takes these characters and gives them a little more depth, but they're still operating at a fairly low power level. But then they go to superhuman level by the next grade of anime, by the time he's gotten... Yeah.
When they pull Hellsing Ultimate, it's like, everyone's overpowered except for the dusty British lady.
Yes, that's right.
I found it.
Found what?
I found it.
Oh, okay.
I found the part where those book. It was actually in the Montauk book. All that I read was, it was like he says, I primarily remembered from visiting their house on New Year's Day, talking about somebody. Tommy then grabbed me almost as if using a wrestling hold to keep me in a secure position. Because he said he was at a friend's house. He said, I immediately recognized my father's cousin Jackie and her husband Tommy and asked, let's see where he was. He begins on this day of December 15, 1974. He was living and working aboard a ship, which was docked at Pier 59 in LA and San Pedro.
Probably the Apollo. That's probably the Apollo, which was the L. Ron Hubbard ship. But go on. Yeah.
And he said, as I guided some people up a series of ladders to the ship's bridge, I was accosted by Dick Glass, a man I hardly knew at all. Dick told me that there were some people on the dock who wanted to see me. I had absolutely no idea who these people were or might be, but as soon as I arrived on the dock, I immediately recognized my father's cousin Jackie and her husband Tommy. And then it said they lived a short distance away. I primarily remembered them just from visiting on New Year's Day or other times as a young child. Tommy then grabbed me almost as if he was using a wrestling hold. And it just says, son, your parents were in an automobile accident last night. They both died immediately. That's the quote. Son, your parents were in an automobile accident last night. They both died immediately. He said there was complete finality in what he said and no mention of hospitals or gasping for their last breath. Looking back, I cannot imagine news that would have been much more shocking or devastating than that. Although I was in a state of shock, I was not in complete shock. Before I could react to Tommy's words, I heard a voice run through my head. I knew it were the words that went through my mind.
Right. Which he said.
This was an unusual response, but I cannot explain it other than the fact that it was my response. In some strange way, it was as if in my brain circuitry, I had expected it. Like if I had gone back in time and done it myself.
There, see, that's where we got it from, Heather. That's where you got it from, Heather, as if I had gone back.
This is like that OJ book, like, If I Did It.
Yeah, yes, that's right. And even if I did kill her, that would only prove how much I loved her. That's what OJ said publicly. He said that, on the record. Yes.
Yeah, so this is like the equivalent. If I went back in time.
That's right. See that, Heather?
I don't know how I knew, but I didn't respond other than I must have been in shock, and I just said I knew it.
Yes.
Like I just knew it. Right. I already knew this was happening.
Well,
so like that's pretty much was his response, and he's saying that even in the gist of saying, I think he's even admitting in the book that he didn't respond emotionally. Yeah. His response was I knew it.
Right.
So I think even he recognizes his response was not. So I mean, like that's what I'm saying. So if we're making kind of fun of it, but that's in some regards
what he said that as if he went back in time. But just to the other thing to point out. Yeah, go on.
Said it in his own words when he was on.
Yes, thank you. Was that he told them?
I heard him say it. Yeah.
Yeah, you heard him say it. Was you keep trying to get me out of the church. Something's going to happen to you, and then something did happen to them, and so he had already emotionally processed their death. He had foreseen them dying and had already emotionally processed their death, so that when it was reported, he was emotionally over it. He was already emotionally over it. So this is
how he said, I did not, he said, in some strange way, it was as my brain circuitry had expected it. Pluto was balancing the ledgers, and this was the fallout. Yeah, I did not think in astrological terms in those days. But on some level, my intuition told me, and I highlighted this, but on some level, my intuition told me that this was my destiny and that I should not be surprised. Oh. Perhaps it was sobering or fortunate.
Ooh.
Perhaps it was sobering or fortunate that this moment afforded me a brief window into the fields of destiny. But this was also a very human situation to deal with. And this included my emotions and that of everyone else who might be involved.
Oh, man.
So I mean, just like if you read that, you take it how you want. But like,
and later on, he was telling Doug, like, I understand that I got lucky because I didn't have to go through what you went through.
Yes, that's right. That's on record too.
He was like, I'm so fortunate, and like I get it, but it was still pretty callous the way he said it.
Yes, that's true. That's also on record. Yes, and there's that aspect to him. So with this, we can go back to Aristides' story because it is fucking funny. I mean, in its own way, that like Aristides' point being, here's this guy. I've got defense contracts. I've got military rank. I'm involved in time travel. And then, a bunch of ne'er-do-wells show up, kind of like he says, the old Montauk ladies and shit.
I gotta read this lot. This is how he ends. This is how he ends the chapter, okay? Because this is the only other time, like he's talking about, this is the chapter's pretty much ending there. And he said, My parents were gone, but I knew I still had a lot of living to do. There was no question of carrying on, as I had a deep reservoir of energy inside me. I knew my destiny made for a bright future, but no details were supplied. I had no idea, however, that I would end up in some strange way carrying my parents with me. Okay. Have you heard him talk about his parents a lot and how he carries them with him?
Well, no. In fact, I noticed he almost never brings up his brother and his sister, who, every once in a while they'll come up in passing.
Like, you talk about your mom a lot or your dad a lot. Like, I don't listen to him a lot. Maybe he does, like, say, well, this is like my mom does this, or my dad did this, or something. Like, does he do that?
He does with his dad mostly. His mother apparently was, he'll bring her up once in a while. So there's that. He definitely talks about, their experiences with him.
He talks about his dad a lot in the beginning of the book, like as far as his dad, like working, and him dad's taking him like learn surfing. He learned to surf or something with his dad or something like that. I know that. I remember.
Yeah, I mean, he does do that, but there's definitely not really an emotional, shall we say, resonance there. It's kind of like...
and I just want to preface, like, I am definitely not, like, even though Peter and I have our differences, like, I'm not seeing that he emotionally is not, like, wasn't devastated by this, because everybody processes and reads it differently. It's just, it's funny when we're talking about time travel, which is a joke, and then with the way you can read something into anything, the way it's kind of, I mean, come on, like, at some level he knew, and my intuition knew.
Especially after the forewarnings he gave his parents, which he said on this show.
Think about, so I just want to bring this up. I was just, the whole purpose of my conversation on time travel was, so Aristides met you because basically of time traveler guy. So time travel guy, right?
Yeah.
Because time travel guy, like, so time travel, we're talking about time travel. Now, full circle, like, I do this return thing, like, like Brenda knows what I'm talking about, return, like returning something to someone or whatever last week. And then I get this whole thing about time travel. But now, what you said to me, they brought up Aristides time travel meeting you. I only met you because of time travel guy. Remember? I only met you because of the other time travel guy.
Sean
like
Bond?
Time travel
did
so
Sean...
now I'm starting to wonder if, like, time travel is tied into your fucking show somehow.
You're talking about Sean
like,
Bond?
It's weird, but, like, no, okay, that's right, exactly. I met you because of Sean Bond, but Sean Bond wasn't a time travel guy. But I would have never looked up Sean Bond. Who the fuck gives a shit about him? But you know how YouTube does its algorithms, right? And for some reason, at some point, there's one of Sean Bond had been on their show one time, and he researches time travel differently, not as scientifically. He does more of the story type stuff, and he's a business owner or whatever. But anyway, I was like kind of, I don't really know much about time travel and really into it, but just like killing time, kind of like when I was at the and watched yours, but that was it. I had watched him a few times. He was on my feed, and then for whatever reason, it made you pop up with Sean Bond because he had been, because I didn't recognize it, and I was like, oh, that's that guy that I clicked off of because it was Sean Bond was on his show, and I was like, that guy's an idiot, and I just clicked off. But because I guess that feed had been there, it just I'm at literally like the gas station, bored on a Saturday. And like I look down and it's Douglas Dietrich's face, like live looking or I think it's live. He's looking in the camera, talking, and I'm like, who the fuck is that? He's looking into my soul. Like, and then that's out of there. But it was all because of time travel, and I just thought that was so full circle. So maybe, who knows? Maybe there is something we don't know. Like maybe we may be more onto something than we even know.
Maybe. So Heather does respond, and she says, when my mom died, I knew it too, but they sent me to school anyway. Maybe she was just a time traveler too. So I said, thank you for sharing that, Heather Holman. I don't know where she's going with that, but that's fine. I'm glad that she's at least participating to a degree.
I think you do get like emotional responses, like, something's wrong or something, especially if it's someone close to you, like your parent, your child, something like that. You get signs or, like something you feel. Like, I know my great-grandmother died, Jessie died on my birthday, on I was born, and then January 15th, I shouldn't say it online, but I already did. So just send me a gift, please, everyone. January 15th. But that's Peter Moon's birthday as well. So Peter Moon
that's
and I
right.
share it. So
Brooke Gibson and Peter Moon were born on the same day. And obviously, Heather, just so you know, obviously I wouldn't make jokes like that if I didn't feel extraordinarily comfortable with Peter Moon. And know that he's not the kind of guy who really emotionally is involved with the death of his parents. Not really. I can tell that quite easily. And like he even, as Brendan Zogan observed, he's even said it on air. Yeah, I'm lucky my parents died, so I didn't have to take care of them, Douglas. Yeah, so I mean, I think we've got that pretty much articulated now. Such being said, one more thing before we turn back to Aristides from Brendan. I mean, seriously, you heard what Brooke Gibson read, Brendan. Again, just some input on this car. My understanding is this did not go over a cliff, because that would have been related in the narrative a long time ago. Certainly would have made it into the book, because that's a spectacular thing. It's spectacular enough where it adds more cinematic detail that a book would demand. So we know they didn't roll off a cliff. So the two of them dying in a car without another car being involved, it is so bizarre, it's almost impossible. This does need to be said. It's one of these things where it takes some help for something like that to happen. It's almost like it blew up, and I really can't think of any other options other than they're ramming it into a wall at full speed.
Was he already involved?
Yeah.
Was he already involved with Scientology in 1974?
Absolutely. No,
Yeah.
we know that because it's like he said.
It was December 15th of 1974.
Yeah.
So 1 month before his birthday.
We know definitely he was involved with Scientology beforehand, because he brought it up on the show that he was telling his parents, stop bothering me about Scientology or something's going to happen. So
what's very odd is I just realized it happened on the 15th, and he and I were both born on the 15th, almost like a 1 month early Christmas birthday present.
Okay, we won't go any further, but yeah,
I'm not gonna go there.
It worked out well for him. Let's just put it this way: it worked out.
It's dark humor.
It's dark humor, and we say it with respect, but it worked out well for him. And I don't think his brother and his sister. Oh yeah, what were you gonna say, Aristides? When I brought that up, there was something you were gonna say about that when when I brought up the fact that he hardly ever talks about his brother and sister. Was that you knew he had them, right?
That was the thing. I was like, did he? Because I was almost clueless on that.
Oh, okay. So you didn't even know he had a brother and a sister.
He may have. He may once or twice. I didn't keep track.
Yeah. He hardly ever speaks of them.
Right. You're right.
Yeah,
that's true. Right.
Yeah,
that much is true.
Yeah, I think the only time he ever saw his brother again was at some other funeral. It was like, or maybe at his brother's funeral or something. It's like, fuck, I don't know. His brother might still be alive, so I don't know. I'm not wishing anything on it. But yeah, no, there is. By the way, all of this is relevant. Peter's life is fairly public. My life is fairly public. What we're talking about here is fine. We're not, obviously he wrote about it. He wrote about it in a book, so it invites discussion. Yeah, and so in terms of Brendan Zogan, but please give us an outline of what do you think could have happened with this automobile logically, just in terms of logical extrapolation.
Well, from the story that we have, really the only explanation would be a high-speed collision, because in those days there were no airbags. Seatbelts were optional, even in the 70s. Like, that was like still an option. And then the dash was completely hard metal. The wheel was completely hardened resin. So, I mean, yeah, if you had... But the thing is that they weigh so much, it's like... They're like tanks, so you would really have to... And they don't seem like the type that would be like drinking and driving.
Thank you!
They used to call it hot rodding. I highly doubt, with Peter's temperament, I doubt his parents were like hot rodding. Like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, like dropping tabs or something. So,
I mean, dude, with a car like that, the chances are you'd do more damage to the wall if you crashed into the side of a restaurant. You'd find yourself into the lobby of the restaurant without damaging to yourself very much. So
and we know they weren't drunk, because if you're drunk, you always survive.
Yes,
You know,
that's
if you're drunk
true. Yes, that's right. And even though Peter has said his mother was an alcoholic, but his dad was driving, from what I understand, and his dad always drove, from what I understand, primarily because the mother was an alcoholic. So she was definitely in the passenger side anyway. So it had to be something just completely devastating to take two people out in a vehicle like that. This is a point to be made because it's a legitimate topic of discussion because he's written about it. So it's very bizarre. And any other observations, Brandon? Holy shit.
No, I'm kind of keen on switching topics.
Yeah,
but,
understood, and that's fine.
Whatever you guys want.
Oh, well, we were going to have Aristides finish up while I refresh myself, talking about how he met Dr. David Lewis Anderson. Then when I can come back, I can answer any other questions people might have, from my end. But Aristides personally met Dr. David Lewis Anderson, and Brendan Zogit can back up some of the stories, and probably Nemo can as well, that Peter Moon has shared, that were not necessarily all witnessed by Peter Moon. I mean, for those, one time I was on a group call with Peter Moon, and he could not recall it until I hammered him several times, and he finally copped to it, was that he was at the home of Dr. David Lewis Anderson, and David Lewis Anderson was sent this enormous banquet. And Peter started chowing down because David Lewis Anderson said, "Have a seat, sit down, and feel free to eat that, and then you can ask me some questions." And then while Peter Moon was just chowing down, pigging out and scarfing down all this expensive food, baked pheasants under glass had been sent by our courier and shit, and, our catering service, as they call it. And then, don't you want some of this, daughter? And, David Lewis Anderson says, "I never eat food." And it's like that, and then the Muay Thai kickboxing experience, where with some other guy who was an expert on mixed martial arts or the kickboxing, who was basically along with his friend, and they were in Thailand, and Dr. David Lewis Anderson decides he's feisty, and here's this old physicist jumps into the ring when they make it open fight club and shit, and all the people are still watching, and they said, "Anybody feeling feisty tonight? We got volunteers. Think you can take on the martial arts or the Muay Thai kickboxing champion of Thailand, or even the world, maybe, from some iterations I've heard of this." And, he gets in there, gets his ass kicked, gets beaten down to the ground. Then when the guy's looking at him, waiting for the call of victory, for, the umpire to say, stop or you'll kill him, then that's when our man, Dr. David Lewis Anderson, nuclear physicist, does what I could only describe as a roundhouse backflip kick, basically a backflip from what you'd call a infant position, when they're all cradled in the infant position. What do they call that? He's cradled up like he's in the womb and shit. From that fetal position to a full backflipped roundhouse kick that knocks the guy out in one kick. It's like, there's no that defies gravity. It defies gravity and human physical mechanics, as far as I understand them. So
holy fucking shit.
What?
Like a kung fu.
Yeah. And then Dr. David Lewis Anderson just brushes himself off and says, "I just wanted to, get a hang of the guy's fighting style before I responded." And then, and Dave, here's Peter Moon saying, "He's human, Douglas. Stop picking on him." Stop saying he's this otherworldly being, and stop dehumanizing people. It's so wrong, Douglas. It's so wrong. And I'm like, dude, he's not human, okay? He doesn't eat. He does shit like that, and he's supposed to be a nuclear physicist, and how old is the motherfucker supposed to be? I don't know, same age as when I first met him and shit. It's like, it's like, I could go on and on, but... So Aristides actually met this guy, which I never have. I know about him through other means, but Aristides has a photograph of himself within physical vicinity of this guy, and so it would be interesting. So, did you ever shake his hand? Did you physically touch this individual, Jester?
I'm guessing I probably shook his hand.
Yeah.
not recalling exactly because at the time I didn't think to question if he was like a normal corporeal human being. But he seemed real enough. I mean, he seemed like normal.
Did he seem like he was physically capable of going from a beaten fetal position to this backwards roundhouse flip kick?
Possibly. It's not a physically, I'm not saying he's like ripped with huge muscles, but like he was pretty kind of a daunting character.
He's tall, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But by the way, just so people understand, Dr. David Lewis Anderson is over 6 feet tall. He's around 6 foot what? 6 foot, what would you guess?
6 foot and a couple, something like that, 2, 3.
Yeah, he's about 6 foot 2 or 3 inches, like Aristides said. But that, just so people understand human physiology, that actually makes what he did even more impossible. You understand, a tall person is physically adept at certain things. That kind of agility is not usually attributed to tall people.
The grappling stuff.
Yeah, and well, also the acrobatic shit, because they're dealing with a lot more body mass, and it's harder to control when you're doing these arcs like that, the Bruce Lee type arcs. This is why you don't usually see very tall people doing that sort of thing. So it's that again, it all adds to he's tall, he's over 6 feet tall, 6 foot 2 or 3 inches. He's a martial arts master, he's a nuclear physicist, and he doesn't eat food. So he's telling me how I'm picking on this poor guy and dehumanizing him. Okay, that's a combination of a lot of factors that just say weird. And then here he is, and get back to it. Tell people how strange this is. So this guy, he's like,
and he's constantly like developing his technology out there, but like, and he's meeting with all these countries, but like whatever happens.
Oh, that's right. He's multilingual. That's right. He speaks fluent Chinese too, and other languages.
Like, what was the deal? Like, he was like, this is my stuff, I'm keeping it private, you can't have it, I'm selling it to you. Like, whatever happened? What's going on out there? I think Peter said like, oh well, other countries have been trying to work on it independent of him, and what I mean, like, where's he at in this scene? I forget what he said. Well, I have to ask him. If you really want me to ask him, I'll ask him one time. I think it was like something stupid, like it was like even like India was actually really far advanced and like somehow copying like Anderson's work or something, or that type of thing. What's going on out there? It's just like he's just like out there. So, okay, like all that stuff, like all that technology, what came of it? That kind of thing wouldn't exist without governments being like, okay, I need to get control of this. Like, I'm not, it's like, yeah, that's nice. You're patenting copyright. That's nice. Like, fuck you, buddy. Like,
but by the way, Heather Holman now says she's entered icy roads. Heather, this is California.
Southern California.
So, Brendan, please tell Heather the temperature in California right now. There's no icy roads. Okay.
Well, she's in Arizona, so she should know. Yeah, it's 110 degrees this whole week. 44.
110 in California? Like, y'all don't even usually get that hot this time of year yet, do you?
Yeah, the Central Valley, it's summer drought climate. It happens pretty much every year. Yeah, unfortunately.
Y'all are worse than us. Yeah, like, that's... Yeah, I usually think the South is worse, but yeah, that's bad.
But honestly,
we had like 70. We had like 77 yesterday. I was enjoying it. I don't know this. Maybe I should keep voting for Trump. Like, this global warming stuff isn't too bad down here. We're starting to get cooler. It's either like really hot or it's like I walked the other day. I came with the dogs. That was like 100 degrees, and then because we have more humidity, I think, than you guys, but the humidity makes it worse. But then it was like 77, and I was like. I didn't even get to know that. Like, a doofus called me from Shell, and I was like, yeah, I got the dogs back in because, like, I don't leave them out because it's too hot. He's like, I heard it was, like, 77 degrees out there, and it was, like, 2 in the afternoon. And I'm like, is it? I should have gone outside. I did not know. Like, people from Shell are telling me what the weather is. I'm like, oh, you're right. It's nice out here. Thank you for letting me know. I would not enjoy the day.
But
Sounds about right.
yes, so I'm looking at something up right now, but definitely, Heather, just understand we're not trying to accuse anyone of murder here, okay? It's just this is a very unusual accident, and we have every right to discuss how unusual it is, just like we have every right to talk about David Lewis Anderson not being a human being. Because he's...
So, like, speaking of that, I just want to say, like, for everybody that's on here, so, like, I just Googled something, and I'm just going to say, like, I'm just going to Google, like, a last name of, like, people that may have died, like, their last name, and then, like, just put that last name in 1974, and then wreck in California, just to see, because I figured, obviously, that wasn't probably reported, so it wasn't going to come up. But what is so weird for me is that the first thing
Like micro
that comes up is a 1974, and it's only it's just like the first thing in this several articles, and it's 1974 California bus crash, and it was in this bus crash. It says a school bus, basically Berkeley, California, killed 19 and injuring 28. Both of those numbers are which because we have someone that loves numerology would know. 10 and 1 and 9 is 10 and 2 8 is 10.
That's the first thing that came up for me too. That's the first thing that came up for me too.
Okay, then look at what date it happened on. Pull it up. What date did that happen on?
Let me go back to it, and here we are. It's 1974, and I'm looking up the date here. January 15th, 1974. Wow.
What is
okay.
January? Wait, what is because it wasn't December 15th, the end of the year, but what is January 15th?
It's
Birthday.
I forget. What? Tell me.
Peter Moon's for my birthday.
Oh, your birthday and Peter Moon's birthday. Yeah.
Yeah, January 15th. So, like, the first thing that comes up when we were talking about dates, and then...
And didn't he say in the book it happened on his birthday? Didn't he say in the book it happened on his birthday?
No, it happened it happened at the end of the year, December 15th.
I see.
1970. It happened... So they were killed December 15th, 1974. But the bus crash was January 15th, so the very beginning of the year... 15th, 1974. Right. So I don't know. Maybe there was like what I'm just, again, this is just completely jovial. If you're like, I'm just saying, like, we were going on like this weird thing for that to come up first thing, their first few articles. It's like January. Maybe it could even be like, the reason I say this is because also it could be, what's his name? Who's the evil guy? The,
Aquino?
The guy that I don't like. No, the guy I don't like to talk about, Douglas. It's visited me.
Aquino.
Yes. Yes. Okay. It could be him as well because like it could be some spell. But what I'm just saying is for January 15th to come up, 1974, and and then that's the first date, and it's the big wreck, 10 and then December 15th they're killed, and then the next thing below I get like 3 articles on that, and then the next thing I get, which is like it's like 16 farm workers died, and then it's 1, 2 down, and then it's the 6th one. It says. So remembering Sammy Davis Jr.'s car accident, Sammy Davis Jr. seen here in 1974 lost his left eye.
And just to point something else out for Heather's sake, there are icy roads way up in the mountains in California, and it took place at some olive grove type place. So if they're growing olives, it's not going to have the snow season that the mountains of California would. So this is a place where you would never have icy roads.
I really think that Heather needs to know we're not saying that he killed them.
He said it was near. Am I still audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Say it. Yeah, say it, Brendan.
Sorry.
Yeah, he said it was near Bakersfield, which is like, I mean, it's like practically a desert out there.
Thank you.
Even in the winter, like, it could be freezing, but there's not much water. It's not. Usually, it's typically not going to freeze over.
Thank you.
Maybe, actually, I mean, it was in winter, but still, it's hard to tell, really, honestly.
No, not down there. It'd be a rare. Yeah, that'd be just rare.
Yeah, anomalous.
Yeah, anomalous. But then the entire, everything about this is anomalous, whether David Lewis Anderson, the accident, as he said, there's an incredible synchronicity to it that has, it just... to all of this, and but
then for Sammy Davis Jr. to be like, if I have mine and his birthday, like his birthday, my birthday, like
and Sammy Davis Jr. was hanging out.
And
he converted to Satanism.
Jr. because Church of Set.
Yes, he converted to Satanism and the Temple of Set. Yes, that's
the first picture I ever saw of Aquino was Aquino and what's his name and Sammy Davis. Like the first one I ever saw was
Aquino and Magus Anton Zandor LaVey. And Sammy Davis Jr. Which, like George Knight said, you're lucky you saw that photo because they've since scrubbed it from the internet, and they only show Anton LaVey with Sammy Davis Jr. now. They've completely scrubbed Aquino out of the picture, so all of this is it's numerically very, shall we say, synchronistic. It is synchronistic. It is. There's and then but I'm gonna turn the narrative back to Aristides about what happened that day that he remembers with David Lewis Anderson. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes, and then I'll normalize for the night with all of you, and we'll settle in for the night into a roundtable discussion. And so then we have that, and my love to you all and to all our listeners. You're in good hands with all these people. They've got you. Aristides, of course, it's like, I can't help but make fun of that film, but it shows either David Lewis Anderson's total contempt for the venue, or, as I told Aristides, maybe that's the chicken shit film he showed the Department of Defense and still got, a $1 trillion contract out of them anyway, because, because I have that's a level of cynicism that's a level of contempt I hold them in. That's my regard for them. But go on, Aristides. Yeah, right. Yes. Before I take off, what are you?
I mean, I don't have a terrible amount of more details on it. Like I said, it looked plausible, but so simple that somebody could have made that up. Again, it was like, why did he bother to come show this tiny group of inconsequential people like this? If he was lying, not a good effort. So it's still kind of anomalous. I don't know. As to what is like.
Well, if you've read some of his time travel stuff, which I tried to read because I was looking up because I looked at it when.
You mean Anderson's, Brooke? You mean Anderson's?
Yeah. Okay. So I was really reading some of it to try to see what I believe.
And this was after you and I talked. This was after you and I talked.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. When I was looking it up while we talked.
So I'm gonna go mute. I'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes, and but you've all got this, and thank you so much. I love you all. Okay. Bye for now.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So his website it's basically just his time travel, his ideas on what stuff he put together. He made it seem like some of it seemed very sciencey and good. The way I would say is if you're reading stuff and you're you're basically we were talking about trigonometry. You could put some trig together and I'd be like, I don't know if I can break down that problem or not. But then I'm looking at it and I'm reading it because I know enough about this to be yeah, that's bullshit. That's not going. And then we were looking at, even one guy was from South Carolina that he had on there discussing how I believed in this basically we're in a liquid soup. So basically trying to take down the theory of some of Einstein's work, and just I don't know, some of the stuff that was on there, it didn't impress. I was actually thinking, because again I believe in synchronicity, so I was why did that come through that way? I was maybe there's some reason. Douglas mentioned this, so I'll look at it and I'll see what it is. But so far I haven't gotten much from his work to say, wow, this is really impressive. This is something that blows me away or something.
There's not a whole lot of substance, like you're saying.
But he did introduce you to Peter Moon and led you to Douglas, which led you to me. So at least he has a gift, I mean, you were gifted with something.
Right. Yeah, true. Yeah, true.
This one's not fun. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, Aristides, are you the only one here? Because I feel like there was someone else here.
We got a couple other people here, whether they're currently
still here.
Yeah, I see Nemo's thing, but he usually doesn't use the Skype mute. He usually uses his own mute.
My mic.
So Brendan, you said that I was giving you hell last time, and I just wanted to be sure, Brendan, that well, no, you didn't say I was giving you hell. Excuse me. Let me try to rephrase that. You said that I was basically putting words in your mouth, but from what I remember on that conversation, and correct me, I may be wrong, but it was actually you saying that I had put words in Douglas's mouth, because that's what I'd actually done, is rephrase something Douglas had said. Douglas and even later on Nemo, but I don't think I'd actually rephrased anything you said, other than just we were just talking about the school stuff. So if I did, I apologize.
I mean, you explained later that you didn't do it on purpose, but it was just I wasn't in the mood. I don't know. I was triggering. It was just triggering. That's all.
What part of it?
I don't remember. I was I just that's all that happened, you know. But it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, I think it was just new. I must have triggered you when I said something. Like I said Douglas, and I knew Douglas was there, and I knew he knew exactly that I didn't say. Like if it's just kind of like Nemo said earlier. I think Nemo's words were like not Nemo. I'm sorry. Aristide said like Brooke was giving us hell, but if I was like, oh, like Aristide said earlier, like I was being crazy, I was being a bitch last time or whatever. Like I would assume, or like I may not remember he said the word I was giving hell to everybody. I've been giving hell to everybody in a kidding way, like obviously. So I may think, I may say, oh, how Aristide, you said I was being a bitch and I've been being bitchy to everybody. It's just the not exact words, but to me, I'm just trying to relay the overall tone. But I apologize for being triggering.
No, it's not a big deal.
Okay, to be clear, like you've been really chill lately, so like we're not gonna get too bent out of shape if you get a little feisty here and there.
All right, then let me just say this way: I really don't apologize that much. I feel like I'm being pretty cool about it. So there's not too much apology there, Brendan. I feel like Brendan, you need to get some Blue Lotus and just chill the fuck out and like send me some, and
maybe I should go
chill the fuck out together. I still have never gone to North Carolina to see if I can find that and what the hell it does. Is it supposed to be like a relaxing effect or?
Yeah, essentially.
Can you mix it with weed?
Yeah, you can mix it with whatever you want, but I would just recommend doing it alone.
Right.
Do you smoke it or do you like make a tea of it?
He smokes it, don't you?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want with it. you can tincture it. The best way is a tincture, of course.
Okay. Like
Yeah.
Tincture. I learned how to tincture recently. Like I didn't know, there was another use for Everclear alcohol besides just being a stupid like 18-year-old and making PJ and getting sick. So apparently Everclear is used for tincturing, in case no one knew.
Yes, of course. Yeah, you have to have a high proof alcohol to extract the plant material. That's like basics.
Yeah, well, you say basics, but for some of us, we didn't know that. So I'm just letting everybody know that, the Everclear, like high proof alcohol, like that's what it requires for that. So I just found that out recently because I was looking at the mimosa plant. We have a lot of mimosa around here, and apparently the mimosa plant is really good for like a natural plant for just like kind of like calming effects and like for some pain management, but mainly just some calming and increase in dopamine, things like that.
Yeah, it's called an albizia tree. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know. Like they grew everywhere around here. When I saw that, like it just popped up on my feed, and I guess it's scary how YouTube knows everything you're doing. So it was like when I was like getting on natural and quitting everything that I was doing good, and I mean, I was doing bad, I guess, and then like you doing everything, and it's like on my feed, it's like natural plant mimosa, and I was like, oh my god, I know that because it's basically in the South we see it as a weed tree because it pops up everywhere. So they kind of look like a palm tree in a slightest regard, but like the way the leaves do, the way they fan out and have these pretty flowers. So yeah, I just recently seen that and actually thought of you, and so I watched how to make the tincture and all that.
Yes, that's sweet.
Brendan, do you make your own toothpaste?
Toothpaste?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's not like a toothpaste, but it's like a tooth powder. So
like something that will clean your teeth off, like just kill the bacteria and make it white.
Formula if you want the formula.
Yeah.
Do you use like baking soda in it, or what do you use?
The only recipe I know of is coconut oil and baking soda, but that's all I know.
Yeah, so what I use is activated charcoal as the base. Then you mix it with baking soda, triphala powder, which is an Ayurvedic herb. And then you can add oils if you want, or like menthol powder, or even mint powder, different things like that. But mainly it's just those three things: triphala, baking soda, and black charcoal.
All right.
That will
pretty much anything. And then you can do the oil pulling afterwards, and you'll have like.
That's what I was going to ask you. Is the oil
Tell
like
it.
I've done powder, like charcoal powder, which turned my teeth black, which is it's messy. You know, the black powder. But I was going to ask you about the oil pulling. So I've done oil pulling separately, like with coconut oil, like he said. What do you think about oil pulling?
Oil pulling is very beneficial. I mean, it's an ancient, like, Ayurvedic thing.
And can you remind us what it's good for again, though?
Yeah, I can give you the spiel.
Go for it.
Yeah, so oil pulling is, it's a cleansing way to clean the mouth. Yeah, so just let me, just give me a second here to prepare.
What I remember, like, it was weird because I had just seen something. It was actually a heart surgeon. He's one of the top cardiac surgeons, or I won't say top, but a very prominent heart surgeon in the U.S. And he has a channel when he was promoting that he says he tells all his patients to not use antibacterial, like antiseptic, whatever, like Listerine, for instance, like anything like that. He tells them not to use that in their mouth for some reason. It's something about the bacteria that in your mouth you have good bacteria, obviously, in your mouth, and it kills that. And then that's
probiotic, like, in general.
Right. And then the myocardial, things like that he's seen. So he tells people not to use the antibacterial stuff. So like he would promote like oil pulling over that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So why that is because when you're doing like Listerine and stuff, it kills like they even say it right on the commercial, 99% of bacteria. Well, the point is that 90% of bacteria is actually beneficial that your body needs to perform digestion. That's why like yogurt's really good for you, right? There's like live cultures, probiotics.
Yeah.
So if you kill all that in your mouth, it's only getting rid of like 2% of the deadly shit, or the stuff that causes cavities, and the rest is just getting killed. So what you want to do is strengthen your immune system and then clean your mouth daily to just keep the good bacteria healthy. So if the good bacteria is functioning properly, the negative, gram-negative, and these toxic bacteria will get killed through homeostasis by the other creatures there, the other bacterium.
I've heard that about skin as well. Like I think they were talking about skin and like people's skin, and that like some of the healthiest skin, like people worry about, like they put like these astringents on their skin and things like that, but that like a dermatologist was saying the same thing. Like I remember this from a while back, a few years ago, but saying that if that you actually need things living on your skin, like there's so much living on your skin, like people would be surprised, but if you actually have healthy skin, the healthiest skin has, things that are basically like we would consider crawling, living bacteria on our skin, but that's healthy and you need it. And if you don't have it, that's when you're setting yourself up for the bad bacteria to come in.
Yeah.
So there was something like that. So I think like, like we use these hand sanitizers or putting alcohol, I know even when I took nursing classes, they would say, like if we had to if you had to clean something with alcohol, we would flush something out. But if you had to clean something with alcohol, if you used alcohol itself, like something that you wanted to get bacteria out of, it was to use it once only, because at that point you're starting to kill actually not just bacteria, but then you're also killing the cells. You're killing cells at that point. That's what the nursing class said. Like, you're killing cells in there. And so you don't want to continue to use alcohol more than once ever, because it's going to kill the cells and the good stuff. But I think it's just an overlap of killing good beneficial things that we take for granted, what we don't see that is helping us daily. I feel like that's kind of a point.
Oh yeah, guaranteed.
So what does the oil pulling do? Like, do you know like what the oil pulling, how it helps in that?
Yeah, I mean, it's all, like I said, it's Ayurvedic, so it's 5,000-year-old technique. So what it is, yeah, oil pulling is an Ayurvedic treatment. Like I said, 5,000 years old. it helps control like systemic disease, et cetera, et cetera. But what it does is it balances the doshas, you know. So what it does, or how it does that is, first of all, it cleans in between the teeth, where like normal toothpaste wouldn't go, where like brushes wouldn't go, because like what you do is you take a little bit of oil, like a teaspoon, and you swirl it,
swish it around in your mouth.
Yeah, swish it around, like gargle it, rinse like you're rinsing with water, you know, like you would do like a Listerine or like a water rinse. But you just keep doing that for like 5 to 10 minutes a day, like in the morning or at night. And then that will start pulling, that's where the term oil pulling comes from. It starts pulling these toxins out. That's the best way to describe it, is it pulls the toxins out of your gums and, you know, places where you can't reach, even brushing. So that's the reason why it's beneficial.
It seems like maybe it's doing it. I would think, like, in theory, maybe that it's doing it because, like for instance, like, so instance, like, if we have good bacteria that's naturally supposed to be in our mouth, right? So it's attributed to like whatever our mouth alkaline would supposed to be, or acidic, right? And then our teeth, like our like calcium levels, and so the things that aren't supposed to be there, I would think maybe it's like like the fat and the oil itself is like the bad bacteria is drawn to the oil, and the oil is thick enough to then, like, it attaches to the oil maybe, and then it's pulling that bacteria out. Instead of killing everything, it's pulling the stuff that doesn't want to be there, that likes fat more, taking that out.
Even it's not like killing all the bacteria.
I don't know what happened.
You know, am I still here? Am I still audible?
Yeah, you are. I don't know. Something's going. Somebody in the background. We can hear you, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So it's not like killing the bacteria. It's what it's doing is it's like you said, pulling the toxins out,
removing it.
And then when you spit out, so an important thing to remember when you're doing this, and I'll go into more detail in a second, but when you're spitting out the oil, you don't spit it in your sink or anything. You have to, like, you know, put it in like a trash receptacle or something, some solid disposal, like a tissue, you know, because it could clog the sink over time. That's all. So you don't want to put it in the water system. Yeah.
Yeah, like, or to run hot water and a little, like, I know if I, like, even just cooking, like, if I ever had to put oil down my sink, just, if you do put some oil down, just make sure you just put a little, run hot water when you're doing it with a little bit of soap. Yeah. Well, the hot water with soap.
If you do, that's all I would say about that. Well, the hot water works, but once it gets down into
not just hot water. I always do hot water with soap, like Dawn, like an oil eater. Yeah. So if you're breaking up the oil with a little Dawn and you continue to run it.
I get it.
Yeah.
But after it goes like into the system, like 50 feet down, like past your house, it'll solidify and then like fuck up the whole sewer for like everyone else.
Yeah. Well, you know what also solidifies fucking Douglas's turds, like, basically, like, how he barely gets those out. Where do you think
those were his upstairs neighbors? But yeah.
I'm just kidding. Like, but yeah, I just meant, like, yeah, if you're like, so I obviously do not,
like, if you want,
don't recommend throwing like I never threw down a pan of oil into mine. Like, you know, like, I don't do a lot of frying, obviously, because I'm vegetarian, but, like, you know, I have been for 20 years. But at the point of where people fry and they dump fat down your sink, but I don't think like a tiny bit of spit, if you're spitting a little oil out and you're running hot water and you just run a little soap in there, you know, like drop soap to a little hot water, run it for a minute. I don't think that's really going to clog.
Just pour a can of Coke down your sink once a week and that'll unclog any pipes.
There you go. Or some bleach. I usually run bleach down my sink like at least once, like every couple of months.
Shit.
But great. I didn't know you were a plumber. I didn't know you were a plumber. Brendan?
I'm not a plumber, thank God.
Well, I thought you just said as a plumber.
Don't know.
I said ask a plumber. If like what you just said would make any plumber cringe.
Well, you know what would make me cringe? Anything a plumber has to do ever. So like that's why I'm not a plumber, and I respect them. But like like when Douglas told me the story of what happened to him, you've never heard me so
shit up, literally.
Oh, cannot handle that. Could not handle that.
They deserve
Like,
more money
not
than they
ideal.
make for that job.
Definitely. Like, that's what I was telling my son when he's looking for a job. You know, imagine being 19 and we're looking at the world the way it is and the jobs and trying to look at the future and what he wants to do and what's actually going to be there, you know. And I tried to, you know, guide him the best way I could, but I just told him at the end of the day, like, no, like, if you're asking me, like, I think that the way to go would be, you know, what you want to do and what you're drawn to do. So, like, he likes animals. I'm like, if you're drawn to that, then you should do like veterinary. I was like, but then if you're also drawn to something like hands-on, you know, I would do something like that. I said, you know, there's plumbers and electricians, especially, you know, carpenters, people building houses as well. But, you know, electricians and plumbers are very much in need. And that's something that I don't see AI taking over. Like, you know, and I know I say AI all the time, but like, or I've done the last show, but I just mean in the sense.
The trades will be there.
Yeah. And so I'm like, yeah, that's going to be there. And I just said, and if it was me, I'd go with electrician.
Like hard on the body.
And, do what?
It's tough on the body
Yeah.
for somebody to like go through that for 40 years, you know.
And shortens your life. Yeah, they deserve way more money than they make for doing a job like that.
Yes.
For
But
a
it's a
plumber,
valid
like,
career option for
electrician,
someone who's young. And then what happens a lot of the time around me, what I see is the smart people will like, they'll do that for 10, 15, 20 years, and then they'll move up into management or somewhere, you know, and then they could potentially open their own business or something and make hundreds.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You should open your own business. Like at that point, like
learning the skill and all that's just part of the journey. You don't do that for 40 years.
Yeah. I mean, if you do, then there's probably like you're making the best you could make ever. If you're doing plumbing for 40 years just as the plumber, you know, like, I don't know, like
that sucks.
Yeah, like, I mean, but
Just
but
commit
you
suicide.
if you've got that, and especially in this day, it sucks. Just plumb it out, but suck it out. But it says, you know, I just think if you are doing that for 40 years, like, either it just maybe it doesn't bother you, you know, and that's just where you want to be, and like not where you want to be, but like you're comfortable where you are, you're making good money, but so that's fine. But then I just think that right now, especially right now, maybe 20 years ago was different, or 40, but right now there are so many plumbers and electricians, at least in the South, like you can't find enough plumbers. Like everybody I know is like, they'll be on like, does anybody know a plumber? Does anybody know an electrician?
I just got back in time to hear that. Go on. Yes. You
know, like, it's just like, do you know one? Can you find one? And so, you know, they're really in need. So if you are a plumber or electrician and you aren't starting at some point, like Brendan said, your own business, like, I don't know what you're doing. Like, you should, you know, if you have any business skills at all, I mean, you know, like, if you don't, call me. Like, I'll open the business for you. Like, I don't know what you're doing. But, like, all it takes is a website and hire another plumber and, like, just, like, slowly sit back.
Cool. Yes. Brendan has driven someplace. He's out in where he can see the stars, I would take it, where there's no light pollution. Is that the case, Brendan? That's what I would guess.
Yes, that's very accurate. I was looking at Spica and the various stars in the night sky, or not Spica, excuse me, Lyra, the constellation of Lyra, and also the constellation of Cygnus. So I was having like a moment because they're at the zenith.
Well, you're just trying to freaking show off. None of us know what you're talking about.
How is that showing off? That's just that's what.
Look, I'm even into a Vedic. I even do your Vedic astrology, okay? And I do astrology, and I can get you right now. Nobody else on this freaking podcast knows what the heck you're talking about.
You know more than like many people. What are you talking about?
What she's saying,
I'm sorry,
is that she understands
what did you say you were looking at again? Go ahead and clarify it. The stars you were looking at.
The thing, like, Douglas knows this. It's like when you're listening to a podcast, it's like even if you don't understand it, like the point is to like fill in airtime and like
yes,
you know, if it's intriguing enough, you can be like, oh, maybe I'll look into it. You don't have to know everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I know. I was just giving Brendan, like, it's like, I consider you like a I don't have a brother or sister, so I consider you kind of like my brother that like has.
She likes you. She likes you. Yes.
I do like you, and so I consider us like we have like brother sister.
I'm not against you. And by the way, while Douglas is back, I don't look like Kyle Rittenhouse at all.
What?
Like, not even close.
What do you think, Brooke? What do you think?
Not even close.
What? You gotta show me a picture.
You don't look up Kyle Rittenhouse. Look, she needs to see your picture in order to make that judgment.
No, I don't know what he looks like. I'm saying I don't know. I asked you what
like,
Brendan looked like,
that
and you
kid's
said
like-
he looked like Kyle Rittenhouse.
Don't tell him that. Don't tell him that. I said he looked like Kyle Rittenhouse with a young glasses from Buddy Holly, young Buddy Holly
How
glasses.
does he know? How does he know you look? I want to know how Brendan knows. Was Brendan listening to us? Because that was private conversation.
Yeah,
I said, I don't even know what Brendan looks like. And you said he looks like Kyle Rittenhouse.
I told
And
him.
then Brendan just said, I don't look like Kyle Rittenhouse.
What were the other
So where
details?
did this? What did I miss here? What did y'all talk about here?
Let's just say I found out about it, and I'm not too keen on that description.
Well, I didn't say you look like him, so I don't know if he's. I've never seen.
No,
you.
I'm
That's my
telling
point.
you.
I don't think
I'm
I've ever
telling
seen
that
you.
Your vision of what I looked like was more accurate and even like slightly more muscular, probably.
Yes. Brooke thought of you as tall, very tall, because of course intelligent people, we project height upon them, and and intelligent people look taller.
Yeah. So according to Brooke, I'm like 8 feet tall. Or
Yes, that's right. She thought you were like Dr. David Lewis Anderson. So I said, well, he's getting.
No, I didn't think he was that tall. No, I didn't.
Then I said,
No, I was just
I don't know,
joking
like-
because you said I sounded like intellectual or what? What did you say?
Yes. I said people are
Above people's
intimidated
heads,
by
what I
your
was just
intellect. And so because they're intimidated by your intellect, they usually project upon you a height. And, I told her, well, I said, you gotta factor in the fact that he gained 30 pounds on that Vedic diet. And then, when I told Amy Como that, Amy Como says, yeah, the body thinks it's starving and it just clings onto all those carbs. And then Brooke said, no, it's not like that at all. And then she told me about, see if you're on, I don't know, anorexia like her.
I told you about how you're starving your body, which I think Brendan would know this. If you starve your body for so long, let's say you're on meth or something, for like a couple days, and then you're off and you eat like
Which Brooke would know.
normal, and
Brooke
then
would know.
Yeah, and then you go back to, and especially as you get older, like after 30 or 40, like then you go back and you eat normal, not extra, just normal, like a normal meal, healthy. But then you starve for another day or two. Your body's like, fuck, we're in starve. So as soon as you eat another normal meal, your body's like, fuck, we don't know when we're going next. We hold all that shit in. We can't let any of these calories go because this bitch, we don't know when she's going off the next deep end. So like it just starts holding on to shit. So like you can literally eat like a salad and it's like, I don't know, like there's some oil there. Let's hold it in and needs some sugar. So it packs in. So that's the point of, there is a good thing about, they've proven there's something good about like how long you can go without eating. It's called, fasting. So it's a good fasting schedule about sleeping, like not eating so long before you sleep and so long after. I'm sure Brendan knows that. But if you go to like past a certain point of like, and then your body's just like, we're dying. And they're like, she ate, let's move it all in. Like, we don't know. She's probably going to get high again soon. I don't know. So like, it just, and I'm like, I don't even know how I like literally have eaten like 3 meals this week and gained 4 pounds. Like, like that's what it does.
Well, by the way, but before Brendan responds, I have to show him this from the chat room. Somebody is saying something to Brendan in the chat room. So I need to share screen. So everybody, please look at your screens. And I know you're on a cell phone, Brendan, but let me know if you can see my cursor moving, okay?
Yes, we all see it. We see it.
Yes.
Okay. I know she's lying. She just lies. Okay, but here we are. So Sheila Gavin says, hi, Brendan. Thank you for talking about oil, pulling with coconut oil. Is it okay after swishing to swallow the oil? Thank you all again for this discussion. Thank you, honey. And Brendan, please respond.
Yes. The as per Ayurveda, like you spit out the oil every time, of course. So you don't
You should
you don't
spit
want to
out the
follow.
oil, yeah.
Okay, and that's why El Nemo responded by saying, I think it's best to spit it out. So let me show you something else, Brendan. Can you see this? So this is what I showed Our Lady Brooke the other day. And here's this poor Wesley Warren Jr. famed for freak 45
Hold
kilogram.
on, before you want to go further, I want this. Well, before you go further,
yeah,
like, so, like, let's finish this girl that asked because she was interested. Like, so I looked up the oil thing, like we were talking about it, and I was gonna ask Brendan, like, so basically we had like obviously not that I trust them that much, but the NIH at all, right? So NIH not doing much, but statistically, when they were doing studies on something that is from like Brendan said, like it's a 5,000-year-old like ancient thing, right? So obviously we know it's good. So, but I was trying to see where was the I can't say it. Statistical data that showed basically why, or its mechanism, if there was any mechanisms at this point. Now we can show why it works. And it says basically that after all this stuff, it says evidence shows that oil pulling can do. It says, but the exact mechanism of the oil after all these studies, pulling is not clear. So it's shown beneficial for reducing bacterial counts and reducing plaque and
gingivitis. Go on.
Yeah, for gingivitis, but it's gingival is the word.
Oh, okay.
It says the exact. Yeah, so it says the exact mechanism of oil pulling is not clear, but there are 3 possible mechanisms. One being the alkaline hydrolysis of the fat, leading to the process of saponification, which is soap making. And it says since the oil used in pulling contains fat, obviously, like we were talking about, the alkaline hydrolysis process emulsifies the fat into bicarbonate ions, whatever science, which are usually present in saliva, and then the soap, which is what it's basically turning it into, is an effective cleaning agent that mixes in the oil. So that's one theory. Now, which in turn decreases, which is a cleaning action. Another theory is that the viscous properties, obviously the thickness, the viscous properties of the oil inhibit plaque accumulation and inherent bacteria. And then the third theory posits that the antioxidants present in the oil affect detoxification by preventing lipid paradoxation and producing antibiotic-like substances, thereby contributing to the destruction of microorganisms and enhancing the effects of vitamin E in the oral cavity. And basically,
the 3 ways is saponification, alkaline-based, then just general cleansing, and then the third would be that thing, what you just said.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's go with that. I like it. Let's go with that. But yeah, it's like, it's the people that work at NIH. Like, you just put that, like, you could probably get paid like $90,000 a year there for just being able to synopsis what exactly that's what they just did.
It's just to write a longer article. I mean, it's nothing else. So why couldn't they just say, oh, it's all 3 of these in tandem, and this is why it works? Like, I mean,
we don't really know. You should probably do it because it's definitely good for you. Definitely nothing bad we've seen so far. Do it.
History Channel aliens, like, they always leave a question so they get like funding for the next episode. Like
they'll never answer it. Yes, thank you.
They'll never answer the question because then they'll get like another season, right? Like, it's same with these.
I'll tell you. You're right, and I'll tell you what. The best thing I think I ever told my daughter.
The Indian scientists have studied this, and with the Ayurvedic perspective, and this is what they say here. It says, just a second here if I can find it. Okay, let's see.
Is it safe for you to do this while driving?
Not really. But
he asks me every time I talk to him and I answer the phone, he's like, "Are you driving?" Well, I will call you back. I do need you to talk. And I'm like, I'm not safe driving when
no
I'm
matter
not
what.
on the phone. Like, there's not. Yes. You're not gonna make it better. Like,
hold on, let me give you guys the example here, or the facts. As far as this goes. So bacteria are single-celled organisms enclosed by a lipid membrane. The bacterium are attracted to the lipid structure of the oil, then thereby being pulled from the oil tissue by the attracting fat molecules of the oil. Then they are flushed out of the mouth through this act of oil pulling, thereby spitting out the oil and the toxins. So there you go.
All right, so I just want to say this. I want to say this. Two points. Two points here.
No.
Go ahead.
So it's like, so the negative charge, you know, like a magnet, right?
Right.
Attract, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the gram negative, meaning their polarity is negative. These are the toxic bacteria, right?
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. Is I was saying, if it's just doing all bacteria, then that wouldn't be right. But it's getting the bacteria that
have a negative charge, or vice versa. I don't know which one. I may be conflating it, positive or negative charge. But it has the opposite polarity. Oil, the lipids. So the lipid structure will bond to the bacteria, and then it gets caught in that emulsification and spit out, and then that's why it's.
So that is perfect. So that's why the girl that asked, like the lady that asked, like, that it would be a reason to spit it out. Like I would say, like oil that you want to swallow. But I wouldn't swallow that because you're trying to get rid of that bacteria. I wouldn't want to put it into the digestion if you can. Like I would just go and spit it out.
Could get destroyed in digestion, but you have other toxins. So the reason why those bacteria are dangerous is not because they're like a living organism just living. It's because they spit out toxic, like what are
byproducts.
called
Yes,
oxidant molecules, like
yes.
something oxidant or some kind of venomous, poisonous.
Well, the way I see it, the easiest way I see this, I got a mental image immediately. I don't know why I got this, but like I always say, like, you know, even the Bible, like it says, don't eat scavengers of the sea. And I don't care if you do or not. Like my mother like loves shrimp and like whatever, but like, you know, I would eat shrimp when I did. And yeah, you know, remember when I don't know if you ever ate shrimp, Brendan, but like if I did eat a shrimp and then the people that would eat them and they had that big vein in the back, which is the poop, you know, it's just a poop, like and people are like, oh, it's like you're just eating their shit. Like I feel it like that. Like I see the organism, it's like, yeah, it's spitting its shit out into your body, and it's not good.
Yeah. Whereas, like, other bacteria, like the beneficial, like acidophilus and that stuff, the stuff it's releasing are like vitamins. So can you imagine, what beautiful and, like, complex nature is that some creatures produce vitamins, and some creatures produce toxins, so that's interesting, right? Yeah.
I think it's just kind of funny, like the way you look at everything. Like if you really go with it, we already know the world we live in, what we're promoted to eat, what we're exposed to in every toxin in every way, chemically, air, or whatever. We're gonna be exposed to things that we should never have had in our bodies, right? And our bodies are amazing, beautiful things in each cell. You got to remember, like when I do the energy healing, and I do that.
Technology. Like the body.
Do what?
Human body is the highest technology, like, in the universe. Like it's.
Yes, it is. It's amazing when you
like computer or anything like that.
Like the amount of energy just your body puts out. Like I remember somebody talking about the amount of energy just your body, like energetically. Like if you were to like compare yourself, like you could power. Like I don't know if you heard of that, Brendan. Like the powerhouse, like your body is so like you could power.
Claim, like, atomically, like 1 centimeter of brain tissue is like one atom bomb worth of release.
Like
wow.
Yeah, exactly. So we have so much amazing power that we don't give ourselves credit. And so I'll just let anybody know this. Like I did some energy healing. Like I don't know, people know Ford died, but Ford was supposed to die like 4 years ago, but he was 23 years old. And like I did energy healing on him the first time they told me to put him to sleep, and I was really into that. And I wasn't into that at all. I'm sorry. I never did energy healing, but I was learning about like energy and the way our bodies work, and I was just in this mode of kind of like how Brendan speaks of, you know, you take things in and as you learn them, you realize like so much that you didn't know. As far as like for me, it was like sitting with myself and really going in and going, every cell in my body is alive. So it's like, okay, imagine you being God, like we always think God, and then God, so if you think of a God, and a lot of people do believe in that there's just this one God, and he's looking down, and he's seeing all these billions of people on the earth, right? So we're like ants, okay? So like tiny, like you're, so then, and he's supposed to tune in to each one of us, right? Somehow he can tune into each one of us and hear our prayer. They're like, Mom, please don't let my mom die. Please help this, please. And he's tuning in, and like that's important to him. And so if you can kind of put it in that position, you have like in your leg, in your arms, in your, in your stomach, in your brain, in your mouth, you have so many cells that are working really hard daily. Like they're working really hard to get you to taste
Yes.
in your tongue. And the cells in your fingers they're working really hard to let you feel what you touch. And the cells in your eyes are working really hard every day. That's their job. That is like their little world. And even though you don't see it, like their little job is like they are truly in their little own human world, or like what we would call like their own little earth. Like that's the only way to describe it to me, is to understand that they are doing their little job every day, and they're not. And you don't think to say thank you to all these little cells in your eye that are letting you see, but they're alive. They are as alive as you are. Those cells are. And so when you can realize that, just like to God, like we're the cell of Him, those cells are also alive. And when you start tuning into that energy and saying thank you, just the thank you, just the tuning in and saying thank you, and then I heal you, and then and so for me with him, like, I really tuned into that, and then all I really did at that point was just say thank you to the good in his body, and please, like, I am thankful for you. And then anything negative, let me pull that out, and would just kind of try to pull energy out. And I mean, I had another that, I was told to put him to sleep twice, and and I don't mean a dog that went from he was just like, oh, I kept him alive barely. Like, he was running around until the end, playing, wallowing in the grass, and had been told like he was at death's door, and like there's no hope for this dog, and went home and did that type of stuff. Like, that's what I did. And so all I could, like, I don't know, Brendan, if you have anything, like, if you, I don't know if you just know anything about it. That's what I heard you say something. The cells tuning into recognizing that the energy is alive in us that we don't recognize is so, like, amazing.
Please respond, Brendan. She's quiet now.
What? Sorry.
I see it.
Yes.
Oh God! Now let's listen to Brendan now.
Yeah, that was the point. Is that the body's technology?
Oh my God! It's like, did they shut you down, Brendan? What the fuck?
No, I think his phone. I mean, I'm still here. I was just letting him talk.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. Are you there, Brendan? Oh man. Yeah, your audio keeps cutting out. You're in a bad cell area, Brendan. Oh wait, huh?
Am I audible?
Now you are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Much better?
A little bit, yeah. Please respond. Yeah, there we are.
Just a second. Let me get the headphones.
Yes, that helps immensely always. Thank you so much. And
But yeah, so I don't know. Have you had any experience with that, Douglas? Have you ever tried to talk to your cells of your body, or like acknowledge that they're even alive? I doubt it. You have, because you don't even want to take care of a dog or a kid, so I doubt you would acknowledge the cells of your body.
Okay, Brendan, you talk, and I'll get back to Brooke on that soon enough. But let's see if you can speak first.
Okay, am I audible at all?
You are sounding good. Okay. What? Then Brendan Zoget left. That was so bizarre. Am I audible? Hey. Oh my fucking
Probably
God.
accidentally.
Yeah. Okay, Brendan. No. Okay.
Okay. How is this now?
Good.
Better?
Excellent.
Good.
Now, please respond in detail.
Okay. Yeah. So my response to that would be, yes, the body is the highest technology, and obviously, like, there's like an auric field that connects all the cells and stuff, and it's really well thought out and scientifically vetted that the cell itself is a transceiver, so it transmits and receives cosmic energy from the source itself, and this is well thought out and well documented in the book Biology of Belief by Bruce Lipton, and that will give you basically excruciating detail on how the cell, the structure of the cell and the way it operates proves that there is a divine force and there's a Shakti that underlies all biology.
This was by Bruce Lipton, right? You said Bruce Lipton, correct?
Yes.
Bruce Lipton. Yeah, Bruce
Yes.
Lipton.
Yeah, I'm familiar with him. I'm familiar with him. He's got some. I mean, I've watched some of his videos. I haven't read that book though. I'll look that up. I've watched
Yeah, I mean, he became famous off that book, rightly so. He was a microbiologist, and he had an epiphany, and he said, you know, he felt exactly what you were saying, like all those, just like almost identical to how you described, like you talk to each cell and you realize it was, you know, each one's alive. Well, he had that epiphany as like a scientist. He was like totally atheistic. And then he had that epiphany and he said, well, if this is true, then I have to be able to test it. And so what he did is he was like in the Bahamas studying biology somewhere, some university out there. And he basically took advantage of their lab and tested everything and wrote articles about it. And they ended up basically kicking him out. But in that time, he proved, you know, he says he quit, but, you know, they just said, you know what, you can't be exposing any truth. Like, that's not what we're here for. But, you know, unless it can be used for evil, essentially.
Pretty much,
but
yeah.
He's later come out. He didn't say that in the book, but he's later come out and said, you know, that's basically what happened. They said, look, you can't heal people. Like, you got to chill, you know? Like, that's not what we're here for. So he said, forget it. I'm just going to go the holistic path. And so they stripped him of his license and everything. But he didn't. At that point, he was already made millions off the book. So it's just irrelevant. Yeah, he's pretty spacey, but he's like definitely on I would say he's more enlightened than most people these days. Just off his epiphany that he had and the scientific proof. But basically what he did is he proved that the cell wall, like the membrane of the cell and the DNA in tandem can transmit cosmic information, essentially. So like each cell, for it to be alive, has to communicate or have what the Vedic people call Shakti. Like, it has to have Shakti. Like, there's a life force inside the cell for it to even operate for any creature. So, I mean, you know, that just, in other words, it proves intelligent design. So that's why
it proves it. And it's kind of like where we would go. Like, to me, what you're saying is the way I'm seeing it and the way I interpreted it when it hit me was the way we would like be, well, God's all knowing, right? And then he looks down to all these billions. Like, that's the way a lot of people see things, right? But so if you were to look at that structure, then you're looking at God looking to us, which we're so much smaller than God. We're like, well, so God would literally look at us and be like, well, you don't know anything compared to me. So we could look at ourselves and be like, well, these cells aren't talking to me. They don't talk in my language. It's the same, what we would look at ourselves is the way God would look at us. And so, like, meaning, are we any less, or do we need God? Like, we need God. So when God looks at us, or when we're acknowledged, when we get those synchronicities, when we're giving that love or that feeling that the universe is there for us, like, that's when you can put that positive motivation. So, like, I just kind of look at it as that, like, the gratitude of love, and then, like, looking up, like, just like gratitude. Like, when I would give gratitude to my cells, I just would feel so much different, you know? And again, I'm preaching, like, when I can say something like that, this is me reminding myself that it is something different that we have to learn. And I don't do it daily. Although if I did, I would probably be in a much better place, right? And but when I do, it is so amazing. Like, so amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's profound. That's profound.
Thank you.
And it has to be done. I mean, it has to be like if you don't respect the body, like, you'll get lots of issues. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's the point, you know, like, you have to respect it, and it's like, it's working for you. It's not like it's not a rental car. Like, the body, like, yeah, like, your spirit is in it, and you don't, like, get it forever, but it's not like a rental car. You don't just go around and, like, you know, when you have a rental car, it's like, fuck it, just do whatever, you know, like.
Trust me, I know.
So you can use that analogy, knowing, like, what happens if you don't use it right, you know. So, like, extrapolate it onto the body. It's like, you can't just put any gas. Like, you know, if you have like a nice luxury car, you have to put premium gas. Like, if it's a rental car, no one gives a fuck. They're like, oh, cheap as shit. You know, like don't care if the engine blows up. I only got it for a couple days. So that's how 99% of people treat their body, right? It's just like whatever, anything goes. Like YOLO. You know, they have that stupid satanic thing, or not even satanic, that anti-life slogan they gave people, like you only live once.
Yes.
Do whatever the fuck you want, basically.
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Well, I think it too is more like, because some people, though, there are people that are atheists, or there are people that, even though they, like, my mother's very religious in the sense, like, she believes, like, she's gonna go, you know, like, there's heaven, and, like, so it's not like she doesn't want to take care of her body, right? But it's because it's like, because she's still scared of death. A lot of people are very afraid of death, and I think, even though I say I'm not afraid of death, I would say there's been times where my blood pressure has gone through the roof. And
there's a lot of things worse than death. You know, I've learned in my life.
Yes.
There are many things worse than death.
And I completely agree. There's many things worse than death.
But people don't have that perspective. They just think like that's the ultimate worst thing possible, right? Death, like, you know. And then people that know about hell and stuff.
I do think this, though, Brendan,
scared, you know.
Some people, there's two things like there's something you should. But I think my thing is I'm very comfortable with death. Like, I think, like, Brendan and I, like, are, like, I'm not scared of death. I feel very comfortable that I know when I die. I'm very comfortable. Like, I just have
like,
no
as a
fear of
human,
death.
like, it's not something you want to deal with, but it's like.
But yeah, so that very
anyone
moment,
who's alive has to die. I mean, like, you can like go the Buddhist route with it and just like you just live with that. Like, and people's lives have improved, you know, like with the Buddhist, where they say once you accept death, like your perspective shifts. It's like just because you're born means you're gonna die. Like there's no skirting that. Like there's no amount of money.
Only things sure in life are, you know, birth, death, and taxes or something. But,
yeah. Well, the taxes thing. I mean, you know, that's.
I know.
I get what he was saying. I get what he was saying, but it's just. You don't have to pay taxes.
Well, I would say is this, though. The only thing I wanted to make a point to is that the fact that even though I know I'm very comfortable with death compared to like my mother or like my father, like there's certain people, like I've just listened to them talk, but they've gotten older, and I don't, because I've just been, I don't know, I see death differently, and it's almost welcome in some respects because because I've experienced things like what we talked about with the cells. Like I remember that when I go, because I've had these fears, so I know that, oh my God, and studying near-death experiences, the amazing things that are happening, and the amazingness of just the awe of just being out, like realizing who you are and your soul is and how much bigger you are than you know. But also the fact that, like, you also forget that all the people you met in your life that have died, you can be grandmothers and grandfathers. We think about the first thing is family, but then you've got, you know, like so much more, whether it's pets and it's friends, and it's just like somebody you met in the grocery store was that 1 minute, but they had that beautiful, like, there's just gonna be so much welcoming you. But I will say this, as much as I can say I know, and I can say that the few minutes like I've been in it where I thought I was at death's door, like, or scared maybe that I was, the reason I got scared was because even though I thought I'd never be scared, that moment is usually, if you're there and you're aware, unless you get old age and you know you're very comfortable in your old age and you just are like, take me now, please.
Well, like, I mean, people get to that point. I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's stuff worse than death. But my point is this: like that proves the point that there are things worse than death. Like,
yes, like constant pain.
Nobody wants like. Nobody wants pain.
So when you say there are things worse than death, and this is how, I guess this is how far different.
Hell,
if like
no. What I was about to say is that I don't even think about saying there are things worse than death, because in my mind, like, almost everything's worse than death. To be honest, falling in love is worse than death, right? Like, there's I even like,
it can be.
I mean, it depends, but you gotta have with the thing that's helped me with the Vedic and / Buddhistic. I'm just gonna use the word Buddhistic because Vedic, like.
But by the way, please tell Brooke about the Buddhist cat in Taiwan. In my Taiwan, there is a Buddhist vegetarian cat. Tell Brooke about this.
Yes. Yeah, Brooke. So there's a cat in I think it's in Korea, Douglas, but it may be
No, it's Taiwan. It's Taiwan.
Oh,
it might have been
Taiwanese cat.
Yeah, I thought it was a Taiwanese cat. Yeah, maybe I was wrong.
Maybe the video was dubbed in Korean. It was like dubbed in Korean or something.
Okay.
Yeah, like when I saw it. But anyways, the point is the cat is living at a Buddhist temple. It's completely 100% a monk. Like they've ordained it. It has its own mala beads and everything. And they've tried, even on camera, they have it where they tried to feed the cat meat, like a chicken drumstick. They gave it cat food. They gave it fish, and it would go to each item and spit it out or not want to eat it. And then, but it will eat with the monks in the morning. So it'll eat like tofu paste and rice.
Oh, it is South Korea. It is South Korea. So I looked it up.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and spicy pepper. But I think maybe the video was a Taiwanese video or something.
That's correct. That's correct.
Because I thought the same thing at one point.
Okay.
Yeah. But that the cat itself, like, it refuses to eat meat against its own biology. So it's chosen to convert to Buddhism. And it sits in front of the Buddha statue. It follows the monks. It does it does the pujas or whatever they're called in Buddhism, the sangha, like where they all meet up. And it's a cat that's intelligent, and it's converted to Buddhism.
It says there was a story in the newspaper in South Korea. It said the cat was found as a kitten 4 years ago by the abbot with burn injuries. The abbot saved it and gave it the Dharma name of liberation. She also gave the kitten 3 precepts for staying in the monastery, which was to refrain from making noise in the vihara, refrain from eating meat, and refrain from killing. And amazingly, the kitten could understand her instructions and has never broken them.
The cat kept. So basically, it like understood that the being saved its life, and it converted to Buddhism on its own accord, by its own intelligence.
But that was that. You know what that was? Is that woman, whoever that was that spoke to it?
The monk.
I believe that was her able to energetically, like I said, for the brief period that I feel like I did something with Ford. Like, but truly, when you can tune in,
the point is the creature is intelligent. It can make its own decisions.
Well, the creature is intelligent, but not this. She was able to. Yeah, she tuned enough to the cat's cells, the cat's being, to tune in to speak not to the cat's human language, but to speak through energy, and the energy because
don't let cats fool you. I mean, cats can understand like it. It's like beyond energetic. I mean, they can understand word for word, depending on the intelligence of the cat. Like it knows,
but I would defer on that because I think when you put it in word terms, it's diminishing what, because you obviously can train a dog.
I'm saying it's different than like a dog. Like a dog can understand like inflections and like words on like a frequency level. Like cats can actually telepathically understand what you're saying.
That's what I mean. I just think this was more telepathically.
They know your intention behind your speech.
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's more cunning. It's more cunning than like a dog. Like it's not just frequency, which there's a lot in frequency though. I mean, I'm not gonna say that's wrong. I'm just saying. Like,
but then
like
what
you
would
can
you
tell
call
a cat
it if
like
it's not frequency? Like, so that's my point, because what you're saying is
it knows
the cat
what you're saying.
But believe me, Brooke does not doubt what you're saying. I think she just wants language she can better understand. Is that correct, Brooke?
No, I understand it.
Okay.
I just want to say that, like, I think my term for it would be my term, because we're saying that, like you said, inflection is tone and voice, right? So I don't believe the cat.
It's like a step above that. Yeah, like telepathy. Telepathy is the best way. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So to me, telepathy and energetically tuning in through that, and so telepathy to me is energy. I don't know how else you explain telepathy, but telepathy is your thoughts are energy. So a thought is an energetic, like every thought we have is energy, right?
What I'm saying, they've proven that cats understand which word is their name. So if you're talking, like, or like calling other animals or something, the cat knows its own name, which the dog doesn't usually know as well.
Oh, every one of my dogs knows its name. I can guarantee you my dogs know their name very, very clearly.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, even I have a deaf dog. And I can record this if you want it. He is 100% deaf now, and he's 100% blind. I'm living with Hunter.
Oh, wow.
Hunter is his name.
Deaf, you can still feel vibration.
So yeah, so he feels the vibration apparently. So I have to yell loud enough, obviously, that if I yell his name and I'll yell like, hey, and you can see him look around, then when I go, Hunter, and he's like, ma, he's just immediate, like he knows that vibration is his name, and so he recognizes that. So that's a vibration gutturally. Obviously, he's recognizing the physical aspect of that. But what I'm saying is a cat can do that as well. Any cat can, my squirrel does, like, right? But now what you're saying is if I can energetically sit here and say Hunter, or to say to the cat, now that's a different being.
Like what I'm trying to say is that cats have like a modicum of free will.
Do you have a cat?
Not anymore. But I've owned plenty. Yeah, I've owned plenty.
Do you have any dogs?
But, yeah, I've owned dogs and cats. Every dog.
Do you have any?
What?
Do you have any vampires?
Yes, if you have any pet vampires.
No, of course not. Yeah, not unless there's one like Sarah's Victoria or something. Hot vampire.
Oh, that's an anime character, honey, just so you know. That's somewhat inspired by my son, as is the other character who's kind of like her counterpart, Schrodinger cat. Schrodinger, who is a cat hybrid, a chimerical cat human. Yes. So
which is how they had to like Aspel Alucard's defeat with Schrodinger's cat, you know?
Yes.
But he still comes back at the end.
Yes. And so it's one of these bizarre things that I think they added that ending where Alucard comes back later. It was because of some there was some controversy concerning that, but we can get into that later. But just so you know, Brooke,
I look at it as, I will say this when you're talking
sounds
about
like you wrote a letter. Did you complain?
This is cute. No, it's funny. Honestly, it had nothing to do with me. But Brooke, just so you know, there's an anime that's essentially based on my life. It's the Japanese cartoon series, and it started, of course, with the comic book variant. And what I can do is actually send you an essay on what I wrote about Schrodinger's cat. As a matter of fact, I'll look it up now and see if I can find it.
I had heard that. I think I've heard you mention Schrodinger's cat before, but I'm not familiar exactly, so I couldn't discuss it.
Let me see if I can.
Schrodinger.
Yeah, Schrodinger. Yeah, it's like I'm sure.
Schrodinger.
Schrodinger.
Yeah.
Well, in the South we say Schrodinger. Okay. Schrodinger.
Well, because German is phonetic, so every consonant is pronounced. Like you don't.
This is where I say you get elitist, okay? It's like, I know.
It's the language. I didn't invent the language.
I'll just do it and point it out, okay? Do you know how to cook collard greens? Because I can teach you that. Like, if you know how to cook some collard greens.
I know how to cook collard greens. But I'm not from the South, so obviously it's not going to be as good. But
okay.
At least, you know what? Just giving that grace to me, I appreciate it. Thank you.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send this out newsletter style, so I'll spam everyone with this, but it might take me a while to try and add all of the
I've already read the Schrodinger's cat. Is that what you're sending?
Yes, but I'll send it out to you anyway because, I hate you.
Like, I've seen that same article you sent, like, with, like, minor revisions, like, 10 times now.
Yeah, I spam you. You know that.
Like, I get it. They knew Russia was going to fuck us all over. I got the memo. I got it, Crystal. It's like painfully obvious now.
Yes. But of course, I enjoy your pain.
No, I appreciate. No, I appreciate that.
No, I know, and I know how irritating it must get.
Mind you, I've used your stuff in my academic work.
I know. That's the price you pay. So the price you pay is by spamming you. Yes. Yeah. So
I'm plagiarizing, and only out of necessity because I couldn't say, look, I got this from the son of Adolf Hitler. Like, imagine if my German teacher knew that. She'd freak out. She'd literally cry or something.
Oh yes.
Like they wouldn't know what to do.
Yes. No, they'd be all fucked up. They're so bizarre. I mean, people are fucking bizarre, and you
gotta admit that's a big one to stomach.
It is. It's so much so that ChatGPT says Douglas Dietrich is the son of a high-ranking, claims to be the son of a high-ranking Wehrmacht officer who served in World War II, which already is hard enough to buy if anyone understands the chronology. Like, how old was that fucker when he was born? It's a terror. It already.
Did you discuss that earlier tonight? Did you say that out loud? Like, what anything told you?
I said there was this young lady who told me. I didn't say who, of course, because the hours we were on. But I did bring it up, and but
what was said on that? What was said about it? Like,
this was you? Okay, this makes sense.
Yeah, well, tell everybody. But you didn't look up who's Peter Moon in relation to Douglas Dietrich, did you? I mean, that would have been funny. Fuck. But at any rate, you looked up everybody.
Well, let's not go there because Pete took more offense that he wasn't mentioned.
Yeah.
He was so offended. Yeah. Yes. He was like, I can't believe I am censored. And then he's like, and Douglas too, kind of, maybe. You know?
Douglas too.
Like, he was more offended that his books weren't mentioned.
Yes. Yeah.
But anyways.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm still just saved like that. So the great thing is like it saved it. So
like that's one of the few times the Qigong didn't kick in.
Yeah. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Okay. Oh, let me find.
I've got all that saved. Like it only allows you to ask like so many questions and it cuts you off. So then I had to pay. But I got to ask that many, and it's like. So I was scared to be gone. I tried to screenshot.
What exactly did you think it was gonna say? Like
I didn't know. I just said who is Douglas Dietrich because I wanted to see it. So the first part was kind of like exactly.
And did you use the full name? That's what my question to Doug was.
No, I just said who is Douglas Dietrich. That was.
You didn't use the middle name? Okay, so that's why you're not getting the full.
No. I think it wouldn't have helped. It would not have helped. I can guarantee you that.
Or it would have been more censored. It would have just said we can't find anyone.
Yeah.
I tried to ask something. Well, heck, I've got questions now. I can go on there right now because I haven't used my ChatGPT questions today. So if y'all have some questions you want me to ask.
I don't know.
Ask.
Tell her what we determined.
Ask who Brendan Zoget is. Ask who Brendan Zoget is.
No, not on air. Don't do that. No.
Okay. Yes.
Because it's actually been known to like dump personal information and stuff.
Yeah.
There's a big scandal.
I tried to ask who I was without. So what I said was I logged it because I have my mother's account. I have two separate accounts. I have my account and then I have my mother's. Yeah. So when I ran out of questions, when I asked who was Douglas Dietrich and got all that blah blah, and I was like, who is Brooke Gibson in relation to Douglas Dietrich? Who's Brooke Gibson in relation to Douglas Dietrich? And it like gave a little spill about like Brooke Gibson is a co-host who's done.
Yeah, the co-hostess. The co-hostess, yes, co-producer, co-hostess, not producer.
When I went into my mom's account, I was like, let me try this separately. So I went to my mom's account when it cut me off on that one. No more questions. I just went to my mom's account. I was like, who is Brooke Gibson? And it said, please be more specific. There are like 5,274 Brooke Gibson. We have noticed what you're talking about. I mean, that's what I'm, basically it said. It's like, you're going to give us some info here. We don't know what you're asking about. So, like, the only way I am known now is through Douglas. So, anyway, like, Douglas and I discussed that.
Douglas, explain to her, or I guess I'll do it.
Yeah.
Basically, what we determined was that the aggregate that it's using is not the internet at large. It's the DARPA net. It's the government information. Yes. So of course it's not going to give you anything accurate. It's going to give you what was put into it.
That's why my dad and so stupid like Larry told me originally like back in like I met him in October and he's such a paranoid freak. Obviously, especially if you're doing nothing, you've had stuff like he was like you're on the government watch list and I'm like you're crazy and I literally thought he was crazy so I just thought it was a lie. And then fast forward to like April and like
but your name is like so common. I mean,
but then fast forward to I went to jail, as we all know, right? Like, if you don't, I went to jail.
Yeah, anyone who's been arrested is on a government list. I mean,
no, we know that, but no, you're on a government list. You're not. So my dad is like, well, what's going on with Brooke? I can't believe she's arrested. And so he's like thinking while I'm there, like, is there stuff I don't know about what's going on? Like, it's just so my dad is like me. He's like, let me see, make sure she hasn't got other charges or something that she's not told me. So he goes on and does a background. And then my daughter like comes to me and she's like, You know you're on a government watch list. You're on the government terrorist watch. You're on the terrorist watch list.
That's
How
right.
is
I'm like,
this information?
So I don't know. So Larry had gotten it and told me he was on the terrorist. He's like, why are you on the terrorist watch list? And then my dad. So there is a website. So my dad, like he said, I don't know. I'll give it to you later. Like he couldn't remember where he got, like which website he was going to forward it to me, the thing he paid for. But I tried to look up how do you get on or how do you find out who's on it, and it says on as far as like basically to find out who's on it. There's a lot of ways you can get on it, but I mean, there's apparently a lot of ways. Obviously, basically, and like Lola had already said, it's probably something you said on a damn fucking podcast. And I have no doubt. Terrorist watch list.
Went off on the tangent. We won't repeat. You and Black Frank were going off for like
I don't know which one you're referring to.
Black Frank or whatever the hell.
Ian West.
Yeah, Ian West.
I'm going to go off with his tangent that I would kill him. I mean, because I feel like if I don't think they would put me on a terrorist watch list because I said I'd kill. I feel like I'd be on like a pro bono work. Like if I said I'll kill Ian West, that's like pro bono government website. They don't really advertise that. Like this is a girl's doing pro bono work.
It would be
obviously they think I might hurt or be in danger. Something that they don't like, which probably all that means probably is that I agree with something Douglas said. So like I have no doubt Douglas is on this website. Is like we know Douglas.
Well, I'm on any.
He's like Voldemort. They won't bring up his name.
Yes.
So like if I'm on it, you're on it. I have no doubt you're on it. Like I feel like you're.
No,
on
I'm saying Doug can't be mentioned. Like it's like Voldemort.
Yeah, that's
he's on it, but they have to like scrub it.
Yeah, that's right. I'm in special access. The one guy what was his name again? Lieutenant Commander Robert Hunt, I think, when he came to the Presidio and he was looking for someone to help him round up assassins to kill Clinton when he was running for president, because a lot of mercenaries would check into the hostels at the Presidio using the MAC or the military.
Holy shit! I just did it. Yeah. Brendan gets his own thing because his name's so fucking unique. That's a problem. His fucking name's Zoget. Like there's a lot of Gibsons, but like Brendan and Zoget.
Wait, what did they say? What did they say?
I just said, who is Brendan Zoget on ChatGPT? Brendan Zoget appears to be a controversial figure associated with Douglas Dietrich, a person known for his fringe theories and unsubstantiated claims. Zoget has been mentioned in various discussions criticizing Dietrich and his circle, often being labeled as a fraud or a supporter of Dietrich's controversial ideas. These discussions take place on forums where participants debunk and criticize the claims made by oh my god, they put you on the fucking. You're on the.
It's because what's his name? RKC just is going off.
Yes.
They're putting you on the gang stalker side. They're putting you on gang stalker side because they said you're taking place in forums where you debunk and criticize Dietrich and his associates.
If that's the case, it goes to show that ChatGPT is so discombobulated it can't even understand the information.
And it says it searched
that's the
three sites
point. That's
to find
the point.
this. Let me see what it said.
Accurate.
So I asked what 3 sites it searched. It searched being.com, and then it searched ELLGAB.com twice. That's where it's finding
those are all RKC.
Yes, thank you.
Those are the
that's where it's saying that you're refuting Douglas.
Basically, anyone who's posting on those websites is on a terrorist watch list because they're like the 4chan people.
Yes.
So
they're just a bunch of
cyber
terrorists.
Like, why would it? See, I didn't know.
Because RKC is posting it.
Yeah. So it's like this, Brooke. Basically, what happens is DARPA infiltrates and basically manipulates all of these radicals. All of these radicals are actually nothing but shills for the deep state, because all they do is they regurgitate the deep state bullshit, which is to keep everybody as ignorant and twisted as possible. And so what happens is that these same radicals who regurgitate their deep state programming are therefore it all goes back to it's the same side. It's the same side, and they discombobulate the story so much that in their twisted world, because their twisted world is so fucked up with the people on 4chan and all these gab sites and all these lunatics, they basically, this is where GPT.
Okay, so this is what I just searched. So I searched, this is what y'all know. So when I said, who is Brenda Zoget, it gave me 3 sites, and the 3 sites were, 2 of them were out of El Gab, and the other one's Bing.
Yes.
And it gave me that, and it basically said that you were, like, come back. So then I said, who is Brooke Gibson in relation? And that just meant in relation to what it had just said. Yeah. So it meant to Brendan Zoget, and then, of course, Douglas Dietrich. So it searched it, and it said, Brooke Gibson appears to be closely related with Douglas Dietrich, often mentioned in discussions and criticisms involving him. Specifically, Brooke is noted for being directly involved in Dietrich's controversial activities and is sometimes mentioned in debates or refutations of his claims. Brooke Gibson's exact role and relationship to Dietrich are not entirely clear, but they seem to be closely linked. With Gibson being a significant figure in the context of Dietrich's narratives in public. But then now mine came back with YouTube, El Gab, and then it searched Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, because mine had 5, and then it said Burners Me, and then Burners and the Man.
Oh yeah, that's Stephen Outram. That's Stephen Outram.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, none of it is actual information. It's just, and I'm not on any list at all.
You're saying my name would be on Burners Me? What the fuck? Who?
Because Stephen Outram's watching you. Stephen Outram's watching you.
Yeah, come on. You've been under a cult siege for, like, what are you gonna pull what was that?
Yeah. What's her name? Jennifer Hawkins in total denial. Yeah. Jennifer Hawkins' entire life.
I'm not total denial. I just think for Stephen Outram, anybody listening, I think y'all should get a fucking life, because I don't have any joke about. I don't think about you. I don't talk about you. I don't need to siege on you. I'm gonna send it back. You're gonna get it anyway. What I'm saying is, if you're doing that,
Douglas needs a disclaimer. Yeah. Anytime you deal with him.
He does need a disclaimer. Totally. Yeah. I have no idea people give this much of a fuck. I mean, like, most people build their
or
shit
you can just say, like, for the for the real AI system, you can just say, I do not affiliate with Douglas. You just keep saying that every time.
It'll probably register as more affiliated than ever because it'll ask why do you say that. I'm just gonna start putting I fucked Douglas. I mean, I fucked what's his name? Tell Stephen Outram to give. If Stephen Outram gives you a few $1 million, that you'll be on his side. Just tell him that, Stephen Outram. Stephen Outram give me a fucking $100,000 right now, Douglas. I'm out.
I've tried that and they're broke as fuck, Douglas. They're weak.
I only need 5 zeros behind that. I don't need 6. I only need 5 zeros.
Yeah, just give me a couple bucks and I'll do it. No one's giving. They're all freaking penny pinchers and shit.
Yeah. I might even suck that rim of his. I don't know. I'll pretend I'll call me Douglas. I'll put on the long black hair. There he is.
Yes. Oh my God.
Forget about it.
I'll be right back in a moment. I finished drinking this 16-ounce can of liquid Coca-Cola.
I'm leaving muting too because I gotta go to the bathroom. So sorry. I had to outrun myself.
Okay. We'll both be back. We're going mute for now. Nemo and Aristides, are you still with us to talk with Brandon?
Yeah.
Excellent. So I'll leave all you gentlemen to hold this. I know you guys have got this. So all these people are going to be reading the ChatGPT shit, but it's like how much of an effect do you think this will have?
It's irrelevant. I mean, everyone, like, it does. Even if you just search, like, people's names, it's not going to give you anything. I mean,
thank you.
Like, and honestly, whatever list I'm on is so far up the food chain
that true.
Like, even the cops can't see it.
No, it's true.
Like, I've seen it, and even before I knew you, I was on something.
Yes, that's true.
They, like, I don't know how they, like, genetically tag people, like Indigo children or whatever.
Yeah,
people
they do.
That have
it's like people that have the ability to like break out of the matrix, like they've already got you tagged.
No, it's absolutely true, and for this reason,
whatever that list is, I was on it because I remember when I was dealing with that situation I told you where the the cops like pulled me out of my car at gunpoint because of the gangsters that were living at my dad's house.
Yes,
I explained that before.
Yes.
The cop, I was asking him, like, we were in an undercover car for like 4 or 5 hours while this guy was like trying to interrogate us and intimidate us. And so I just flipped it on him and I was like, oh, so what kind of drones do you have? Do you guys have any cool covert ops shit going on? Are you guys going to fight China? You know, I was like asking him all these crazy like government questions because he's like, you know, undercover. So he must know something, right? And then the guy, he was humoring me for a while and then he got quiet and was like, oh shit, this kid knows too much. So he started flipping through like my file that we were able to read because I was right behind the computer. He was like flipping through my file and he clicked on the Homeland Security tab. Yeah. And it was like completely blank. Like there was like no info at all. So he like clicked out of it immediately and then just like turned the computer off.
Right.
And didn't talk to me for the rest of the time.
That's correct. That's correct. And by the way, don't forget to tell people in brief, while I'm going to go mute, but tell people about how they tried to abduct you when you were a child to switch you with another child, how you were switched with another child, effectively. Yeah. And please relate that.
Oh, by the way, on ChatGPT, I just put this in.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Meth Head Larry is not associated with you. The term Meth Head Larry. Because I put another name and there was like, we find no association. So then I put Meth Head Larry and it said, is another figure associated with Douglas Dietrich and Brooke Gibson in discussions surrounding their controversial claims and activities. So
it's whatever RKC is posting. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it said, and it just puts in parentheses the term Meth Head Larry in parentheses seems to be used derisively in forums and discussions where participants criticize and debunk the claims.
Also those like,
and it even puts you. It says including Brendan Zoget and Brooke Gibson in Dietrich's narratives, portraying them negatively.
Whatever RKC is saying is like he's so like bonkers. He was saying that I was Brandon Young in disguise.
Yes.
And every time I come on and I'm saying, oh, I'm Brendan Zoget, I'm poor as fuck and I have no money. I'm actually Brandon Young.
Who's a Boston socialite, who's part of the Boston elite.
He's saying that I'm the trust fund kid. He keeps referring to me as this trust fund baby.
Well, what I like though is this though, like if you're a trust fund baby, like come on over, baby. But, like,
exactly.
But
I wouldn't be here.
This was portrayed on 6 sites is what it's giving. It said it's 6 sites, but it's only giving me now 4 of them. And it says the 4 sites are 2 of them are YouTube. And then the other, it's got Tennessee state government. I don't know what Tennessee state government has to do with it other than meth head. Maybe
obviously you.
I don't know. And then AEI. I don't know what that is. Decon? AEI Decon?
AEI Decon. What the fuck? That sounds government shit.
Sounds gov, yeah.
Vehicle vehicle decontamination and meth.
Oh, that's awesome. There's probably an actual guy named Meth Head Larry.
Yeah, it's probably that. But like all the YouTube ones are pulling. Yeah, but it just see on the YouTube.
Wait, what's
when
that?
I search it, it pulls like
Is that you in the background?
No, that's the YouTube. She pulled up a YouTube video. She pulled up a YouTube.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with us. So that's nothing to do with us. So that's just the word meth is where it's pulling. Yeah. So like where it's pulling.
It's probably owned by a guy named Larry or something crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why would it? Because I didn't put it wasn't. I put he was Johnny
Walker.
And it didn't say shit about like it's like that does not recognize like like giving more information. So like it's saying more information.
I mean, so I personally suggest like don't use it. This feature of the service, like you can use it for like minor things.
Yeah, because I'll tell you what happened.
Using it for this kind of stuff is just, I mean, it's just brain rot. I mean,
it's just gonna
give you junk.
Yeah, because you're just gonna get angrier and angrier at the shit.
It's not real. Like it's not real information. That's what the problem.
But is the general public aware of this?
Whatever. Did you just say angrier and angrier? Like I'm not angrier at all. I was like, oh, my name was mentioned, but then. Maybe it's
you
not,
get
'cause I
angry
just
after a
made up-
while, believe me,
Like
because
it's
it
not
get worse.
it's not
Angry
You
good
get
for
right now.
chicks. Like
Let's
it's
made up another
especially
name.
bad for chicks to use.
You know
Yeah,
why I'm
yeah.
mad?
Sorry to say.
yeah.
Fucking mad. This bullshit fucking just happened.
What?
I said, who is Sarah Walker? And unless you know a Sarah Walker, I'm bullshit mad because it said Sarah
This is
Walker.
exactly what I was just saying.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
another individual who has connections to Douglas Dietrich. She is mentioned in various discussions. Who the fuck is Sarah Walker?
The only person I can think of is Sarah Rachel Adams, whose very initials stand for satanic ritual abuse.
Yeah,
It's the only Sarah I remember.
It pulled that off El Gab or whatever.
Yeah, I have no idea who Sarah Walker is. I've never heard of this chick. Sarah
But
Walker.
trust me, don't even go there.
See,
like,
that's why I
if
said
you
you'll
go
get
into,
angry.
like,
Yeah, go on, Brent.
If you go into El Gab and stuff, you're just gonna get offended.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
he's
because
talking
it
about
just
you and all
gets
this shit.
it just
But
goes.
that's the point.
Yeah, it goes deeper and deeper into a crazy world of shit that doesn't make any sense. These people are
Yeah, it's just
literally
gonna hurt
insane.
your brain and like reality. Like there's nothing anyone can do.
Yeah,
about it.
bear in mind,
It's just-
these people, this is their entire life. Is
Yeah.
just shitting and pissing on Douglas Dietrich. This is their entire life, and they've got this entire fabricated fantasy world where they truly believe that I'm a wealthy guy with a Maserati. That I'm just, fooling chicks, coming on here, begging for money, but I'm really somehow seducing chicks and juicing them for everything they got, even though I'm rich. But maybe that's how I'm rich. This is what they say. Brendan,
Well, I mean, Meth Head Larry has a point.
Well, whatever you're doing, you haven't reached Andrew Tate level, so you're fucking up somewhere.
What's Andrew Tate? Yeah, you are. Like, I mean, or you haven't even reached the Wi-Fi level. Like, get a
Like
gold
what color? What color
something.
is your Maserati?
Like,
you
I
gotta
mean, why don't you
trademark
replace
that.
Brendan or me with a goldfish? Like, did you realize you have a billion subscribers?
The Nazi goldfish from American Dad or something.
Yeah, no, she's talking
Get more
about.
views.
Yeah, she's talking about the Y Files. The Y Files has this little fish in a bowl. That's yeah.
That's where they got it from.
Okay, that's where they got it from.
That's
that guy is just like you. Like, he literally had no subscribers. He has a wife. Like, you always say you want a chick takeover. His wife works for. She actually worked for Pixar at one point. Right?
Okay.
Like, she was like a marketer for Pixar, and so he was doing this shit. If you see some of his original, like before the show, like his shit, he was trying to be a magician. You know who he reminded me of? The guy. I mean, I swear to God, this is so weird. Again, full circle. He reminded me of the guy that literally I laughed at. That was he was worse than that. The guy that was the time traveler guy that was with interviewed your idiot that introduced me to you, like whatever. What's his name?
Sean Bond?
Yeah. So the guy that interviews Sean Bond. Okay, so that's how small this guy. So he's like that time traveler guy. He basically sells fruit produce. Like, he owns a big produce thing. Like he sells to grocery stores and stuff. Like, that's his main job. So he's a businessman, but he got into this, so he had enough money to like start his channel to get a little bit of prop, but like he didn't have any. His channel sucked. It was horrible. And the way I can just, obviously, if you're interviewing Sean Bond, like, it's not good, right? And so that's how I end up here. But what's funny is it was horrible. But this same guy that now has is making they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. They are putting out these videos with this goldfish, and that goldfish is really what sold him, because when you get into, it's just he realized slowly how to portray, how to tell the stories, and a lot of the shit he talks about, he debunks, he doesn't believe or whatever. But the way we tell the story, we get that stupid goldfish sitting there going, "Well, tinfoil hat," and tell him about the goldfish has obsessions. No, tell him, they didn't land on the moon, or tell him about the reptilians. The reptilians are coming, He has the goldfish is obsessed. So it's basically like a me and a goldfish, or whatever. Just I'm there to randomly. But imagine that. Put me, and then you can just literally in a cute little goldfish body, and then you only click on me when you want me to say something stupid or funny, and that's what happens. And that's basically they've come up with something stupid and funny for the goldfish to say, and it's and it comes off as this just little thing where it's caught on enough, that's funny. The goldfish is making fun of shit, and it was just, I don't know if anybody's watched the Y Files, but and if I've watched it grow, it's just amazing to see how much it's grown in the million, like to 1 million subscribers or whatever now. And they're, now they have, tons of people, not tons of people, but, they have a team of 10 or 12 people working there in their own, big offices and all that, doing it. And now they're just looking for more I realize now though, it's funny because they're running out of shit, because they're putting out now instead of every week they would put out something, now they're putting out every other week they're putting out something let's watch our past videos as we are on break, because they're running out of how many things can you come up with, that people want to see the stuff that are you talk about, the rainbow thing, or
yes,
very much these things that we don't talk about. So they're gonna, you know what, Douglas, they're gonna need you. Actually, I just thought of that. They're gonna need you, and we might can sell your stories to them, so we may still be able to make some money on this. So let me leverage that, and I am officially your now manager, and we'll discuss this later.
Or at least press agent. Yes, there we are. Oh my God, yes, happy to. So what I'm going to do now is just rinse my mouth so I get this Coke taste out of my mouth so it doesn't rot the enamel of my teeth. Feel free
I like it when it makes it numb though. No,
don't even want to think about that. So you guys hold this. You've all got this, and thank you so much. I'll be right back. But like Brandon says, listen to his advice. Believe me, this is how V melted her brain. Aristides left. What the fuck? Poor guy. He must have fallen. What the fuck? He never leaves. What the fuck? Was he feeling? Yeah, he's not the kind of guy I'd imagine who feels neglected. But so there you go with that. He's back. Thank goodness.
When you get
yeah, what happened, Aristides?
When you get back.
Yeah, when I get back, what, Nemo? What?
Would you be able to give us your thoughts on that news article I posted from 1955 about the
1915
persecution?
Yeah, 1915.
Yeah, 1915. Sorry.
No worries. Yeah, I will. Yeah, and Aristides. Yeah, what happened, Aristides? You okay?
I don't know. I'm here.
Okay, good. Okay, so hold the fort with these wonderful people, Brooke and Brendan and Nemo, and yeah. So Brooke, this is how V's brain melted down. V's brain melted down when she was just diving into all these gaps, and then
I don't need the gaps. I don't need brain. Let me tell you, my brain melted down the day I fucking melted. The day, especially after maybe the first two conversations when you're this and this and this, brain's been melted already, and then brain came back, and then brain had all the assaults, and the person that called me from West Virginia that's hey, you know what, Douglas Dietrich, he's shit. And you know what? I've spent my last 10 years of my fucking life hunting him down because he's a liar and a fraud, and nothing he says is true, and he's just not. He's a nobody. And I'm well, then let me ask you, why are you taking the time if he's a nobody?
Thank you.
Just for you said, what's your reason? Well, he stole the Medal of Valor. I don't Valor or whatever. And I'm well, if that's the case, how many people a year do that? And there are a lot. And I'm Googling it while he's talking. And then he is well, yeah, that, he said to me, I, focused on, and I'm but why, just him? Because you're saying now for years you're focused on him. So, of all the people doing that, what about him saying, if you're saying what he's saying is a lie, then why is it him that you chose to focus on? What is it about him? And that was the answer that I couldn't get. So he answered himself for me, because, Douglas, to be honest, you could be lying about everything, but he was to be honest, the best person you could ever have for me to promote what everything you said is true, or at least
Thank you.
So much of it is him.
That's true.
Because if you can spend the rest of your, so much of your life hating someone and doing this, then you have to have a reason to hate. Hate and love are very much.
Oh yeah, Doug, you called it.
Yeah.
He said he's moving to Thailand. Oh my God.
Oh, you found this online right now? You said you found this online right now?
Yeah. You called it. You were don't tell people you're going to Thailand.
Thank you.
That's the first thing he jumps on.
Yes, of course.
What is his website?
No, Brooke. No,
don't. That's all V would look at. V just stared at that all day and just brainwashed herself. And yeah.
Well, person. I don't know. Like, I want to see it. I'll brainwash. I think it's hilariously. Okay, you really don't trust me?
It's
Because,
not
come on.
that. It's not that. It's that people. You'd be surprised. We've known so many people, and these people they all run to Richard K. Cole Jr.
No. That shows me right there. We've known so many people.
But he's also saying
Okay, so
something
if
interesting
Douglas
about
is me and
About
Douglas,
what?
Douglas,
Wait.
I am in the
About
category
P-Moon.
still.
Yeah. What's he saying about the moon? Wait a second.
Then
Wait.
I will get off the show.
No, I don't
right
think we
now.
should say it.
We-
I mean, we could, but
I mean, go ahead and say it because I want to hear this. This is like
he
what's
said Moontard sounds as mentally sharp as Biden during the debate. And then he says,
What
let's see.
That's Richard K. Cole Jr.
The U.S. Navy annihilated the Japs. Visitors can't see the pics. Please register a login. So he's replying to himself and trying to get more subscribers when no one's on that website because it's just sketchy.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone who looks at that
And it's like,
yeah, go
it's
on.
him by himself replying to himself. So
Thank you. By the way, everything Brendan says is true. All you're going to see is this guy in a three-way conversation with himself because he's highly schizophrenic. And I hold the Veterans Administration totally responsible for this guy because this person needs to be institutionalized, and yet he's allowed to run free and terrorize. So Brooke Gibson says you have 20 seconds to send the website or I'm out. But, you know, if you wind up running to him, I'm not responsible.
He's already responded about the ChatGPT.
I don't want to. That's my point, Douglas. If you can't trust me, then I don't want to. I'll find it.
All you need to do is look up his name. Just look up Richard K. Cole Jr.'s name. You'll find him. He's everywhere.
Yeah, I've had my entire time to look up. I don't have time to look people. I don't want to look. I don't want to give him.
That's his website. That's his website. That's his website.
I don't want him to give him.
That's his website. It's his name. That's his website. It's his name.
Yeah.
And then this is like, but V just
this
turned
is like
into a drooling
hundreds.
idiot.
We're talking like hundreds of pages.
Yeah,
There's
it's gonna
like
be hundreds and hundreds of pages, and it's insanity. Sure, insanity. If he knows you're looking at him, he'll start talking to you. And everybody we know, all these people, Daniel Arola, Elena Shea / Lena Crane, they all
do it, Brooke. No one would blame you for wasting DDD.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, see,
I know. I love Richard K. He actually, you know what? He's great with dogs. He doesn't mind if they die next door to him. He will allow the other ones to die and then totally pretend to like, oh, I do love dogs. I just didn't take care of the neighbor's dogs when he was dying because I was like, what did you do with them? He's like, well. I mean, you thought I loved dogs then. Oh, well, man. I mean, I let them die. Like, the covering up of his stories are so unfucking
Like, the problem is with this guy is he just gets, like, instead of just appreciating it, and if anyone ever, obviously the government would never come down on us, but if they ever did, it would just be like, I would just pull the Alex Jones defense and be like, look, this is, you know, creative rights, you know, what is it? What's the word?
Just it basically says, you know, it's just I'm making it up. It's all a joke.
Yeah.
It goes on and on. Yeah. Creative license.
We're just having a spiel fest. Yeah. And whether it's true or not is irrelevant. You know, it's just it's fictitious.
No, but what's so funny is that these people are so. But wait a second. No, this is, however, like Brooke Gibson herself said, what drives all that into the ground is the fact that if it were all irrelevant, they would just say on ChatGPT, Douglas Dietrich is an individual who claims to be the son of Adolf Hitler. And that alone would be so outrageous.
And he's supposed to be a vampire and the son of Adolf Hitler.
Yes, claims to be.
And they notice they never mention the cool shit.
Yeah, they never mention the vampirism.
He's a vampire clone of Hitler that has, like, weapons training and was fighting for the U.S. Navy. Of course, it's never going to give you a cool spiel.
Yeah.
You know?
It's all bizarre shit that's vague, extraordinarily
like obtuse,
vague.
Yes. Like weirdly obtuse.
Yeah, it's all absolutely bizarre, but it's all saying, don't listen to this guy. The whole hint is, don't listen to this guy. Not a single source now, nothing credible. Yeah, makes claims without, you know, it's always the same thing. You could tell it's Stephen Outram and Richard K. Cole Jr. Verbatim. Because that's all they ever say.
Well, what they did, even with my search history, is the Google completely scrubs everything. It just puts his stuff like at the top. So,
yes.
You know, there you go.
Yeah, and so.
Okay, well, send it now. Like one of you guys can send it. I can't find it. If you don't send it, I'm out. Like
you
either
just
way.
Look at his name. How can you not find it if you don't look at his name?
I just googled it. and I can tell you what I got.
I don't know what his website's name is. I never look at it.
So I'm gonna tell what's his name to send it to me right now, Brendan. Well, you're looking at because
No, I'm
I can
not
tell you the
gonna
only
do
thing I
that.
found was
I
bullshit.
deleted it from my search history. I'm like private browsing because just
Yeah,
fuck that.
but
guy, you know?
but here, Brooke, you're
It doesn't
understand.
matter.
Wait a
He's
second,
cheesy.
Brooke.
It's
Brooke,
cheesy.
hear us out. Hear us out, Brooke. You don't understand. This man is.
No.
Wait,
Stop.
no. You better
I'm
listen to
asking-
me on this.
no,
This is
no,
important.
no.
No, this is important. You have
am
to.
asking for
Honey,
something that I want from my personal friend.
honey,
You
honey,
is a yes
honey.
or
Wait,
no
wait.
answer. This is yes or no.
Whoa, no, it's
No.
not. It's not. It's not yes or no. You've got to hear me out on this. You're talking about a man who's on record for peddling child porn. There's a homeless man who went to jail in his place in
Well,
Britain.
I'm sorry, if Brendan,
His
you
real
think
name
Brendan
is-
is so much better than me that he can be allowed on it, but I
You
can't?
don't
Is that what you're
understand.
saying?
Tell her what Miguel did and what they're going to do to you. The moment you're
Yeah.
on the search, you're going to get on a mailing list.
I've had a phone conversation with two.
Yes, that's right.
Two phone conversations with
Yes,
this man.
But
And you
if
are
you do
telling
it
me now-
electronically, then tell her what
Okay,
they did to
well,
you, Brendan.
no,
They connected
no,
you
you're not
directly
calling it,
to.
so
They
fuck
corrected you directly to
Yeah.
his porn, his child porn.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is another reason why they won't actually put us on a list or anything, because it would go right back to them. It would incriminate everybody.
Yeah.
That's why they just won't even touch it, which is our immunity in a way.
Yeah,
But basically, what Miguel sent me a list, or I mean a link that said, you should watch this about Doug. Like, he was trying to be nice, right? Like, oh, just watch this. Like, it's just, you shouldn't trust him and all this. And then I just opened it just to see what it was, right? Like what the fuck, what kind of bullshit are they throwing at me now? And it literally said, like, MP4, which is a video. So they were sending me a video. And then it says, do you want to open this
She's
Google
not hearing
Drive
any of
document?
it. She's not hearing any of it. She says you gave him what he wanted
for the
just
record.
now. She's saying
For the record,
she says you gave Richard K. Cole Jr. what he wanted just now by not trusting me. Congrats. I said I do not know his website, but
No, it's not that I
go
don't
to
trust
him.
you.
I'll
It's
tell her
that
right
it's for
now.
your own
Just
benefit.
I'll just tell her go to him. Go to him. He'll take you. He'll take you. Yeah. Go ahead and speak to him. Go to him. Call him. Call him yourself. Yeah. Call him yourself.
Ask him about the Kodak chemicals.
Call him yourself. Yeah. And I'll tell her one more thing. Go fuck yourself. Here we are. Go fuck yourself, bitch. Here we are. Go fuck yourself, bitch. There we are.
Yeah. So
because
basically,
fuck you. I mean, who needs this shit? Go fuck yourself, bitch. And there we are. So here, go fuck yourself, bitch, and then I'll block her. Here we are. And fuck her. I don't need this crap. And there's her thing. How do I block? Here we are. Block contact. There we are. So she's blocked. And now probably erase all the other shit too. So, okay. And it says report
All
abuse
quiet
from
on the
this
Western
person. Block. Cancel. Block. Just block this contact. And there she goes. She's gone. So fuck her. And that takes care of that. So she's blocked. And though she still seems to be on the call, I guess that's historical or something. And so the rest of you gentlemen can talk, and
everything's so
anybody who's crazy enough to just want to look at that and just say, "Oh, I want to see this. I want to see." For what reason? I mean, why would you want to look? It's like it's like looking at a sewer of shit. She can join him. It's like having 100 people on our side. It's
just for context, the only reason why I saw it is because I just looked up what she was looking up, and that's just what came up. That's all.
Yes, thank you. So how can it not come up in the searches? Yeah, how can it not?
They have it aggregated where it's at the top of the search engine, so it's like,
Yeah. Honestly, it's
ultimately I'll have to do. I'll say it. Ultimately, I'll have to do what you've always wanted me to do, and when I'm in Thailand or wherever the hell I'm at, I'm gonna do an anonymous call and just have the FBI hit this bitch.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's the only option left, because there's no reason to just talk about us constantly. And obviously,
thank you.
It's just crazy. It's just crazy. Yeah.
Thank you. And
they're the real terrorists. Let's just say it that simply.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Always has been the case. And but I don't understand the pathological need to look at shit. It's like look at there's a septic tank full of shit.
Exactly.
And from what she's seen, that's all it is. Why would she want to see more? It's And all these people, they
There's
stare at
much
it for
better
hours.
things to see.
Yeah, and all these people do is they go there and they stare at it for hours, days, and months, and then they convert and they run to him. But what happens to them?
Yeah.
I mean, where are they all now?
Yeah, how come he doesn't talk about his friend Miguel going to Philippines?
Yeah, of course not. Yeah.
Doing all that.
And digging up babies' bones from an infant graveyard.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's just, it's just par for the course. And whatever was said in that as he's like posting live as we're talking, he can see whatever you're sending to the rest of us because he almost said it verbatim. I won't say what it was.
Oh, of course. Yeah, they read our email. They read our email. I know that for a fact because it was told to me by that Amber Rose Dio. Amber Rose Dio had full access to my email, even though I never gave her the password or access to my email. So there you go with that. It's I don't understand how she'll be called by them again immediately, and I hope she joins them. Right. And look at if she thinks her life is bad now. What's she gonna get?
That's what I was trying to say. It's like you can't be in denial that's why everything's gone bad. It's because these people are bad energy. I mean, it's simple. Simple.
There you go. I don't know if there's an unblock option for any potential in the future, but I'm not looking that far ahead for right now. It depends if she contacts me on the phone later or something, and she's just lucky I don't block her there. But who needs this bullshit? It's like, because first off, that's all he wants is to be heard and talked about. And we do that to an extent simply because, like, you'll talk about the terrorists. When you talk about terrorism and the problem of terrorism, you have to bring these people up. So it is what it is. But anyhow, so there you go. Aristides, Nemo, please keep the conversation going with Brendan Zogin. I'll be back soon enough. And we'll work our way back towards everything in general tonight. I'll be back in about 10-ish. But you guys have got this. Thank you so much.
Is anyone else on? Because I have to use the restroom as well. Hello? Nemo?
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what were you the one that had the questions about the oil pulling? I think it was you. Yeah.
No. I just asked if you made your own toothpaste, that's all.
Oh, that's what led into it. Yeah. So I mean, it's not like I make the toothpaste, but you make the powder, which then you just add to regular toothpaste, or you or you just dab it onto the toothbrush, like a wet the toothbrush and then dab it on, and that's actually better for the teeth than like any toothpaste. And also with toothpaste, it's like getting the one without fluoride is like the first basic thing. Yeah, like you have to get like a natural version. Yeah, thank you.
All the toothpaste I see has fluoride in it in the stores. Some has charcoal in it, but it's still fluoride in it.
Yeah, I don't know the situation in Australia. Do you guys have like Tom's of Maine or like these natural companies?
Yeah, we do, but I've never seen natural toothpaste. I think it's all big brands like Oral-B and Colgate, shit like that.
Right, the big ones. Yeah, the big guys. Let's see. There's Grants of Australia, fluoride free. So yeah, there's some companies, but I'm sure they always. This is the trick they always pull, even of course in America and Australia, like the big countries with westernized, with all the the chemical corporations. They'll give you an option, right? They'll say, look, there's fluoride free, but you go to a store, like you have to go to like Whole Foods or some specialty store, and it's double the price, or it'd be like at a premium.
So just even regular toothpaste is expensive as hell. You're paying from $3 to $10 or $12 for the brands.
Australian?
I just bought a tube today. Shit. It was $6.50 because I had the charcoal in it.
That's quite that's like extortion.
The cheapest is like $3.
Do you guys have like dollar shops out there, like dollar stores or like a Daiso?
There are stores like that, but they sell expired shit anyway. So
yeah, like an Aldi. Like you guys have like Aldi,
Yeah, we have. I've never shopped there. myself. I've
check it
been
out.
in there, but I've never done a whole shop there.
Yeah, Aldi's good. I mean, Aldi's trustworthy.
Yeah, I've tried some of their food years ago, but it tasted like shit. But that was just junk food anyway. I wouldn't want to be buying that these days. If they have good vegetables and fruits or whatever that I need, then that's good enough.
Yeah, I mean, I went there when I was in a different country. Obviously, we have Aldi's here actually, but we have like other shops. Yeah.
Like mostly German products or European stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, Aldi's German. Yeah, it's a German company. Yes.
Yeah.
Or do you have like discount grocers at all, like other than Aldi? Like,
no, Aldi's is the cheapest I know. There are like, full on just fruit veggie stores where it's probably cheaper and better quality, but you got to go there, then drive to another store to get all your other shits. Pain in the ass. Driving around the different stores, do your shopping. I like to just get it all done in one. Hate doing shopping. But you're muted, Brendan. Are you there, Aristides?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here. Yeah, but I get what you're saying. It's just that's just how it's done.
Yeah, I watched that video of the Buddhist cat.
Yeah, what do you think about the Buddhist cat?
Yeah, well, I see it's doing like its own prayers on a big ass pillow right in front of the statues.
Yeah, it'll sit there and pray with them. Yeah.
And then they're feeding it like a soy paste or some shit like that, and it's crying. It has tears dropping out of its eyes while it's eating for some reason.
Yeah, that's because it's like super spicy.
Oh,
like because Korean food has a lot of spice in it. So like the tofu, like they're famous for the like tofu hot pot thing, and it's like full of spicy chilies. Like gochujang, like that's like their famous spice. Yep. Gochujang is the name. That's the name of their chili. So like they use everything's got chili in it. Like it's spicy food. So the cat like is getting affected by the spice, but it's still eating for some reason. Like it's just like it likes the spice or something. It's very strange.
And its digestive system seems to handle that diet.
I mean, you can see the cat. It looks healthy. Like it's fat.
Yeah.
It's like fluffy. It's like, it's definitely not lacking on food. So, and like at first I thought like, okay, maybe they're just doing this for like the hits online. But then they actually
like putting on a show. Yeah.
Yeah, like they're just showing the cat but in the back they're like giving it cans of cat food, but it actually like they gave it 3 different types of food and they were all like meat products and it's still like it refused to eat like on video. So it's like like you can't really fake that with animals because animals will just eat.
I remember seeing that video where that chick tried to force her dog be vegan. And then she like, oh, my dog loves eating vegetables. And then they put a pot of meat and vegetables, and the dog immediately goes for the meat. And then she just looks like
dogs can eat anything.
Yeah. But the dog will prefer meat over veggies. But they're omnivorous. Yeah.
Or it'll just eat anything. Like, I mean, dog eats anything. Like, and it can digest anything. Like they have like bulletproof stomachs.
Yeah, because they have a powerful stomach, strong acid.
Yeah, like they're scavengers. Like, I mean, to be like nothing against dogs, but they're like actually scavengers and shit.
Oh yeah.
That's like their function.
They can eat rotten meat. Exactly.
Yeah, they can eat anything, like vegetable, like
except
fruit.
Some certain foods that can kill them. But
but like humans eat very unique things. Like chili peppers are poison to all other animals.
Yeah.
Coffee beans are poison to other animals. Chocolate's poison to other animals. But humans, like, we like that for some reason. Like,
Yeah.
But when it comes to just normal food, like a dog can eat anything. Like, like all those dogs on the side of the road, like in Mexico and India, like they're not eating meat every day. Like they're just eating whatever scraps they can find. Like,
because they can't rely on hunting all the time. There's not always prey around in their vicinity.
And they survive. Yeah, and they survive. Like you can feed a dog like rice and beans and it will survive. Like that's just how they
I know that.
Can do that. Like, they just do that.
But a dog
doesn't mean it'll be like surviving ideally.
Yeah. It'll it prefers to eat bone and meat, raw meat though.
Yeah,
That's their favorite shit on their diet.
Yeah, exactly. Because they're like feral, in a sense.
No, Aristides is snoring.
Yeah.
All right, he's moving. Yeah, I'd love to get a dog, but fucking they cost too much to feed these days, at least where I live, and it's responsibility I don't care for.
Yeah. Yeah. Or do you have any animals, or like how? I don't know the situation in Australia.
No, I don't. Yeah,
like dogs are very popular there. Yeah, like most animals.
Oh yeah.
As any Western place. Yeah.
Okay, I'm back now. Doesn't Aristides talk about his chihuahuas, or did he fall asleep? What happened?
He was
here?
like sawing logs. I had to block him.
Oh man.
I had to like delete him.
Mute him. So there you go. At any rate,
I'd love to get a Rottweiler though. They're fucking one of the best dogs.
Oh yeah. If you don't want, I mean, yeah. My compound has got like all kinds of Belgian Malinois and different big dogs that no one can get through. You gotta have the compound.
They're fucking expensive over here though, Rottweilers. I was looking them up, and locally, these breeders are selling pups for $2,500 for a Rottweiler.
You guys have one? Just go to the animal pound and find like an old ass one or something.
Yeah, you just got to like scavenge the pounds or the RSPCA every day to see if a good breed gets put in there, and you take it.
Yeah, exactly. And even the mutts are pretty powerful. Like if you can find like one of those big dog breeds with like, even if it's a mix, you'll still get like some of the like the bite power, the protective instincts. Like
it'll a Rhodesian Ridgeback with a Staffy or something.
Oh yeah, holy shit. Yeah, some of them you got to be careful with. Like, I don't know if you guys have pit bulls out there, but in America, they're kind of...
No, they're illegal. Yeah, they should be illegal. They're a hunting breed. You should not be having a hunting breed dog as a family dog. Only if you're on a farm or you're hunting.
Yeah, they're like...
You'd have to have a special license. Yeah.
They're like fighting breeds. And, I mean, they're really sweet.
I get why people love them, though, because their face has so much character and emotion in it. Yeah. So when you look, just melt your heart when you look at their face when they're looking up at you.
Yeah, like they're very sweet. I mean, they're nice dogs, but like if you're on the wrong end of it, it's not a fun experience.
No. Yeah. I've seen a video of this chick.
Same with the rots, though.
Yeah. I saw a video of this chick live streaming herself. I don't think it was a full-on pit bull. It was like a mixed breed with that, probably, or American Bully, and she kept on like trying to kiss it on behind the head, but the dog looks back at her and stares at her, giving her a warning, and she keeps doing it. Then a full-on grabs on.
People, like they don't pick up the clues.
Yeah, they just keep going. Dogs don't like being fucking kissed and put in a headlock and all that shit.
Yeah, it definitely depends on the dog, and they give signals. Like dogs give you a lot of time. Like cats, they'll just go bonkers, but. Like dogs will sit there and like, like they'll do the stare down and all that. And people don't realize like if it's in aggro mode and it's staring at you, that's like a challenge that if you break the stare, it's gonna fucking attack you. But people don't get that. So they'll laugh at it or say, "Look how cute it is," and then like try and walk away, and it'll just fucking attack them. Like there's a lot of basics like that you need to have understanding like each creature. Like, especially the human-made creatures, like, there's a lot you have to know, like cats and dogs,
Yeah.
But that's not like, nothing, it's not a requirement anyone can have them. I mean, it's a big issue. Like, the pet thing is, like I think that's a big problem. It's a big issue. Is, like there's, like humans weren't meant to have pets just to have them. Like, they had a function. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like cats were there to, patrol your house, right? Patrol your boat, patrol your yard.
Get rid of the vermin.
Get rid of the different, exactly. The stuff that'll eat your crops. So that's why the cats were important. And then dogs were there to fight off wolves, fight off, intruders. They had functions. So they would even like protect your children and stuff when you weren't around.
And aid in hunting.
shepherd, hunting dogs, shepherding dogs, shepherds, right? So where they would hurt, they would, even now you can see videos, right, where they do the sheep herding with those shepherd dogs. So now it's gotten to a point where like people just want one just as like a status symbol or some kind of like they feel like some kind of ego boosting machine.
Dog. Yeah, they'll get a wolf dog just because it looks cool if they got the money.
Yeah, oh yeah. Like lions, they'll buy lions and shit. Yeah. But the point is,
dog is dangerous as fuck.
Yeah. Oh, super dangerous. Yeah, even quarter wolf is like still feral actually. Like that's how powerful the genetics are. And like but people don't like, even a German shepherd though is like dangerous. I have I have a German shepherd as well, and it's like it'll protect, like it hates everyone except for me basically.
What this person's not alive. I mean, is this animal alive?
No, it's alive. Yeah, it's alive.
But this is not your pet.
Yeah, it's like part of my general vicinity, like community.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like it's my creature. Like it's like I could, like I have it around periodically as needed. Like let's put it that way. But basically, I'm the only one that's like a male that can like watch it, other than like myself and the owners.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So like it hates like everybody else, but for some reason it's like in love with me. I don't know, because I lived with it for so long. Like she's really, like she'll like is like obsessed with me, but if any other person comes over, it like goes berserk. So like even like a dog that's well trained like is dangerous, and like acclimatized. You know what I'm saying? Let alone a wolf or something more dangerous. Yeah. So, but the point is like, and it's like their ego boosting machine. So like people that have like, like issues, a lot of, like really bad issues and stuff, which some of them are therapeutic, but they'll take it to this extreme where like every time you walk in the door, it like comes to you, and like they crave that attention so much that it's become a sickness. I think, like, no offense to anyone that has pets, it's just when like you like let it in your bed and stuff, and like it becomes really like that's not what the universe gave us animals for. Like that's not what they're for.
Not supposed to be your child.
Yeah, it's not it's not like a pet, like it's not like a baby of like divine. It's like your baby. It's like it's not. Yeah, and the pet thing, like they've commercialized it, so now like it's like, oh, I mean, I don't want to upset people, but it's just gross the way people do it. Like where they let the dogs like lick their face and stuff like all the time, 24/7. Like that's just like it's sweet and stuff, but it's not something you should do, really. I know.
At least not on a normal basis.
No. Like, and they're, they're sweet. Like I was saying, like the German Shepherd, like it'll protect me. Like if anyone comes near me, like it'll murk them. Like that's why I appreciate it. But it's not something I'm gonna like sit there and be like, oh, like I'll give it attention like that, but it won't be like some people need that. You know what I'm saying? Like.
Yeah,
it becomes their crutch.
Something.
It becomes their crutch. Yeah,
they just tend to.
Doesn't mean I hate them or something. Yeah, of course not.
Right.
But I think that way about other animals. Like most people are afraid of wild animals, but I see them as like, intelligent creatures. Like even earlier today, I shared a popsicle with a squirrel. It was just like not a big deal. But like most people nowadays, their psychology is strange, where they'll like go bonkers, like. They'll be like filming it and like, oh my God, it's a squirrel, and like pointing, like doing this whole charade and fiasco over it. But
I just made it a dress.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they'll like put it on water skis or whatever the fuck. But it's like literally, I just like was sharing my popsicle with like another creature. It was like not a big deal.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? It was just like we were both sitting in the grass, and then it was there. It was hot out, and I was just like, here you go. And it like. Just like had that moment of like,
it's crazy just a nice out here. Moment.
Yeah, I was like, oh wow, it's crazy. It's hot, isn't it? It's like like you would talk to anyone. Like it's just like, oh wow, it's hot out here. Wow, crazy.
Yeah, I've done the same with magpies when they get close to you when you're just sitting outside, and they start chirping at you and they get close to you. And just kind of look at them. I don't say anything, I just watch them.
Yeah. And they can feel the vibe. Like they'll know that you're not like some crazy. And like with Corvus, like the Corvus birds, Corvus group family, like magpie, crows, and ravens, like they're very intelligent to the point where they can talk, you know. Like if they had vocal cords, like you'd be able to communicate with them. Like they can remember faces. They're very, very smart. And even like I've had like ravens and stuff like put on entire shows just because they felt like it, you know. They have that. They're very cheerful.
They're
funny,
childish a bit.
Yeah, they're very childlike. Yeah, and they'll steal your stuff. Like if you go to the coast here by San Francisco, like where Doug is, Marin Headlands and stuff, they'll tell you like don't leave your keys out because they will fuck with you. Like they'll grab your keys and start throwing them to each other in the air, and then sit there and watch you while they have their keys in their beak. Your keys, just like looking at you, like yep, fuckers. And then they'll just go steal your keys, and you'll never see them again.
Yeah, I've seen a video of this dude who had a friend. It was a pet or just he was a friend. Befriended a crow, and it kept bringing in money that it stole from other people, like dollar notes and all that shit. Like, fuck, I gotta get someone train them to do that. And I can just have money rolling in every day, and I just give them some nice speed in exchange.
Oh yeah, I would freaking have the best of the best for that bird. I'd be like, here you go. What's your favorite fucking item? Like, honestly. Yeah, so that's epic. Yeah, they're very intelligent and they're very sweet. There's definitely
yeah, a lot of cultures in Europe, they acknowledge the raven as quite a mystical creature.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like the two ravens of, you know, that thing, like Odin.
Yeah.
Ugin and Mugen. Yeah, like these different things. Because they were mystical. I mean, they're like, if you ever hear the way they call, the call of the raven is very unique. It's like very strange. And they're very, like I said, they're so smart to the point where it's like, you know, like they have self-awareness. Like they've proven that they're self-aware.
Yeah, and
I
they're
think
good at
ravens
problem solving.
They're at the intelligence level. Yes, exactly. Yeah, crows and ravens can solve puzzles, complex puzzles. But they've proven that they have the intelligence quotient of a 7-year-old human.
Yeah.
So like imagine the conversations you can have with like a 7-year-old. Like you can go on all day with talking to them. That's like the level of understanding they have.
Isn't that higher than a dog's intelligence?
Oh yeah. Like dogs like baby stuff. Like I mean, it's like a baby.
Yeah.
No offense to dogs. It's just
well, like a 4-year-old, 3-year-old, something like that.
I mean, I would say like it depends on the dog. It depends on the dog.
Yeah,
like
it depends on the breed.
Some breeds have more complexity.
Yeah.
And nowadays they're actually like you can see it. Like there's those videos where they give the dog like the speech pad thing. I don't know if you've seen those videos.
Yeah, they do for cats too.
Yeah, and it'll like that's like beyond coincidence. That's not just like, oh, it's reacting, like what Brooke was saying, like it's reacting to a frequency. It's like, no, it actually understands the language like on a fundamental level. Like, yeah, it's only like single words, but that's like, you know, that is like a 3-year-old or something. You know, you tell it like outside, you know, inside, like the dogs and cats can understand it to that much, like the language. They can actually understand a language to that point. So, like now you don't need science or some stupid, like some white coat to tell you, oh, they can do this. It's like you can just see it. Like
just interact with them and experiment, and you'll be surprised what you can learn from them.
Do what? A rat?
Just interact with them and experiment.
Interact, yes, interacting, yes.
And then you'll be surprised what you learn from them.
Yeah, I mean, they have tons of intelligence. I mean, like this whole, like the whole, like, I don't know, like the last century or even like the 19th century, where there's like, you know, oh, they're just responding to stimuli and, right? Like that's what the whole animal, they're saying like, oh, animals are just like working off an instinct. Like none of that's true. I mean, like even like if you just like look at a horse, like there's something going on there. Like it's not just
like working off of instinct. Like, yeah, they can get feral and stuff, but there's still like something's going on there. Like, and elephants, you can straight up talk to them, like have full on conversations. And
I've seen
like
videos of that.
mess around with you. They'll like steal your hat and like play tricks on you.
They'll play off you.
Yeah.
And they love, being bathed by humans if they know them. Like just laying down in the river and the humans scrubbing them down and cleaning them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's so sweet. Yeah. That's what's so cool about it.
Man, they can be so savage too, because they can be easily pissed off.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I saw a video recently of an Indian dude where he had a stick where he was tapping the elephant around, and then the elephant just fucking lifted him and dropped him and stomped the shit out of him.
Yeah.
I think he died from that.
Oh yeah, easily. Easily.
I'd never fuck with an elephant and just stay away.
No. I mean, like you can, like I said, it's like you said with the birds and stuff. It's like your approach. Like you don't just. It's like any being. Like you're not gonna like go if you see like some biker dude, right?
Yeah.
Some like Hell's Angel. You're not gonna go like poke him in the face and be like, like oh ha 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 ha. Like no one's gonna deal with that. Exactly. So like, why would you expect that of like an animal that's like can kill you at any time? Like you have to have that respect.
Yeah, you got to realize, hey, I can kill you, so you better fucking watch yourself.
Yeah, and like humans have lost that like reverence to nature, where it's like more powerful, and that's when they always get hit. Like when people get hit by like a natural disaster or something, it's always like, oh, I didn't see this coming, or like they're so dazed, or like they have no concept of how it happened. Like why did this happen to me?
Yeah,
like it's because they didn't have respect for it, so it slaps you. So, but if you go up to an animal and you say like, look, like you don't have to say it, but you just have that vibration, like, okay, like you're a being, I'm a being. Like you can tell when it's not good timing to bug it.
Yeah.
And even I've seen wild animals like in front of me, like bears, big bears, and like pumas, like different creatures, but like you don't like they're not out there to kill you. Like it's only if like something weird happens, or
if they're hungry and you're in that too close to the territory.
Yeah, if you're like bugging the cubs. Like a lot of people get killed in America with the grizzly bears because they like try and touch the babies.
Oh my God.
Yeah, like the cubs will come up to people, and because the cubs are very curious, like they'll be like some idiot like saying, oh, look how cute, and they'll like try and touch it, and then they'll just get mauled like within a few seconds because the mama bear is like hiding somewhere.
It's always nearby.
So like, if you ever, I mean, I don't know, do you guys have bears in Australia? I don't think so.
No.
Yeah.
Only
so like
koala bears and they're not bears.
Yeah, koalas you could like definitely go up and poke and like nothing will happen. They do bite though. Right. Like something like that. But like a big grizzly bear, like we were taught like when I was doing hiking like in elementary school, it's like if you see a cub, like just walk the other way. Like do not interact, because the mom, they call it like mama bear, right? Where like it goes berserk because it's just protecting its baby, So you don't like you just say like, okay, like if you see a cub, you like immediately go the other way. Like there's no question. Like there's no like walking past it casually.
Yeah.
Like it'll just you'll get hurt. Like you will get hurt. Yeah.
Just an instant red flag.
But nowadays people have that like social media, or even before that, they just had that pet mentality. Oh, look how cute it is.
It's definitely a sickness, because this can be used against them, like be manipulated emotionally. Like there was a video a while ago of Putin.
Yeah.
And he was with this other Russian dude or Serbian dude where he was presenting this puppy dog for some reason.
Exactly.
And he was holding it up by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah.
And this was like the golden opportunity for Putin to look like the good guy by taking away the dog and like cuddling it like a baby, because he knew so many people are just obsessed with dogs and adore them. This will buy him some good points for his public image.
Yes.
Because that's just psychological warfare. He knows it. He's like a kind of a master at psychological warfare. That's what he's been trained to do.
Yeah, so they know when to push the button, like the heart.
So you could be an evil motherfucker as long as you're cradling a dog and treating it
like
real
a baby
nice in front of
Yeah,
people.
they all do that.
Yeah,
they'll like
they'll
like hug the kids and touch the dog and
there's
pet the
no way
cats.
this guy could be evil.
But then meanwhile they're genociding like entire races and shit. You know, they don't care. It's just they don't care. Yeah. I mean that goes for all of them.
The humans are just so easy to manipulate. You just got to pull on their emotional strings and got them like that.
There is really like truth in that psychology. Like if you unlock the key to psychology, like you can do so much more things. Like ask anyone that's in business or anything, any public relation. Like psychology is key. Knowledge of psychology is key.
Yeah.
Otherwise, like you're not getting far. And there are fundamentals. Like people say, "Oh, I can't be manipulated," but there are so many fundamentals that like are subconscious.
There's so many ways to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, like archetypes, like even if you're not manipulatable or hypnotizable, they can still play
manipulable. So I just got off the phone with Brooke Gibson, and so I've been talking with Brooke Gibson on the phone, and I've unblocked her on Skype, and I want her to know that I want all our listeners to know that Brooke and I are working this out, and we will speak privately soon enough. But Brooke, I love you, and I'm so sorry to have hurt you. She's listening, and yes. So at any rate, feel free to send her that website. I'm sure she can handle it. And whatever you were looking at with that idiot and his sewer shit, she'll look at it, and I'm sure she's above the others in terms of being able to handle that without falling into the sewer and drowning in it.
Well, obviously she could, but it's like, why would you?
I understand, but give it to her anyway in her Skype. I mean, you are connected on Skype, are you not? Or did you block her?
I already deleted it from my thing.
Okay, understood.
That's all. So you can look.
Well, it's probably not. I'll never look that up. That's for the sake of my mental health.
I'm saying like one can look it up if they really need to. Like,
it is odd. She did look up his name and said nothing was coming up on it, which is odd.
Well, it's because he doesn't use his name.
All right. Okay. There we are.
She already found it. She already found it through whatever that ChatGPT was taking from. Like it was. She said it so many times. I just don't want to advertise.
Yes. No. Understood.
Simple as that.
Understood.
Nothing against her.
So do make that phone call when you are wherever you're at, the anonymous call, because that does need to be made. And it's important that the FBI approach him again. And do tell the FBI.
They just need to bring back sanitariums and start rounding up these people.
Honestly. Of course, you're preaching to the converted here, but all of that aside, we can talk about social reform later. But the important thing to tell the FBI, understand this, tell the FBI this much, that you hold the Veterans Administration responsible for this man's behavior. This man is being given everything by the Veterans Administration, all the money he needs. He's given all the dope he needs. But he's, whatever his counselor is doing, his counselor is not holding him from threatening your life and mine, which is ultimately what he's doing. That's the important thing to emphasize.
I have some contacts in the VA, so
please contact them and let them know.
If I really want to go nuclear, I could.
Go nuclear. This is the time to go nuclear now. Now is the time to go nuclear. Because we need to go nuclear on Richard K. Cole Jr. because he's supposed to have counselors that if a counselor needs to know if their patient is a life-threatening danger to someone else, and if so, they need to report it to the authorities. His counselors know this because I've called them in the past, and they will not do anything about it. And so he's allowed to run this reign of terror. And what's going to happen is eventually somebody's going to be hunting us down because this is basically a hit list that he's amassing. And he has suggested, and you've seen this before, he has suggested multiple times that we be killed. This is a fact.
Yeah.
And nothing is done about it. So it's...
and I read it on record.
Thank you.
He's encouraging Brooke to kill you.
Yes.
So it's there on record.
No, it's all quite true. So make certain that it's reported.
This isn't hyperbole.
Yes, thank you. So please make certain the FBI knows that This man's clear and present danger to people's lives. He's amassing a hit list. He's telling other people to kill people on his hit list, and that he is ultimately the VA is responsible for his behavior because they are encouraging him to do this without restraining him. He's he's under no restraints. This is what needs to be done, and so there we are. Such being said, okay, so I will try and breathe, and at any rate, I'll work this out with Brooke later, just privately, but as such, it was something that I think there's a real morbid curiosity there, but this is the point. Curiosity killed the cat. This is what you were trying to tell her.
Yeah.
And she's already been confronted by these people. She knows what they're capable of. But it's something that, okay, so with that having been said, back onto whatever semblance of an arc of narrative we can maintain for the night. Are you going to need to go to sleep soon? Because you probably need to go early to work, or certainly I would have you stay the. Oh, thank God! That's right. It's a federal holiday.
Independence from England.
Yes.
Earlier, I was saying, I wish I was in England.
No shit. No shit.
I want to be reverse independence back to England.
Well, if we could use a time travel machine for anything, yes, it would be to reverse the Declaration of Independence and all the rest of that shit. We'd all be better off under the crown.
Yeah, forget about killing Hitler.
Thank you.
Like everyone else with time. The point is, everyone else with time travel. They always say that's the first thing they would do. I would go back and kill Hitler. Yes. It's the Nazis would still be around, right?
Yeah. No, it's so preposterous. Right, though the argument has been made, Joachim Fest was a German author, and he wrote the book, one of the biographies on Hitler that I read. Believe it or not, I haven't read all too many of them. And the thing about them all is they all tend to be very thick. That's the problem with the majority of Hitler biographies, is that they're profoundly thick because there's so much to talk about. But Joachim Fest made the argument that there would be no Nazism without Adolf Hitler. And I could understand what he was saying to a degree. I mean...
Well, not as a sustained thing, maybe, right?
It's hard to say. I don't know exactly what. It
existed before he was in it. I mean, that's all I was saying.
In a sense, yes, and in a sense, no. He was party member number 7. Remember? He was the 7th party member. There was basically what happened was, just so people understand, just a little succinct refresher course here. What happened was my biological father, Adolf Hitler, was sent by the Reichswehr during the period of the Weimar Republic, which was still technically called a Reich because the emperor had abdicated the throne. But people still retained the concept of the Reich. It was still technically a Reich, but it was a democratic Reich. They thought of it as the realm, but people, everybody tries to erase that and revise history by calling it the Weimar Republic, but that's not what they called themselves. But during the time of the Reich, what was known as the Reichswehr, which was the German military, which was allowed under the Versailles Diktat, was extremely concerned about radicalized veterans, radicalized, alienated, disenfranchised veterans, because they often went communist or were capable of other terrorist acts. So they said there's this new group that nobody knows anything about, and it's about half a dozen guys, and they said to Hitler, who was a member of the Reichswehr.
The Weimar Republic, officially known as the German Reich.
Thank you. Only democratic, only under democratic government. And so what happened was the Reichswehr assigned Hitler as a spy and said, we want you to infiltrate this group and keep us up on their activities and whether or not they're dangerous. So he infiltrated the group. He became member number 7. It was on his party membership card, the 7th member. The man who ran it was a man named Anton Drexler. And the biggest boys in the party at the time were the Strasser brothers, Gregor Strasser and his brother. And they were extraordinarily leftist. And along with Ernst Rem and the Brown Shirts, who were also overwhelmingly gay, these were a bunch of alienated men who had fallen in love with other men at the front lines, who later on became the party's security as it grew bigger. These were people who leaned towards a kind of agrarian communism as an ideal society. So they were actually thinking about a deindustrialized Germany as a positive. They were thinking in terms of this romantic soldiers' communism, a farmer's land, of farmer soldiers, that where people would grow enough food, and they were thinking of exporting food. It was like, yeah,
Can't blame them after seeing what the machinery could do.
Yeah. So, but it was so different that then Hitler came in and he changed it all, of course. So I could see what Joachim-Fest is saying is that it was so he was so quintessential. But then Joachim-Fest went further, and his further argument was that Nazism could not exist after Hitler. So this is Joachim-Fest's ultimate argument, is that Hitler and Nazism are so synonymous that
came to be true.
In a sense, it did, only because after his death, it's kind of like we could say you can't really have Christianity without Christ. You have a bunch of people simply trying to interpret, and people keep doing this. They keep trying to go back to what's the real Christianity, and everybody has this romantic vision of, I want my personal relationship with Christ. But the biggest problem in terms of the Nazi trip is, of course, it's kind of like Platonic republicanism, where Plato said you've got to have these nobles and you've got to have all of these people who serve them. And everybody who reads Platonic philosophy and thinks that Plato's Republic is a good thing, these are idealists who imagine themselves as the nobility, but nobody ever wants to be, the servants who are serving the nobility. So everybody in neo-Nazism wants to be Hitler, but nobody imagines themselves as just being part of some wider movement that means something.
That's what brought to mind, that's why they made Neoplatonism. There you go. Same concept.
Yes, that's why they also made Neo-Confucianism, was because after a while the original Confucius's ideas were so, anachronistic, so unrelatable to the modern situation. Now, with Nazism, we're not at that point yet where it's unrelatable to the modern situation. People might argue the world is changing so fast that it's such, but not really.
It'll have to go in that direction again. It's not.
Yeah. Well, the AI, a lot of it is hype, because all the AI strikes me as a lot of it is it's just a pale reflection of the Dietrich Artelact. So much of it is so Dietrichonic, and it's like it is so primitive that you can get, though of course we know that they have help from the deep state. The deep state is definitely helping our gang stalkers. We know that much. And they've jacked the AI only because DARPA controls it anyway. So because of that, they are, otherwise, because all they're sourcing is the Stephen Outram and Richard K. Cole sites, like she said, Burners and the Man and Burners and Me. So, such being said, it's like you said, anybody really looking for me is going to find me anyway. So, and anybody with any sense of, I'm presuming anybody with any sense of some level of computer sophistication would realize that what they're seeing on ChatGPT is extraordinarily skewed. I'm hoping anyone with any computer sophistication would realize.
That's why I made that point, right? That particular program is obviously hijacked, or even it was created by the wrong people anyways. But like when that other dude uploaded that YouTube video, that was a more unbiased AI.
Yes.
It just made you like a hot vampire with San Francisco in the background.
Right.
It was just taking just aspects of what you talk about.
Yes. Yes.
As opposed to whatever, like you said, they're just pumping this other one full of shit.
Yes. And they don't want anyone to be interested because they know the hint of vampire Hitler would interest people. Even the cross-dressing.
Yeah, like that other video, right? Yeah, yes. That other video was it was good PR, right?
Yes. Here
even if it was cheesy.
Well, even the lunatics with ChatGPT, it's still PR. Some people might be curious just on the basis of that to hear what's he saying that's so outlandish, and with but,
yes.
but they're all self-destructive in the end. They're just. But such as it was, so hopefully Brooke gets some sleep, and let's just put it this way: she's. Hopefully she and I will work it out. We already talked, like I said, on the phone, where I left. I want to congratulate both of you gentlemen and thank you both for holding it while I was gone talking to Brooke. I take it all of you suspected that's what I was doing anyway. Yeah, and
I mean,
you wouldn't have been
I was
surprised.
Just giving you some time, you know.
Yes, understood. Yeah. So such being said,
in the old days, you'd be smoking a fat bowl of cot.
Yes, I know, it's true. Our man Brendan remembers my Africa habit quite well. For those of you who don't know, cathinone, the cathode edulis plant, cathode edulis.
Yeah.
And our man Brendan, did you ever finally get some? Did you ever finally score some from those?
I've been so broke that like I don't want to embarrass myself because the Ethiopians like you can't just say, look, I want a dime bag.
Yeah, it's true.
Like,
you've got to make it worth a while. You've got to make it worth a while. That's true.
Yeah. If I was some chump and I was like, I just want to try it, they'd be so pissed. Like,
they'd be offended. Yes, and they'd have every right to.
Yeah, so I'd have to like go up and just be like, look, I got cash. How much can I get? Like, I need bulk. So like how that works. Like,
absolutely.
Because it's like that thing.
I mean, Beaver handles it for me.
But it's because he's got connections. But I'm saying, if you're just coming at them fresh off the street, so to speak, they're not just gonna like take a risk for some dude that's like jonesing or something. I just wanted to try it.
No, definitely not. Not. Let me and
the guy was nice enough to give me like the warehouse's number. It wasn't like call this guy. He was like, this is my supplier, you can ask him. Like,
No, it doesn't work like that either. So both of you guys do me a favor, talk for a while longer. I just want to, work some more things out here. And
what?
Grant me that if you.
She like getting naked now? What's going on? Bring her on cam.
I wish you were in that mood.
Well, I try not to offend women like this, but it's a fine line with them.
Yes. It's true. No, it's true. It flips either way. No, it's very strange. But I'll be back in about 10ish at the longest, hopefully. Okay, guys. Let me go mute. Okay, I'll be right back with you.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Is
anyone still here? Okay.
Yeah. Speaking of like how pathetic it is to ask a drug dealer, I just want like $10-20 worth. It's even more pathetic when you go up to them and ask for a small amount and then say, I can't pay you now, but I'll pay you like tomorrow or whatever.
It's called fronting. We call it fronting someone.
No,
that's the worst.
Over here, they like with weed they call it a tick. Oh, can you give me a tick?
A tick?
Yeah, that's just like, I'll pay you later, tomorrow, whatever.
Yeah.
And it's for a small amount, which like a $25 amount will be called a stick. Can I get a tick for a stick? You're fucking pathetic. Just stop smoking weed.
That's like the worst. Yeah. Anyone who hears that's immediately like, oh no. Out here, it's like no one ever pays you when you do that. Like they'll be like, they'll owe it to you for like 2 years or something.
Oh yeah. Most of my friends growing up were like that. Like, they're so pathetic. They're always bludgeoning cunts and asking just for free drugs, and they'll never pay them back.
Yeah, exactly. And are you guys like? Is it completely illegal out there, like cannabis itself?
Oh, it's legalized medicinally in some states. In some, I think South Australia, you can grow a couple of plants.
Oh, that's right.
The last I heard.
Yeah. But you're like Queensland is forbidden. That's like completely forbidden.
You can have it medicinally, but you can't grow it.
But how do you get qualified? Like, is it easy?
Just go to a doctor and just say I got fucking sleeping problems or whatever bullshit.
You like pay a special doctor, like, right?
No, just your regular doctor. Yeah.
Really? And they're cool with that? They'll give it to you?
Yeah, and then you just contact a dispensary, a doctor there. Like he contacts a doctor at a dispensary and tells him it's okay, and he just gets signed prescriptions, and you're good.
Yeah,
it's good
because
quality
out
shit.
here, before it became legalized recreationally, like in California, you would have to go to like a special, like a cannabis doctor. He was like a fully licensed physician, but he just gives out cannabis cards. And he'll like do a full checkup and say, look, what do you need it for? And I remember I had this one guy that was like straight out of like, I mean, he was straight out of like the 60s, some Grateful Dead looking old guy.
Right.
And he's like, so what do you know, and we were young. I mean, we were like kids, like we were like 19, 20, 18. Like some of us weren't even 18. We just got like fake ass cards or something. You know, we were just doing shit under the radar before it was like super regulated. And it was like, he would just like be like, oh, so like, you know, what do you got? And you just tell him, look, I got headaches, you know, I got chronic pain, trouble eating, you know, all these conditions. And then he'd like come up with some spiel on the record and be like, yes, yeah, it's a genetic thing, you know, like some people just don't have enough cannabinoids in their genetic, you know, their body is short on cannabinoids. So that's why you're always getting migraines and shit. And then he'd I remember the first time, like I brought him a doctor's note that said I had migraines since I was a kid. And he was like, I'm going to give you the upgraded. And so for the longest time, I was like legally allowed to grow like way more plants than everyone else, like close to 100 if I wanted to.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So it was like, but I never really leveraged it. I mean, I did a few times, but it was just so dangerous, like in general, like people could just come and take it. And that actually ended up happening. People would steal shit. Yeah. So
you can't trust many people with that shit.
It would just be too dangerous. Yeah. Yeah. So
okay, I am returned.
Yeah.
Kind of.
And there's so many different beautiful variants of the plant, marijuana plant.
Yeah. Oh my God. You're not becoming one of the. You're not becoming one of those, are you, Nemo?
He needs it. He has a genetic disorder where the cannabinoids are less for him, his system.
I'm sorry. Is this real? Is this?
No, you missed the punchline. You missed.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He was talking about how when he was getting fake prescriptions when he was younger for marijuana.
Yeah, the doctor would pull that spiel out just so he would sound legit. He would be like, yes, you need it for migraines because I have been studying this genetic disorder where your body is short on cannabinoids, so therefore it's required that you smoke. And his prescription was absurd. He'd be like, I want you to smoke. I'm not joking. He literally said this shit. It's the funniest shit I've ever
Who was this guy?
He'd be like, this was a doctor at like one of those cannabis cards, you know, before it was legalized these days. When you like the people with the medical card got the best weed because they would like give it to you practically for free in the dispensaries.
No, it's true.
You would have to go to a doctor and pay the doctor like $60 or $100 or whatever it was. And then he just does like a small checkup and says, yep, you really need it. And the guy I went to was like some deadhead, right? He was already rich from being a doctor, but he just did this in his retirement just to make extra money.
Okay.
And he would be like, you need, I'm not joking. He literally said this. He's like 7 to 10 joints of God's gift per day and add a little bit of sativa on the weekends. Like, I'm not joking. It was like some absurd like prescription like that.
That's like some Snoop Dogg shit, right?
Yeah, it was like some, it was. And I was just like, and we were all about it. We were like, oh, okay, cool. You know, like, of course.
Oh, that's right. You were kind of doing that in those days, but you saw how it just like basically turns people into.
This is when I was like 18.
Right.
Some of us, I was under 18, but my friend was able to get it because he was like a grade ahead of us, or like he got held back or something. Mm-hmm. So we were buying like medical grade shit before we were even 18.
Cool.
Like,
okay.
Yeah.
Lucky you.
Yeah, but still, it's like you're lucky that didn't like fucking ruin your life, like turn you into some kind of real loser.
It did.
Yeah, good point. Good. Yeah. Well, actually, Brendan Zogit's situation isn't that far off from yours, Nemo. I mean,
he's far above me from being noisy.
Well,
he's got so much experience and so much different.
Well,
things.
he's employable. He's employable. Let's put it that way. And
barely. But
yeah.
fake it till you make it, kind of.
I mean, I fucked his future up, of course, with getting him on watch lists that are, at the higher levels. So when it comes to any cop jobs or anything, don't give up trying, though. You never know. Maybe
it's not that hard to get on a watch list these days.
True enough, but still.
I've determined that I'm not on one, actually. Like, I'm completely, in the clear, but it's just, when it gets to those higher up people, they don't even want to touch it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes. I thought I'd hung up the Skype there by accident for a second. Let me try and wipe off this keypad here. What happened was that when in terms of how would I say it, it's a complicated situation in your case. As you said, they were looking out for you from before you were born. They had to know about you before you were born in order to try. Did you tell Nemo about when they tried to switch you at birth? Or Nemo, are you familiar with that story? You've heard it before, right?
Yeah, I remember a bit about it. Yeah.
What do you remember?
It sounds familiar a little.
Well, what do you remember about it? Tell us.
Like he was targeted to be kidnapped from foster care or some shit like that.
Oh no! Explain it
straight
to me.
from the hospital.
Yeah,
they didn't even
hospital.
Give me a chance to go to hospital.
Yeah, not foster care. Yeah, just being kidnapped. Yeah.
Oh, the last time. Go on. Yeah, tell him, because this is what I wanted to bring up though. Was the last time we spoke about this was with Heather Holman, and so we went in depth with it with her, and then Heather Holman basically also began to send us all these pictures of candy stripers and shit. Because
that's right.
yes. So tell Nemo about it. Yes.
Yeah, basically what had happened was, so when I was born like double footling backwards, and the doctor was such a quack, or perhaps he was deliberately trying to kill my mom or something. But the doctor was such a quack that he never addressed it before I was born. So when I was being delivered, it was like an emergency C-section, like the most emergent situation you can get, like the full deal. It wasn't like scheduled at all. It was like immediately I had to have a C-section or we would both die or something. And then so after I was born, my dad had a business at the time, so he was unable to work. To take off work, because it was like a small business, so he couldn't just leave. So during the day, he wouldn't be able to visit me and my mom in the hospital. So what had happened is they would give me off to the nursery at the hospital, which is like the incubator and all that stuff. When you're born with health conditions, they put you in one of those incubator things.
Uh-huh.
So but because my mom was in so much pain they basically did like an old school C-section where they did hip to hip, opened her hip to hip, which they're not even allowed to do that anymore.
Holy shit.
So this caused severe nerve damage, and she's always had issues from it.
Oh my god. And she was already a nurse, right? She was already a nurse herself, right?
No, at the time she was doing something else. She was like much younger.
Okay.
I don't know what exactly.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh.
But she had medical background anyways.
Okay. How'd that
she was training to be some kind of I don't know. Something. She had been trained before.
Okay. Interesting.
But like medical assistant or something, but she's always been in that kind of medical adjacent, I'd call it medical adjacent.
Right.
But during that time, she was really young.
Okay.
So, but basically they would bring me in while she was on drugs and just say, "Look, there's your baby." And then, and let her hang out with me. And then my mom said she only remembers this one candy striper that was she vaguely remembers her, but it was always the same girl coming in and out with me. And she was in this opium stupor because of all the pain meds, which she had no choice but to take because of the situation.
Right. Do you know what a candy striper is, Nemo?
No.
Okay, so explain that to him while I go grab something.
A candy striper is a nurse, is like a volunteer nurse from a high school or a middle school. And this was done in the 80s, the 50s all the way up to the 80s. But I wasn't born that long ago. So what was strange about it is they had these volunteers in that hospital. And my mom remembers just this one volunteer who was a girl, like the candy striper girl, very young girl, unknown, no name was given, no information was given about this lady. No, they had like, this was in the old days when you could just walk into a hospital. But basically this was this volunteer, and she would bring me in and talk to my mom and then wheel me back out. And then when my mom was about to be discharged, she I got brought into the room, and like, then it was like the discharge was whatever formalized. So we had left. And then when they got home, they noticed that my ankle bracelet, which like every baby has, anyone that goes in a hospital gets a bracelet, right? For like identification purposes. Like if you're incapacitated, all your information's on there. So mine had been cut out with a scalpel blade. Like they had cut out the plastic and took out the information and like basically excised it. And my mom had enough like medical background or knowledge to say, like, she said she was certain it was like a 27 blade scalpel or a number 9 or something. Was it number 9 blade? Some kind of scalpel blade that she recognized where it would be perfect for that kind of job. Like basically like a X-Acto knife. So they cut it out and took my name and all my information out. And so what had happened was they went back to the hospital and asked the hospital to look into this. Like, look, is this even our kid? How did this happen? Why is, this is very, very odd. And so the hospital, the dean, or I don't know what they're called, the director of the hospital took the bracelet from her, acknowledged that it was very anomalous. And he said, well, the problem is there were 2 baby boys born at the same time at the same hospital on the exact same day, same time, same everything. So we can't determine whether your child is your actual child. So to move forward, we have to do a DNA test. So in the 90s, the DNA tests were like astronomically, we're talking like thousands of dollars to have performed. So the hospital had to pay for a paternity test to determine that I was my parents' child, because they basically didn't want to get sued if, like, later on, like, you can't bond with your child because it's not your child, and then, or you bond with a child and then you have to give it up because it's not your child, vice versa. So they had to do this whole procedure. Am I still audible?
Yep.
Yeah. So they had to do this whole procedure just to determine, if I was related to them. So, and then my mom mentioned something about, she said the only person that ever had you other than me, the whole time period that she remembers, was the candy striper girl. And of course, like, after the head of the hospital found out about the security breach, like, he took the bracelet, they never heard anything of it again. It was swept under the rug and all of that. So
yeah.
So very anomalous.
Yeah. Fuck hospitals.
Yeah. But there's not many logical explanations for that. Like, why would someone cut out someone's information?
Exactly. Yeah,
like, it's obviously malicious. Like, there's no right. Because if you're gonna cut off the bracelet, you would just cut off the bracelet, right?
Yeah. And you could get away with that. You could get away with doing something like that back then, because they didn't have security cameras everywhere in hospitals and shit.
Yeah, it wasn't like now where everyone's got a camera strapped to their person every day. Like, even nowadays, they're gonna have people. Everyone's gonna have a body cam. Like, it's getting to that point where even
Well, you'll be able to. I was just gonna say, you'll be able to probably buy a vest that has an integrated camera, and they'll sell it like a security vest. You always have recordings.
They already have them,
Yes. I'm not surprised.
Yeah. So there's like a local store here. It's like a department store, kind of like a Macy's, but they it's called like TJ Maxx. They have certain locations are required to wear body cams because so many people are getting like accosted and like attacked by customers. And then like even servers I'm sorry?
What cities are these happening the most?
It's like America just in general. Like
Just all over America.
Yeah, just all over. Pretty much the sketchy areas with like the usual suspects that we won't mention.
Yeah.
You know.
I saw the videos. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Like, I mean, it happens with every race, but there's multiple like more sketchy areas.
So Victoria Lauren Hobbs has joined us. Thank you, my dear lady, for gifting us with your presence. Do greet her. Yes.
Hi, Vic.
Hey, I'm gonna try not to be too loud because my phone service is probably sketchy. So I'm gonna mute myself for now because I'm in bed.
Well, we love you, Julie.
Hi, everyone.
Yes, thank you for joining us, and we appreciate definitely your gracing us with your presence, even if for only a few moments. Well, you're not with anyone else in the household other than your cat, correct?
Yes, and I will say coming from the Christian upbringing.
Yes.
It sounds like there were, what we would say is demons coming against Brendan pretty early because they knew he was going to be a powerhouse one day. So, but anyway, I'm just going to listen for it. But I love you guys.
Okay, we love you too, Victoria.
I appreciate that.
Yes. Thank you, darling. Here we are. Hope you're feeling all right. And have you gotten? Okay, good. And so there she is.
What are your thoughts?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Go on, continue.
What are your thoughts on that post I sent you before on that 1915? 6 million, what's being persecuted by Russia. It's just funny that they have 6 million because I hear them mentioning 6 million about everything, about their people. Just any hostility with any fucking culture. 6 million,
No, definitely. Well, they hit that number.
Is that a magical number for them?
Of course.
So,
gematria.
Yeah. So, could you send that to Brendan so Brendan can respond? Obviously, I'll give you my response, but the first thing that comes to my mind is that I think that this is a valuable piece of evidence that goes to show there is a fascination with that number. It is all too prescient, and it really is something in 1915 that for them to say that's pretty explosive. By that I mean, at the time, nobody thought like that. Nobody thought that it would be possible to kill 6 million people. How do you do that?
Right.
That's so I don't know. Did you get what Nemo?
I sent it to Brendan.
Okay, good. Can you take a look?
I'll have to check it.
Yeah,
I'm making a roti right now.
Understood. So what Nemo is referencing, for the sake of our listeners, is a headline from a newspaper that says 6 million Jews were killed in Russia in 1915.
Or just something. Being persecuted.
Yeah, just being persecuted. And Victoria says, I love roti.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
I'll make you an extra chapati just for you.
Yes.
In spirit.
And he's also entering. So it's also here in the chat, in our chat. So we say our text box. Let's see what our lady has here. So this is what Victoria sent. New York Times. Holocaust and 6 million Jews stories in the, of course it says Jew-owned New York Times, all long before World War II had finished. So do you see that, Nemo, in the text box?
I'm looking into it now, June 11th, 1900, it's just way before World War II, there's mentionings of 6 million Jews.
Yes. Yeah, so this is, okay, all of this is important, and I'm just digesting it all, taking it all into account. And it's something that a lot of very determined people have looked through the papers to locate this stuff, and they've done a good job. So I'll take time to...
I was telling Brooke earlier about when you guys were trying to look up that thing. The evidence or the obituary of like Pete's parents or something. It's like you would have to go to a library with microfiche, and it's like no one remembers what that is. And I was like trying to explain. I was trying to ask you like, hey, can you?
Oh, she didn't know what that was?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
because you're not gonna find that stuff on the internet. Like,
I'll have to explain it.
We toured the state library here in California, in Sacramento, when I was a kid, and they said, look, we have records from 1850, before 1850, and we had to, in the 70s and the 80s, they had to print the basically, what would be the word? Record them on microfiche and whatever that other one is, microtape. In order to preserve them,
right?
And that's why you ended up having to dispose of the physical evidence, because they still have them on microtapes or whatever that stuff is called.
Well, I mean, theoretically, everything was supposed to be ultimately transferred to microfiche. But they never completed that because microfiche was very soon considered a dead-end technology. It was very weird. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
So they just have they have like entire wings of the California State Library just filled to the brim with it.
Yeah.
So if you're a historical researcher.
Theoretically,
I saw it. I saw it.
Okay, I mean, by that I mean, but we don't know. We don't know if they've preserved it. That's the point. It's like
you basically you have to have a special clearance from the university to even look at it.
Yeah, thank you.
That is true.
Yeah,
and that's what they told us.
Yes, no, it's true. And first off, there's one thing I noticed, like, because I'm old enough to remember crazy things like this about popular culture, but of course everybody is probably familiar with the individual who became famous for doing both Marvel and DC comics, Jack Kirby. And Jack Kirby did this one line called Kamandi, the Last Boy on Earth, was one line of comics that he was the illustrator for. It was, inspired heavily by the Planet of the Apes, only in that post-apocalyptic future, as portrayed by Jack Kirby, all of the animals had been uplifted genetically, supposedly by, of course, nuclear radiation, and probably later on, in this day and age, they would just go straight for genetic manipulation. But the point was that you had good animals and bad animals, quote unquote, but Kamandi was supposed to be, one of the last human boys, and many people believed he was the last intelligent human. But he was supposed to be rather feral, but he says in one of the splash pages, which means an illustration that covers 2 pages, which Jack Kirby, of course, was famous for, because they felt that he would illustrate things that were spectacular looking enough where they could take up 2 pages. And when Kamandi is talking to somebody else and they're speaking about all the debris that they're rowing through in this post-apocalyptic New York harbor, and of course they're going past the head of the Statue of Liberty, of course, that's obligatory. And he says, I remember seeing these in the microfiche at the library I grew up in. There was something where his character's story arc was supposed to begin, where he was like, somehow this is how he gained his intelligence, was he was somehow raised maybe by the animals, or just kind of semi by himself in this library environment where he got enough of a background. He said he was looking at all the microfiche in the library was where he got to understand a bit about the world outside. But the truth is, you have to go through a training course to use microfiche. This is not something that a feral child could ever learn to do, as far as I understand it, because the microfiche itself is so unwieldy as a system of access. You're talking about, it's very bizarre. It's this kind of, everything is shrunk, and so none of it will ever be legible again by human eyes, and you have to put it in a machine, and then you have to know how to turn the machine, etc. And of course, Brendan's bringing up microfilm was the next iteration. And it just all fucking sucked. And in the end, it was a dead end technology. But as Brendan said, for a while they were going all out and saying, we're going to basically convert all of our libraries to microfiche. And so I remember distinctly when the public library stopped carrying a lot of magazines, and they said, we're no longer carrying magazines because we microfiche them, and therefore they're not available for you to just pick up and flip through. And I found that just horrible. And of course, nobody can access anything anymore when it's on microfiche, not conveniently. And if you've ever tried looking through microfiche, it's a pain in the ass, and ultimately I think most people would get a fucking splitting headache trying to access microfiche, because you had to, it was like what did they call them? There was those little Kodak camera kind of viewers, like micro viewers that people used to use for fun for kids. And they're like slide viewers where you had these things you put in front of your eye and then you'd stick slides in and the kids would go, ooh, it's like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that. And Victoria says, my mom found her birth mother via microfiche. And she nearly put her finger right on her name, apparently. Holy shit. Well, I mean, impressive. Lucky, yes. I mean, that's incredible. Thank you for sharing that. And
what were these, like the first fucking JPEGs or something?
JPEGs. It's not
the
comparable.
Format for image.
Yeah, it's not comparable.
I've not even heard of this. I just
JPEGs are digitized. JPEGs are digitized. This was so weird a technology. You're taking print and photographs and you're miniaturizing it all by some incredibly asinine process developed by Eastman Kodak, no doubt, or Kodak Company. And so Brendan's saying it's like Brendan, just talk. You don't need to text it.
I think he's cooking still.
I mean, he can talk while he cooks, right? He always talks while he cooks. Hell, the fucker talks while he eats.
Could be frying in oil. I don't know.
Yeah, good point. I doubt it. I mean, give me a break. He's a vegan, right? I mean, what the fuck do they fry? They don't fry shit.
Eggplant.
Maybe. But Victoria can talk. Of course, she can talk anytime she wants. She went mute again.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's extremely small lettering. So
yeah.
It's not pictures or anything, but yeah, it's pretty incredible that she found her that way because of how difficult it is to really watch or to read. I'm half awake. It's 4 a.m. here. Or no, it's 4:20. Happy 4:22.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Happy Independence Day.
Oh Lord, I don't.
Thank you. Thank you.
It just sounds like guns and bombs going off. I don't know how it's fun for anyone. I don't know.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, honestly, it's like hardly something that should be celebrated when you think about all the catastrophes that happened afterwards. But all such being said, Victoria, I want you to know everything you say is true, but photographs were also part of it. Photographs could be miniaturized, so it was taking it all and, like Brendan says, like a developed film that's super small, and just taking it all and somehow shrinking it, the text, the photographic images, and all, so that you could see them via microfiche. So did your mother take a training course to use this? Because you needed some instruction, at least from the librarian, correct?
No, I honestly don't. I don't know. I think she was with my father, and they were really young. I was really young. It was a big deal because it was so difficult to read and to find, and they were in some big, I forget which. I don't know if it was the New York City Public Library, which is funny. That's where my grandmother worked for many years.
Yeah. So when I saw it, they had a lot of it was genealogy related, so you'd have to meet with the specialist and they would go through the records. Yes. And then they would bring it out of the files, and then they have like this machine that's like a projector, like a school projector, and they would project it big enough to where like a room full of people could see it, and then Doug, you would need the technical assistance of the library.
Thank you to do that. That's how I remember it. You had to have a librarian show you, and sometimes you had to have.
They straight up told us. They said you can't. It's like when you go in to develop film, they said you cannot. If you're untrained, like you're not allowed to touch it. It could destroy it.
Right.
So it's just fragile. It's like it's cumbersome.
I'm looking through an old video of it now, and it looks like a big pain in the ass to fucking do the whole process.
Oh, dude, you wouldn't believe it, right, Victoria?
You need a whole team of people.
Yeah, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It was a dead end technology from the beginning, and they were saying it was the future. They were going to compress whole libraries. That this was the age of in a nutshell, which was the old rumor about, I think the Odyssey was who was it? One of the was it that great Greek explorer? I can't remember him. He wrote a bunch of things that people later questioned and said were fanciful, but he claimed that the Odyssey could fit in a nutshell. That's where that term comes from. So they were saying microfiche was the future in a nutshell, and it was like, yeah, they talk about nuts.
Odysseus, you're talking about Odysseus.
Thank you. No, it might have been Odysseus. We can look it up. Pliny the Elder is probably who it was that I was thinking of. Pliny the Elder, but maybe it was Odysseus.
Yeah, he was the PR guy.
Yeah, who said, world in a nutshell? Who said in a nutshell? And we'll see who they tell us and what it was. No, that they bring us to Shakespeare. The idiom did not originate with Shakespeare. Rather, he took it from the Roman natural historian Pliny the Elder. There we are. Yes, who said that one of those great Greek works could fit inside of a nutshell. Maybe this person had some kind of prevision or saw some kind of technology similar to microfiche. I mean, where would he get an idea like that? Without this sort of... but these are the kind of real lost ancient technologies that people should be talking about instead of the shit they show on the History Channel.
Right.
So...
aliens build your pyramids, people. Look out.
Yeah.
That's what the History Channel teaches. Saying,
Cicero hath recorded that the poem of Homer, the Iliad, was written on a parchment enclosed within a nutshell. So with a scroll... you can write it and then roll it up.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So that's actually better than microfiche.
So what I wrote to Brooke was, Victoria Lauren Hobbs hopes you are well. Please review the chat. Obviously what I got from her was, after I said what I said on air, on record, she wrote in the text box in my cell phone, "Worst response ever. I know what they are capable of, but I just wanted to go there." It's like, okay. I can't win. I mean, you can't win half the time with people, right? It's like,
what happened?
So what was your impression of what happened? Do you know what happened? Were you listening when all of it went into meltdown, for lack of a better word?
No, I just, about when I tuned in was when I woke up and tuned in, so I must have missed something.
Okay, so when you wrote, I hope Brooke as well, you're based that on something. You were obviously under the impression something happened.
I just haven't heard her voice in a while, so I've thought of her and I pray for her, because when she comes to mind, when people come to mind, I pray for them. So. Oh,
well, that's certainly appreciated, and that's profoundly, yeah. I mean, thank you. I hope she appreciates that, and I will, let her know. Hopefully. Huh? What? I'm sorry, honey. What did you say?
Oh, I said please do, of course. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I didn't hear anything previous. I'm so sorry. I must have missed.
Oh yeah. You didn't miss shit. You didn't miss shit. Yeah. No, you missed basically. It was a weird night. Altogether, it was a weird night. One could say an awkward night. It started off where
on this stream.
Yeah. No shit. Yeah. It's like now. Granted, what's been going on lately is I just have not been in the mood to go into monologue, and so I've just let the stream kind of organically flow. And, certainly with the latest episode, they really had normal numbers. So it's not like the monologue is necessarily why people are here. A lot of people are here simply because they like the crowd or the ambience or something. And but what happened is that in this case tonight, we started off with the opening hours. And then Moonman was going into a number of places where he normally goes to. He likes Heather enough where he actually wants her on in the opening hours. This is unusual. This is a new development.
I've been sometimes.
I'm sorry?
I said I've been noticing that sometimes, indeed.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then, I appreciate your patience with me and repeating what you said, because a lot of times I think it's because you're lying down and you're, have a pillow around you or something. And, but at any rate, what happened is that then Heather came on after Moonman retreated, and then Brooke came on, and I made the joke, of course, because I have, my humor is blacker than black. You couldn't even call it dark. You'd have to call it pitch black, is what my gang brother Beaver says about my gallows humor. But I made the comment, we were talking about time travel. We made this kind of ridiculous story of Peter going back in time to kill his parents. Now, I feel comfortable enough with Peter where I can say something like that. And I feel that in the context that this was not particularly unwarranted. It was what I consider to be the context of a funny story. Heather then took off with this, what a horrible thing to say about. I thought that was really offensive. I thought that was really offensive because it's like, are you fucking serious? Are you fucking kidding me? It's like
later we found out that you were quoting out of his book directly.
Yeah, pretty much, yes. And so that's when Brooke read from the book. And it's pretty much, it's like, it was all very strange. It was all very surrealistic. Peter definitely implied almost like a precognitive form of time travel, if nothing else. And then what happened was that later on we talked about the ChatGPT. And it was just basically Brooke had been looking up things on there, but they were all quite repetitive. Everything she was getting off the ChatGPT was saying the same thing over and over again about various people. But of course, it began to sound very similar to the Gang Stalker talk, because it's just taking everything from the Gang Stalker sites at the LGABs and the Burners and the Man, Stephen Outrim, who, if you don't know who Stephen Outrim is this multi-millionaire, quote unquote, $77 million that he got. All these people are one-hit wonders when you notice them about Michael Aquino's affiliates. Michael Aquino, of course, had this guy named Stephen Outrim who sells short, makes $77 million, and that's all he ever did. There's nothing else to credit him with in life. When it comes to Mike Ringley supposedly developed this new technology to sense technologically putric acid or sweat, which they then applied in the battlefield so that they could track down human soldiers on the move in almost any environment, until people began to develop countermeasures, because countermeasures are ultimately developed against such technologies. In this case, it was mostly bleaching all of their clothing so that the putric acid, the sweat, could no longer be scented or sensed by the technology Mike Ringley had supposedly developed. But if he had done that, which seems very bizarre to me, how he would have the capacity to do something like that, knowing what I knew about Mike Ringley, whatever, he got the credit for it. He never developed anything again. So it's like, all of the Aquino affiliates all have this kind of background where it's something they did and then nothing was ever done again. It's profoundly strange. But at any rate, when we were talking about, what Brooke was looking up on ChatGPT, it's all these Aquino affiliates and cultists whose shall we say general thematic is being regurgitated by ChatGPT to such a degree that ChatGPT will not say Douglas Dietrich claims to be a vampire, claims to be the son of Adolf Hitler, or anything that would be vaguely interesting. They say Douglas Dietrich claims to be the son of a high-ranking Wehrmacht officer who served in World War II. And then and then it says nothing else other than there's nothing he says that can be sourced or verified, which is all bullshit, of course, because I drown people in links and sources, and I suffocate them with all that shit. As a matter of fact, that's what makes my work illegible. That's why Peter Moon has to write my work for me, because otherwise, when it's written in Dietrichonic, it's so sourced, it's unlegible to people who are reviewing it. So when we were bringing that up, then Brooke got, for whatever reason, just needed to focus. She became monofocal and said, I want the site, but I don't know the name of Richard K. Cole Jr.'s site. For the sake of my mental health, I said, just look up his name. I don't see how she cannot find it by looking, but she claims I'm going to have to take her word for it. She looked up his name and
because he doesn't use his name.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
on the forums he doesn't use his name.
Okay, so he's just trying to look completely. So at any rate,
that's why I call him RKC, because that's literally what his name is on that site.
Okay, yeah, just use his full name and call him out because he needs to be identified. He's, after all, a gang stalker and a terrorist. He needs to be outed. But so she and we were telling her, why would you want to look at that? But like I said, I have every confidence that she would not fall into it because first off, she's so contrarian. She couldn't stand their company for very long because, obviously they're so mentally ill. She would probably be repulsed, and they called her, and she was the only person who ever really stood up to them and devastated them. She devastated them. But at the same time, we got into it, and I said, "Oh, okay, fuck you, I'll block you," and because she's that's what happened. So I blocked her on Skype. And then I called her, and then I told her, I'll apologize publicly if that's what you want, and that's not what she wanted. She just said, hey, "Tell everybody we're handling this, and that we're working this out. So I said, okay, and I went back on, and
you already know what Peter is gonna say. I told you.
Oh, of course. Yeah. That's
unfortunately.
It depends, but at any rate, it's one of these things that it is what it is. This is what happens. You deal with different people, and they all have different personalities. But definitely, some of the people attracted to this venue have extreme personalities, and Peter's one of them. Brooke is the other. But they both have the same birthday. They're both born on January 15th, which is what she found when she looked up, tried to look up this accident back in 1974. And she found up an accident. She was looking for the one in which Peter's parents were killed. And it doesn't seem to be, you'd have to go into a library to find it. Whatever it wasn't spectacular enough to make the papers, apparently. But as we were saying, it was definitely an unusual accident, and we have every right.
It was probably swept on. I mean, reality, it probably was swept under the rug by the church,
Yeah, honestly. Yeah, maybe. It's his parents weren't part of the church. His parents were not part of the church, though. So
but it was,
Yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying.
Without the information.
I get what you're saying.
My extrapolation tells me.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, it was. It's definitely.
This is all for entertainment purposes only.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, but definitely the reason that I find it almost impossible to imagine that accident taking place without an explosion is I can't imagine how else they both would have died instantly.
Yeah.
The term instantly, you know how emphatic that was, right? He said that in the book. The man said instantly, and he was very emphatic. Well, how else do people die instantly? That's so there you go. All very odd. But also
it was like more crazy than just a fire. It was
thank you.
Kablooey.
Yeah. Thank you.
And for a car of that era to be blasted into bits or smithereens would be quite something.
Yeah. Thank you. That's supernatural shit right there, or a lot of technology involved.
Sabotage.
Yeah. It's just bizarre. Such being said, because it is written about, we have every right to talk about it. But then, like I said, Heather decided to be this wet blanket damp. She was on the rag and decided to rag on us. And all right.
Well, I'm not disagreeing, but she's also loopy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. She had gone through surgery. Heather Holman had just gone through surgery. Yes. So if that's the case, then she was like, oh, God, how can you guys laugh about
monsters? Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Yeah, that's what she was saying, basically. We're all a bunch of monsters. Come on now. It doesn't bother him.
Is Heather not Brooke now?
I'm sorry. Heather not Brooke? What? Yeah,
you said this was Heather saying.
Yeah, that's what Heather was coming down on. That's right. Yeah, okay. Heather was coming down on us.
Everyone is
Yeah, that's what I said. Everybody.
Rooting. Okay,
Yeah,
got
everybody
it.
tonight was. First it was Heather, then it was
Everybody.
Brooke. Yeah, first it was Heather, then it was Brooke. Yeah. Oh my God. We know that's
Got
not
it.
going to happen with you because you're kicked back. You're laid back. You're literally laid back right now, and you're not in any mood to get all whacked out about things. So thank God for that.
Sweetest chick you've had on here.
Even then, your patience is like legendary.
Yes.
We'll not reference anything.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you. It takes a lot to push me. Amanda Yuda's joined us. Amanda, we love you.
What's up, Amanda?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank God.
Yes,
So tell me now, Amanda, please tell us what's on your mind, and then respond to. Obviously, you survived an assassination attempt in a car that did overturn. So, knowing what you know about what Peter Moon said about his parents dying, tell us what your impression is of that death and how strange that sounds, or however you feel about it. But please bring forth first whatever's on your mind. Were you able to hear the majority of tonight's show, the opening hours, or Heather, or what we were discussing, or, the meltdown between myself and Brooke, where, yes, were you able to hear any of this tonight?
My internet connection kept fuzzing out, so honestly I kept hearing just like little blips and nothing coherent, so I don't want to claim any input about what anybody said because I just now was able to get on Skype. I don't know if it showed that I tried to get on the call several times.
Oh my God. Well, let me tell you something. They just stopped recording because I don't have enough. It says I didn't have enough internets or space on the computer. Let me check my computer, and I'll go onto the disk, and let's do this with our friend Brendan here. Let me share screen. And so Brendan, I'm sharing screen now. And where do I go to find what my computer has in terms of its space? Drive, right? Or PC? Brendan? OneDrive. Okay. Did the call end?
You use that.
I'm still here.
What the
Go
fuck
into
happened?
the OBS.
The OBS. Okay.
Yeah, and see what file it's saving to.
Oh, okay.
It chooses its own.
Wait a second.
Root.
How do I get to OBS?
You click on the program.
What?
You click on the program.
What do you mean?
The three tomoe, the black circle.
No, that's not what we did. I mean, usually it stops recording only because there's something else. Okay, so let's.
Yeah, but that's how we find out where it's saved at.
Okay, so all right. Okay, so I'm screen sharing again. Let's click onto this. So let's go to.
Yeah, go to settings.
Go to settings. Okay, and I don't know if we're streaming anymore. If we're streaming, it's not recording. So it's.
Yeah, it's not recording.
Okay, but does anybody know if we're streaming? Or we're off the stream?
You're still streaming.
We're still streaming?
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys online on YouTube.
Okay, I'm sorry. What did you say, honey? You're glitchy.
I had just checked you guys on YouTube because my phone wasn't working and it was going live.
Okay, so I'm clicking onto settings now. Settings.
Right now.
Oh, all right. Mm-hmm. And let's see. Now, where do we go from here? Brendan, stream. Video. Okay.
Or it might be in that general section. Stay there. So I go back to the general top.
Okay.
Scroll down a bit.
Okay.
Oh God.
Preview. And then go to. I think it might be the advanced settings. So go to advanced there on the left at the bottom.
Okay. This isn't how we've done it in the past.
You can recording. Yeah, there it is. I can't see very well. Let's see.
Automatically remux. That's fine. This isn't how we did it before.
Scroll down a bit.
Okay.
Let me just research something real quick. Hold on.
Sure. And while you're doing that, I'll see what else I can do here. From what I remember, the way we did it before was maybe desktop.
Okay, hold on. It's called. video folder in the main documents.
Okay.
So go to documents.
Okay, documents on OBS?
No, on this finder where you're at. Sorry.
Okay. Where are the documents? Oh, here we are. Documents. There we are.
Yeah,
and
documents, then...
Where's the videos? We used to have videos, right? That's Zoom and BND Prime.
Pictures? Was it in pictures? Pictures, maybe? Pictures?
Maybe pictures? No. Porn.
Camera roll, save. No, go to...
you should have a video
downloads.
tab in there.
Yeah, there should be a video tab somewhere.
Documents?
Yeah, there it is. Documents? Yeah, that folder. Check that folder.
That wouldn't be that, because last time it was just straight videos. See, folder's empty.
Oh, this is the one. This is the drive. So it's not your backup drive. Don't worry about that.
No.
Or this PC. Do you see it where it says this PC? Click on that. That guy.
Where is this PC? There
underneath the OneDrive above your CD.
Yeah, here we are. There we are. This is where we went. So here's our videos, right?
Videos, yeah, there you go.
And so,
just delete all of them.
Yeah. So make certain you have these uploaded as soon as possible, Nemo, please. So what's going on right now is I deleted a bunch of them recently, and apparently most of the time they give me enough warning where I can do this. But they didn't give me any warning this time, and they just stopped recording.
You could also put them onto the external drive if you want to save them.
Well, no, I want them to be uploaded with Nemo's channel and stuff like that, so I don't need to save them. Because I'm saving my external drive, of course, for everything else. So I'm going to start deleting these things as soon as they fully form here. And then, but in the meantime, Amanda, by all means, so like you said, you couldn't hear most of the night, or you missed most of what went down, or what?
I did, yes.
Okay. Are you okay? Tell us about your health. Please catch us up on what's going on with you health-wise.
It's very much better than what it was at the beginning of this year. I'm definitely not out of the woods yet, but I'm drastically better than what I was.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is basically starting with Father's Day, I'm going to delete everything, so it seems like it caught everything up in the wave. But okay, so thank goodness for that. What about any need for surgery? Is there any need for surgery at all, or anything like that?
That is a high probability, but we are trying very hard to avoid that.
Mm-hmm.
It would once again be rearranging a lot of my gut.
Uh-huh.
Which is never messing with your internal organs is never good. So we're trying other things for now to see if we can avoid it. However, it's probably inevitable, but the longer we can prolong it for me to get kind of like my iron, just not being anemic, shit like that, just having all my other numbers up on high in case I do need to have surgery is kind of the main priority at the moment. But I'm not, I don't have the same exhaustion and other downhill shit that was going on earlier this year. So even if I do have to have surgery, I'm in a much better position than I was. So I'm okay if that goes down too.
Okay. Thank God for that. What would the surgery be contending with? Which parts of your body?
It would be my lower abdomen, which has to do with female parts and other organs. The way that my stomach was sitting for so long, and the way that it was pulling on the rest of my intestines, and the way that everything else was not doing right, I still have issues. They don't know what part in my lower intestines that I might have, not ruptures, but weak areas. And so it's basically would be a lot of exploratory surgery in the beginning, which I'm not down for very well. I don't do well with antibiotics and anesthetics. My dad was deathly allergic to antibiotics, and I fortunately don't have that strong of an issue with them, but they definitely don't for me to have to take antibiotics, major antibiotics with surgery or after surgery is not the best thing. It's not good. So I'm doing some test therapies, which is hopefully strengthening my inner gut walls, and we're just hoping that my body can kind of hold itself together while it takes time to heal, and just kind of seeing what that can do at the moment. So I definitely have to be very careful with anything I have to put in my body as far as medications, especially painkillers. I am allergic to pretty much all of them. And so, doing surgery without painkillers, it doesn't work out. But waking up puking when you have your inside stitched together doesn't work out either. So I'm a high risk case, and yeah, that's about that so far.
Okay. So, now, forgive me for being kind of, obviously, I have to produce the show, so there's some technical things that I need to contend with. Brendan, Nemo, as far as both of you understand YouTube, so what happens in a situation like this? The OBS has stopped recording, but it hasn't stopped streaming. So it apparently stopped recording because of the lack of room that it didn't give me a forewarning about. But what does that mean?
Click record again.
But then wouldn't that start a new episode?
No. Just don't press the other button.
Yeah, okay, so here we are. So I'll turn on the share screen again. So here we are. We're starting to share screen again. Can you see the cursor move, Brendan, Nemo?
Yep.
Okay. So you two are the most important people here right now.
Go to OBS.
Okay, so just press start recording again.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't start a second episode.
No.
Okay, so what happens
as long as you don't touch the streaming thing.
Okay. So what happens at the end of this episode? It remuxes like a normal episode at the full, approximately 12 hours anyway?
It already saved the first half, and then this will be the second half. So it'll be two separate ones.
It'll come out as two separate episodes on the YouTube?
No. The YouTube is one.
Okay.
I'm saying when it saves at the end of the episode, it'll just be in your files as two.
Oh, okay. I couldn't care.
You'll be missing that 20 minutes.
Oh, okay. I couldn't care about that. That. But what I'm saying is, for the YouTube, it's all going to present as one episode.
What was
that? I have no idea. Somebody was doing something. The
YouTube's still streaming, so it's one episode. Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing's going to change there. As long as we didn't get cut off, which we're not.
Did you make sure to delete your recycle bin? Because shit you delete goes in there and that still takes up memory on your hard drive.
No, it asks me. It always asks me. It says these are files too large to
permanently delete. Sorry.
Yeah. And so
it'll either do that or it'll just overwrite it anyways.
Yeah.
There's two options.
And so Amanda,
you're still recording.
Okay, good. You mean on live stream? Streaming. Yeah, still streaming. So. Amanda.
Yeah, the total runtime is.
Let's see. On the schedule, we can look in the studio here. That's what's confusing. Here we are. Going back to studio. Runtime is 7 hours 53 minutes so far. Okay, and so Mandy.
Yes, hon.
Yeah, we are. So if you look into the chat, you can see what Victoria Lauren Hobbs said. Please review that and respond.
Yeah, it looks like this thing ended when the other one ended. Let's see.
Victoria,
but it says it's live, so I don't. So that's what's strange about it. Yeah, it's just odd.
So Victoria is typing in the text box here in Skype. Can you see that, Amanda?
I can. I'm waiting. Yes.
Waiting? Before you respond, you mean?
Oh, she's still typing.
It must have cut out. I had said thank you so much, and
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
No, Victoria's just been. Yeah, go on.
I just forgot I was on the call and I was typing because you guys were talking and I was like, that just sounds so horrific. So I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry you're going through that right now. My word.
Well, she's going through it all because.
Douglas, you don't have to.
Well, I don't have to what?
Oh, I was just saying you don't have to say like my entire full name. You can just say Victoria.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
so it doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah.
Like I'm getting turned down for even like working at an Olive Garden was my most recent one. So like I know I'm on like major blacklists.
Uh-huh. Oh, they glitch you.
Your voice cut out, Vic.
Yeah. After you said Olive Garden.
My full name.
Honey, after you said
got cut off.
After you said Olive Garden, you got cut off. You said because you're blacklisted. Tell us about being blacklisted.
Oh, I'm just saying you don't have to say my full name. I guess it doesn't really matter at this point because I'm even getting turned down for like waitressing at places like Olive Garden, which I'm pretty sure like felons or 16-year-olds can get hired at them. You know, whoever can get hired anywhere.
Yes.
These days, but not me.
I'm so sorry.
So funny.
Yeah, I want you to know something. Everything that happened to Mandy that she's suffering from happened because of me. Basically, they tried to kill her because of me.
Sorry.
She tried to become my sponsor. When she volunteered to become my sponsor, she tried to approach Lori and Ann Fenton. Lori and Ann Fenton gave the call to the deep state to have her killed. None of this is exaggeration. This is exactly what happened. Mandy can describe it to you. And
Douglas, honey, I'm so sorry to cut you off. I never do that. I'm so sorry, but I totally maybe never made it clear. Lori and Fenton approached me to come to the UFO con.
Mm-hmm.
I did not. Now, I did reach out for being your sponsor. That was totally separate because that was through Noreen when I did that. But Lauren approached, I was a vendor and I used to do festival events and all sorts of events. And I was constantly getting invited to more and more shows. And I had reached out to be a sponsor through Noreen, but I do know that the email that was separate from that, Lorian came to me to come to UFO Con.
That's already bad. That's already bad. That means you were already marked. But go on.
That was just something that when I look back in hindsight, I was already targeted by Lorian before that circle chain had like circled. So it was somehow that, well, it's not somehow. When I was last on the show and I talked to you guys about my medical issues going on, I got a letter in the mail from my health insurance, and very, very interesting. And it was, I don't want to talk about it quite yet, but I started to disclose that I was getting the runaround and having issues again by getting them to acknowledge that this is all, my current issues are all from being withheld for 5 years of this surgery that I desperately needed. And all of the things that I have right now are from that problem. And I am definitely still being watched. I'm definitely still being, like, the letter came within 2 days of that show.
Yes.
And it talked about and what they wanted me to get in for and how it was worded. It was very, very clear. And so I'm kind of like I want to make things kind of crystal clear on the record. Lorian definitely came after me. I had she and Noreen and that circle.
Noreen Helpan.
Noreen Helpan, yes. Sorry. Yes.
So that little Jap Jew bitch, that's incredible. So she's half Japanese, half Jewish, so she's a double Jap, as in Jewish American princess and Japanese. But yes, so anyhow, continue, please. Go on.
So I'm so sorry for interrupting you. I don't know if you knew that.
I had no idea. I had no idea about Noreen Helpan helping you with that. I mean, helping to set you up. Go on.
Well, so she was your contact manager on all of the information. So as your manager,
you mean Noreen Ann Fenton was, right? Or Noreen Helpan? Which one?
So Noreen. So
that's
as far as contacting about whatnot, and gosh, this was a while ago. So all I remember is my interactions with you and other certain people was absolutely separate from my personal festival and concert business. I had been to huge festival concerts and shows here on the West Coast, and that email and phone number was never the same as the other number and email and connection that I used with getting in contact with you and Ed Opperman and Coast to Coast and Revolution.
But the way I remember it, the way I remember you're telling it to me was, from what I understood, you showed up at the. I'm not doubting anything you're telling me, but I'm just telling you what I remember from what you communicated to me. Was that you showed up at the particular conference that I was at, one of the ones that Lorien and Fenton had, which had to be like maybe where I did the Satan's Crusaders presentation. That would have to be it. And so, right?
Where you were like bombarded on stage.
Yes. By that, like, do you mean in a positive sense afterwards, like I was, or do you mean where I was attacked by the Richard Dolan?
No, it was the one that you were attacked. It was the one where
I mean, because I had a positive response and then I was attacked. That was so it was both in that same place. That was the same conference.
Somebody on stage. It was a certain speaker. I want to say it was like in 09 or 010. It was right before the Nevada thing, UFO con with, remember the crazy people that did the shootout.
That's the Super Soldier Summit on the Strip. That was off the Strip, right off the Strip.
Exactly.
Was it that one?
It was the one that was north of San Francisco, and it was the MUFON, I think, UFO. God, I wish I...
Because I was never at a MUFON. They would never have me at a MUFON. So it had to be... The one with Opperman was the Super Soldier Summit, and I'm trying to remember if that was the same one off the Strip. It had to be before then, because that was when I had left home and they raided the Russian Hill house next to my home, and by that point I already knew you fairly well. So it had to be before that. So it had to be the one where I was doing the Satan's Crusaders presentation, which is on my YouTube that they put under age guidance. But what my understanding was, at that time you approached Lorien Ann Fenton and said, "I'd like to be Douglas's sponsor." And she said, "No, sponsor Ed Opperman, the sleazy detective." And then you were driving home, and that's when they tried to kill you. Is that how I remember?
Well, so kind of, sort of. So I had been approached to do this UFO con before I had said to be a sponsor with Noreen. And then Noreen had forwarded me Lorraine's information, but I had been contacted. So that's what I was meaning. I used to get emails all the time about other festivals and events and huge concert events that would request or ask me to come to the event. And she was one that popped up. And when I saw who was on there, this is also when I had a bit of a interaction, acquaintance with, what is her name? Eisenhower, the great-granddaughter of
Laura Eisenhower, right, who may or may not be. I don't deny that she's the great-granddaughter of Lauren Eisenhower, but a lot of other people, including the Eisenhowers, do. I mean, she once attacked me. She was once told by the gang stalkers, Richard K. Cole Jr. and Stephen Outram, that Douglas Dietrich says you're not the granddaughter of Lauren Eisenhower, and said, President Eisenhower. So then Laura Eisenhower called me up and was all trying to challenge me, and I told her, I couldn't care less whether you're the granddaughter or not of, Dwight David Eisenhower. It's a non-issue to me. I never said anything about you. But that was in the days when then Daniel Arola came running in and said to her, "Yeah, Douglas never said that, it's a terror," and he said his little bit. By the way, don't get the idea, of course, that Daniel was ever on my side, because he spent the rest of the time repulsing and revolting everybody else away with his bullshit. But all such things being said...
That was weird. That was weird. I didn't expect that twist from him.
Honey, I mean, that was like... When George Knight said Daniel Arola's run to Richard K. Cole Jr. to apologize to him, and he said, "I want you as my new sensei, my new master," and George Knight said, "Sorry, Douglas." And I said, sorry for what? He was like, all that fucker did was spend his time on Facebook chasing people away. You just did not have that experience with him, where I had people who said, I can't talk to you on Facebook anymore because that Daniel Rolla motherfucker, and because Daniel Rolla would just taunt them and just psychologically torment them, because basically he had this uncanny, almost animal level ability. I don't know how to describe it. An almost instinctive or intuitive psychological warfare capacity. He had the talent for just triggering people into outrage, because he was just constantly looking for something that would upset him. If they, and nobody had anything on him because nobody knew his own weaknesses. And so he would just spend all day attacking weaknesses that were probably self-evident concerning all of these people, and they would all explode. And this is what he derived energy from. It was the worst form of parasitism. But he was always the most repulsive, repellent, simply disgusting example of subhumanity that I have ever known. When you remember Crystal River?
Oh, yes.
Well, when Crystal River was talking to him, he just automatically started telling her, "You're a white trash piece of shit whore. You're a white trash piece of shit whore." And this is like what he would do. And it's one of the reasons Crystal River has never come back on. And it's so... That was interesting. I'm presuming what happened was the cat did something.
Probably.
I mean, the one thing I hate, you're lying down, cats usually try to hump your face. So I can easily see that happening. Was that it, Victoria?
No, I'm actually reacting to what you just said. That's
Thank you. That's awful.
Was so,
thank you. Thank you.
It sounds like a totally unpleasant character. It's very unagreeable.
Thank you. Just complete garbage. Yes. And so
he should have been aborted.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. I mean, so this is like, so Amanda wasn't exposed to any of this stuff, so she didn't see it coming.
I mean,
yeah.
Like I definitely don't pay attention to drama. I don't.
No, understood. But I do, and we'll get back to this. But what I want Victoria to know, while she's still awake, because I won't blame her. Obviously, she does her best to maintain a certain kind of biorhythm. So, Victoria, what I want you to know, definitely, what Amanda is saying is all true, and we're just working out the details. But definitely, they tried to kill Amanda, and they almost succeeded. It was simply a miracle her 2 children survived. And part of the reason is they had a very big dog named Kronk who chewed through the safety belts. And this was one of the reasons.
Yay!
Yes.
His name was Kronk.
Yes.
Dude, no wonder he was blessed. Yeah. Absolutely.
Tell us about what you know about that term.
I'm glad you guys are alive.
Yeah. What does that term mean to you?
Pardon?
What does the term Kronk mean to you?
It's a very darling character from this funny movie about a llama from childhood. So. What was that? Emperor's Groove or something? Yeah, I loved Kronk.
Oh, wow.
How do you not know Kronk?
He was adorable.
Yeah, I never knew of this.
Yeah, like, how do you not know Kronk?
So, Amanda, is that who your dog was named after? Was this character?
Not necessarily. So, Kronk is also kind of an old slang for, like, shit going down and, like, rhythm and dancing, kind of hitting the beat sort of thing. Kronk is also a sound in like Tlingit and Athabascan when you're describing a like a Canadian goose sound. It's a call, like a kronk, like a call.
True.
My son was years old, and when I brought home Kronk, and Kronk was from a horrible puppy mill sort of situation, and it was Christmas, and it just worked out perfectly, and I brought him home, and my son was 5, my daughter was 3, and I asked him what his name should be, and Kronk let out this like goose, only if you have a Great Dane do you know sound, and my son said Kronk.
He's a Great Dane.
They grew up though watching the llama movie, and oh my God, that's our dog, and they loved it. They thought it was the coolest thing. They thought this movie and this character was named after their dog,
Of
and
course.
definitely a beloved character
Amazing.
in our family. So it's not associated with it, but it does have a tie.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that. But again, so my point, Victoria, for you to understand is when everything that Amanda is suffering from now medically is collateral to that assassination attempt, which ultimately put her in such a horrible, physically compromised position for years, that the way that I felt I could somewhat balance the scales was to make certain that her procedure was finally approved by insurance. So I campaigned for her relentlessly and made certain that all of my audience did. And ultimately, it was through wonderful human beings who wrote letters, especially one black African American male who worked in security, whose name I remembered the other day, but forget now. And they wrote letters, and because of these letters that were written several times, Amanda, you did get her surgery ultimately approved by insurance, which they were trying to kill her, literally. They were just trying to withhold the surgery. Everything depends on insurance. I mean, the other day, my Dr. Epstein, who's supposed to conduct my surgery on my sinus cavity, which is full of snot, and suck all the snot out in, I think, August? Yeah, in August. She told me something she probably never should have told me, but just, she said, can you see me today? About a different, like, pre-surgery kind of, appointment. This was like a few weeks ago. And she said, can you see me today? This other patient had to be canceled in terms of their surgery. We thought we were going to do the surgery then, but then they found out I was using aspirin as a painkiller, and as a result, they couldn't do the surgery because it would make the bleeding too easily. But when she told me about this other person had been canceled, she said, just almost as an afterthought, his insurance ran out. And I was just thinking, oh my fucking God, this man could be sentenced to something that, like death, because his insurance ran out. And the insurance is gone. Go on. Yeah.
It's funny, like, I'm still, I'm at this, and I'm going to probably, just to test it out, apply for a fast food restaurant just to see if they also deny me, right?
Yeah.
I still won't give me health insurance, and people can call me paranoid, but when I stopped doing the activism, I stopped having unmarked black helicopters and planes fly right over my cabin in the middle of nowhere in the mountains. So this is real, people. You can't ask the wrong questions. They will punish you.
No, definitely.
It's real. And if you try to put yourself out there at all, you'll get injured or killed, like our friend here, Amanda, or my friend Sean Lucas, who didn't make it with Seth Rich past Hillary,
Could you tell us what little do you feel good about sharing concerning that?
So Seth Rich and Sean, my dear friend Sean Lucas, were murdered, I think, like a day before they were to take the DNC to court. And I heard 4 different stories, 4 different versions of where my friend Sean was found in his house, and different versions of how he died. And everyone was mocking me and telling me that I was not respecting him or his death by questioning it, when they were the ones giving me all these different freaking versions. It's quite frustrating. So
well, definitely. Of course, I'm sorry that you're going through that. And
this is many years ago now.
Okay. But so definitely what I want.
Oh, but as far as like the blacklisting, that's recent. That's recent.
Right.
Totally.
Right. So just so again,
not even health insurance, and I have like a spot of skin cancer stuff, or 2 or 3 that I probably need to get removed, and I'm like, keep joking, I'm like, I'm gonna have to go back down to Tijuana just to get medical work done, I guess. But,
oh my God. So have you? So in a worst case scenario, can your father help you in some way or another?
The thing is
Finding
My
a job?
dad,
Can your
you
dad
know,
help you find a job?
I think this is really beyond that. People, and that's the thing is it's truly a social credit score type of ordeal. Like, no matter if I have a good credit score, I don't have any record, you know, I just managed to shop for over a year, it doesn't matter. They won't even say that I'm not passing a background check. They'll just say, we decided to go with somebody else. Like, that's what I'm getting, except people's voices sound scared after they've, you know, sounded very happy to have me on board, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, you know, oh, you just decided to go with someone else. So you hear that enough, and it's like, all right.
So what about in terms of this? I understand exactly what you're saying, but what and this is why I'm telling you, and why Amanda interrupted. You know, which is fine. I don't mind Amanda interrupting and bringing up these other details. None of it contradicts what I'm saying. And they tried to kill her. Could be other reasons involved. I mean, obviously they were watching Brendan before he knew me, and she could have been watched because of her dad, and there's other things. But she definitely, they tried to kill her after she tried to become my sponsor. We know that much. So I
think it was that because, like I was saying, when I had this other contact through Coast to Coast, through Ed and through Revolution Radio, that's the contact I used to get a hold to be the sponsor.
Yeah.
And that's having Lorianne contact me through my business email, which was my festival event email. That was no way tied to my other, which meant it was already being watched, I think, because I had, at that time, I had all been on Coast to Coast, I think, 5 times.
You?
And,
wow.
And had made other contacts through that email. So
you're extremely muffled, honey. I mean, are you talking into a pillow or something? We can't hear half of what you're saying.
No, that's really weird. That right now, that's what I keep hearing something in the background, but that's not here. It's totally silent on my end.
Okay. We'll get back to you in just a second. Hold all of those thoughts, because I'm not quite sure I understand what you're saying, but I think I get the general idea. But Victoria, I want Amanda to know.
Let me go.
No. Well, I mean, that sounds like you're in bondage. So hold on for a second there, Victoria, before I let you go. I do want Amanda to know. Victoria has been and are you talking to your cat, honey? Victoria? Maybe she was talking to her cat? Was that your cat you were talking to when you said, let me go?
No, I was just saying, let me go mute in case it was my microphone for a minute.
Oh, it may very well have been. But I want you to understand what happened with Mandy. I want Mandy to understand what happened with you. So in Victoria's case, what I want you to appreciate, Mandy, is that Victoria was also obviously watched before me, though I was probably the nail in the coffin. But what happened with her was Victoria discovered, of course, history and became very enthusiastic about trying to have people understand the reality of history that they've been denied. And so she became active with basically some neo-Nazi protests. And she's been paying the price ever since with having been blacklisted. As she said, she can't even get a job anywhere. But I'm wondering if her...
It's not just that, though.
Okay.
It's also I've been active. I had been active online for well over 13 years, 14 years before I've been off social media for a little while now. But before this, I went really hard for a long time.
Okay, and that meant swastika.
So it's already on the radar,
right? Swastika displays and all, right?
Oh no! I'm just saying, like, way before I looked into anything having to do with the Jewish thing,
right.
I had been going hard against just 9/11, Federal Reserve, chemtrailing, all this stuff, like, et cetera, et cetera.
What they would call conspiracy mongering, so to speak.
I was already on the radar for a long time.
Right, got it. But this was the nail in the coffin. Oh, I said what they would call conspiracy mongering.
Yes.
They would say that you were a conspiracy monger.
Yes.
But then what happened was when you got involved with the Nazism, when the flag of the Third Reich started showing up, that had to be it. That's what made.
Yeah. Well, what I tell people, it's Yeah, I got what I have saved on my phone, but I got extra punished for just like being out about it. You definitely will get blacklisted if you're out brave enough to be out about it.
Yes. Yes. Well, I admire you, of course, and hopefully someday we'll find you justice. But I do want Amanda to know what happened to you. And this your situation is serious because, as you said, you may have some skin carcinoma because you're very outdoorsy, and as a result of being outdoors quite a bit, you this happens to white people. They don't have an epidermis which really can take much of the sun. And as a result, you may have to get this worked down in Mexico. But altogether, can your father not help with that? Or can your father not help you get medical insurance? Can he not? It's not that your father is without some kind of influence. Your father should be able to help you find a job which could get you medical insurance, however minor that job might be. Is this not possible? It doesn't hurt to ask him.
We're living in the same state as he, but we're not really living in this, close enough to where that would be.
Okay, and you have no desire to move? And you have no desire to move?
No, and I have a really good paying job right now. That's not really the issue, and I can transfer if I wanted to go down there. I just I love where I live. This cabin is beautiful, and it's in the middle of nowhere, so I do love it.
Okay. But you have no health insurance? But as far as
like the health stuff, I just one thing at a time. But I don't know. I'm working on it.
You have no health insurance whatsoever?
No, and I rarely have had in the last 10 or however many years because I don't get sick.
Right.
And when I've on occasion gone for antibiotics, I don't know. I just rarely get sick, and when I have, I usually take care of it myself first of all and take care of it within 24 hours.
Right. So. I mean, look, all that is to be admired, but things change as we get older, and I hope that you get health insurance, and I definitely want you to pursue that, as you said, one thing at a time, but we'll get back to that subject. We will. And so thank you for sharing that. So, Amanda, you get the general idea of what happened with Victoria, and Victoria's politics align with mine, and we can get more into that later. But Amanda, on the other hand, she simply was interested in myself for a different reason, might have already been under the radar, but it was definitely after she wanted to become my sponsor, the assassination attempt took place. That being said, Amanda, yes, go back to talking about what you were talking about with Coast to Coast AM. Victoria is muted now, so you should be able to say that so I can understand what you're saying. It sounded like you were telling me that you had appeared on Coast to Coast AM several times. Were you talking about my appearances?
No. I had heard you first, though, on Coast to Coast.
Okay.
So my friend that, my long story stripper friend that you know about,
yes.
Her and I used to sit around late at night listening to Coast in Juneau, Alaska with nothing else to fucking do. But, we were an hour behind and 3 a.m, can't sleep, and hanging out. So that's definitely an old timey thing for me. I definitely have old school memories about that. So I do believe that it has to be the first time I heard about you had to have been on Coast to Coast.
Yes.
Maybe there was an article, maybe there was some other blurb, and that's why it rung a bell, and that's why I listened. But I also want to say that when you were on Coast to Coast, I had little babies, like young ones, and so my son never slept, ever fucking ever, till he was older than 3. Like he didn't sleep, so I didn't sleep. So Coast to Coast was my savior. So I definitely can, and I can see that I first heard you on Coast to Coast, but I was never on a show when you were on the show. However, I do want to make it clear, before I went to when I was contacted to do the UFO Con event was several months before the event actually happened. So during that time span, I had definitely made contact about being a sponsor. And so went by the time the UFO con happened, and I want to say it was in September. I could be wrong on that, but I believe it was September. I'm pretty damn sure. I could be so wrong though. It's okay. I did so many different events and was up and down and all over the place. I'm all good if somebody says no, that's not right. So I was at a different event if I'm misconstruing them, and it still would have been though with Eisenhower, because her and I had done several loops, and that's kind of weird coincidences of other shit of other people in the Revolution Radio, Lorian Fenton, Richard C. Hoagland weird shit, like who's that other weirdo that did the alien shit? Remember they went on a bus after one of the conferences and they said they got mind fucked about something. Oh God, what is? I'm so sorry.
No, don't worry about it. I mean, it's like I'd bleach all these people out of my mind too.
Stanton Friedman or Richard Dolan, one of those pussies.
One of those. He's got the really short. He said he's the reincarnation of Notre Dame. He's been on Coast to Coast. David.
The French guy. The French guy said he thought he was a reincarnation, but everybody thinks they're a reincarnation of Nostradamus. Yeah, so the French guy I'm thinking of, I can't remember his name, but he was somebody who then alienated everybody because he kept spamming them. But he made me look like a minor compared to his spamming everybody with his bullshit. But all that being said, darling, in terms of all of this, when it I am not surprised. I'm sorry.
That had contacted you to sponsor because that was totally separate with Lorianne, and I had met and talked with her, and she didn't make any contact between you and I about being a sponsor, and yet I have these other emails and with Noreen about like totally doing it, and so it was this weird, like, you and I both didn't know the different circles of didn't know, and that's when I did meet you, and I totally believe and understand 100%. You don't remember meeting me, and it was totally in passing, and it was totally all good. But I realized later how weird it was that after this event and after my car accident, that's when the emails from her about sponsoring Ed instead of you came in, and they could have been sent before my accident and I didn't see them because obviously I had the car accident, but the timing was so weird would be an understatement.
Right.
Obviously, back hindsight, it was very much set up, and so yes, other things were being watched, but I had also been kind of already making circles about being interested in you and listening to you, and I had already been doing some other circles, like Victoria was saying, once you're on certain lists, once you're doing certain activism, once you're speaking up about certain things, which I was and had, and there's I was having back in the day when there'd be you could hear taps on your phone line.
Yes, that's quite true. In the old days, yes, go on.
It's one of the first conversations you and I had, and that would be like 2009 or some shit, like when there's still landlines and stuff, and like it was happening on the early cell phones. And when it happened with my dad, that was when he was like, well, shit, you've got somebody tapping in. I can hear somebody's listening in. And my dad was, he was the radio guy for military. So, he definitely, once it started happening with him, and just like talking about the helicopters, I had several years of that. And this was all leading up to the time where I was vocalizing and standing out and reading and watching and looking on internet. This is Bush era, pre-Obama, getting into Obama era timetable, crazy shit was going on then, and you know, it's really hard when you're on a list and you sound like a fucking kook and you can't explain why certain things are going on. I know I turned down certain business deals because they were bad, because there were other things that were being asked. I didn't take them. I did take a hit. You take a hit speaking up. And one of the things that Victoria did talk about when she mentioned chemtrails, I would say, of the things I've noticed, people who do speak out most of all about chemtrails seem to have the hardest hit of a smear campaign, even if it's just
and, honey, trust me, it's when she wrapped herself in the flag of the Third Reich that everything went to shit for her. You could be a conspiracy monger and talk about chemtrails all day to hell and gone, and you can like talk about all this other shit, ancient aliens, all the other crap. No, it's the Nazis.
The issue with getting hired.
Yeah,
like the hiring issue. They don't care, you know.
Yeah.
I don't really care about if you're talking about chemtrails as much for getting hired, but that one, no one will touch you. That's just.
This is what I
You're
mean.
On the naughty list.
I mean, like in the time frame of 10 years ago, when people who were talking about chemtrails first was going on, that was a trigger of you are a fucking kook and you are absolutely blacklisted in that sense.
Right, but these days, I mean, in the time, like I hear you, Mandy, but you know, Vic started like 10 years ago with that stuff, but really after that it became
more like 15.
There you go.
15.
But it became respectable. The chemtrails became respectable. It pretty much was like everybody would just say, "Yeah, I know that already. Tell me something I don't know." It became almost passé, almost to the point where everybody, you know, doesn't even care. But when it came, yeah,
we're so desensitized by TikTok shorts, you know.
Yeah, but when
and TikTok is really recent. I mean, like this. I know it sounds weird, but it's really hard to look back. But things are progressing in a different way, and it's hard to look back on. But I was present when people were like almost going to be in fist fights about
chemtrails.
Chemtrails.
No, I get it. It's appreciated. By the way, I'm just curious, Brendan Zoget, are you still with us? I was just curious. I mean, I'm glad Nemo's with us. Certainly, is Brendan still with us? I was just wondering because he's on mute, and that's right. He said tomorrow's a holiday, so definitely just checking if he's still there. If not, you know, we'll continue talking. But Mandy, definitely want you to understand, and certainly, I guess acknowledge the Nazism is where it's at right now. This is where the focus is at right now because there's I don't.
And it's these things. I'm not comparing them whatsoever.
Right. Well, they're incomparable. They're not comparable. I mean, they aren't comparable subjects. So Mandy, what I do want to talk to you about and get more feedback from you on is certainly I had explained to Victoria just before you came on what had happened earlier in the show. I'm happy to relate that to you because I don't believe you heard any of that. So is that the case? You have no idea what happened on the show before you came on, essentially, correct?
No.
Okay. So what had happened was that first Peter Moon was on with us for the opening hours, and then our man Nemo's going for a smoke now, and that's fine. And hopefully he'll let us know when he returns. But what had happened was that Peter Moon was talking about usual things. He was hoping Heather would join us in the opening hours. Heather Holman, what do you remember about her, Mandy, honey?
Kind of a mixed bag.
Uh-huh.
She was on the Revolution Radio. She was active on your Facebook. She called in a lot.
Yeah.
Had a long history with quite a background that came with her.
Right. And so you came on our show recently after she kind of rejoined us, right?
It was super brief. We didn't actually talk.
Right. Understood. And so she turned Peter on to a bunch of Aquino videos that he's been reviewing, and so he has certainly taken a shining to her. And she did not come on until the roundtable hour, when we started talking about time travel and Peter Moon and his parents dying. And Heather then said, "Oh, how can you laugh about someone's parents dying in a car accident like that?" She has no concept of my background, of course, and just how black my humor truly is, and of course the comfort space that I have with Peter. And the joke that I made was about him going back in time to kill his parents, was of course in light of the context of what we were talking about with David Alexander, and we were bringing up Joe Tai, all the rest of that. So what happened was, so Heather, of course, was under the influence of having been under surgery. She said she was under surgery earlier in the day. Was probably kind of loopy, and definitely, it just, let's just say she didn't take it well, but we put it into context for her, and if she doesn't understand that, there's nothing to be done. She seemed to understand it. She was still, let's just put it this way. You survived an assassination attempt in a car. I do believe you know a bit about cars. Peter Moon's parents died in a car in a very strange way that is almost borders on the supernatural or the paranormal. It's something bizarre. We went over all the details of that already. We're not going to relive that again. I'll be happy to go over them with you privately, simply so that our listeners don't suffer the same story again and again. But it's certainly, shall we say, right for us to be able to talk about it, because our man Peter Moon published about it in his book and spoke about it. So, all that being said, it is what it is. Then what happened was we went on to speak about Brooke Gibson, who peripherally at least, are acquainted with, or know of. And she spoke of going on ChatGPT to look up Douglas Dietrich and various people, and just found this kind of very repetitive, almost monotonous reference to myself on ChatGPT that would include herself as a co-conspirator, include Brendan Zoget and others as a co-conspirator, and it basically said that I claimed to be the son of a high-ranking Wehrmacht officer who served in World War II, rather than saying Adolf Hitler. No allusions to vampirism or anything else, nothing interesting, but simply said I made a bunch of claims that couldn't be substantiated. All of this, of course, was echoing of Richard K. Cole Jr. and Stephen Outram, which ultimately it all traced back to, because she was naming out the sources. It was all the LGABs, and it was all Burners and the Man, and, Burners.me, and all the Stephen Outram, Richard K. Cole Jr. Sites. So ChatGPT is simply programmed off those sites, but it's also programmed from above. It's a DARPA site in which, of course, these people are simply shills for DARPA, or the deep state. So, that was when we had basically a meltdown in communications tonight, and it was before you came on that I essentially just blocked Brooke, and then I talked to her on the phone outside, left Nemo and Brendan to operate the show while I spoke to her on the phone, and then basically tried my best to make amends with her on air, but because she said that I didn't need to apologize to her, just tell people we're working on this off the show by our own private communications. And she wasn't happy with what I said, so there's no way to make anybody happy. People are just never happy. But that's what happened before you came on. So it was a weird night already, with a lot of weird things going down. So when you came on, it was certainly a relief. As well as Victoria, of course. Just always good to have much more balanced personalities to speak to and balance out all the stress factors with. But when it comes to, all of that, I don't know if that brings anything to your mind.
So if I can...
Yeah, please.
Jump in.
Please.
If I can jump in for a second.
Oh,
so
of course.
I don't know if people have been following Candace Owens, but that woman has been waking up and asking all the wrong questions. So I'm sure people know she got fired from Daily Wire for going against Ben Shapiro, and et cetera. But dude, her streams, her lives recently, every day, she just asks a lot of wrong questions. Her last one, I think it was yesterday or the day before, she literally said on YouTube, "Why can't we talk about Adolf Hitler?" I'm like, dude, she's trying to get shut down at this point. So I definitely recommend. I actually screen recorded a solid 3 minutes of that, because it was she's just and it by the way, she also shares the exact same birthday and year as me. We're the exact same age, so
wow,
it's kind of interesting. But yeah, she's one of those people that is getting, and people are worried for her safety as well, but she's getting majorly blacklisted and canceled because she's bothering to talk about World War II or anything having to do with Israel, etc. So I just figured I'd jump in and share that really quick. People are in the comments praying and worried for her life, though.
Thank you. Thank you. No, that's important. I think that's important. Yes. The difference between herself and yourself is that she had a position in life that was comparatively advantageous and privileged based on the pinnacle she had reached in a kind of communications career. We'll call it the pinnacle because she's not going any further anymore. So what we're going to say is that you, on the other hand, haven't really gotten started yet. So because you haven't gotten started yet, obviously, the situation is that she had something and she blew it. In other words, not to attack her or say that she did the wrong thing, but it's definitely, there's no way she could not have known that she could have gone in that direction without repercussion. She had to know she was going to pay the price. Go on.
Yeah, if you're anti-genocide, you're gonna pay a price, man. If you care about Palestinian children, bro, you're canceled, buddies. You're canceled.
It is true. It is true. You would have to affiliate yourself with specific media venues on the Palestinian issue that are usually left-wing. They would tend to be left-wing, and they would tend to be, those that are available to the general public would tend to be left-wing and basically communist. And so those would be generally where people like that could turn to. It's never going to be the same. Her life will never be the same again. I mean, she's dead in American media until there's massive social change. Such being said, the reason that I was emphasizing what I did with yourself, Mandy, about what Brooke was finding on ChatGPT was I was asking Brendan Zogan, so, doesn't people with computer savvy understand this? And he pointed out your average person with any computer cred or streetwise in the cyber scene is not going to be checking out ChatGPT anyway. But it's where all these guys, have sequestered themselves. They're in their own little sewer shit. That was part of the communications meltdown. Brooke wanted to dive into that. And we were saying what for, and it got very testy. In the end, of course, I have every confidence she's not going to fall for these people. But it's strange to me she would want to see it because it would only make her angry. We were trying to spare her that because they'll start talking about her, and eventually, she being what she is, might want to strike back, quote unquote. But we'll find out the hard way as time goes on. And
ChatGPT just seems like demonic.
Yeah,
and programmed.
Thank you.
Programmed. How can anyone trust it?
Thank you. But not everybody has your sense of, shall we say, sensitivity to these things. They just look at everything on the net as the fruit of the Garden of Eden. They think it's all good eats. They think it's all good out there. They just don't understand half the berries are poison and the roses have thorns and all the rest of that. No, it's sad. It's sad. So
yes.
So Mandy, having heard all that, so you came in at the right time, and it was certainly a godsend. Certainly, Victoria, that's the way it was with you, I assure you. Both of you coming on was very advantageous to me in the sense of just being very you're angels who have saved the show, essentially. Very similar to Jennifer Hawkins the other day when I effectively suffered an ambush from Brandon Young and that Trampus Nicholson character, along with that Mark Haish individual who was effectively on their side by being such a wimp and a sus. But at that time, Jennifer Hawkins came on and said, "You're all here only because of Douglas Dietrich." And what happened to her, Mandy and Victoria, just so you know, I don't know if either of you young ladies know this, but on my channel, there's a 2-part interview, Jennifer Hawkins interviewing myself. She basically had to shut down her YouTube channel after that. So what happened was they attacked her so severely, and it was all bizarre, and you two ladies will relate. It's stuff that if you try to relate, only makes you sound crazy. Everybody who has known myself before has had the experience Victoria has if they live in rural areas where suddenly helicopter activity becomes very common over their homes, etc. So this is something people would understand if they're in Victoria's place or have worked with me in the past. When it comes to what happened to Jennifer Hawkins, she lives in a trailer out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. And she has to bicycle to work and bicycle back. And after she had interviewed myself, she tried to set up another interview. On the day of her next interview with myself, she had to cancel because she came home and was just driven to despair. She had tried to bicycle to work. En route to work, her tire blew out. She went home on the rims of at least one of her tires, and then parked the bicycle in front of her trailer, went inside and came back out, and the bicycle was alive. It was just seething with a mass of red spiders. And the only thing she could imagine was that a egg sac of spiders had been in the tire that blew out, and if she had not turned around to go home with it instead of going straight to work, she would have been enveloped in all of those red spiders if she had tried to go to work the rest of the way on that rim rather than turning around and going home. So that freaked her out. She canceled the interview. And that so then what happened was that she, since that time, has been hit with exorbitant bills. All of her bills have gone up by orders of magnitude. I mean, she's just a lady living by herself in a trailer, and all of her electricity and everything else, her utilities and all other services, internet, electricity, and what else is there? Aside from utilities and the internet, there's a third one I'm thinking of. Refuse collection, etc. All of this has gone up by 10 times the rate it was before, and she can't seem to contact anybody, and she's working double shifts to pay off bills for no goddamn good reason that are destroying her, and so she took down her YouTube channel. It's like so this is what happened to her after interviewing myself. We know it's connected. We know that that definitely in her case, even more so than Amanda Utes or Victoria Lauren Hobbs, her life has been destroyed because of affiliation with myself. So, such having been said, she came on my show despite all that. The time I was being attacked by 3 losers, Trampus Nicholson, Brandon Young, and Mark H., and put them in their place. And after all the weirdness that went down tonight, essentially kind of an ambush, though not necessarily intentional, by Heather Holman and Brooke Gibson. And I don't mean that Brooke Gibson did so intentionally. It just got into a space it didn't need to go for reasons that I think were entirely avoidable. I think both of you ladies know I'm a pretty patient guy, and it takes a lot to really drive me to the point of irritation. Both of you came on and kind of served the same purpose. You helped to normalize and balance. I hope you understand how I can never express adequately how grateful I am to both of you. Victoria Hobbs, Amanda Ute. Sorry, I keep saying your last name, Victoria, but like you said, everybody already knows who you are. They've already got you blacklisted.
Yeah.
Can't get any worse, I assure you. In that sense. So Mandy, Vic, feel free to respond.
I'm sorry if I missed it, but Heather went after you.
I was offended by her bullshit. Yeah, it was like
I think I missed what she was doing. I totally believe you. I just think I missed that part.
Let's put it this way, just to clarify, so everybody knows. I owe Heather Holman a great deal. Heather Holman bailed my ass out in the sense of contributing a lot of money in the past few months. So understand that we all have different personalities and we all respond in different ways, and many of us are damaged. And make no mistake about it, Heather Holman has been through the fucking ringer. She doesn't like me to bring this up, but I'm not bringing it up in front of her. I'm bringing it up so that I can try to contextualize why Heather Holman is damaged. So just so Vic and Mandy know, I'll call you both Vic and Mandy. That should be better from this point forward. So Vic and Mandy understand.
Not Vic. Anything but Vic, not Vic. Please. Not Vic, not Vicky. Just V. V is fine. V.
Okay.
Not Vic.
Kind of like that.
Yeah.
Kind of like that.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, V. So do me a favor, V.
V, that's me. I'm V, that's me.
Cool.
Yes.
Cool. So V, do me a favor. Tell Mandy Ute about the stripper in your life. It's actually a funny little story. Just relate a little anecdote. Mandy has a best friend who's a stripper and no longer knows her because she kind of disappeared. But you also had a friend who's a dominatrix, essentially, and brought her on the show one time, or was trying to help her. Basically, what happened was you were trying to help her go through her drug withdrawals, and we're taking care of her, and she started shitting all over you because of politics. Fuck Nazis,
yeah, she's a bit kind of more, liberal. It's kind of ordeal. Sorry, I have a red light mask on, so if you hear wires touching. But anyway, yeah. So it was kind of a strange situation. It was the woman that my boyfriend from back in the day left. Kind of like, well, I broke up with him, but I watched them fall in love for 2 of our 3 years.
Stressful.
And they just went down the drug road. They continued down the drug road. I quit a long time ago. Like, I don't even know how long ago. A long time ago. And 8 years like this. And I just figured I would, let her detox a little bit. And I figured, well, she's been around the world a bit and she has some stories. So I figured I'd let her talk to Douglas because she was fairly well read. And I figured she'd get along with Brendan and Douglas and Nemo and Peter and anyone else. But she just kind of fell apart and got kind of upset. So I apologize. She was a little antagonistic, I think.
To put it mildly, but that's fine. By the way, just Mandy, I asked V. I said to V, before she brought on Christine, was it Christine or Christina? Christine, right? Christine?
Yeah, it's Christine Katz. Yeah, Christine.
Yeah, so Christine Katz, when she said, she's going through withdrawals, and I asked her before she even came on, this lady came on, I said, is she Jewish? And V said, no. And she had no idea what this chick's trip was. So as soon as the chick came on, Christine, and I says, tell us a bit about yourself. And she started going off about she had taken the gene test, or her mother had taken the gene test, 23andMe, which isn't worth a shit. And that they said that she had basically 0.0000 something outrageous, so outrageous as to not even be believable. This 0.0000 something percentage of Jewish blood that was in her mother's gene test, and since they count it through the matrilineal line, she said, oh, I'm Jewish. And she took that notional single strand of Jewish DNA, then she made that the center focus of her life. And so she comes on.
I don't know if it was as much that, though.
What would you say? Well, how would you? Yeah.
I don't know if it was totally that. I think it's mostly just she's very liberal, and we have a lot of Jewish friends over the years. So I think it was generally just being playing devil's advocate, so to speak.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. At the same time, it seemed to be a big deal or a big part of what she shared with us. She went back to that a lot. She seemed to be, and what disturbed me, of course, first of all, was her self-loathing. And she said, "Oh, I have pig fucker blue eyes," and I said, well, "Why would you say that?" I said, "Why would you say that?" And she said, "Oh, because in Austria they fuck pigs, and my lineage goes back to that in some ways." Aside from the Jewishness, of course. And then I said, I don't want you to talk about yourself like that. And then after that, it went into, then she started talking about this Chinese princess who had sided with the Japanese and the Nazis in World War II. And then she said, I bet you can't name her. And I'm telling her, look, you could very well be talking about my mother. And that's when she said, oh, she's a Nazi, fuck her. And, then it came to, you're a Nazi, fuck you, and Vic's a Nazi, V's a Nazi, fuck her. Yeah, this whole thing, it was just like, fuck everybody, you're all Nazis. And so, which Nemo and Brendan Zogit were happy to take the title of Nazi, to share that burden.
And I think it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's like, it's a derogatory term. Like, there's nothing wrong with National Socialism, so...
Thank you.
I don't know.
Thank you. No, I mean, I agree, of course. You're preaching to the converted here. But I feel we may as well own the term in the same sense that the gays took back the pink color and the word queer. I mean, you can just take the term as an empowerment term. Right. And it's not easy to work with at the present moment in history.
The blacks took the N-word.
Yeah, thank you. Or the blacks, co-opted the N-word. So anyhow, Mandy, this Christina chick... went into this all-out attack. A dialogue was impossible with her. That's hardly the most outstandingly bizarre aspect of her personality, however. It was this completely self-destructive need to go into Islamic fundamentalist... She did everything but surrender herself as a sex slave to the ISIS state in Syria. It's just basically she fucking went down to India and Pakistan and was bitching about being in a burqa that they put her in, and it's like she's just asking for trouble. I can't believe she was not gang raped to death. I cannot believe she came back alive. Of course, she kept throwing this at me with the challenge of, have you been to Saudi Arabia? And I, said, I will get to that, but let's hear your story first. But she wouldn't allow me to tell mine. By that time, she went into a no dialogue mode, that there will be no dialogue. So I couldn't tell her about my time in Saudi Arabia, but at that point she wasn't interested anyway. She had already condemned us all as Nazis. V, Nemo, Bren, myself.
I'm so sorry, Douglas.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. It's actually quite funny. We've always had a lot of fun with this. But believe me, V, it all came down to that notional strand of Jewish DNA. This was her new identity. And and you could tell that if you re-listen to it, when I said, what would you think about the Middle East situation right now, talking about the Israeli genocide in Palestine? And she started saying, oh, well, you'd have to go all the way back to, pre-biblical, Talmudic, hazy, post-historical, prehistorical motherfucker days and shit, back into Pleistocene or something, is where she was trying to go back to. I said, no, honey, you don't. You don't need to go back there. It doesn't take going back to that to understand the situation. You got a bunch of fucking white supremacists in Israel who think that the Palestinians are a bunch of colored natives that are there for the slaughter. That's what you've got. And but at any rate, she wasn't having any of it. No time for me to express that either. She just went, full attack. And then after that, I'm hanging up. So it was like, There you go. So that was interesting. But so your friend, at least Mandy, was a lot better than that in terms of some level of shall we say, stability. She wasn't all withdrawn on drugs and trying to compensate by doing other drugs. What was the other drug she was using that night, V? She was trying to compensate getting off the heroin by going.
I don't even know. She was like getting off of heroin and fentanyl by like being on a whole bunch of other stuff and drinking, and I was just like, oh wow.
Yeah, and one of them was the truth serum.
It was honestly a sad situation.
Oh, to say the least. She kept looking through V's food, saying, what have you got to eat? And V said, it's all beef jerky. It's all beef jerky. And she said, what's in here? It's nothing but beef jerky. She was all freaking out. Was she a vegan too or some shit? Vegetarian or some shit? That doesn't make sense because she was eating meat. She was eating meat in Pakistan. The boar's head and all that shit.
She's not a vegan.
Yeah, because she's
definitely not a vegan. She's never been vegan ever.
Right. Wait a second. Did she not say that she was?
She would eat humans.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, but did she not say? I'm just remembering it now.
12 years ago, she's like a would-be cannibal.
Yeah. Nemo, help me out here. Do you both not remember V and Nemo? That she said when she was in Pakistan, she almost cried because of the smell of that roast boar? Is that not what she said?
Really?
I don't remember that part. But...
I don't remember.
I mean, it's on record, and she was only on with us for half an hour, so, or maybe an hour at the most. So if anybody replays
I think it was like an hour, probably.
Yeah, probably an hour. You're right, an hour. And so if anybody replays it, you will hear her say, when I was in Pakistan, I almost cried because of the smell of that roast boar. And I'm just thinking now, wait a second, Muslims don't eat pigs. So, man, you talk about people who really don't give a shit.
Right.
It's, all that religious shit is just all bullshit. They're eating a boar and shit, and they're not worried about going to hell so long as their belly's full. Fuck. Yeah. So
well, they're poor as fuck, so you should eat what you can get.
Yeah, no shit.
I don't know how poor countries like that could go by strict diets.
Thank you.
Because it's bad enough that they can barely get any food. Just eat whatever you can get yourself.
Thank you. Well, that's actually mostly where that vegan and vegetarian shit comes from, is because they can't afford the meat. So, of course, they're doing all that vegan shit because, otherwise they have to go hunt for something. And most of the time they're too malnourished and weak to do that. So then, a bunch of whites look at them and say, oh, man, let me try that. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mandy. I know you're pretty vegetarian or to a degree, but yes. I mean, I love my meat, the taste of it at least. I mean, obviously I don't get much sustenance out of anything other than blood. But anyhow, Mandy, so there you go. That was the other stripper that I wanted to make you aware of because that was a funny kind of parallel. But so such being said, Mandy, what was the other trip I was on? Just to share with you or regale you with. By all means, Mandy, what else has been going on that you've been observing? What about the Biden meltdown at the worst possible time? And then he doesn't want to get out of the race to make us all more vulnerable to Trump. It's like he's the enemy now. It's like Biden is, in denial of his complete incompetence, and as well, he is trying to stay in the race to make certain Trump wins. So, Mandy, give us your analysis.
It feels like...
Before you go there, tell me what you think. Anything you think of everything I just said? I mean, just to reemphasize, this Christina chick really was big on the Jew trip because, like I said, she had this one notional strand of DNA and she was like, what was it she said about it? Something about, it was... Anyhow, maybe I should just drop that, but I hope you found that story funny. Hope you found that amusing and entertaining before you tell us about what you think about Biden and Trump, and go at it full bore. Just cut loose.
It is weird when people do get on a Jew train. Sorry.
Did you ever have... Now tell us what your opinion is of these gene tests.
That's bad. I take that back. I so take that back. That's an old saying, jump on the train, like jump on the wagon. Like, that is a Western. Like,
by the way, I just got it now. The train, get it? The train to Auschwitz. The train to the cat. That is hideously funny for an unintended reference.
We used to operate those trains.
Yeah.
I am so not. I swear to God. I swear to God. That's
Oh my God, that's delightful. Oh, that's delightful. Holy shit. We're so bad. We're so bad.
I didn't mean it like that. But I mean the bandwagon when people do get some sort of there is a virus of this prestigious chosen statue of some sort of Jewish heritage, and it is I do feel parasitic.
Yeah.
It feels demonic, that I feel like that is part of old bad shit that went down.
Yeah, and by the way, wait, if she's in Pakistan and what I remember is correct, and it is on recording for anyone to verify, and she said, oh, I almost cried when I smelled that roast boar, and she's pretending so hard to be Jewish, and yet she's gonna dig into that pig, like, salivating and shit. I mean, what does that tell us? I mean, holy shit.
Yeah, but but I don't understand, because I'm pretty sure she's always eaten bacon. Like, I've never known her to not eat pork. So I don't remember that, but I'll have to go back and listen.
Yes, there you go. See? That's
a lot of unorthodox American Ashkenazis will eat pork.
Oh, yeah, they love it. They eat it all the time.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I think normally she does eat bacon and stuff like that. So I don't know why she would be saying that she would cry over a boar. She eats everything.
Oh, no. She was crying because it smelled so good, is what she said. And she couldn't wait to tear into it. But I was like saying the only reason
that makes sense.
Yeah, there you go. Sense. But the only thing that makes it odd is she's also coming on this I'm Jewish trip. So it's like, okay, what the fuck? It's like, it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Oh, fuck me gently with a chainsaw. It's like, you got the Muslims in Pakistan, which is a Muslim state, that its whole reason for existence is as a Muslim state. And they're killing boar and eating it and going, and then the white chick with the blonde hair comes along in the burqa who says she's Jewish. It's like Goldie Hawn shows up and says, and they're all digging in on this pig. And it's like, fuck you all. Fuck me. Fuck you all. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh my gosh.
It's all bullshit.
Oh, please. Oh my.
I'm sorry, Mandy, that I regale you with that, but there you go. So jump right in with beyond that, Biden and I take it you suffered through the debate, Mandy?
No, I didn't watch, just like I didn't. What I was gonna say was it reminds me of right now we have puppeteering going on, just like we did with Bushy era, and then right after that Obama era, where things are just so blatantly being orchestrated and things, like you said, being turned onto somebody else when it shouldn't be that way, and it's so fake and it's such bullshit. And at a certain point, I kind of just have to walk away and shake my head and not even like listen to it, just not pay attention. And I don't mean not pay attention to the facts and reality of what the fuck is going on. It's absolutely scary and terrifying and you need to watch, but this feels like an old playbook of we're being pushed towards a certain agenda, and it's very blatant and it's very obvious and it's very sad, and it's sad to see so many people playing into it. And Biden, I think, has been out of it for a long ass time, just like I think a lot of those elders that are in there, they're not elders with the ceremonious respect meaning, but these are fucking cuckoos, and they're just I don't know. I don't want to say they're drugged. They're probably drugged. They're not brainwashed. They make their own choices. They have their own demons. They sold their souls, and puppeteering and orchestrating is definitely happening, and it is a shit show, and it is so sad to see so many people just blindly following. And I keep comparing it, but it really feels like Bushy Iraq era crazy shit.
Thank you.
Where facts are in our face and bad shit's going on, and people are just disconnected, and there's this mind wash brain fuck going on. And I can't believe anybody is justifying innocent people, let alone children, being targeted. And I don't want to say that me and chemtrails, I wasn't even like understanding that's where you guys were talking about, and I'm no way comparing that. But that aside, like, I don't care what the fuck religion they are or what war they are, even if they are fucking bad guys, North Korea invading this, that, blah, blah, blah. You don't go after innocent people. You don't target them. You don't do that. And innocent men, women, and children should always be protected. And to condone that for Jewish or religion, what the fuck?
Thank you. Go on.
Fuck that. Fuck them. Fuck all of them. And
Thank
if
you.
you can't see what agenda is going on, and that there is a massive white supremacy group that is making money off of Black people believing they're oppressed 100% and making money off of that, just like that there is a horrific stance of condoning the destruction and genocide of an entire people. In the name of Jewish, like Jew, like holy shit. I don't even know what to say. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. No, I like that. And it reminds me, not that there's any logical connection, but I do remember now what I was trying to say about Heather Holman. So what Amanda probably remembers is at the time that I wanted Heather to have a healthier life. I felt that she was very fixated on me. To give you an example of how fixated, ladies, basically Heather Holman had a photographic image of myself on her ceiling and at the foot of her bed, just two places that I know of, among others. So when she would go to sleep at night, she could see me the first thing when, she woke up the next morning by looking at the ceiling and seeing my photograph on the ceiling. And then she would look at the foot of her bed and there'd be a photograph of me and between the posts at the foot of her bed so that she could see me between her feet. And I felt this was unhealthy. I know that this was true because she showed it to me on Skype, the Skype camera. And so I said, look, you really need a life separate from myself. And so I cut off contact with her. And there is, we all know that she had some communications with Michael Aquino after that. And the controversy lies in the extent of those communications.
What? Wait, what?
Yeah.
Why? I did not know that. Why? What?
It's actually, I'll tell you something. It's
What?
the overwhelming majority of people who are affiliated with me at one point, up to this point in history, the vast majority of people who they're usually assigned assets because nothing else makes sense. As soon as they disaffiliate with myself, they run to the enemy. Now, after Michael Aquino's death, they only had one place to go, and that was to the cultists who maintain his cult. People who claimed that they had spoken with him on record, and we have the screenshots to prove this, Stephen Outram and Richard K. Colt Jr., my gang stalkers, which is this gay couple of faggots that have been following me forever. But when it comes to most people who have been affiliated with me, they run to those people, and then they work for them for free and take up a campaign or a crusade against myself for free, without payment, in which they literally dedicate their lives to this activity. The one cunt named Lena Shea, because she was married to a Chinese guy named Shea, and he ran her out of town on a rail, whole story behind that. She changed her name back to Lena Crane, very unusual, probably a pseudonym. But she spent all day calling people by the hundreds throughout the day, like she was operating a telecommunication service. And people would call me who were strangers and say, hey, you Douglas Dietrich? I'd say, yeah. And they'd say, I just want you to know, I got these calls from this strange chick who's also emailed me, and I don't know how she got my phone number or my email, but she's just telling me that you're not who you say you are. I just want you to know this is going on, because they found it so disturbing. And I said, yeah. Then, after a while, action was taken, which really shut her down. So she sacrificed essentially her life. I mean, she was a woman who started off without any intention to disparage her. We've all had these friends, like Victoria, like V and Mandy have both had a friend who was an adult service in adult services. And this is how this chick started out. And Lena started out in adult services and did what most people who prostitute themselves, in this case, with her case, through the massage industry, they wind up marrying a client, which is their dream. Marry a client, get out of the business, lead a normal life. She had done that, married this guy, had 2 kids with him, and when she went on the Richard K. Cole Jr. train and started attacking me, and I told her, honey, Michael Aquino said he uses stupid people the way stupid people use guns. These guys are following that template. You're just a human hand grenade to them. If you keep attacking me, I'm going to have to take action. She kept attacking. So I had to call the police. And I called the police and told them in her district that she had sex with an underage boy, which she had done. And it was her massage partner's son. And so her husband ran her out of town on a rail after that. There are some other factors involved, but she lost her life. It's just everything for her was over, because after that, she can't get employment as a teacher, like a paraprofessional, childcare. She's like any conventional employment. She lost everything. Lost her family, lost her kids. And all this because she was spending all day, every day, from the moment she got up till the moment she went to bed, calling hundreds of strangers to tell them Douglas Dietrich is not Douglas Dietrich. Basically attacking my photographs and saying my photographs are not me. Who does this? These are assets who are programmed from childhood. There's no sane person would do this. So this is like the norm, however. This is the norm. How Heather Holman stands out is that she never attacked my character. Unlike these others, who then attack my character relentlessly from dawn to dusk, literally running telemarketing campaigns where they'll call complete strangers, email complete strangers, saying Douglas Dietrich is not Douglas Dietrich and he's some kind of a fraud. Don't believe him because he's not who he says he is, without saying who I am. By the way, they're all telling the truth. I'm not Douglas Dietrich. I'm Douglas Hitler. Technically, I'm not Douglas Dietrich. I'm really the son of Adolf Hitler. So they, as always, as liars do, give you half the truth. But when it comes to the whole point, Heather Holman was different. She ran to Michael Aquino because she felt, for one thing, he was still alive. She was not the first person to do that. The first person to do that, help me out here, Mandy, was Matthew Schwab. And Matthew Schwab was this big Jewish guy with his big Jewish nose who looked so painfully Jewish, you knew it was a joke when he said, I'm the son of Douglas Dietrich. He started saying, I'm the biological son of Douglas Dietrich, which is, I guess, their way of saying Hitler's Jewish or something. But this dude, he didn't start that trip till after he ran to Michael Aquino, because I just blocked him. I said, look, dude, I think that it's really unproductive in your life to be involved with being a fanboy of mine. I don't think it's helping either one of us. I think that your behavior is such that you're kind of scaring people away. I said, I think it's healthier for you to try to find something else to focus on. So I blocked him. He ran to Michael Aquino, who then told him he was my biological son. He ran with that for a few years and was stalking people about it, like telling people, I'm Douglas Dietrich's son. This was this real sad case where there was this black African-American woman named Ramona Halitha Henry, had a crush on me and tolerated this guy for about a year because she wanted to maintain a contact with myself. I'm like saying, look, I don't want you to do this, and why don't you just block him? And I wound up, of course, telling her, really think you need other things in life as well, because it just wasn't healthy that she thought that I was in love with her. And she said, you told me you loved me on Valentine's Day. I said, I told 14 different women that on Valentine's Day. On my Facebook timeline. I said, please, you've got to understand the difference between something that's said casually but of course a person with a stalker's mindset doesn't understand that. The only good thing I can say is that unlike others, herself and Judith Ager, who both have their own issues, did not become gang stalkers. But when it came to the character known as Matthew Schwab, he went straight to the source while the source was still alive, and that was Michael Aquino. And in a sense, he and Heather Holman were privileged. They were not exploited anywhere near or in any sense that these people were exploited by Richard K. Cole and Stephen Outram. Because Richard K. Cole Jr. and Stephen Outram are just monsters, whereas Michael Aquino may have been a monster, but he was as close to a gentleman as a monster can get. So when it came to Michael Aquino, this is what Christine Joanna Hart said. And Christine Joanna Hart said on record, on my program, her earliest memory in life was riding up and down the penis of Michael Aquino. That was her earliest memory in life. There was no doubt she was a product of programming from Michael Aquino. She had dreams constantly about the White Rabbit, which is a symbol in MK Ultra programming. And she was haunted by that, and it would be one of her triggers. All of this was very much the pattern. Now, Christine Joanna Hart was once trying to bring Michael Aquino onto my show when it was hosted, or produced rather, by Laura Lee Solomon. And Laura Lee Solomon and I cut Christine Joanna Hart off her own show so we could talk about Pearl Harbor, because it was Pearl Harbor Day, and she was trying to bring on Michael Aquino instead. So we know she was trying to bring on Michael Aquino because she kept texting between us and a third party. Then later on, when we confronted Christine Joanna Hart, and Laura Lee Solomon paid the ultimate price for that day, after that she began to spiral because she basically cussed out or blocked Mike Ringley, who then said, I'll fuck you up, bitch, and made her life a living hell. And then she finally spiraled into multiple suicide attempts. That was Laura Lee Solomon. Big fat chick who had all kinds of issues and a crush on me. And that, of course, spiraled into something ugly where she just stole everything on my credit card. And a bunch of other things that were people had sent her to give to me. She just stole them all. She wound up institutionalized. At any rate, when it came to Laura Lee Solomon, that was that. But when I was speaking to Christine Joanna Hart about Heather Holman, Christine Joanna Hart, I confronted her. I said, I know you were talking to Michael Aquino. And I said, what do you know about Heather Holman? And I can't remember what it was. But for some reason, I needed to get in contact with Heather Holman or try and tell Heather Holman something. And that's when Christine Joanna Hart told me, this was the report I kept getting from people who said they saw her with Michael Aquino. And so what Christine Joanna Hart told me was, she said, and she confessed, she had definitely been in contact with Michael Aquino. Christine Joanna Hart herself. And so she confessed to that. And after she got to that, she said, and I saw no reason to disbelieve this, because in case you don't know it, Heather Holman was a professional care provider. Always has been. That's her profession. She's recognized as such. So that's when Christine Joanna Hart told me, Michael Aquino said he would never have survived his intestinal cancer without the care provision he received from Heather Holman. And that made perfect sense. And it was backed up by all kinds of other, shall we say, supernatural evidence. Aside from a few other things I'm not quite comfortable sharing in terms of physical evidence, the supernatural evidence was this one chick I only knew through my show, just a fangirl, who had no reason to make this up, and I don't see how she could. said that she had entered the hypnagogic state while watching her laundry. And this is something that has always been a real phenomenon. There's an old book titled Phone Calls from the Dead. And this book called Phone Calls from the Dead was written back when we had landlines. And the landlines had a common phenomenon where people would say they got phone calls from the dead, but it would always be only at certain times, like they woke up in the morning, had nothing on their minds, their mind was totally blank, their feet had just hit the floor, they weren't thinking anything, not a single conscious thought had yet entered their head, and the phone rang. And they picked it up, and someone who was dead would speak to them and just give them a message, usually something along the lines like, I'm okay, don't worry anymore, something like that. But then when they came into consciousness at that moment, the voice would fade. And so people get into the state where they're more receptive to the supernatural, the metaphysical. And what happened with this girl was she fell into the hypnagogic state, just staring at her laundry or the dryer. And then she said, suddenly in her vision, Aquino walked in. And she recognized him instantly from all the photos she had seen of him online. And she said he had a little chick with him who had really big eyes, which is what Heather Holman has. Very big eyes because she has a certain condition which gives her very big eyes. And so she said he had this little, woman with him, very big eyes, kind of hiding behind him. And that's when I heard from Michael Aquino himself. He was training Heather to astral travel. Now, Michael Aquino and I had these kind of like passing exchanges every once in a while, simply because of our enemy status and the fact that we needed to rendezvous to basically see if the balance of terror concerning lawsuits still held. He ultimately told Heather Holman, and Heather Holman has said this on record, that he said, oh, I can't talk about Dietrich anymore because then I'll be held in court as basically having worked with Douglas Dietrich. Heather Holman has said this on record recently. So it backs up what I'm telling you right now. So just so you know that cross-reference is there. Now, Heather Holman has no memory of being Michael Aquino's care provider. She does talk about exchanging emails with him and arranging interviews for him with Sean David Morton and Sean Stone, the son of Oliver Stone. And but she's compartmentalized in her memories. What she says may be true, and maybe she never was his care provider. There's other people who say otherwise. Just bringing that up. But beyond that, the important thing to remember is she's never tried to assassinate my character. So because of that, when she helped me out financially, I let her on the show. Because she knew so much about Michael Aquino, she was able to give Peter Moon a lot of information that he since said renders my work with Michael Aquino undeniable to the public. He always believed it, but Michael Aquino began to reference everything that I've ever said, not in as much detail, but everything I've ever said puts what he says into context based on videos and interviews that were shared to Peter Moon by Heather Holman. So there's certainly a method to all of this. I think Heather Holman is trustworthy to an extent, the extent that we have to take into account that she's damaged. I don't believe she's evil or malevolent. It's hard for me not to believe that she was not Peter Moon's, Michael Aquino's care provider during his years of intestinal cancer, because it makes so much sense. But I certainly respect the fact that she denies it, which is fine. Or maybe it's not true. Such being said, it seems to make so much sense, it's hard to believe it's not. All that being said, what happened then was that between her and Peter and all this stuff that's gone down was, what was the other factor? Aside from Heather Holman and the experience with Michael Aquino and everything else that we've covered thus far, what else does it bring to mind? Could you help me remind me, Mandy V? What do you think? Any questions that might help me get back on track?
No, just that I definitely remember at the time when Heather was posting that and you were sharing that, and it did come out about her, at least, and somebody else confirming she was with Aquino.
Yes.
I do remember that very much. And you're right, she never did assassinate your character. She never did come after you that way. I forget what the name was of that chick up here who I tried to help, and she was at the hospital and then took off. Everybody.
Oh, Amber Rose Dio.
Yes.
Yeah.
Every crazy fucker went after you, and Heather I never saw that. I never did it. But I do remember she on Facebook, she did publicly say, at least publicly on Facebook, confirm those pictures you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That she had out on her bed, or at her bed,
yeah.
on her ceiling. I do remember seeing those. Seeing that it was herself saying it.
Yeah.
So, but she was always good intentioned, I believe, and from her perspective. And I never heard her say a nasty word about you, character, or otherwise.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that profoundly, and it's important to get that feedback. And as well, just to clarify this for V, because I know a lot of this is probably just sounds strange as hell, understandably so. It's important to understand that when it comes to what I think her motivation was, I think that Heather Holman's motivation was both she and Matthew Schwab both thought that if Douglas Dietrich will not have me in his life, I'll turn towards the man who understands him best. That's what I think that was behind both of them doing what they did. Obviously, we all have less sympathy for Matthew Schwab because he was male and was also just less sympathetic in general. Though, in reality, I felt bad, to tell you the truth, that he had to be brushed aside so brusquely. At the same time, of course, he was basically a stalker, and he was basically harassing Ramona Halitha Henry to point of madness. So, I mean, this is all, unhealthy behavior. The other thing to emphasize about Heather Holman, again, she told me to not bring this up, at least in front of her. She's not with us at the moment, and I think it's an inescapable fact. It's already on record, and so I can bring it up with you without exposing anything private. We've already discussed it multiple times on record, so it's not a private issue. Heather Holman gave birth to a child who became a young model at the age of 18, and shortly after she reached legal age and became a model, a professional model, as I understand it, she was abducted and has never been seen again in the last 10 years. So you're talking about someone who's incredibly scarred and injured in her very soul. And so much so, horrible pattern taking place recently of phone call extortionists who have been calling people and saying, this is the police, we have your relative, they're under arrest, we need you to bring all this money to us right now. And they collect money from desperate people who are so naive they don't know whether or not to question authority. All you need to do, if you've got police calling you or people claiming to be police saying, oh, we have your relative under arrest and you need to pay the bail, but you need to bring the money here at rendezvous at this site, what you need to do is call the police. I don't understand how people don't understand this. But at any rate, Heather she got one of those calls. We have your daughter. But they knew she'd been missing for 10 years. And they said, we have your daughter and we found her after 10 years. She's under arrest, but we need you to bring all this money out here in the desert. And she dove into her car and went out there into the desert all by herself. The story is something best related by her. She wound up being intercepted by a real cop who she thought was the cop that might have her daughter, but it turned out it was just a cop on the highway who told her, call the police. But this is something that imagine living through a horror like that. It really, even as bad as both of your experiences are, in some ways, they're not worse than that. So this is something that's horrible.
Nothing is worse than losing a child.
I was gonna say, you can't compare that. That's not even anything at all whatsoever in any shape or form.
Nothing is worse.
And the way she psychologically deals with it is basically, let me see if I can find this this chick's name, who was actress and husband died of flu after strange claims. See if I can get the Brittany Murphy and her husband Simon Monjack started
Right.
they came out about child pedophilia, human child trafficking in Hollywood. And when they came out about that, they both died of the flu. I mean, immediately. It's just like sickening. Just both killed, of course. And the way Brittany Murphy's mother deals with it is she's created what we in Asia call a spirit trap. She leaves everything in Brittany Murphy's room exactly as it was the last time she was in the home, and just goes day by day convinced that someday her daughter will come back and walk in and she'll show her back to her room. And that's how she deals with it. And with dear Heather is convinced her daughter's still alive and that her daughter is happy and just doesn't want to talk to her because she's been such a bad mother. And that's how she deals with it. Nevertheless, despite all that and all the help that she's provided myself financially at the times I've needed it lately, by helping me to make the rent, I found it rather, just how we say, just kind of self-indulgent when I was making the jokes I was about Peter going back using the Dr. David Alexander's time machine to kill his parents so he could get an inheritance. I'm sorry, I was certainly funny the way I said it. That he, basically what I said, that he was in a tent city with Joe Tai and they were living together and he got sick of this retarded Chinese guy next to him. And then the retarded Chinese guy says, I hear there's this guy that could do time travel. By the way, V, you probably don't know this Joe Tai character, but Mandy, maybe you remember Joe Tai. Do you remember Joe Tai?
I do.
Yeah, so I said, yeah, Peter was in a tent city and he was all impoverished with Joe Tai next to him. Remember Joe Tai would talk to all these people homeless people in tents and shit, and they'd all claim they work for the government and shit. And so I said, finally, when Joe Tai's next to Pete saying, and they're doing the fry up the, whatever they hunted down, like, sewer rats and shit, and they're getting them ready in the frying pan or on the spit. And then Joe Tai says, yeah, here there's this doctor did time travel. And Pete says, yeah. Then he meets David Lewis Anderson, goes back in time and kills his parents and gets the inheritance. Yeah. So I made that joke then. That's when Heather said, oh, that's horrible to talk about somebody whose parents died in an auto accident like that. And I thought that was really indulgent. And then she tries to guilt us all out and throw this wet damper on everything. And then we put everything into context in great detail. And then after that, when we said, he's published about his parents' death, it is okay to talk about it. I feel I have a safe space with him, and he understands my dark humor. But I said, look, his parents' death was so unusual that it borders on the paranormal. It's something that was very inexplicable in so many ways. And she's a chick who lives, Heather Holman. She lives in Arizona. She comes to California at will. And she said maybe they died on icy roads. When we were talking about the size of their car, this Chevy make and model that they used to call lead sleds. These are like fucking tanks. They are tons. They weigh tons. and they were armored in effect, real bumpers, real steel all around you. If you drove through a wall in a restaurant or a hotel, the wall would give before that car. You would be in the lobby of that hotel or the center of that restaurant without, and both passengers would probably survive. It's a very sturdy car. It certainly would never turn over like Mandy Utes did, because unless you fell off a cliff. So this is one of those things we were trying to puzzle out. And the way that Peter described his parents as dying instantly is what he was told, with no pain or lingering. It's very bizarre because, again, how does that happen? Does the car blow up? It's so strange that it bears discussion. And so what happened was, when we were talking about it, then Heather says, maybe icy roads. Icy roads in Bakersfield, California. Bakersfield, California, which is desert. That's like, come on, they were growing olive trees there. There's not going to be any snow at any time, ever. So this is just, it was just odd. It was just odd for her to take that stance. And, my life's difficult enough without her running to Peter and miscommunicating what happened. So hopefully that does not happen. That's why we took pains to contextualize it, which was a fun discussion in and of itself, admittedly, because that's when Brooke Gibson read from the book. She read from the book where Peter described it, and that's where Peter says, basically, everything I said, essentially, that, I was not surprised when my parents died. He was told by someone, your parents are dead. They died in an automobile last night, and he says in the book, I was not surprised. And he had been on this show before and had said on record, his parents were telling him, giving him crap about being in Scientology. And he told them both, hey, stop saying this about Scientology. Leave me alone about Scientology. Lay off, relent, or something bad's going to happen. Something bad will happen to you if you don't relent about this. And then they died. So it was like, and then he wasn't surprised. It's like, it's like what it is. And it is what it is. At any rate, thought I'd share that. So that was the first awkward moment of the night. And then what happened was, like I said, what happened with Brooke. And it was just a really awkward night. So glad you angels stepped in to kind of normalize things and make me feel, shall we say, normal again. So Nemo, what's your understanding of the technology of YouTube? After tonight's show uploads, you should be able to download it despite the fact that OBS did not record it, correct?
I mean, it should. I mean, it did record. You just had to re-enable it and record again.
No, but what I mean is...
Did it start off recording, then turned off?
Yeah, it turned off only 20 minutes before I noticed it had stopped. But what I mean to say is, it only records for my benefit to dump it in my computer. Its recording has nothing to do with YouTube's recording. So when YouTube uploads it, it'll be a complete episode that you can download, correct? Theoretically. Theoretically.
Yeah, I don't know for sure. If it's there, I'll download it. If not, then you'll have to upload what you have manually.
Understood. I'm sure you can download it. That's my understanding, because OBS is not YouTube. So YouTube should be separate. There you go. Thank you. But there you have that. It's all been a very profoundly unusual situation. The entire Aquino thing, of course, is always sinister. Had a profound impact after his death on Brooke Gibson. Brooke Gibson does not like to talk about it, which then again, of course, made it unusual why she wanted to dive into that sewer of shit of his cultists. Right, Nemo? Isn't that odd?
Yeah.
Knowing all the negative things that have happened to her, which I don't need to go into right now. But so, such being said, it's just these are phenomenon that people react to in their own ways. So, V, how did you? I'd like you to share with Mandy and Nemo and myself. How did you find out about me?
Honestly, I don't even know if I first found you on, if it was Facebook. It might have been Facebook. I'm not entirely sure. I might have just been drawn to the cool pictures and stuff. But
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That feels like a couple lifetimes ago.
Wow.
A lot's happened.
Did you always know about my Nazism?
Basically as soon as I learned about you. Yeah, I was learning about that. So maybe, when was that? 4 years ago or something like that? 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
When did you start being publicly open about, being pro-national socialist?
I wanted to look into it for at least a solid year. Oh yeah.
For me? You're talking to me? No, V. You mean V?
Yeah. No, I was asking Douglas, how long did you wait until you publicly went open that you're a pro-national socialist?
I think that was always just kind of a given. It was always kind of hovering in the air. That's what I think. I don't think there was ever, because back in the day when you could get away with it, I would put up the swastikas on Facebook. There was a time when you could get away with that, yes. And then they started, getting increasingly more and more just straitjacketed. And, there's no point in being on now. It's just old ladies' cat pictures. And all the men, all they do is put up, pro-Trump promotionals and shit. The old woman put up the cat pictures. The old men put up the Trump promotions. That's pretty much all Facebook is now. They can have it. But when it comes to... but V, answer that question for me. When did you start being openly pro-national socialist? I want to know.
Oh, like I was saying, I probably... being that the certain stuff I started to look into was a little more on the side of I didn't want to look into it, like the non-NASA Earth or World War II and the whatever behind all these different memes with people rubbing their hands together. I purposefully did not look into certain subjects for a really long time. Those were 2 of them. So, I would say I looked into stuff of either of those for a solid year before I wanted to make sure I knew what I was talking about. And I had stuff in my head.
Your voice cutting out.
Is it the wires on the red mask? Is that the wires on the red light mask?
Oh, no, I don't. I have everything off now. But, okay. No, I was saying that, with anything, I prefer to, read into something for at least a year before I talk outwardly about it. So where I've researched it enough that I have stuff in my head and I can, I have facts and can back it up.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, well, I appreciate that profoundly. I'm so glad that you did.
I didn't start till 2015.
Yeah. What about your year? Do you remember
Becoming pro-national socialist, I'm saying.
Right. No, I understood. How about yourself, V?
I don't know. What year is it? It's to 2024. So, or I guess right around 2020 then.
Okay.
Wow. Literally, that makes so much sense, actually. But, it happened right around when COVID started. So, yeah, it would have been. But I was inching that way, honestly. I'd always been drawn to him and that symbol for my entire life, honestly.
Thank you. No, that's
I was the kid oh, well, if there is a hell and if Hitler is there, then I'm praying for him because, whatever. I just have to pray for him because that's the one person who would be there. And now I realize that's so false. He was Catholic. It's so silly. And it's so cute because they'll say that he turned atheist last minute or something like that. Right before his death, he recanted everything. It's, no, he was always he might have been a mystic, might have been a little, but he was always a man of faith,
Yes. No, definitely. No, he never recanted his Catholicism.
Yeah. He acknowledged all of the ancient Nordic gods. And he had a lot of knowledge in the occult and paganism and all that stuff, and studied other cultures and all of their theosophical and spiritual beliefs.
Well, but what V understands and is right about, as well as you're both right. He understood all of these other cultures, but he never renounced his Catholic faith.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it was one of the
Right.
reasons why he was against suicide squads, was because it was considered a mortal sin in the Catholic Church. So he was always antithetical to suicide squads. But Heinrich Himmler arranged some of these suicide squads operations anyway, so that, because he was operating on a different, more Nordic pagan paradigm, or Gnostic combined with Gnosticism. So, but all of that being said, that was the beauty of National Socialism. There were multiple schools of thought, and the multiple schools of thought were cooperative. Yes. And synthesized. They were synthetic in the sense that they were operating together in a pattern that was holistic. Honored, of course, Germany's cultural roots.
How else would he have
Yes.
very respectfully?
Yes. Go on.
Oh, sorry, there
No,
might be
no,
such
continue.
a lag, but it's like people don't think about that he had so many different countries volunteer to join his
Yes.
side. Obviously, he was sitting there respecting all different nature, Muslims and Hindus, and all these different views. So sorry to interrupt.
No, that's very important. Thank you. I think it's well said. It's very well said. Very important. Thank you for that. And of course, we don't want to, shall we say, implicate Mandy by extension, but people will probably stereotype her anyway. Mandy's just a mom who's very interested in history, and of course, she does have a German background. Mandy's real name is Amanda Eitenayer, and she had to change it to you, or rather, her family had to change it to you because of the anti-German prejudice, because of the Teutophobia, the anti-Germanism of America. So her real name is Eitenayer, just so you know, V. And yes,
Beautiful.
yes, it is. Yes. So, dear Mandy Eitenayer, yes. So tell us how you still have a living pet squirrel, right? Like Brooke does, right?
What?
Yeah.
Tell V about it. Tell V about your pets, all your pets that
Yeah,
are
I
alive.
grew up with a pet squirrel, so please tell me.
Oh my God!
Yay! He's 4 years old. He's still rambunctious and crazy and adorable. And he was trying to rehome or back in the wild outside, and he came back mangled twice. So now he's just kind of indoor.
Yes.
He's absolutely just crazy. but they really are smart, and squirrel brain is so real. They'll forget shit in 2 seconds. I find nuts stashed in all over the goddamn place. He'll play around in the morning, and if my son is still asleep, he'll go and burrow in his blankets and cuddle with him until he wakes up.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it's so adorable, and he loves to be like cuddled and pet and his ears, and he's a funny little guy.
Yes, they love the spoiling.
Oh, do you feed him scrambled eggs? Because they do love the scrambled eggs.
Eggs, avocados, potatoes, those are definitely favorites.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes.
A little California scramble squirrel.
That's amazing.
Wonderful.
That's so cool.
That is wonderful. Let me write this down. I'm trying to relay it to, shall we say, our girl Brooke. It's eggs, scrambled eggs. Let me write this down. Plus Mandy's scrambled eggs, avocado. What else was there? Potato. Okay, scrambled. Go on.
Avocado is really good for them. Almonds are really good for them. Snap peas, like the sugar snap peas, any kind of the spinach, super green lettuces, they really love that. It's good for them. Mm-hmm. Picking like trees and branches and what people call weeds from outside, bringing them in, they need and love and want that too.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Do they eat that or just gnaw on it for their teeth?
Both. Definitely both. You should bring in constantly wood for them to chew on. They are technically rodents, and that means their teeth constantly grow. So they do need to gnaw constantly. That's if you do give them seeds, they should be shelled so that they have to break through the shell that grinds down their teeth, and then they'll eat the seeds inside. Cherries, yeah,
Wow.
he just kind of with us.
Yeah, that's great. Go on.
That are really good for them. Black sunflower seeds, those are really good for them. As
Okay, wow. You need to write all this down so that we can email it to her, please. Oh my God, that's so much I can't even keep up with it. Damn, they eat better than I do. Fucking holy shit. Go on.
Absolutely. If she ever needs advice or anything, I mean, I had some skunks who a coyote came and ate their mom, and I helped feed them till they got big enough to wander off and do their own thing. So if anybody ever random, I've got lots of shit. So
well, tell V about some of your more exotic pets. Tell V about some of your more exotic pets. Obviously, the peacocks were a very painful experience. Are any still alive in your world?
Oh my gosh, I got a call 3 days ago about a female that landed on this couple's porch, and these ladies didn't know what to do about it, and they found if they called county that they were going to come and euthanize it. So I went and did like this huge army crawl and wall crawl and went and like took this peacock off a condominium. Oh, wow. And she's this very pretty female peahen. She's got to be at least 3 years old, and she's definitely well kept, but nobody's looking for her. And I put up ads, and I've been checking list and all the other stuff, and she's definitely she's abandoned or something because she is too well kept to be. We do have roaming peacocks.
Someone got sick of hearing a dying cat sound.
The females don't make those calls. It's the males.
Oh, nice. It's a female.
Yeah, they're
awesome.
Like, unless they get scared and like honk off and shit, like a goose does or something. Like the females really aren't that loud. But she either dumped or a predator probably chased her off her nest, and somebody maybe hopefully, I don't know. You should have noticed by now. It's been too long to not notice you're missing one of your chicks. So
yeah,
I don't know. But I recently accumulated a peahen. So that's kind of funky. I to the ranch where I took my other male peacocks, and they're all doing good and live and happy and rolling on 15 years now. I think, 15. And so that was really cool. But we've helped rescue and rehome several different peafowls, fowls around here, ducks, geese, some blue jays, skunks, some fishers. We had a mink in the backyard. It was really crazy. I don't know where the fuck he came from, but because where I'm at, where he is, that definitely shouldn't have been. But our local Audubon Society and I are, we're pretty close with the rescues I've had to bring up there. I had a gecko, or a chameleon, that I rescued from a classroom. Chameleons should never be in a school. They're very sensitive to sound and action, and as soon as the lead teacher left, I took that animal out of there.
Good.
But yeah, I took him straight to the veterinarian, and she was like, oh my God, if she goes back to the school, like, I'm going to start filing animal cruelty right now. And I was like, no, so I need your report to back my ass up. So I left him behind in Alaska because the trip down here would have been too hard, too long for him to make it through. But then I adopted ferrets, and because they're so overbred, And so I had a deaf and blind ferret. I had a very runt ferret, and then just a normal little albino. But they're sweet. So, and yeah, it's just a lot of kind of rehoming and just rehabilitating, mainly.
That is beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, that's delightful.
Yeah, thank you for doing that. That's if I had all the money in the world and property, et cetera, oh my gosh, just to do animal rescue, that would be the dream, honestly.
Absolutely. That's definitely for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
What a beautiful thought. I mean, that's wonderful and really just delightful. I'm so glad the two of you young ladies can talk and bond over this. It's and what about your pets, Victoria? I mean, certainly you had some fairly exotic ones. I mean, the possum at least was not a pet per se, but is the possum still around?
Yeah. Actually, the possum, I saw him or her, but I actually trapped a raccoon, a cute little raccoon mama the other day, and drove her like 15, 20 miles away. I heard go at least 10, and then I heard go 15, so I don't know. It was cute. It wasn't that old, but it would hiss at my kitties, and it hiss at me when I would try to feed it, so he needed to go. But the possum is chill. Me and the possum get along. My cats are pretty chill. I have 2 kitties, and they like the possum for the most part.
Okay, good. So you have 2 cats now. One of them is new, isn't it?
Well, no, I've had 2 kitties. I've had 2 kitties for a few years now.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Years. I just have one that's very small.
Okay.
My small kitten is so runtish that honestly, she is like a permanent kitten.
Wow. Well, you must have had cats like that, Mandy.
Yes.
Yeah. Hope she's still with us. So Vic, V, yes. I like that, by the way. That's cool. So in terms of, it's very stylish, by the way, and there's a whole history behind myself in that letter. Are you inspired by the film or the TV series or something else? Or you just like the V?
That's just what people have called me other than Victoria. Definitely never Vic or Vicky. I was always either Victoria or V.
Interesting. Okay.
That's just what people called me.
Okay. Excellent. Well, I'll be happy to do so as well. And Mandy, are you still with us? Yeah, you, of course.
I'm here.
Oh, okay, good. So, Mandy, V was just sharing with us how one of her cats is so runtish it's almost like a permanent kitten. I'm presuming that with all your animal rescue, you must have had similar animals in the past.
I do. I have one right now. She's not a munchkin, but she definitely has that something in there where she looks full-grown cat, but she's short, and she doesn't quite have the very stubby legs, but she is tiny.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, I've had smaller cats, but not one that like I rescued when it could still basically fit in the palm of my hand. And so like I have it's so funny the difference. I have my Enki as an Enki and in-law. Enki, my big black boy kitty, he's huge because he was raised when he was in his formative months. He was being fed chunks of steak and chicken every day, every single day. So he has the best coat I've ever seen. He's huge. People are like can't believe how big he is. And then she is just this little tiny underdeveloped little puffball of Aryan princessness. She's amazing. She's just my little silver peach. But
adorable.
Yeah, she's chill. I don't think she's ever gonna get bigger. Her face is tiny. It's just her frame is so small. I've never like a Singapura, but even smaller. I don't know. She's about the same size. Like never gonna get above that 6-7 pound or whatever.
Wow.
Right.
That range.
Yeah. Now, in terms of, I'm trying to remember something here. I had it right on the tip of my tongue. It was, What about diets? I mean, now that we're on it, just wanted both of you ladies to kind of share your perspective on eating in general. Mandy, what kind of diet essentially did you finally cleave toward? If I remember, what was it? It was something that a lot of cereals, was it not? Something like that? I can't remember. Grains?
For the cats.
No, for yourself.
I was like, talk about feeding me. Okay. No, me definitely not a lot of grains. I am more very much fruit and veggie persuasion.
Okay. And do you eat some meats sometime?
I do not.
Okay.
My body was rejecting that before I even had the car accident. And yeah. So a lot of nuts, a lot of it's not kale and weird shakes and shit, but yeah.
Wow. I mean, I wouldn't mind if it was kale and a lot of weird shakes and shit, but I'm glad it doesn't need to be that extreme. And such being said, how about you, V? Are you still carnivore? Diet.
So here's the thing: is that I haven't been strict carnivore since I only did. I call it ketovore, but even that I've been backing off on because I've been so underweight that basically the reason why I wanted to test out the carnivore ketovore thing was to quell stop my hunger, my constant hunger. Even though I wasn't that out of shape, I just always was hungry. That's my Taurus, right? But now I had gone so far with that I've for a long time now kind of just lost my appetite. So I'm in the process of pounding in sugar and carbs and all kinds of literally sometimes just pounding things like coffee cake and fruit. I'm not even giving a crap about pesticides now. I'm like, oh, let's have some berries. I don't need cake. I'm just gonna eat what I want to eat now. Dirty dozen. I ate strawberries this morning, cherries last night. I'm just if the pesticides, I'm just we're supposed to pray over our food. We're supposed to thank God for our food, but also pray over our food for many reasons. I think it's really good to do these things.
Yes.
For many reasons.
Do you have any suggestions for V, Mandy, about that? Or do you feel that she's just processing, going through a cycle, so to speak?
I do think that we definitely, when I was pregnant with my daughter and right after I had her, I was the biggest carnivore in the fucking world. I craved meat off the bone and gorging on T-bone, whatever the fuck you could throw at me.
That's my issue is I don't crave meat, so I don't ever eat. That's why I never eat, because I'm I don't want to cook beef. I don't know how to cook out a steak. I don't know how to do these things. I was fruitarian veggie leaning for half my life. So I don't, I'm just so lazy with it now. I'd rather just have mashed potatoes and smoothies and baby food and soup, just things I don't have to chew. Because I'm lazy. So I'm having my coffee with my mushrooms in it right now and my tons of unsalted Kerrygold butter because that's life. But yeah.
Good. I think if we do listen to our cravings and certain things like that, you go through cycles. We do have, I think DNA and genetics and all sorts of shit has different impacts and needs for different people. And
yes, our blood types, our stage of life, Lord knows. Yeah, totally.
Actually, I don't sound like feminist or some shit, but chicks go through different stages and different lifespans, and our bodies go crazy gravy shit. And so definitely different necessities needed, and unless you went to Krispy Kreme every fucking day and Domino's at night, body is saying Groupon, and if it's cherries and butter, fucking go for it.
Yeah, I think that's so true. It really is so true. And honestly, women do go through stages of evolution that men do not. There is this thing, of course, we all go through adolescence and prepubescence, puberty, but there's something women experience with especially childbearing. And once they've delivered a child, there's this thing called matrescence, and they're never the same again. Everything physiologically changes so radically that you've entered a new form of maturity or life that is very...
Now,
yeah, go on. Yeah.
Is that would that also have affected me or skipped me if I immediately gave up my baby for adoption and didn't touch her when I had her? Like if I immediately...
I think the matrescence would happen.
Do you think I missed that?
No, I think the matrescence
okay,
happened.
It still happens? Okay.
Yeah, I think it happened.
Interesting.
Because that would explain a lot of your maturity. It really would.
Oh, but I had that. Yeah, you see, because remember, my mother became my child when I was 14, and she got stage 3 aggressive cancer. As a little homeschool kid, I became her caretaker. So that was always instilled, you know?
Yeah. And by the way, that's a form of damage as well when it comes to people who, like myself, had to become adults too early. And in your case, you became a care provider too early, so you became an adult very early, and it scars us and warps us the rest of our lives. And of course, you know, obviously I became a care provider for my parents much later in life, and this was after that was like my third career. So my first two careers being, of course, the bureaucracy, the research librarian status at the Department of Defense, the second one being private security and mercenary enforcement and those contracts, and then the third one being the care provider, which of course was the worst and worse than combat. But when it comes to the I, as a child, before that original career, I was already going through multiple traumas that forced me to be an adult. So I was forced into adulthood too early, and it's like something you never get over, and really you spend the rest of your life trying to have that happy childhood you never had, really. There's always an element of that, but when it comes when it comes to your experience, I'm sure that you and I share that kind of longing, but aside from that, the other thing was, you are obviously, I will say this quite shall we say flat out, you're obviously a good Christian, and I find it commendable that you're still open-minded enough and diverse enough in your cultural acceptance level to have named your cat Enki, obviously a pagan deity. What inspired that? I'm just curious. So what inspired the pagan name for your cat as a Christian? And what was your other kitten's name? The small little kitten?
Sophia, like wisdom.
Okay,
yeah,
so that is that crosses the borders between Christianity and paganism, a kind of matriarchal figure that is the goddess of the Byzantine Orthodox Church. So for the Byzantine Orthodox Church, she's similar to what Mary is for the Roman Catholics. Yes, so go on, continue, please. About Enki, how you came to Enki.
But I honestly I think I had been reading the Tessarion book, what was it? Atlantis, Genetic Manipulation and Alien Visitation by Michael Tessarion. So I was learning about Enki and Enlil, and I kind of deduced that Enki was the more, the softer, more empathetic one. And I figured, oh, well, if there is a Yah or an El and a Yeshua or Jesus figure, I figured Enki was more of the Jesus figure, you know, so I went with that.
That's cool. I mean, yeah, that's adorable. That's adorable. By the way, I believe his name is pronounced Michael Sarian. I don't personally like him, but I don't know him personally, but
he's a bit angry, but yeah, he's a little angry. He definitely, and I understand why. Here's the thing: is that the chapter about why Christianity is so evil and wrong, I do understand he asked the same question, has the same issues as what I have with the modern day church and the sensational kind of just, you know, clockmaker. I don't know. It's I don't really believe in the same eternal hell type of ordeal that most people in Christendom believe. I would be considered.
I admire you for that. I respect you for that
at this point, but right. I do believe.
By the way, we say that again. You don't believe in the hell that these other Christians.
Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life.
Okay, go on.
But I don't. I believe that God is a purifying fire, and that like it says in Revelation, that all every knee will bow and every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. If that's true, then it's going to happen. And the word for that in the Greek is a happy rejoicing. It's a confessing in a celebratory way, right? So, when you start actually realizing the Schofield Bible was commissioned by the Rothschilds, etc., and there's a lot of play into this, and who King James was, and who Darby was, and who's doing these translations. And I'm just learning about it, but there's been a lot of manipulation there as well, and mistranslations for power and control. And I believe that Jesus died for everyone. He really did come. He fulfilled over 300 prophecies between the Old and the New Testament, and people hate him. There's no one that is more hated in history. So I'm definitely on the Jesus side of things.
Besides Adolf.
Besides Adolf Hitler, don't forget
right,
that.
Well, that's just it, exactly, and people should wake up to that.
Now, darling, did you receive my email about the Herodian insurgency?
Let me see, which email did you...
You have 2 email addresses, so check both of them. Maybe you can let me know now if you received it.
I have a lot of emails, so I have, Lord knows which email I gave you, but...
It's specifically titled The Herodian Insurgency, but you might have some others with different titles at this point. Because once you're,
Probably my Medusoid humanoid, perhaps. But yeah, I haven't checked my email in a while, but I will totally check it out. I'll check my emails here.
Yeah, please do and let me know.
What did you send me?
Please do and let me know. What I might send you is I might send it to you again, so you might get a redundant email on the Herodian insurgency, is what I call it. Oh yes, what was it in the opening hours, Nemo? Peter started saying, "Hey, there's this rabbi who says the Edomites are the good guys. It's the Jews that are the bad guys." Of course, oftentimes I'm multitasking. I didn't get a chance to tell him, well, it's the same fucking thing, Pete. But, at any rate, just so to verify what V was saying, and again, V, please let me know when you do check your emails whether you got anything or not and what you did get. But the Herodian insurgency, I thought, was the most important for you to review, and I would appreciate your feedback on that. But at any rate, when it came to the pilgrims that landed at Plymouth Rock, they brought with them the Geneva Bible. They did not have the King James Bible. By the way, Nemo says I'm going to have... Could you say good morning to all of our guests, both the guests individually and our listeners, please, before you retreat into the gentle day?
Good morning to you all and everyone, and please support Douglas any way you can. Buy his books on Amazon and send donations towards him via PayPal.
Yeah,
have a good one, everyone.
Thank you.
Nice listening and chatting with you all.
Yes,
have a good one.
Good to hear you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Well, we love you dearly, Nemo. Thank you so much. And Mandy, if you would be so kind as to say good morning to Nemo before he leaves.
Good morning and take care.
You too. All right.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Bye, Nemo.
Yes, bye, Nemo. Okay, let me take a quick check into the live stream here. And so we have approximately 45 minutes and then another 45 minutes after that, essentially, before I shut down the live stream. It was a miracle we made it this far. It was a hell of a night. So when it comes to discussing the Pilgrims and the fact that they brought with them the King James Bible, Geneva Bible, not the King James Bible, what King James I did in 1611 was he commissioned a brand new Bible that was completely revised in terms of its language. So this was, of course, where he hired the academics from Oxford and Cambridge to do all the heavy academic lifting and translate the Bible into Shakespearean English, which he slapped his name on in terms of the result. Bible, of course, that was quite different from its predecessor, cast in this charmingly poetic brand of 17th century English, like that we associate today with Shakespeare. But because it was received supposedly on basis of its beauty rather than its merits, the King James Bible has survived, and it spawned this King James only movement of fanatics, mostly Baptists, who maintained that the King's committees were divinely inspired, as tuned into God's voice as Moses at the top of Mount Sinai. All of that is what it is. I mean, personally,
And here's it's King James himself didn't do, like, obviously, like you said, he hired a bunch of people who compared their versions to make sure they were being accurate. But that being said, they did make very, pointed decisions to change little things for control, like changing "do not murder" to "do not kill," which is extremely. Those are two very, very different things. So
thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, but as well, what I've been more recently studying is them choosing the word aeon, which means like an eon, like an age, and making it into the word and choosing the definition of eternal instead of ages or age or an age time or age long, which would be more accurate. So yeah, I think a lot of these things were done for scare tactics. So yeah, I definitely would be considered a universalist these days.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Very much appreciate it. Because I'm a respecter of cultures, I consider, of course, the Church of England to be basically a separate religion, its own form of religion, and certainly feel that it's something unique to the British Empire and should be maintained for cultural reasons. But I definitely want Americans to understand that there are other options of Christianity. And most Americans are still stuck on this Anglo trip that, of course, then denies the history of the rest of the Western Christian faiths, the other faiths of Christianity. I'm glad that you speak of my biological father's Catholicism without the kind of bigotry and, shall we say, hatred that many other people speak of Catholicism the way they would of Satanism. But you yes. understand them yourself as a member of the greater Christian family, do you not? Is that how you see them?
It's yes, and as well, here's the thing: is like people will come at me and other truthers and be like, oh, but he was your biological father was trained by Tavistock and he was funded by these other Zionists.
Well, but that's impossible because Tavistock. But go on, that's just absurd.
But go on. I could be judged for the fact that my dad went to the Air Force Academy. Am I all of a sudden like, oh, well, I was funded and trained by an Air Force Academy grad, so therefore nothing I say is ever true.
I mean, but honey, I mean, yeah, but
I mean?
Of course,
Tavistock, so that wasn't
Tavistock did not exist. Yeah, Tavistock did not exist when my father was in England. My biological.
So why do people saying that?
Because they're fucking.
How are people saying that?
Because they're liars. Because they're a bunch of idiots who believe what they find on the internet, and the internet is full of shit. Just understand this much to all our listeners. This is for all our listeners. My biological father, Adolf Hitler, did visit England. His brother, Aloy, worked in England. That's where he had married an Irish woman. They had settled down. They had opened a restaurant. And then Adolf Hitler visited them after World War I. So he was in England. This is something that's usually quite hidden from history. It's considered almost a cult history. But he certainly did not have time to stop and be indoctrinated by the Tavistock Institute, which did not exist at that time.
Here's a lady. Okay, here's a lady who made a post who claimed that he was funded by the Knights of Malta and financed by the Rockefeller, Standard Oil, Freemason Henry Ford through IG Farm. Child, Bush family, Skull and Bones, Max Warburg. This is what's being told to people.
Yeah, of course, it's all bullshit, and it's a conflation and confusion of a whole medley. Yeah. It's a pistache of, it's a collage of pistache of various names that are just all put together to make everything sound as negative as possible.
Yeah.
It's completely
senseless. It doesn't make any sense.
Yes, I mean these are.
Well, here's if not to quote the. Not to quote the Bible again, but a house set against itself will not stand. Mm-hmm. So, basically he was talking about like people who are casting out demons. And he's like, no, if you're casting out demons in the name of Jesus, if he who's not against us is for us, right? So if you are judging someone by his fruit and you judge him by his fruit, then guess what? He didn't do anything bad. So I don't care who they're saying funded him. It's about what he did with his time and his energy, and I'm for all of that. So I keep kidding.
Thank you. And and just to clarify, the Tavistock Institute was founded in 1947. So obviously Adolf Hitler was never indoctrinated by the Tavistock Institute on Human Relations. So there we are. It's a completely absurd claims, and they make absurd claims like this all the time. At any rate, definitely a lot of people attack George Soros, yet George Soros is trying to fund Palestinian rights, and obviously he's one of the good guys for everybody to hate him so much. So do understand George Soros may be Jewish, but he's never been liked by the Jews, and has always tried his best to try and help the human rights of Palestinians. So obviously he's one of these people who's been rejected by the larger community, and therefore they blame him for everything. But all that being said, yes, with my biological sire, it's you're always going to get just a plethora of they'll throw everything they can at the wall to see what sticks. But everything that they're throwing at the wall is just absurd. It doesn't even make any sense. Henry Ford, of course, was pro-Hitler, and there you have one name that sticks, and that makes sense. The others, the overwhelming majority, just don't make sense. Certainly not in because you're then talking about multiple different interest groups that have no mutual interest, and therefore they're even Zionism's early days of involvement with Hitler made sense because all the Zionists were fanatically dedicated to the idea of relocating the Jewish population to Palestine. And there's no Jew in Europe who wanted to go to that strip of desert that not even the lizards wanted when they were all doctors and lawyers and living fat in Europe as the assimilated upper middle class. So the Zionists were pro-Hitler because Hitler forced all the Jews to leave and therefore go the way that the Zionists wanted them to go. So in that sense, they had a mutual interest. Doesn't mean they liked each other, but there was at least a mutual objective. And all of that being said, something like that makes far more sense than all the other crap that they put through in a medley, trying to just make Hitler sound like he's involved with everybody and somehow therefore not to be trusted. It's just, again, you're, of course, more mature than most people, but most people are just not trained in critical thinking. We have an age of information consumption, but most of the information out there is just pure crap. So such being said, thank you for that. I'm so glad that you clarified much of this, and I appreciate it. And I certainly view you as a liberal Christian in that regard, where you certainly have much more of a sense of balance than many others who are very stuck. As for
and
Mandy,
yet I'm so far right, I'd fall off the board.
Well, you may think of yourself as such, but I would like to try and help you understand yourself more as centrist.
I don't.
What I need to say is
precisely.
Just remember, my biological father was more than anything a radicalized centrist, and so was Napoleon Bonaparte. Let me explain that so that you understand a little better. National Socialism, because it's a modern movement, has to be, by definition, very involved with economics. The very term socialism. When we take a look at the term capitalism, obviously we think economics. When we take a look at communism, we should be thinking genocide and slave labor and mass murder and everything else that's negative, but of course it's supposed to be basically economics, collectivism. The very term Bolshevik simply means majority. The very term Soviet simply means collective. So when you come towards National Socialism, try and think of that, shall we say, I don't know if you're aware of this, but do you understand what 2 dimensions is as opposed to 1 dimension? What would you do to disambiguate the two? Do you know the difference?
You're asking me? Yeah, I would say it's just you're furthering your understanding. That's what I try to tell people. It's honestly a very liberal movement, and if most people were to list down all the aspects of it, most of the liberals these days would be like, oh, that sounds like a great idea. That sounds so fair for everyone, right?
Thank you. No. That's, yeah, true. What I meant to say was, geometrically, do you understand the difference between 2 dimensions and 1 dimension? I'll tell you. 2 dimensions, like, you can often insult a person by saying he's such a one-dimensional person if you're talking about somebody. Basically, what you're calling that person is a point. 1 dimension means a point. That's all one-dimensional is. It means the person is a point, a single dot. 2 dimensions...
An NPC.
There we are. 2 dimensions means a line. It means a line. 3 dimensions means we suddenly have dimensions. We actually have up and down, and there's, something that can go in and out of. It's 3 dimensions. But basically 2 dimensions is flat land. But basically a line. So when you start off with that line, at one end of the line, if you try and simplify politics, we have capitalism on the right, and that's right-wing. On the left, we have communism. So where would fascism fall? Obviously, it's not going to be to the right, because that's capitalism. If you were trying to, shall we say, put examples on either end of that line, the examples on Earth of the most communist society at this point in history would be North Korea on the left, the extreme left. And the example on the right would be, I don't even know what these days. But in the old days, it used to be on the left, the most communist example would be Albania, which would be Europe's North Korea. And on the right, the most capitalist example would be Hong Kong. Hong Kong was absolutely capitalist to the point where there was no such thing as building codes. Because all you had to do, even though building code laws were on the books, it was understood by everybody that you could just bribe everybody who was in charge of inspection and you could build anywhere you wanted. And that's why Hong Kong was a fire hazard, so that you had buildings that were little like, houses that were built on top of roofs, what we would call, I forget, penthouses. And all these other, with no fire escapes.
Yes.
You would have penthouses with no fire escapes and shit like that. So fires in Hong Kong were they were mass murderous. They were just basically true disasters. But all that being said, so Hong Kong would be on the right, Albania, North Korea on the left. So in the center, what would we have? It's a very studied example on exactly what centrism is. Well, fascism doesn't even fit on that 2-dimensional line. Fascism is 3-dimensional.
Right.
So fascism is basically the 3rd dimension, and it would be radicalized centrism. You're talking about National Socialism, which combines aspects of a social safety network with the nationalist aspect of sovereignty. So you have sovereignty.
Yeah, it's responsibility. Yes. It's putting responsibility on people and expecting a little tiny bit of effort.
Thank you. So in terms of a capitalist society, it eventually veers towards monopolism, inevitably. Wait a second. Mandy, before you make your cup of tea, you say you'll be listening. You'll let us know as soon as you're back, right? Okay, so hopefully she does. And she says, gonna make a cup of tea, we'll be listening. So with continuing with this economic lesson here and social lesson, understand that when it comes to that 3rd dimension of fascism, in a capitalist society at the right of the spectrum, the right end of the line, which we have the furthest example being Hong Kong as it once was before the communists took over, it inevitably veers towards monopolism, because what happens is corporations form, and then the corporations lobby the government, which theoretically, if it's a democracy, becomes less and less of a democracy and more of a corpocracy, because the corporations end up lobbying the democratic representatives, who then represent the corporations more than they do the people who voted them in. And so the money buys them, and ultimately democracy turns into corporatism, which turns into monopolism. As a matter of fact, you take a look at Capital, the whole idea of capitalism is competition. But the favorite game in America is not Capital or competition, it's Monopoly. The most played game in the Western world is the antithesis of capitalism, to a point where somebody controls everything and no competition is left, which is what capitalism ultimately veers towards. All the sharks eat each other until only the biggest shark is left. So fascism is the exact opposite. it's not communism, and yet the state controls the corporations, not the other way around. So that's what distinguishes fascism from collectivism and capitalism. Am I coherent? Do you understand what I'm saying, V?
Yes, totally.
Okay, so
Yep.
yes, so this is the point about the economics of fascism, National Socialism, and of course the elements of both render the very politics of the movement, the ideology, to be centrist. So think of yourself as a radicalized centrist rather than a rightist, because if you were a rightist, you would be either a capitalist, a monopolist, or a libertarian, which just veers into anarchy.
Oh, Douglas.
Yes, go on.
I'll have you know, I tell people all the time that people would consider me so far right that I would fall right off the board. But the truth is that our position truly is more of a centrist position. So
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Definitely.
So
I always say that.
Yeah, so important to express that, to educate people so that they have a better understanding. And that way, understand, on the right, we have, as I said, capitalism, monopolism, and libertarianism, which then veers off into anarchy. So to explain libertarianism to people, this is a movement where people want total sovereignty, or as much sovereignty as conceivable. And ultimately, that's anarchy. The libertarians, I don't know if you're aware of this, V. What do you know about the movement, if anything?
I know that I used to call myself a libertarian, and I certainly do not associate with them these years because
Good.
I've heard some wacky stuff.
Well, for one thing, I don't know if you're aware of this. I don't know if you're... Oh, no worries, no worries. I want you to understand this. I don't know if you're aware of this, but libertarians want to do away with child labor laws. That's one of their stated objectives. Were you aware of that?
Wow.
Yeah, that's actual platform.
Haven't
Yeah, go on.
followed this stuff in so long, but...
Yes. Yeah, just so you know, that was always one of the foundations of their platform. And this is because they consider themselves ultra-capitalists, and they believe that their children should be allowed to go to work whenever they wish, that this is an inalienable right. And this is something that is, of course, just a rationalization for human child trafficking. If you're trafficking your child into labor, it doesn't matter if it's sex work or if it's, pulling these underground rail cars full of rocks up a cavern that only they can crawl through. You're trafficking your child into bondage. So this is something that is the libertarians want to return to because they consider themselves the ultimate capitalists whose only God is the free market. They believe that there should be the invisible hand of the marketplace, and that the invisible hand of the marketplace ultimately provides the ultimate justice. And the person who supported libertarianism was Ayn Rand. And Ayn Rand, just to give you the perspective here, you're familiar with the fact that Karl Marx was Jewish, no doubt, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Yep. And so understand that he created a form of godless communism. He renounced any Jewish faith and instead created this modernized concept of collectivization in which this godless state atheism would then supposedly lead the proletariat out of bondage, away from the enslavement of the religious shackles on their mind. That was his concept. So Ayn Rand, who also, both Karl Marx and Ayn Rand use pseudonyms, they're not their real names, they both have extraordinarily Jewish names that I honestly would have to look up because they're simply borderline unpronounceable. Marx's is easier to remember. It's something like Levi, Rabbi, Mosaic, or something like that. Honestly, it's a very bizarre set of words.
Levy.
Something along those lines. Thank you. Thank you. I'd have to look it up just to make sure, but yeah, along those lines. Ayn Rand was more of a Slavonicized name because she was a Jewish family from Russia and from the Russian Pale of Settlement. And so in terms of Ayn Rand, she created a godless capitalism. And of course, she's Jewish. So first you had Karl Marx with godless communism, then Ayn Rand with godless capitalism, in which she made a religion out of the free market and the invisible hand. The man who was heavily influenced by her that brought us to the brink of economic ruination was Greenspan, Alan Greenspan, who was essentially her illegitimate lover of many years because she wasn't sleeping with her husband. After that, we had the individual known as the Magi Anton Szandor LaVey, who was Jewish, and he took Ayn Rand's philosophy of godless capitalism, mixed it with magic, and created an atheistic Satanism, in which Satan did not exist, but is merely a reflection of self-empowerment. That just as the deists, George Washington and the Founding Fathers, the rebels, the traitors to the crown, were all deists who believed that God had created the universe, but then abandoned it thereafter, and therefore man could conceivably ascend to godhood himself. That's deism. The Founding Fathers of America were not Christians, they were deists. When it comes to Anton Szandor LaVey, he created a godless Satanism in which Satan does not exist, but rather you can become Satan if you empower yourself with the godless capitalism of Ayn Rand, combined with the magical spells of Anton Szandor LaVey. So we progressed from godless communism created by a Jew to godless capitalism created by a Jewess to another Jew creating godless Satanism. And this is the point where it's a devolution that's ever downward in social de-evolution towards a greater and greater low. But ultimately, the godless Ayn Randian Satanism of the Magus Anton Szandor LaVey is coeval, or parallel, or equal to libertarianism. That's essentially what libertarianism is, without the magic. They take the magic away, and you're left with libertarianism, which is basically, in the end, anything goes, whatever you can get away with. When I ask people who are libertarian, how do you pay for the roads? Without taxes, because they want to eliminate all taxes.
Yes.
How do you pay for the hospitals? Without taxes, because they want to eliminate all taxes. How do you pay for schools? There's no answer. It's you don't have them. You simply don't have them, which means you have anarchy. So in the end, libertarianism is anarchy. It's piracy. So it's a madhouse. And
it's embarrassing that I used to call myself an anarchist, and it's but that's what I laugh at. I tell people it's like we all go through these
phases, more
liberal phases and stages and learning process.
But like I said, try and remember that ironically, as I said, the libertarianism is not liberal, it's to the right. The liberalism may ultimately veer into out and out communism. But really, when you're talking about the libertarians, though they veer towards anarchy, this is why people say the two ends then circle and meet, and that's why communism and capitalism were both the enemies of fascism. Now does it become coherent? This is why fascism...
Oh, it makes so much sense. That don't understand is that it's... like I try to tell people, you have, when you're on an airplane, what do they tell you to do? They tell you to put on your oxygen mask first so that you can help other people. That's all this is. It doesn't have to be overcomplicated. You're just taking care of your own people, your own family first, and your own nation first, so that you can then turn around and help other people. Take care of the roads, take care of the public schools, take care of all these different things. You know, you have to have a solid nuclear situation. So
thank you, very good. Yeah, and certainly that's important. And when it comes to, of course, everything else that I've been articulating, yes, you have anarchy, and of course, ideologically, what an anarchist believes is a kind of sovereignty. Again, it's to the left, but basically the libertarians to the right are talking about the same thing. Sovereignty, except without any sense of community. And the anarchists somehow believe that it's not that these are, well, especially anarchy. Anarchy is far less of an destructive or evil idea than libertarianism, because anarchists generally would not say they want to eliminate child labor laws. Of course, they would try to eliminate all labor laws or laws in general, but at the same time, these are not workable. These are not workable or practical. They're not practicable ideologies. So because they're not practicable ideologies, probably the closest thing you could come to something similar to the sovereignty that libertarians want, with the same sense of some kind of social order, would be Switzerland, where Switzerland has everyone under arms and subject to the draft and mobilization. Everyone has to serve, but at the same time, Switzerland is, aside from being armed, various cantons that are highly decentralized. That would probably be the closest working example you would have to a semi-sovereign, autonomous, but it's nowhere near libertarianism. They're simply too social netted. So they're not ultra-capitalist. They are essentially what you'd call very conservative capitalist, but they obviously have too much of a social net, too socialized to be considered capitalist in any comprehensible sense. So Switzerland is its own social model. Obviously, it's a good one. You can judge a social model's validity by how long it lasts if undisturbed. Because it was left undisturbed as a neutral, Switzerland's social model has effectively lasted forever. But when it comes to, obviously, the Third Reich, the reason that it was attacked by the colonialists of the British Empire and the French empires, the colonial empires, and the communists and the capitalists, was because the National Socialist social model was so effective, so functional, basically a kind of magnification of the Swiss model. It was so functional that all other ideologies were existentially threatened by it. In other words, no one would choose them over Nazism. This is why Nazism had so many volunteers, and in 1945, when Hitler was supposed to be preparing to kill himself in the bunker, according to conventional historical revisionism, he had the largest army in the world. Right. Everyone still rallied to join him. So this army, you might ask, how did it not defend him? There were multiple reasons. First off, the army was so large that there was no longer a battle space to fight in. But he had the largest army in the world. Obviously smaller than the communists, the capitalists, and the colonialists combined.
In America.
Yeah, but no, yeah. It was smaller than all three of them combined. America's army was smaller than Hitler's, but combined with the Soviets.
Exactly.
Yeah, it took the combination of the imperialists of England, the communists of Soviet Russia, and the capitalists of North America to basically outnumber Hitler's army, which if he faced any of them alone, his army would have been larger. So he had the largest army in the world. It was outnumbered only because all three of them had to band together. And the reason they banded together when there's such different economies, such different ideologies, was because they were all existentially threatened by the much more efficient and much more preferable social model of fascism. If anyone wonders why the Germans fought to the end, or why the Japanese fought to the end when everybody thinks they were on the losing side, the difference is the Soviets, the capitalists, and the colonialists, your average fighting man had nothing to lose, but the Japanese and the Germans were fighting because they had something to lose. They actually had a stake in their society. They actually were shareholders in a larger corporate entity that had meaning to them, as opposed to simply following orders. That's why they were considered fanatics and fought with such existential zeal.
Zeal.
Yes, there we are. So, hopefully that puts some things into perspective. So, Mandy, let us know when you've returned, and certainly if you have any other questions about economics for today or social models, do feel free to ask V. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to
process
find clothes to wear. It's so warm today. It's gonna be super duper hot. So I'm just tearing.
Are you working today?
I'm listening.
Are you working today?
No, I'm not. Okay. I'm gonna go hang out with some friends from church and do a cookout.
Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, good. Oh, good. I'm so glad for you.
Yeah.
And
thank you.
So thank you. I mean, I'm glad to hear that. And but if you have any questions about what I've articulated, feel free to ask because my voice is about to go. So we might end the live stream soon enough. No worries. Other than that,
end a little early. Yeah, I'm not sure what else to bring up again. Like, I just recommend people pay attention because really, they're really trying to demonize nationalism right now, which they're lumped together again, like they've talked about all night. Being those together under Trump, under Q, with neither Christianity or nationalism. So just reminding people to
you're glitching.
Your eyes open because they're going to continue to demonize.
Right, you're in a really bad cell, and we're getting only every other word. So try and repeat what you've said. You don't need to do it verbatim, but repeat, whatever you can recall of what you said. The general message that you want to give, please. They're trying to demonize National Socialism.
Just reminding, well, not just that, but they're just, they won't even bring up National Socialism, but they're trying to demonize Christian nationalism, which again has nothing to do with real Christianity or real nationalism. But they're going to demonize all of that under the guise of Trump and Q-tards and all this different stuff that they're going to cause false flags, blame it on us, when it's just, it's the same thing all over again. Every few years this happens. So just, but this whole demonizing Christian nationalism, this is very on purpose. It's to ignite the right. It's to make everyone mad. It's shaking the black and the red ants so that we fight. But as most of your listeners probably already know, but still mentioning it again.
Yes, thank you.
Christians and nationalists aren't the issue. The agent provocateurs causing false flags are.
Thank you. Okay, very good, and I appreciate that. And of course, I'll go a bit into the problems with some of these terms in our next transmission when I have more of a mood for it. But in terms of all of this, I think that we need to definitely support each other, V, and we need to stick together, definitely. And Mandy, hopefully you're listening. Hopefully you can join in if your cup of tea is ready, and say good morning to all our listeners.
I really enjoyed hearing. I really enjoyed hearing her tonight.
Yes, thank you. I'm so glad the two of you could talk, and I'm just glad that both of you adapt to these different phases of what you feel you need to consume in order to maintain your health. Yes, always follow your instincts on that. It's like Mandy said, it's really, I'm glad that you had the capacity to change. I mean, how's your energy levels? Are your energy levels okay?
Oh, pretty wonderful. And I'll just remind people, I forget, there's a book, I forget what her name is, but there's a lady who has a really good book on the gut. But she says that plants are for cleansing and animal products are for nourishment. So again, it's more just how you use what you use. You can do anything a wrong way. There's unhealthy ways to be vegan. There's going to be unhealthy ways to eat, the carnivore type diet. So yeah, it's definitely, you got to listen to your body for sure.
Yes. Thank you. Excellent. Well, love you, V. You have a blessed day.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to speaking to you soon.
Thank
Mandy,
you so much.
Yeah, Mandy just left, but I'm sure she has a good reason, and probably her battery died. Believe me, thank you, V. Without you two lovely ladies, especially you came in first, and Mandy followed. I mean, but both of you, without you guardian angels, honestly, wouldn't have made it through the night. You're a guardian angel as far as I'm concerned, V. So believe me, love you beyond expression. Okay. All right.
Yes, sir. And I'll be praying for you and praying for safety for everyone here. And Hope everyone has a good 4th of July.
Yes, thank you so much. Love you dearly, and we'll be speaking again on Sunday, okay? Okay. All right.
Yes, sir. I'll talk to y'all later.
Okay, look forward to it. Bye for now. Okay. So, hanging up the call, and what I'm going to do is end the stream. Thank you to all of our listeners. We've had wonderful people like Holly Kaditis Kiefer, Brooke Hagberg, and of course some other young gentlemen recently who contributed. Let me go see if I can find his name again, and I'll check into the PayPal for that. All of them, certainly I couldn't make it without any of you out there. You're all continually helping myself, and of course we'll certainly need your help again later in the month. The last person to contribute was Christian Timony. Christian Timony, or Timony. God bless you, sir. Crystal Murrell, of course, had contributed before him. Goddess bless her. And, of course, Heather Holman has contributed, as I've said. We'll bring up some of these other wonderful people again in the near future. We're headed towards the 11th hour. We'll simply end it about an hour early. But we did very well on the rebound, and all of you are invited back on Sunday. And who knows, maybe at some point, maybe at that point, I'll be back in the mood to ultimately traverse into monologue territory. For now, of course, I'll try and regain my voice for the 4th of July and my own activities, and my love to all who support me. Believe me, all of you are appreciated beyond my ability to express. We're going to end stream now. Join us on Sunday. And as always, contribute if you can. I certainly need it. This month will be challenging simply because it will be. So I'll be counting on all of you to make rent by the 1st of August. Okay. Until then, best wishes, and be right back on Sunday. All right, pressing end stream. Oh my God.